In the depths of his heart, one might wonder if the absence of a woman would lead to a swift strike against the divine. Yet, Liu Yuan believes that with a woman in his heart, he possesses the strength to vanquish even the gods. Those who disapprove, please refrain from entering. An unexpected system has transported Liu Yuan into the Marvel universe. Notably, this system possesses the unique ability to smuggle resources from the main divine space, allowing Liu Yuan to acquire benefits from the main divine space, thus enabling an endless harvest. Upholding a policy of thorough exploration, Liu Yuan embarked on a quest to seize everything within the divine space. Chapter 1. The Chainsaw Massacre. Within the confines of a dimly lit, enclosed room, 6 individuals sat on the floor, their consciousness utterly extinguished. Among them were 5 foreigners, marked by prominent noses, both male and female. The 6th, a person of Asian descent clad in casual attire, remained with eyes tightly shut. Silence enveloped the room, creating an oppressive atmosphere that felt suffocating. Each individual bore a device akin to a dog collar, tightly constricting their necks. Attached to the collar was a steel wire, which led to a lock positioned not far above them, where a pair of enormous, razor-sharp scissors gleamed ominously. The blades shimmered with a cold light, seemingly poised to sever their necks at any moment. At a few meters away, several transparent glass boxes, propped up by stands, contained keys. Even a fool could discern that they must retrieve the keys to unlock themselves. In front of the keys stood an antiquated television set, beside which 2 large canisters rested, each topped with explosives and filled with sharp nails. Before long, one among them regained consciousness, surveying the unsettling surroundings and the mechanism around his neck. In an instant, panic ensued. Help voices cried out in desperation. What is happening? Damn it. Can anyone explain what's going on? In this bizarre scenario, an atmosphere thick with fear and uncertainty prevailed. Amidst the clamor, a person of Asian descent, who had been leaning against the wall, was jolted awake. As he groggily regained awareness, he scrutinized his surroundings. Recognizing the space as somewhat familiar yet distinctly foreign, he instinctively rose and shouted in outrage. What a ridiculous situation. How can this be happening? The remaining 5, perplexed by his words, turned to gaze at him. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in astonishment as a series of texts materialized before him. Main Divine Space Reincarnator ID. In 850930 welcome to the primary reincarnation world. Entering world. Saw Massacre 5, difficulty level. 3 stars based on the strength of the reincarnator. Main task. Eliminate the Mastermind Hoffman. Reward. 1,000 reincarnation points. 1 D-class story reward card. Side task. Each time a story character is saved or killed, reward 100 reincarnation points. Upon completing tasks, return to the main divine space, where reincarnation points can be exchanged for anything. The main divine will evaluate the reincarnator based on their performance during this cycle. The evaluation is categorized into 5 levels: luck, average, excellent, perfect, and super perfect. For instance, an excellent rating will yield an additional 30% of reincarnation points that a perfect score will grant an extra 50%, while a super perfect score will result in a 100% bonus of reincarnation points. Conversely, an average rating will double the difficulty of the subsequent reincarnation world. A warning echoes. Main quest failure results in obliteration. You are forbidden from disclosing the existence of the Master God Space to others, or you shall face the same fate. As he absorbed the information before him, another voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Smuggling successful. Alteration of side quest accomplished. When a host completes tasks using reincarnation points, they may receive a random rebate of 1 to 100 times, along with a certain amount of system points. We look forward to the host performance. Just as he finished processing this statement, the enclosed space fell into an eerie stillness, where even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Suddenly, a crackling electric sound shattered the silence, followed by another voice. The crowd instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, as the previously black-screen television flickered to life, revealing a peculiar figure adorned with a white mask. Sporting 2 red whirlpools on its cheeks, dressed in a black suit, and tied with a red bow tie resembling a waiter, in unison. They shifted their gazes as a somewhat weary voice emanated from the screen. Hello, I wish to engage you in a game. Today, you will face a trial, and the final 6 who exhibit outstanding performance will attain the release of their souls. You are all interconnected. Your collars are tethered by a single cable. When it is pulled tight, your heads will be severed by the scissors above. The sole method to remove the collars is to procure the key from the glass box before you. However, should one of you venture to retrieve the key, a countdown timer will commence for 1 minute. Everyone glanced toward a conspicuous timer beside the door. The voice continued. In such circumstances, what do you instinctively feel? I encourage you to think in reverse regarding this matter. Let the game begin. As the last phrase echoed, the television plunged back into darkness. Above the door, a 15-minute countdown had commenced. The room was enveloped in an oppressive silence, with all 6 individuals frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. At that moment, a yellow-skinned man surveyed the familiar scene unfolding around him, internally seething with anger. Which fool constructed this system? No respite, just a sudden transition into another world? Meanwhile, in an infinite and unfathomable realm, within a colossal palace the size of a planet, a man seated upon a throne rubbed his nose. Achoo! Is my realm susceptible to the chill? Let me see if someone is missing me. Every movement of the man revealed his cataclysmic power, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he gazed down at the myriad chaotic planets below. The scene shifts back to the enclosed room that a heated debate ensued among the groups. Some argued that they should heed the advice of the television puppet and engage in reverse thinking, refraining from retrieving the key. Others disagreed vehemently, contending that they ought to fetch the key, oblivious to the implications of the 15-minute countdown displayed on the door. The countdown above signifies explosives connected to the glass jars. Once time elapses, an explosion will ensue, and we shall be pierced by the nails within, resembling a beehive. At that moment, the group turned to the previously silent individual of Asian descent, who had finally spoken. In unison, they inquired, "How do you know that? Come on, can't you see the connecting wires above?" He pointed to the timer affixed to the door, where 2 slender wires linked to the glass jars. That a young woman with flowing black hair observed the Asian man's keen insight, her brow furrowing with suspicion as she hastily asked, "Who are you? Why are you so composed?" He subtly shook his head, thinking composed? In a state of panic, why would I share that with you? My name is Liu Yuan. Among the 6 individuals, there were 3 men and 3 women. One man was a middle-aged bald gentleman, while another, a young man akin to Liu Yuan, sported blonde hair. The 3 women, a blonde, a dark-haired beauty, and an African-American woman, were all impeccably attired, with some dressed in professional attire. Liu Yuan's eyes feasted upon their alluring figures, particularly their striking legs and ample bosoms. The bald man, now at a loss, turned to Liu Yuan and asked, "What do you propose we do? My advice is for you all to remain still and refrain from taking the key. Simply cooperate with me. Let us employ our intellect." Did you not hear the individual suggest we engage in reverse thinking? We should heed his words. This is a test of wits. Those lacking in intellect need not apply. Chapter 2. Mastery of the 18 stances. As Liu Yuan's words echoed in the air, a voice of agreement emerged from the crowd, belonging to the raven-haired girl who had posed a question earlier. Yet, dissent was not far behind, voiced by a youth with golden hair, who appeared to be of similar age to Liu Yuan. "Are you insinuating that we lack intelligence?" He retorted. "You may interpret it as such. The fierce dragon crossing the river and the tiger descending the mountain do not allow for personal governance in society. If one wishes to exit safely while indulging in an exhilarating game, one must comply. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to see one less member in our ranks." Initially, Liu Yuan wore a semblance of a smile, but the latter part of his statement prompted him to cast a sharp glare at the golden-haired youth, causing a flicker of apprehension in the latter's heart. "In a moment, I shall approach the glass jar, retrieve the key, and then free each of you from your restraints. However, your cooperation is imperative." Liu Yuan's words stirred the crowd, prompting a silent nod of agreement from each individual. Satisfied with their expressions, Liu Yuan acknowledged their compliance, allowing himself to relish the familiarity of this game, while simultaneously earning some reincarnation points. Accepting the circumstances, a traverser must embody the audacity of their role, naturally. Should anyone disrupt his enjoyment of the game, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. After all, taking a life also yields reincarnation points, perhaps a testament to the system's influence in altering subplots. Moreover, with mastery of the 18 arts, Liu Yuan found the prospect of dispatching an adversary quite manageable. Do not inquire how he acquired such skills. They were bestowed upon him by the system. He proceeded slowly towards the glass jar, feeling the tension of the wires binding the others tighten behind him. Suddenly, a lock sprang open with a snap, and a countdown timer began its descent. "Do not move, under any circumstances," Liu Yuan instructed them, glancing back. After taking several swift steps, he reached the glass jar, shattered the surface, and seized the key, promptly unlocking his own restraints. With a click, the chains released, retracting automatically. Liu Yuan then hurried to the side of the dark-skinned girl and the raven-haired girl, as they had shown him some degree of favor earlier. Thus, they were the first to be liberated. However, the bald man and the golden-haired youth exchanged incredulous glances. "Can you really unlock our chains with that key?" "Our keys are over there," they protested. "Silence," Liu Yuan snapped, furrowing his brow at the two. No sooner had he spoken than he deftly unlocked the dark-skinned girl's restraints, swiftly following by freeing the raven-haired girl. This time, the two dissenters fell completely silent, unable to fathom the depth of the scheming behind the scenes. Their locks were, in fact, identical to the key Liu Yuan possessed. As time ticked away, Liu Yuan first liberated the three women before advancing towards the bald man and the golden-haired youth. From this point forward, you will heed my commands. Otherwise, before I have the chance to toy with you, I shall eliminate you myself, Liu Yuan declared, gesturing towards their necks, his hand accelerating with newfound determination. First, unlock the bald man, then release the blonde, and finally, just as the countdown reaches its last 5 seconds, the last bound blonde is successfully rescued. Before the group has the chance to express their gratitude to Liu Yuan, the countdown expires, causing the steel wire to retract forcefully until it reaches the position of the large scissors. You have saved a character in the narrative, earning 100 reincarnation points. A distinct voice from the main deity resonated in Liu Yuan's mind. In the original storyline, the blonde girl was destined to perish. However, due to Liu Yuan's interventions, she fortuitously survived. Thank you, thank you. How are you so clever? Oh my, handsome, you are truly amazing. 3 women clad in alluring attire approached Liu Yuan, chattering animatedly. Their alluring figures leaned toward him, providing a feast for his eyes, and Liu Yuan couldn't resist stealing a glance, which left the trio blushing with shyness. Although they were foreigners and somewhat more liberated, the presence of 2 other men tempered the atmosphere. Nevertheless, through this incident, the group began to grasp that Liu Yuan's intellect was extraordinary, at the very least, superior to theirs. With him around, their chances of survival seemed promising. The infamous Jigsaw might indeed find himself outmatched by Liu Yuan. However, they overlooked a critical fact. Jigsaw had long since encountered their deity. The entire situation had been orchestrated by Hoffman, Jigsaw's disciple. The old man was not a mere murderer, but rather a self-styled punisher who ensnared those whom the law could not judge or who exploited its loopholes, crafting meticulously designed traps to offer their soul's redemption. To lose something is to gain something in return. Hoffman was an acolyte, one of the earliest followers of the old man, but as time passed, his personal desires gradually surfaced, leading him to engage in actions that did not align with the old man's principles. After the old man's demise, following his preordained plans, Hoffman crafted the game in which Liu Yuan and the others found themselves. The fact that these individuals had been captured indicated they had indeed committed transgressions, Liu Yuan being the exception. Yet, Hoffman was not a competent punisher. Most of his arrangements were destined for failure, even if they managed to navigate through the challenges successfully. Thank you. You are quite astute. I shall heed your guidance. Anyone who refuses to cooperate, humph. The bald man approached Liu Yuan, extending his hand for a handshake, while casting a glance at the previously unfriendly blonde. As a middle-aged man, the bald man possessed greater discernment than the others. He understood that aligning with Liu Yuan meant a longer lease on life. Liu Yuan nodded slightly. At this moment, the unreliable blonde was the only concern. He could only hope the man possessed some common sense. Otherwise, Liu Yuan might have to eliminate him. Although Liu Yuan had never taken a life, it did not imply he was fearful. Liu Yuan was an ordinary orphan, raised in an orphanage. Upon reaching adulthood, he became a typical office worker, an overworked courier, toiling tirelessly to transport goods, often facing the cruelty of heartless customers. His few hobbies included listening to music and watching television shows and films, particularly foreign thrillers and action blockbusters. For instance, esteemed educators such as Mr. Oshima, Mr. Ijima, and Mr. Hokuto. However, Liu Yuan, throughout his life, has often found himself dreaming of indistinct scenes wherein he plays with children slightly older than himself in a fragrant paradise filled with birdsong and blossoms. In these dreams, he envisions a family, parents, and siblings, yet the circumstances of his rebirth remain a mystery, rendering his memories hazy, to the extent that he cannot even recall the faces of his dream family. Upon awakening, he sometimes feels as though he has merely been dreaming. Yet, this seemingly ordinary individual is destined to encounter the legendary system. Indeed, on one fateful night, as Liu Yuan quietly admired the works of Mr. Hokuto, he shivered unexpectedly, and an inexplicable liquid splattered onto the power strip of his computer. The shock surged through him, an experience too unpleasant to recommend. At that moment, as Liu Yuan succumbed to unconsciousness, it felt as though his soul had detached and entered a vast, white expanse. Chapter 3. The emergence of the system and the grand scheme of kings. A luminous orb materialized before him, inquiring whether Liu Yuan wished to become the chief of the Western deities. Being a frequent traveler through the realms of dreams, Liu Yuan instinctively inclined to nod, yet hesitated upon witnessing the boundless whiteness surrounding him. What benefits lay in becoming the leader of the Western gods? Were they truly mightier than Taoist patriarch Hongjun? It is established that the Western deities possess lesser combat prowess than their Eastern counterparts. No further explanation will be provided. If I must embark on this endeavor, I shall aspire to be the greatest. To his surprise, the orb responded with a surprisingly human-like quip. Then you must be dreaming. This left Liu Yuan expressing a resigned demeanor, hands raised in exasperation. Without further ado, I have already transferred your consciousness. Your objective is to seize the resources of the West, compelling them to serve as your subordinates, and drain them dry, allowing the women to. Before the orb could finish, the surrounding white expanse transformed dramatically. When Liu Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself shirtless and clad in oversized shorts. Standing on a wide thoroughfare flanked by towering edifices, surrounded by numerous foreigners with prominent noses and striking figures. Where am I? Liu Yuan stood momentarily stunned, surveying his surroundings. Perplexed by the presence of the luminous orb while passers-by seemed oblivious to it. This is the Marvel Universe. Here, you shall showcase your prowess. Are you jesting? Merely changing the scenery to declare it Marvel? Just as Liu Yuan uttered these words, he caught sight of a colossal screen on a distant skyscraper, displaying a massive green figure violently assaulting a truck. At that moment, 3 black lines materialized across Liu Yuan's face. This dream was alarmingly vivid. A gentle breeze brushed against him, causing a chill to graze his exposed skin, leaving him feeling disoriented amidst the wind. Who on earth are you, system? Please commence your performance. In the face of such a perilous world, one would be remiss not to possess some means of self-preservation lest they meet an untimely end. There is no need to shout, simply communicate with me through your thoughts. The luminous sphere, oh no, the system revolved before Liu Yuan. Ding, super system activated. Reward, a grand gift package. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the 18 martial arts. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a personal space. Congratulations, host. You have gained the innate ability of automatic. A frigid, emotionless mechanical voice resonated within Liu Yuan's mind. Automatic? What on earth? Shouldn't a system possess formidable techniques that could annihilate everything or enhance one's physique? Why do I have nothing? Liu Yuan felt immense dissatisfaction upon hearing this cold voice. What a joke. Just help me eliminate all the Western deities, and then you can become the boss, and that would be the end of the story. Although I could facilitate your ascent to leadership, there is no thrill in such a process. Participation is paramount, young one. The primary function of this system is to provide rebates, and also to assist you in clandestinely traversing the main God space, so listen carefully. This time, the system's voice shifted back to that impressive tone, but as soon as it finished speaking, it reverted to the cold, mechanical voice. Automatic. Each day you will automatically gain combat power. Personal space will continuously expand with the host strength, currently at 50 cubic meters. System capabilities, transmigration, rebate, exchange. The system can lead the host to stealthily enter the main God space without detection, and the reincarnation points gained there can be redeemed at a 1,100-fold rebate. Death in the main God space is not true death. There are infinite substitute puppets, allowing the host to safely return to the main world. Upon completing tasks and exchanging for necessary items, the host may choose to return to the main world, undetected by the main God space. The sole purpose of this system's existence is to assist the host in plundering all usable resources from the Western world. Should you wish to exchange for any abilities, please proceed to the main God space for redemption. Furthermore, this system has a big and small king plan, which aims to clarify who the true leader is among the Western deities. If any main world supporting characters or deities recognize the host as the leader, the host will receive corresponding rewards. Why engage in constant violence? Isn't it more advantageous to utilize the waste? To dominate all that they possess is far more entertaining than merely killing them, relishing in their futile attempts to resist. Of course, those seeking death should not blame him for being ruthless. The cold voice abruptly ceased. Kid, there's one more thing. Upon completing tasks in the main God space, you can earn corresponding system points. When you grow to the level of a quasi-creator, those system points will prove invaluable. Or you may wish to exchange for divine techniques from Eastern mythology as well. The impressive system voice reemerged, and Liu Yuan began to suspect that this system might be somewhat schizophrenic, possessing 2 distinct voices. Doesn't he, the main God space, have everything? Why would one need to exchange within the system? Liu Yuan retorted with irritation. You understand nothing. While most Eastern techniques in the main God space are counterfeit, they are sufficient for your initial needs, while the authentic ones must be obtained through the system. Moreover, isn't it delightful to cultivate strength through conquest and seize the resources of your enemies to enhance your own power? Consume their sustenance, partake in their libations, and even indulge in their amusements, such as your objective, young lad. Forge ahead, for I eagerly anticipate the time of your blossoming. Following the proclamation of this audacious voice, the chilling monotone of the system resumed, input in dozens of languages, imparting the myriad of skills, commencing 109821 clandestine crossings. Thus, mere moments after Liu Yuan's arrival in the Marvel realm, the system whisked him away through time and space, returning to the initial scene. However, a considerate touch was granted, as the system randomly adorned him in casual attire, sparing him the embarrassment of appearing solely in his undergarments. Returning to the matter at hand, After Liu Yuan rescued 5 individuals, a massive iron door creaked open. The others turned their gaze toward Liu Yuan, for he had become their pillar of strength. "Let us proceed," Liu Yuan declared succinctly, leading the way forward. The 5 companions followed suit, though the somewhat obstinate blonde lingered at the rear. Upon entering a dimly lit chamber, they began to cautiously survey their surroundings. This room was even more confined than the previous one, with a multitude of jars suspended above them. Opposite loomed another iron door, adorned with a 15-minute countdown timer, while a cage contained a plethora of explosives. If they did not escape promptly, they risked perishing within these walls. The blonde, upon entering, instinctively shut the door behind him. As the door sealed, the timer on the opposite iron door commenced its countdown. "What have you done?" The middle-aged bald man fumed, seizing the blonde's collar and erupting in outrage. This reckless act had jeopardized their chances before they had even assessed the room adequately. "Get off me!" The blonde, equally incensed, began to wrestle with the bald man. Observing this commotion, Liu Yuan furrowed his brow. He stepped forward and delivered a kick to the blonde, feeling the surge of newfound strength coursing through him due to the system's enhancements. The impact was far from trivial. The blonde was sent sprawling against the wall, curling in pain on the floor. "Should you repeat this folly, you shall meet your maker," Liu Yuan mused inwardly, refraining from eliminating him only to avoid the burden of a corpse. "Welcome, both new and old friends. If you enjoy this tale, please add it to your bookshelf and encourage its continuation. I am immensely grateful." Chapter 4. I have no affinity for sharing a hole with men in such circumstances. Liu Yuan could not tolerate any unstable elements disrupting his focus. "You, shatter the glass jars upon the wall." Without waiting for the second phase of the game to prompt him, Liu Yuan, all too familiar with the narrative, commanded the blonde to act, disregarding his current state of suffering on the ground. The blonde, having felt the stinging pain in his hip from Liu Yuan's kick, harbored an ever-deepening animosity toward him. However, faced with the disdainful glances of those around him, he had no choice but to endure for the time being. The blonde endured excruciating pain as he located a stick within the room and began to shatter the glass bottles suspended above them. Soon, a multitude of glass shards littered the ground, revealing a collection of uniquely shaped keys. "Search for the corresponding keys," Liu Yuan instructed, gesturing towards a one-way passage secured by an iron cage on the wall. This room contained 5 smaller passages, all locked with iron cages. The keys within the glass bottles were the means to unlock them. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's words, the 5 individuals quickly comprehended the situation and began to sift through the shattered glass in search of keys. Each person retrieved several keys and commenced their attempts to unlock the cages. "I've opened it." "So have I." After trying a few keys, the 3 women successfully unlocked their cages and handed the remaining keys to the others. In no time, all the locks on the iron doors of the 5 passages were undone. "Let us go inside. You two take one passage together." "I have no desire to share a hole with a man." Liu Yuan pointed at the blonde and then at the bald man, indicating that the two should enter the same passage. The blonde paused slightly, momentarily perplexed by Liu Yuan's meaning. "Why must I crawl in there?" he questioned, looking at Liu Yuan with confusion. "Are you blind? Can't you see all this dynamite?" Before Liu Yuan could respond, the dark-haired girl interjected. The blonde cast a cold glance at her before shaking his head and choosing a passage to enter. Though the middle-aged bald man was also reluctant to share the same space, he acquiesced to Liu Yuan's directive, recognizing that survival was paramount at this moment. As Liu Yuan casually selected a passage to crawl into, the dark-haired and blonde girls approached him, pulling him from either side. "Let us go in the same passage." "It's so dark, I'll be scared." "Ignore her, come with me." Liu Yuan had suddenly become the center of attention, being tugged by the two, their hands brushing against his arms in an intimate manner. This ignited a surge of frustration within Liu Yuan. Despite his proclivities, he had yet to indulge in such experiences. However, surveying the surroundings, he deemed it an inappropriate time for such pursuits and resolutely declined. "The passage is safe. You can choose anyone you like." Suppressing his desires, Liu Yuan approached a passage and crawled inside. Humph, humph. The two girls, frustrated that neither had succeeded in their intentions, exchanged disdainful huffs before entering their own passages. Unbeknownst to them, the dark-haired girl had observed the entire scene of their tugging at Liu Yuan, her thoughts shrouded in silence. As the group separated into their respective passages, save for the bald man and the blonde, each found ample space within the passages to evade detection. Just as they had slipped into the passages, an explosion erupted at the first checkpoint where the dog leashes were, plunging the second chamber into darkness. A television screen reappeared in the room. If there were a person on the other side of the screen rather than merely a recording, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, "Where are the people?" The television screen displayed the same puppet, which continued to speak to itself, while Liu Yuan and the others chose to ignore it, instead opting to wait quietly in the passageway. Following the system's instructions, Liu Yuan began to examine his attributes. Host, Liu Yuan talent, automatic idling bloodline, human ability, none cultivation method, none martial arts, 18 forms of combat, referring solely to various martial techniques and the use of cold weapons. Combat power, 20. Normal humans possess 5 reincarnation points, 200 system points, 0 gazing at his pitifully sparse attributes. Liu Yuan felt a sense of helplessness, as both his ability and cultivation method were marked as none. His combat power was slightly above that of an ordinary person, indicating the necessity to master the 18 forms of combat or benefit from the automatic idling feature. Just as Liu Yuan contemplated conversing with the system, he felt a gentle nudge at his feet. He quickly looked up to see a dark-skinned girl crawling into the passage. Upon reaching the midpoint, she began to make gestures with her hands and cast flirtatious glances at Liu Yuan, her intentions unmistakable. She sought to please Liu Yuan, hoping to escape safely with him. Typically, he was open to such advances. Had it not been for the inopportune timing and the two tall figures who had just presented themselves, he would have welcomed them. However, the dark-skinned girl's actions rekindled the frustration he had just managed to suppress. Despite her being dark-skinned, her petite face was quite charming, and her figure was appealing. Clad in a professional outfit, a bold choice indeed. Then, melodious sounds echoed throughout the confined space. The dark-haired girl and the blonde girl, each in their respective passages, mistook the sound for an invitation and rushed into Liu Yuan's passage without regard for potential danger. Upon arrival, they were taken aback to find that the dark-skinned girl had beaten them to it. Unwilling to be outdone, both swiftly crawled in as well, grateful for their slender frames. Otherwise, the four of them would have been quite cramped in the narrow passage. After about 10 minutes of mental filling, a sudden, thunderous explosion startled Liu Yuan, sending a chill down his spine. Lost in the moment of enjoyment, he had completely forgotten about the impending blast. The second challenge was designed to test whether the group could unite and seek refuge in the passage to evade the explosion. Originally, 2 individuals had perished by the end of this phase, one blonde girl and a bald man. However, thanks to Liu Yuan's intervention, both were now alive. Rescue and narrative character, gain 100 reincarnation points. The voice of the main deity resonated in Liu Yuan's ear. Noticing Liu Yuan's unusual demeanor, the dark-haired girl smiled and planted a kiss on his cheek. Truly, she was bold and unreserved. Liu Yuan's heart soared with joy. Once the explosion subsided, the group crawled out of the passage. The bald man and the blonde boy regarded Liu Yuan and his companions with curious eyes as they emerged from the cramped space. The bald man was filled with admiration, while the blonde boy felt envy and resentment. Liu Yuan straightened his rumpled clothing, glanced around, and chose to ignore the 2 scrutinizing gazes. The 3 burly men appeared to be seasoned veterans, completely indifferent to the gazes of the 2. As the iron gate leading to the next challenge swung open, the bald man expressed his gratitude towards Liu Yuan, while the yellow-haired individual scoffed dismissively. The derisive sound from the yellow-haired man caused Liu Yuan to narrow his eyes, resting his chin on one hand as he contemplated something. His gaze towards the yellow-haired individual betraying a hint of murderous intent. One should not be overly arrogant. Beware of the knife that may lurk behind. Since you are so ungrateful, I regret to inform you that you shall descend to confess to your deity. Chapter 5. Denied even the chance to haunt the group traversed the dimly lit corridor, arriving at the 3rd challenge. This room was furnished with a bathtub, half filled with water. Surrounding the room were convoluted wires, creating a dizzying array, among which 2 wires were connected to a bomb. Opposite them stood the closed iron gate, secured with 6 intricate locks. The bald man and his companions felt a sense of helplessness. Their fate seemed to be at the mercy of others, instilling a deep-seated fear, as any misstep could cost them their lives. In front of the iron gate stood an old-fashioned television. Had Liu Yuan not been aware of the plot, he too might have felt a surge of panic, but at this moment, he was simply exhilarated. Close the door, Liu Yuan instructed, signaling the bald man to shut the door to the second challenge. The bald man nodded and turned to comply. As the door closed, the television flickered to life, static giving way to an eerie figure, its somber voice resonating once more. Welcome to this challenge. One of your 6 must sacrifice their body to act as a conduit. When the 6 sets of cables meet the water in the bathtub, the circuit will connect, and the locks will be disengaged, allowing the door to open. However, you must act swiftly. If you do not complete the challenge within 3 minutes, you will be eternally trapped here. As the figure finished speaking, the screen dimmed again. Simultaneously, a timer on the door to the next challenge began counting down. 2:59, 57. It was evident that one person would have to enter the bathtub, come into contact with the water, and become ensnared by the cables, thus unlocking the gate to the next level. Sacrifice someone. I don't want to die. The yellow-haired man was suddenly consumed by terror, his eyes darting around at the others. Based on their previous experience, he feared he would be the unfortunate one, as he did not fit in with the group. At that moment, he was utterly frightened. His earlier animosity towards Liu Yuan entirely vanished, replaced by a desperate yearning for the other's favor. Silence. You must embody the spirit of self-sacrifice. The death of one is lighter than a feather, yet heavier than a mountain. If you perish, you shall save us all. This is an exceedingly profitable transaction. Lu Lang smirked. his lips curling into a cold smile as he turned to face the group. The three burly men and the bald man exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Although they were somewhat puzzled by Liu Yuan's lack of strategic thinking, they speculated that perhaps Liu Yuan was intentionally orchestrating this due to the yellow-haired man's previous attitude towards him. Indeed, Liu Yuan was quite deliberate in his machinations. At this juncture, what wisdom was needed? It was abundantly clear that he intended for the yellow-haired man to meet his demise. Had he not met his demise, the 6 individuals would have had to grasp 6 cables to distribute the electrical current, with Liu Yuan still needing to endure the shock, though survival was assured. The experience would be far from pleasant. The crux of the matter lay in the final challenge, where the corpse of Huang Mao held significant utility. Whether driven by personal vendetta or selfish motives, the fate of Huang Mao had already been sealed. The glances cast towards him by the others were now laced with indifference, seemingly in tacit agreement with Liu Yuan's resolution. Please, I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough. I cannot die. Huang Mao's eyes widened in terror as he perceived the coldness in their stares, his body instinctively retreating. Yet, after only a few steps, he found himself confronted by the firmly shut iron gate. Time is of the essence. You must jump in yourself to spare me the effort, Liu Yuan remarked, glancing at the timer with a mocking gaze directed at Huang Mao. No, I don't want to die, Huang Mao pleaded, rushing to Liu Yuan's side in desperation. You are a clever man. You can certainly pass this stage just as you did the previous 2. I beg you, don't let me die, please. I am at the pinnacle of my life. I cannot die. Before Liu Yuan stood a towering young man, reduced to tears, and under different circumstances. One might have felt compassion. However, Liu Yuan was no ordinary person, a traveler of realms. Mercy was not in his nature. Enough of this. Early demise leads to rebirth. Does it not? Liu Yuan rolled his eyes and swiftly acted, delivering a precise strike to Huang Mao's neck. Instantly, Huang Mao lost consciousness, stumbling into the bathtub. His body submerged save for his head. Is he dead? The blonde girl stammered, gazing at the motionless Huang Mao in the tub. Not yet, but it's close. Hurry. Connect the cables to him. The bomb will detonate in just over a minute, Liu Yuan responded with a slight smile towards the blonde, then began issuing commands to the others. The 4 exchanged glances, wordlessly picking up the cables and plunging them into Huang Mao's body. Do not be surprised. The edges of the cables were sharp as iron nails, making insertion effortless. Upon the first cable establishing a connection within Huang Mao, a powerful current surged through him, rousing him from his stupor, and simultaneously a locking mechanism granting access to the next challenge was disengaged. Huang Mao emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently as the electric current ravaged him, inflicting unprecedented agony. His eyes opened, beseeching the others to cease their actions. The bald man exchanged glances with the others, steeling himself to proceed. They plunged the remaining cables into Huang Mao, and soon, all 6 cables were embedded within him, flooding his body with an immense electrical charge. The room flickered ominously, and the machinery housing the cables erupted with crackling sparks. The once vibrant Huang Mao, now unrecognizable, bore the marks of his torment, his hair singed to a charred black, his body cloaked in darkness, and wisps of smoke curling from his head. His vacant gaze stared blankly ahead, his lips frothing uncontrollably, as if consciousness had fled him entirely. The others silently observed Huang Mao, lost in their own thoughts. The current persisted, causing his body to convulse incessantly, leaving the question of his life or death ambiguous. Yet his eyes remained wide, fixed on the group, seemingly searching for someone. Perhaps he sought the figure of Liu Yuan, wishing to imprint it in his memory, transforming into a vengeful specter upon his return. Yet, Liu Yuan stood resolutely before the imposing gate, unperturbed by the notion of Huang Mao returning for revenge. He would ensure that even the opportunity to haunt was denied. Eliminate a character from the narrative and earn 100 reincarnation points. Save a character from the narrative and earn 100 reincarnation points. As Liu Yuan awaited the gate's opening, the voice of the main deity echoed once more. The character to be saved referred to He Mei, who faced a predetermined demise in this segment, yet had miraculously survived. With just over a minute remaining on the countdown, the 6-lock mechanism of the gate finally yielded. A smile played on Liu Yuan's lips as he turned to the bald men, instructing, drag his body out. It may yet serve a purpose. Chapter 6, Are the player's intellects so high this time? The bald man was utterly astonished by Liu Yuan's demeanor. How could the seemingly innocuous youth harbor such ruthlessness? Even in death, he sought to exploit the corpse for unknown purposes. The bald man and his companions felt an involuntary pang of reflection. Hurry up, Liu Yuan urged, noticing their momentary daze before stepping into the next chamber. The 4 bald men finally snapped back to reality, detaching the cables from Huang Mao and swiftly transporting him from the bathtub to the adjoining room in less than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Hoffman, the orchestrator of this grim game, entered a monitoring room and was taken aback by the display before him. Wang Defa, 6 individuals partook in this game, yet only 5 remain, and 1 lies unconscious. Teetering on the brink of life and death? Hoffman's expression darkened, his brow furrowed in concentration as he scrutinized the screens. He could scarcely fathom that the intellect of this cohort was so formidable. After a significant pause, Hoffman muttered to himself, "There's no time to deal with you now. Once I handle Peter, your time will come." The individuals captured by Hoffman were those who had evaded retribution through devious means, each bearing the stains of their misdeeds. Apart from Liu Yuan, the remaining 5 had indirectly caused the demise of many, albeit unintentionally. These innocent souls had perished due to their actions. This was precisely why Hoffman was determined to see them meet their end. With that, Hoffman gathered several items from the room before stepping back into the fray. Peter, a fellow detective, found himself entangled in the notorious jigsaw case that had fallen into his hands, igniting his desire to resolve it swiftly. However, during the investigation, the enigmatic jigsaw himself succumbed to illness right before Peter's eyes. To complicate matters further, a series of imitation crimes emerged, orchestrated by individuals such as Liu Yuan and his companions within a perilous game. Despite Jigsaw's demise, a copycat remained at large, consistently 1 step ahead of Peter, prompting him to suspect that the imitator might be among his colleagues, or that someone within their ranks was leaking information. Thus, Peter embarked on a quest for clues among his peers. His tenacity was commendable, and soon he uncovered a few suspicious details regarding Hoffman. Following this trail, Peter's conviction grew stronger. Hoffman appeared to be a prime suspect. A seasoned detective in his own right, Hoffman quickly sensed Peter's covert investigation, which is precisely why he sought to eliminate Peter post-haste. Yet, Hoffman managed to fabricate false evidence, implicating Peter in the imitation crimes. All while Peter remained oblivious to Hoffman's treachery as he focused on gathering incriminating evidence against him. Unfortunately, Peter's superior had been swayed by Hoffman, believing that Peter himself was the suspect. Thus, while Peter diligently sought evidence against Hoffman, both his boss and Hoffman were simultaneously hunting him down, intent on his demise. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan and his companions reached the final challenge, confronted by a conspicuous contraption, a sizable iron box several meters in length, with a transparent glass top revealing its intricate interior, encircled by iron sheeting. At its center were 6 openings, each resembling the girth of an arm, with a massive saw blade lurking just beyond. Below the blade lay a metal trough containing 2 graduated beakers, their sides marked with measurements, tethered by thin iron chains to the mechanism locking the main gate. One could not help but admire the meticulous craftsmanship of the jigsaw's devices. Their complexity was such that even those with little education might struggle to comprehend them. The bald man and 3 burly companions approached the iron box, scrutinizing it intently. A curious girl sidled up to Liu Yuan and inquired, "What are these?" It was evident that the 6 openings and the saw blades were designed to extract blood, with the requirement to fill both beakers in order for the mechanism to unlock the gate, thereby granting them escape. Liu Yuan smiled faintly at the girl, responding, "Ah, blood extraction?" The bald man and his hefty friends were taken aback, silently cursing the architect of this wicked device. Without Liu Yuan's guidance, they would surely be at a loss. With 6 of us, each donating 200 milliliters of blood should suffice. Consider it a donation, Liu Yuan remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. "Then why do you look at the already charred Huang Mao on the ground?" the bald man asked. "It's nothing. I just find him disagreeable. Besides, I have no intention of self-harm. Now, with him out of the way, you all have a convenient source of blood." Liu Yuan rolled his eyes slightly, then cast a faint smile at the others. However, to them, this smile resembled that of a devil from the depths of hell. Approaching the iron door of the previous chamber, he closed it with a decisive motion. Mere seconds later, a violent explosion erupted from the other side, sending a tremendous shockwave that forced a cloud of dust through the cracks of the door, enveloping the room in a thick haze. Simultaneously, the familiar mechanism activated once more. The vintage television beside the final iron door flickered to life, crackling with static. "Greetings, everyone, and welcome to this stage of your journey. What you should have garnered from this experience is the significance of teamwork. The strength of the collective surpasses that of any individual, just like the measuring cup before you. It is imperative that you allow the blood to flow into it." The television continued, echoing Liu Yuan's earlier sentiments, emphasizing the necessity of filling the measuring cup with blood to unlock the final escape door. This revelation earned Liu Yuan further admiration from the group. They learned that if the cup was not filled within 15 minutes, the bomb would detonate, sealing the door forever. Confronted with the specter of death, how much blood would you be willing to offer? As the somber voice faded, the television screen went dark, and a countdown timer began its relentless march towards 15 minutes. While the saw blades within the iron box whirred to life. "This is quite unacceptable," the bald man remarked, feeling a pang of conscience. After all, Huang Mao was already deceased, and now they were to exploit his lifeless form. "Ah, you seem to have a good heart. Only now do you express your discontent?" Then the four of you should thrust your hands in until the blood is sufficient to open the door. Liu Yuan sneered at the bald man disdainfully. This proclamation silenced the group once more. The sheer size of the saw blades posed a grave threat. Should they sustain even a minor injury, recovery would take a considerable time. Now that Huang Mao is gone, let his demise serve a final purpose. The bald man gritted his teeth, his expression grave as he approached Huang Mao's corpse. He glanced up at the three women nearby. If you wish to keep your limbs intact, come help me quickly. Chapter 7. Do you wish to laugh me to death and inherit my legacy? The three women, finally regaining their composure, tremulously approached Huang Mao's side. Together, they lifted him, each taking hold of a limb as they moved toward the iron box. The bald man seized Huang Mao's arms and thrust them into the openings. The rapidly spinning saw blades were exceedingly sharp, and within moments, Huang Mao's arms were severed in two. Blood gushed forth into the box, causing the three women to instinctively avert their gazes, overwhelmed by fear. Yet the bald man remained undeterred, with only Liu Yuan and the three women present. He recognized that Liu Yuan's skills and intellect were beyond his capacity to challenge, leaving him no choice but to undertake this grim task. In less than half a minute, a considerable amount of blood filled the measuring cup. However, the flow soon ceased, for once a person passes away, the body no longer produces blood. And given that Huang Mao was electrocuted, a portion of his blood had already evaporated. Witnessing this, the bald man gritted his teeth and resolutely continued to draw from other sources. At that moment, he was splattered with blood from the entrance, transforming his visage into that of a true maniac. After a minute, he found himself in a stupor, as the blood had nearly stopped flowing. And the two measuring cups were still only half full. He discarded Huang Mao's lifeless body to the side and approached Liu Yuan, his face smeared with blood. What to do with the insufficient blood? They were still short by half. In a hoarse voice, he sought Liu Yuan's counsel, for even he, a weathered middle-aged man, felt nauseous at the recent events. Simple, just follow my lead, Liu Yuan replied, casting a glance at the bald man before stepping a few dozen centimeters in front of the box's opening, which was at waist height for an adult. Without uttering a word, he began to unbuckle his belt, and soon, a pale yellow liquid streamed towards the arm-sized opening, gradually filling the measuring cup, the flow continuing for several seconds before ceasing. Is this from the intestines? Who decreed that only blood must be used? The bald man was left dumbfounded, as were the three large men beside him. Is this even a method? Why didn't Liu Yuan simply urinate directly into the opening earlier, sparing them from this task? I only have this much. The rest is up to you, Liu Yuan said as he fastened his belt and patted the stunned bald man on the shoulder. You had this idea all along. Why make us do it? The bald man could no longer contain his frustration and voiced his doubts. There are just two of us men. They can't stand in line. Do you really think you have enough? The bald man's face darkened, and he found himself unable to retort. He glanced at the three large men, who, sensing the tension, turned away respectfully. Yet, as the bald man unbuckled his belt, the unmistakable awkwardness returned to his face. Holding his belt in one hand, he quietly remarked to Liu Yuan, I'm getting older. I can't manage that height. Liu Yuan paused for a moment at his words, then stifled a laugh, thoroughly entertained. The disparity between the physiques of youth and middle age was stark. While a young man could easily reach over a meter, a middle-aged man struggled to reach even that height. Liu Yuan discreetly surveyed the room and pointed to an old television set in front of the main door. Move it over, you can stand on it. Right, the bald man said, approaching the television. As he lifted it with both hands, his belt slipped, causing his pants to fall immediately. Liu Yuan could no longer contain his laughter and erupted into hearty guffaws. Are you trying to make me die laughing so you can inherit my fortune? Couldn't you just fasten your belt before moving it? The bald man, feeling utterly embarrassed, could almost use his toes to count the number of rooms in a 3-bedroom apartment. He quickly secured his belt again and placed the television in front of the iron box. In that moment, a torrent of water cascaded into the measuring cup. Astonishingly, Liu Yuan observed that the bald man had managed to hold on for nearly 20 seconds, while he himself had only taken a few moments. Experience prevails. It appears the experts were right when they stated that stress could significantly impact the basic functions of the human body, leading to an increased urge to urinate. As the bald man continued his release, the final escape door swung open. All right, you are free, Liu Yuan remarked, glancing at the bald man still in the throes of his relief, as the three equine figures hurriedly followed him out. The bald man, caught in the midst of his act, abruptly repressed the remainder and, hastily adjusting his trousers, leaped down from the television and dashed toward the exit. Upon emerging from the iron gate, the group entered a room and navigated through a labyrinth of corridors until they finally found the door leading to the outside world. The bald man and the equine figures inhaled the fresh air greedily. Liu, we truly owe you our gratitude. We are well aware of the horrors of the Saw game. Without your intervention, we might have faced dire consequences. After taking several deep breaths, the bald man expressed his thanks to Liu Yuan, gazing at the surrounding darkness. No need for thanks. This was quite an intriguing gaming experience. I must take my leave, Liu Yuan replied, surveying the area before softly addressing the others. Then gestured farewell without looking back. Oh, by the way, if anyone named Furball inquires about your abduction, inform them it was Hoffman. With that, Liu Yuan turned and continued on his way. Even the three equine figures, who had shared a fleeting connection with Liu Yuan, felt no desire to linger. After all, they were merely transient figures in his life. Had it been the likes of Natasha or Wanda, perhaps he would have acted differently. The trio merely watched Liu Yuan's retreating silhouette, refraining from pursuing him. Their earlier actions in the secret chamber were merely survival tactics, not born of affection for Liu Yuan. As Liu Yuan's figure receded further, he reached a corner and established a connection with his internal system. System, do you have any means to help me locate Hoffman? I am unfamiliar with this area. Where am I to find him? Having escaped, it was now time to settle accounts with Hoffman. Although he was not the one responsible for the abduction, Hoffman was indeed a formidable force in this intricate web of fate. Ding. Given that this is the host's first traversal, the system can provide assistance once free of charge. Hoffman is currently located at. The system's chilling voice resonated. Emotionless as that of a robot, Liu Yuan found himself questioning the nature of the system repeatedly. At times, it exuded confidence and prowess, while at others, it was devoid of warmth, reminiscent of a dual personality. Perhaps the assertive voice represented the system's core, while the cold voice acted as its robotic counterpart, stepping in when the core was absent. Nevertheless, he resolved to dismiss such thoughts. This exhilarating existence was unprecedented. It was time to embrace the thrill. Chapter 8. The beginning of the plunder. Guided by the system, Liu Yuan hailed a vehicle, incapacitated the driver, and extricated him from the car before proceeding towards Hoffman's coordinates. This nation, sparsely populated yet vast, saw Liu Yuan traversing an area reminiscent of the suburbs, encountering no vehicles for several minutes. Gradually, he ventured into a more bustling locale, where a particular shop captured his attention. Despite the night, the ambient glow of street lamps illuminated the storefronts clearly. Liu Yuan's vehicle halted before a shop, and upon alighting, he noticed the surroundings were deserted. Unhesitatingly, he approached the glass door and delivered a series of forceful kicks. The quality of the bulletproof glass was evidently not of domestic manufacture, even with Liu Yuan's extraordinary strength. Shattering it effortlessly was improbable. As he executed the first kick, an ear-piercing alarm erupted, yet he remained unfazed. He strolled leisurely to a nearby shelf, picking up a handgun to inspect. Indeed, this was an armory. No man could resist such a lure, and Liu Yuan was no exception. The sight of the myriad firearms within the shop entranced him deeply, inciting the subsequent actions. Holding the handgun, he mentally commanded it to vanish, and it promptly disappeared from his grasp. Directing his thoughts towards his spatial domain, he spotted the handgun nestled in a corner. Come forth, he willed, and the firearm reappeared in his hand. Such a space was too valuable to leave unutilized, although these items could be exchanged in the main system. The thrill of acquisition was incomparable. Emboldened, Liu Yuan shamelessly commenced his plunder in the modestly sized shop, causing every weapon on the shelves to vanish in his wake. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had left no weapon or bullet behind, successfully storing everything within his spatial realm. With his bounty secured, Liu Yuan returned to his vehicle, pressed the accelerator, and departed swiftly. Just after his successful heist, a vehicle approached the site of their escape. A Mediterranean middle-aged man disembarked, observing several individuals idly loitering at the entrance of a house. Drawing his sidearm, he advanced towards them. Fabola, raise your hands and place them where I can see. This man was none other than Peter's superior, who had been led astray by Hoffman's deceptions, following his clues to this very spot. There, he encountered the four who had narrowly escaped. Do not shoot. Do not shoot. We are the victims. We just escaped from the Saw game. The bald man, bloodied and battered, appeared far from innocent. Indeed, we are the victims. Hoffman kidnapped us, shouted the three others, hands raised high. Hoffman? Who are you? How do you know Hoffman? We do not know who Hoffman is, but the one who aided our escape informed us that it was Hoffman who abducted us. At that moment, the woman, filled with unwavering trust in Liu Yuan, relayed all that he had instructed her to say to the Mediterranean man. Hoffman? Hoffman? At this moment, the Mediterranean sensed a hint of unease, as if everything were unfolding too smoothly. Hoffman, either intentionally or inadvertently, had directed suspicion towards Peter, convincing him of the same. Was this a case of framing? The Mediterranean turned to the dark-skinned woman, his expression grave as he inquired, Who is your savior? How did he know that those who abducted you are named Hoffman? The bald man shook his head with a bitter countenance. We do not know. He claimed his name was Liu Yuan, a person of Asian descent. Liu Yuan? An individual of Asian descent? The Mediterranean withdrew his firearm, lost in contemplation. After several seconds, he retrieved his phone and made a call. Please locate the positions of Hoffman and Peter. Yes, please hold. Peter's location cannot be found at the moment, however. Hoffman is currently at. Upon hearing this, the Mediterranean urgently continued into the phone, immediately organized personnel to head to Hoffman's current location. Have those nearby proceed at once. Understood. Also, send 2 individuals to my current location. We have 4 people here who need to provide statements. Yes. After concluding the call, the Mediterranean turned to the 4 individuals, instructing them, wait here. A team will arrive shortly to take your statements. With that, he hurried back to his vehicle, racing towards Hoffman's location. Meanwhile, Peter, who had been searching for Hoffman for quite some time, finally discovered Hoffman's whereabouts, completely unaware that this was a trap set for him. Since Peter was determined to find Hoffman, the latter decided to make himself known. Oblivious, Peter followed Hoffman to a secluded area where he observed Hoffman enter a building. After a brief moment of contemplation, Peter resolved to follow him, intent on gathering evidence of Hoffman's crimes and ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Just as Peter entered the building, a vehicle approached their location at a staggering speed of 180 miles per hour. With a screeching halt, Liu Yuan finally arrived at his destination. Noticing the vehicles parked in front of the house, he frowned slightly before sprinting towards the building. Peter and Hoffman were mere moments apart, with less than a minute separating their arrivals. Once inside, Peter, armed with his firearm, cautiously searched the premises. After scouring most of the house without sighting Hoffman, he stumbled upon a hidden door on the floor. Without hesitation, Peter opened the door, revealing an underground passage. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely descended. Pulling out a small flashlight, Peter steeled himself and continued his exploration. Just as he entered the underground passage, Liu Yuan slipped inside the house and noticed the open hidden door, silently following Peter's trail. The dimly lit passage occasionally flickered with 1 or 2 lights. Unless one looked closely, Liu Yuan's presence would remain undetected. In this interplay of light and shadow, after navigating several turns, Peter arrived before a room. The room was entirely enclosed, with a glass box the size of a coffin positioned in its center, housing a tape recorder. Peter's heart raced with anxiety as he glanced around, noting the absence of Hoffman, before reaching into the box to retrieve the recorder and pressing the play button. The voice of the jigsaw killer emanated from the device. It was evident that his schemes were meticulously crafted, each element intricately linked, allowing the game to continue even beyond death. Most of the recorded message was trivial, save for one crucial line. Entering the box before him would lead to salvation. Just as Peter focused intently on the recording, Hoffman, that sly fox, stealthily approached him from behind. Hoffman's gaze was entirely fixated on Peter, oblivious to the sinister presence lurking behind him. Chapter 9, completing the hidden task. Hoffman, armed, crept up behind Peter. Through the reflection in the glass, Peter sensed something amiss and abruptly turned, only to find Hoffman directly behind him. Damn. Peter cursed as he engaged Hoffman in a struggle. Both were of the same caliber, each possessing formidable skills. It was a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As they fought, Liu Yuan made his entrance, and in the scuffle, both men's firearms clattered to the ground. At that moment, Liu Yuan appeared behind them, wielding a Colt 1911. Ahem, he coughed, startling Hoffman. Peter and Hoffman broke apart, their attention shifting to Liu Yuan, apprehensive that he might be an ally of the other. Who are you? What are you doing here? Hoffman queried, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Who am I? Have you forgotten? Think carefully, perhaps we just crossed paths moments ago, Liu Yuan taunted, aiming his gun at Hoffman. This revelation startled Peter, causing his heart to race. Did they know each other? Was this man Hoffman's accomplice? Just as Peter felt the looming threat of doom, a twist unfolded. Hoffman, upon hearing Liu Yuan's words, began to contemplate seriously. Within half a minute, terror gripped Hoffman's expression as he pointed a trembling finger at Liu Yuan. You, how did you escape? Weren't you supposed to be playing the game? Please. That game you devised was so simplistic that even a child could navigate it with their eyes closed. You are clearly not the master, Liu Yuan retorted, activating his mocking demeanor upon realizing Hoffman recognized him. Impossible. Even if you managed to escape unscathed, you couldn't have found this place so quickly. Who are you? Who are you really? Hoffman, now feeling cornered, feared the consequences of having led them into a confessional game, only for them to emerge seeking retribution. My identity is inconsequential. A dead man has no need for a name, Liu Yuan declared, preparing to pull the trigger. However, the naive Peter raised his hands, signaling Liu Yuan to refrain from acting impulsively. Hey, brother, please don't be rash. If you pull that trigger, your life will be over. Leave him to me. I am Bolivar, and he shall receive his due punishment. Leave him to you? You mindless fool, I would like to ask you first. How do you wish to play this final level of the game, according to the recording's hint? Peter was caught off guard by Liu Yuan's question. He glanced at the glass box before him and then surveyed his surroundings. This was undoubtedly a trap set by Hoffman, designed to lure me into the box and imprison me. Had Liu Yuan not appeared, Hoffman would have surely found Peter's words amusing. Yet now Hoffman stood motionless in fear. Peter's mind raced as he sought an escape route. Liu Yuan, hearing Peter's thoughts, let out a derisive snicker. Fool. Indeed, the jigsaw game is meant for those with intellect. Someone like you will never survive. After uttering this, Liu Yuan kicked Peter, sending him flying into the glass box. As Liu Yuan pulled Peter inside, Hoffman seized the opportunity to flee, but Liu Yuan decisively shot at Hoffman's thigh multiple times. Unfortunately, his aim was off, but quantity prevailed, and one bullet struck Hoffman's thigh. Hoffman, gazing longingly at the nearby exit, fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Trying to escape? Where will you go? Liu Yuan kicked Hoffman forcefully, pushing him away from the door, then covered the glass box containing Peter and sealed its entrance. Just as the door was shut, Liu Yuan dashed towards the exit. At that moment, the door began to close slowly, and it sealed tightly, just as Liu Yuan passed through. Hoffman let out a heart-wrenching scream upon witnessing this, and as Peter remained bewildered, the room began to shift. The walls were slowly closing in, the space within the room diminishing, while the glass box containing him began descending, eventually merging into the ground. Despite his gunshot wound, Hoffman mustered the strength to rise, desperate to escape the room, but there was nowhere to flee. Hoffman, your schemes have ensnared you. Now experience the consequences of your own traps. Liu Yuan shouted from outside the door. The walls continued to close in, leaving Hoffman with diminishing space to maneuver. It was only now that Peter, the foolish one, understood the message from the recording. Entering the glass box was the only way to survive. A wave of fear washed over him. He was fortunate for Liu Yuan's intervention. Otherwise, he might have truly fallen victim to the trap. Liu Yuan stepped away from the door, and after a few moments, piercing screams echoed from within the room. Eliminate the mastermind Hoffman. Reward: 1,000 reincarnation points. 1 grade storyline reward card. Congratulations number 850930 for completing the hidden task, rescuing Peter, obtaining 500 reincarnation points, and 1 grade storyline reward card. Trial concluded. The trialist may remain here for 24 hours or recite the return to main divine space at any time. Once Hoffman's screams abruptly ceased, the main divine prompt resonated once more. Ah, I suspected he had something of value, and it turns out I was right. As Liu Yuan stepped out the door, a vehicle sped towards him and halted abruptly in front of him. The Mediterranean, Peter's immediate superior, along with several enforcers, swiftly surrounded Liu Yuan. Halt, enforcers, raise your hands. The Mediterranean, along with his cohorts, brandished firearms aimed directly at Liu Yuan. However, Liu Yuan disregarded the Mediterranean's command and calmly replied, "You arrived quite early. Who are you? A yellow-skinned individual? Are you Liu Yuan? Where are Peter and Hoffman?" The Mediterranean scrutinized the young man before him, noting his unflinching demeanor despite being encircled. Peter is inside. As for Hoffman, well, Liu Yuan scoffed, consider Hoffman's fate. The Mediterranean gleaned from Liu Yuan's words that Hoffman's situation was likely dire. Squat down with your hands on your head. Or else, the Mediterranean's warning was cut short as Liu Yuan's form began to gradually vanish from their sight. Wang Defa, where did he go? The Mediterranean, witnessing Liu Yuan's sudden disappearance, erupted in frustration, directing his ire towards his subordinates. They exchanged glances, synchronously shaking their heads, as if to say, "You saw him vanish right before your eyes. Why ask us?" Meanwhile, Liu Yuan had indeed transitioned to the main God Space. With newfound wealth, he was eager to seize opportunities, enhance his strength, and evaluate the efficiency of the system's rewards. In the Marvel Universe, lacking sufficient power could lead to unforeseen demise. Chapter 10. Main God Space. As the scenery before Liu Yuan shifted, an immense city unveiled itself. The extent of the city was beyond his comprehension. Yet it was teeming with inhabitants, humans, humanoid creatures, and beings with animal heads atop human bodies. Surrounding the city were various high-tech marvels, including aerial vehicles and luminous spheres whose purposes remained a mystery. At that moment, as Liu Yuan observed his surroundings, a friendly pat on his shoulder startled him. Turning, he found a creature with a monkey head and a human body grinning at him. Were it not for the eclectic assortment of bizarre beings around, Liu Yuan might have inquired, "Yukong, is that you?" The resemblance to the legendary Monkey King was uncanny, save for the absence of a staff. "Hey, brother. You must be new here." The monkey face being beamed at Liu Yuan, having noticed him standing there, seemingly overwhelmed. "I'm Monkey Sirei, a local expert of sorts. My profession entails assisting newcomers in navigating the main God Space. Though I've only undergone 3 trials, I've lived here for a full year, so I am well acquainted with the lay of the land. Certainly, allow me to elucidate the circumstances here." "Brother, you cannot make me toil in vain, can you?" The monkey rubbed his furry hands together, grinning slyly at Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment. "Are you serious?" "What? I am asking if your name is for real, Monkey Sirei? How could such a name belong to this monkey?" "Oh, that name? I did not always go by Monkey Sirei. My current boss deemed my original name too lengthy and cumbersome to remember, hence the new moniker. Your boss? Liu Yuan inquired with newfound curiosity. Indeed. Our guild leader is quite formidable. In time, you shall come to understand. So, will you engage in this business or not? Monkey Sire observed Liu Yuan, who was merely asking questions without nodding in agreement, and grew increasingly anxious. After all, he earned his living through conversation and could not afford to idle away with Liu Yuan. Is that your fee? Monkey Sarai's face lit up with glee at Liu Yuan's inquiry, and he promptly extended a hand. 500 reincarnation points, a fair price, I assure you. I shall accompany you for half a day, during which I will provide a detailed introduction to the main deity space, as well as the particulars of this city compared to others. 500? Are you robbing me? Liu Yuan shot him a disdainful glance, disregarding him as he prepared to leave. Hey, brother, don't go. 500 is indeed the market rate. I am not deceiving you. Let us discuss this further. Business is business, after all. Monkey Sire hurriedly followed Liu Yuan, chattering incessantly. This only deepened Liu Yuan's suspicion regarding whether Monkey Sarai's boss was indeed a native of his homeland. 500 is out of the question. You know I am a newcomer. How many reincarnation points could I possibly possess? I could consider 50. Monkey Sarai's face twitched. 50? You can ask around the streets. You will find no such price. How about this? Seeing as we have a certain rapport, let us settle on 400, no less. 100. Liu Yuan raised a single finger. 350. 150. 300. 100. Thus, Liu Yuan and the monkey began to haggle. Although he did not place much value on reincarnation points, after all, there were system rebates and he could afford to spare a few. He preferred to minimize his expenditure at the outset. Moreover, the monkey's information was crucial for Liu Yuan, as he could not navigate a new environment without comprehending the local circumstances. Hey, brother, how much lower can you go? Monkey Sire felt displeased upon seeing Liu Yuan reduce his offer from 150 to 100. I do not possess that many reincarnation points. What good would an increase do? Liu Yuan crossed his arms over his chest, teasingly regarding Monkey Sire. The monkey realized Liu Yuan was attempting to outsmart him. He had encountered a tough opponent this time. However, he was eager to earn some reincarnation points, as he had significant needs. Fine then. Let us settle at 200 points, no less. Ask anyone, and you'll find that prices below 300 are unheard of. Liu Yuan observed Monkey Sire's earnest and serious countenance, understanding that he was not lying, and nodded in agreement. This left Monkey Sire with an indescribable feeling. Originally, I intended to slay a plump sheep, but unexpectedly, the sheep managed to fleece me. Were it not for my urgent need for reincarnation points, it would not have so readily sold its labor at such a meager price. Ho-Silai withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket and commenced to elucidate the matter to Liu Yuan. This document represented a form of a low-level contract within the realm of the Lord God Space. Failure to comply would result in a penalty of tenfold compensation to the other party, and insufficient reincarnation points would lead to immediate obliteration. Liu Yuan nodded in comprehension, after which Ho-Silai produced a seal, pressed his hand upon it, and presented it to Liu Yuan. Upon Liu Yuan imprinting his hand, Ho-Silai, albeit reluctantly, began to introduce the Lord God Space. The Lord God Space is divided into 3 principal cities, each capable of accommodating over 100 million inhabitants. Beneath each principal city lies 7 subordinate cities, each of which can house tens of millions of residents. Furthermore, within each subordinate city are hundreds of smaller towns, each spanning thousands of square kilometers. The city they currently inhabit is one such small town. The designation Lord God Space does not refer to a single entity, but is comprised of multiple supreme deities. Within this realm reside various races from different universes, all of whom arrive at the brink of extinction or are exiled here for having offended certain deities. The luminous orbs Liu Yuan encountered earlier serve as portals, granting access to diverse shops, cities, and the exchange platforms of the Lord God Space. Numerous exchange platforms exist within this realm, with one typically located every mile, significantly facilitating the endeavors of the trial takers. Moreover, some individuals invest in upscale residences that feature private exchange platforms, eliminating the need to queue for transactions. The Lord God Space is home to a multitude of guilds, which can be established for a mere 1,000 reincarnation points. However, many opt to join formidable guilds instead. The competition among these guilds is fierce, with fatalities occurring almost daily, despite the prohibition of violence within the city. In the trial grounds, or reincarnation world, however, there exists no such restriction, rendering it a battleground for guilds. Following the conclusion of the second reincarnation, one must either join or establish a guild, or else they will be barred from entering the third trial. For those who remain guildless, the day of the third trial will herald their demise. Of course, this holds no sway over Liu Yuan, for he is equipped with an infinite array of substitute puppets. Thus, the regulations of the Lord God Space are but a farce in his eyes. As Liu Yuan puts it, I am here to reap the rewards. Do you expect me to abide by your rules? Chapter 11. The Golden Legend. There exists another rule within the Lord God Space. Every fortnight, one must participate in a trial. Naturally, one may opt out, but this incurs a fee. To forego a trial costs 1,000 reincarnation points, which may be spent freely. Hosili embodies this type of individual, timid and fearful of death, choosing to buy his way to safety. As the two engaged in conversation, they made their way toward the exchange platform. I now have several inquiries. First, how many members does your guild comprise, and what is their level of strength? Second, why do you prefer to buy your life with money instead of strengthening yourself? There is one final point to consider. Why must one join a guild after undergoing 2 trials? Monkey Silay gazed at Liu Yuan with a wry smile, recognizing his curiosity as a newcomer. Naturally, as someone who earns a living from providing answers, he was more than willing to oblige. In the heyday of our guild, we boasted over 100 members. Now, however, we are reduced to merely 5, including myself. Our leader is an exceptional individual, resembling you somewhat, having endured 7 trials and possessing formidable strength, as well as a commendable sense of loyalty. It is precisely this loyalty that has led to certain complications, but I digress. As for why I do not participate in trials, the answer lies in my timid nature. I fear the perilous nature of such undertakings, where survival is anything but guaranteed. Furthermore, my leader, in his quest for the guild's advancement, has entrusted me with the task of generating funds for our guild, which suits me perfectly. Lastly, the specifics elude me, but the divine mandate dictates that one must join a guild following 2 trials, and upon the commencement of the 3rd trial, inter-guild conflicts will ensue. Whispers suggest that the deity's intention is to eliminate a portion of individuals, enforcing a survival of the fittest paradigm. Moreover, each year, there are promotion tournaments between cities, wherein the top 10 guilds earn a place in one of the 3 major cities. It is said that upon reaching these grand cities, everyone's strength dramatically increases, granting them the capability to wield destructive power. As Liu Yuan listened to Monkey Silay's cautious musings, he couldn't help but internally scoff at the hyperbolic idea of apocalyptic power. At last, we have arrived at the exchange platform, which is conveniently located every mile or so. Though one must endure the wait in line, Liu Yuan observed as Monkey Silay guided him to the back of a queue. A cursory glance revealed about 5 or 6 individuals ahead, with a luminous orb, roughly the height of a person, hovering at the front, inscribed with the word exchange. The wait felt interminable as each individual meticulously contemplated their desired exchange. It took 10 minutes for just 2 people to proceed. Bored, Liu Yuan engaged in casual conversation with Monkey Silay. Is your line of work promising? Is all the funding for your guild generated by you? At this, Monkey Silay's pride swelled. Indeed, it is quite promising. Do you have any idea how many newcomers arrive in the divine realm daily? In our small city alone, thousands of fresh faces appear every day. Even if only 3 come in a day, that amounts to a substantial influx of resources. During my peak, I attended to 5 or 6 individuals in a single day, garnering 2,000 to 3,000 reincarnation points. I focus on generating funds while my leader and the others work on enhancing their strength, a symbiotic relationship. At our zenith, I even had 3 subordinates, and together, we could amass over 10,000 reincarnation points in a day. Alas, it is a pity. Monkey Silay shook his head, indicating that their guild had faced some cataclysmic setback. As their conversation continued, they finally reached the exchange platform. Ah, how I remember when my leader once attained a golden legend, Monkey Silay remarked, gazing in awe at the luminous orb. Golden legend? Oh. It's like this. Each trial is assessed with evaluations ranging from luck, average, excellent, perfect, to super perfect. In the realm of evaluations, a stroke of luck may lead one to a platform where a black radiance manifests, signifying that the next trial will present double the difficulty, often leading to dire consequences. A standard rating typically appears colorless or transparent, while an exceptional score is denoted by blue, and a flawless one by gold. We whimsically refer to the latter as the golden legend, as the probability of achieving a perfect score is so minuscule that it may not occur even once in a year. Attaining an excellent rating is commendable in itself. As for the notion of superb perfection, I have yet to witness it, and even those with more experience than I have not encountered it. Though it is rumored that a few individuals in the 3 major cities have achieved such a rating. Liu Yuan nodded and approached the glowing orb. Tester 850930 has experienced 1 entry into the basic reincarnation world. Completed the main quest, earning 1,000 reincarnation points and 1 narrative reward card. Completed a side quest, earning 400 reincarnation points. Completed a hidden task, earning 500 reincarnation points. Evaluating the current reincarnation. It's the first basic reincarnation. Don't dwell too much on it, as there are intermediate and advanced levels ahead where reincarnation points will be more abundant. Wow, brother, you're impressive. Nearly 2,000 reincarnation points on your first attempt, and you completed a hidden task? Monkey Silay remarked, his admiration evident. I only managed a little over 1,000 points during my first try, though I did receive an excellent rating, which is still quite commendable. Let me see what your score is. Monkey Lei regarded Liu Yuan with newfound respect. 2,000 points were extraordinary. As most newcomers would be fortunate to attain half of that. A sense of envy began to brew within him. However, the source of his discontent was yet to come. As soon as Monkey Lei finished speaking, a vibrant array of colors erupted around the orb, dazzlingly bright and nearly blinding him. This unusual spectacle quickly captivated the attention of the crowd. Congratulations to tester 850930 for achieving a rating of superlative perfection, with an additional reward of 100% reincarnation points. Superb perfection? Not only was Monkey Lei astonished, but even those in line behind Liu Yuan were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. What was your score again? Liu Yuan smirked, glancing at Monkey Lei. Although the superlative rating was unexpected, he could accept it. He had anticipated merely achieving the golden legend. It's nothing. Let us not dwell on the details. There are too many people here, and it's rather chaotic. Follow me, Monkey Lei urged, pulling Liu Yuan away from the throng. In a brief moment, they found themselves encircled by a crowd of around 100, filled with envy and jealousy among various gazes. Monkey Lei? How could it be him? And who was that next to him? A score of superlative perfection? As Monkey Lei led Liu Yuan away, they remained oblivious to a sharp-featured individual watching them from the crowd. Brother, listen to me. There were too many people earlier. You're in danger. If some individuals discover your existence, the consequences could be dire. Oh? Isn't killing prohibited within the divine space? Liu Yuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Indeed. While the divine realm prohibits bloodshed, the trial grounds present a stark contrast. Should one harbor intentions to kill, they would not hesitate to pursue you to a trial ground, even at a cost. Let them come. In the 4 streets of the cardinal directions, inquire who holds the power. Those who dare approach shall find no return. Chapter 12. The First Exchange, System Rebate. Upon witnessing Liu Yuan's unwavering resolve, Lei sighed in reflection. Brother, you may not be aware, but there was once an individual of golden legend who refused the overtures of a guild, resulting in his untimely demise. You should accompany me to our guild. We possess a private exchange platform where you can procure items and discreetly depart. It would be wise to adopt a low profile thereafter. Is that so? Liu Yuan regarded Lei with newfound respect, surprised by his sense of loyalty despite his avarice. It is indeed serious, Lei replied solemnly. Observing Liu Yuan intently, Liu Yuan shrugged, gesturing for him to lead the way. After traversing several streets for about 10 minutes, they arrived before a modest 3-story building. Here we are. This is our guild, the Heavenly Earth Society. What? The Heavenly Earth Society? What is the surname of your leader? Surely not Xiong? How did you know? Lei looked at Liu Yuan in astonishment. Was he not a newcomer? How could he possibly know the surname of their leader? Could it be that your leader is Xiong Ba? Is he truly as formidable as you claim? Liu Yuan internally critiqued. However, you have misheard. It is the Heavenly Earth Society, Liu Yuan clarified, pointing to the sign hanging above the entrance. Lei ushered Liu Yuan into the building, which was quite spacious, with the first and second floors totaling over 300 square meters. Upon reaching a room on the second floor, Lei knocked on the door. Boss, are you there? Come in. A deep voice resonated from within. Lei opened the door and entered, with Liu Yuan closely following. Upon seeing his leader, Liu Yuan took a deep breath, nearly struck dumb, having thought it was indeed Xiong Ba. Brother Liu Yuan, allow me to introduce you to my leader, Xiong Chang. Boss, this friend is new but has encountered some trouble. Lei explained to a man in his late 30s, approaching 40. What? Super perfect? This is not good. I wonder if they have seen him. Brother, I want to elaborate further. Monkey, take him to the exchange platform at once. Let him procure what he needs and leave swiftly. Upon hearing Lei's words, Xiong Chang understood that Liu Yuan was a person of considerable ability. Such individuals were not to be offended, and he himself had no intention of doing so. Being amiable, he recognized that even if Liu Yuan were merely of average merit, he would still extend help. However, Liu Yuan's exceptional rating indicated that many would covet him, potentially leading to trouble for their guild. In the past, Xiong Chang would have been unperturbed, but their guild's circumstances had since changed, prompting this cautious approach. After observing Xiong Chang for a moment, Liu Yuan discerned that he was a man of integrity and thus engaged in polite conversation. Thank you, President Xiong. As for trouble, I fear it not. I shall confront it head-on, Liu Yuan declared with pride. Xiong Chang, noticing Liu Yuan's youth and audacity, recognized that this young man had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. He promptly instructed Ray to escort Liu Yuan to the exchange platform. At present, he was preoccupied with his own affairs and had little time to tend to others' trivialities. Under Rai's guidance, Liu Yuan arrived at a spacious room on the 3rd floor. Within this vast chamber, there was nothing but a glaring luminous orb. Brother, think quickly about what you wish to exchange. I shall step out for a moment. Hosire remarked, his gaze towards Liu Yuan now filled with admiration and a hint of pity. As Hosire exited and closed the door, Liu Yuan commenced his communication with the exchange platform. As Liu Yuan approached the exchange platform, bold characters materialized before him. Trialist ID 850930 awarded a superlative score, receiving an additional 100 reincarnation points, currently possessing 3,800 reincarnation points, and one storyline reward card. Liu Yuan began to explore the options available within the luminous orb. To his surprise, the range of items for exchange was indeed extensive, encompassing bloodlines, cultivation techniques, skills, martial arts, supernatural abilities, and much more, dazzling his senses. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to initiate his first exchange. However, there were several inquiries he needed to clarify beforehand. System. The cold voice of the system resonated once more. I recall you previously mentioned that purchases within the main God Space would yield rebates. Is this rebate applicable to any expenditure I make without limit? Or is it restricted to the first expenditure after each reincarnation? Ding. Rebates are limited to the first expenditure after each reincarnation. Subsequent expenditures do not qualify for rebates. There are indeed some restrictions, otherwise it would be too easy to reach divinity. This way, I can traverse multiple worlds. I surmise that if every expenditure could yield a rebate, wouldn't one ascend to godhood in no time? Yet, he had his own strategies, as did he. The first rebate would depend on the amount spent. For instance, if one were to spend 100 points and receive 100-fold in return, that would merely amount to 1,000 points. If he were to exhaust his 3,000 reincarnation points all at once, even multiplied several times over, it would still surpass merely 1,000. He chuckled to himself, delighting in the prospect. With the intention now firm, Liu Yuan began to search for items that were reasonably priced and beneficial to him. However, with over 3,000 reincarnation points at his disposal, the options seemed neither abundant nor scarce. He simply could not find anything suitable. The better bloodlines and techniques were prohibitively expensive, while the lesser options failed to pique his interest. Just as he began to feel perplexed, an option appeared before him. Supernatural ability. Supernatural ability? That seems quite appealing, and the price is fairly reasonable. Fire type supernatural ability. Exchange price 5,000. Along with a storyline reward card that includes a majority of fire type abilities. Water type supernatural abilities. How can everything be a package deal? Is there no single supernatural ability available? Liu Yuan meticulously sifted through the hundreds of supernatural abilities listed. There it is, the one destined for me. Telekinesis. The first level telekinesis exchange requires 3,000 reincarnation points, along with a plot reward card, enabling control over any object within a 10-meter radius, not exceeding 50 kilograms. It may seem somewhat trivial. With a limited range and a light weight, and ascending to the next level demands such a considerable amount of reincarnation points. However, do we truly lack reincarnation points? It's you exchange. Exchange successful, deducting 3,000 reincarnation points and one plot reward card. After the glowing orb provided its notification, a faint blue energy emerged from it, seamlessly merging with Liu Yuan's body. Liu Yuan closed his eyes tightly, savoring this energy. After approximately a minute, he reopened his eyes. Is this telekinesis? How marvelous. Just as Liu Yuan was about to burst into laughter, the cold voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host consumption detected, initiating random rebate. A series of numbers rapidly spun in Liu Yuan's mind, ranging from 1 to 100. Congratulations, host, you have received a 66-fold rebate, totaling 198,000 points. Your current balance of reincarnation points is 198,800 points. Chapter 13. Return to the main world. Liu Yuan, upon hearing the 66-fold rebate, should have felt joy. However, he refrained from smiling, instead continuing to question the system. Is there no rebate for the plot reward card? Rebate, of course, applies only to reincarnation points. Liu Yuan silently extended an international gesture. Nevertheless, the rebate this time was remarkably generous, exceeding his expectations. Nearly 20,000 reincarnation points. Who else possesses such wealth? TCH, is it just a plot card? With bread in hand, who fears the absence of milk? Money can indeed conjure it. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Brother Liu, are you ready? It's bad news. Someone has come looking for you. Quick, flee. The voice of Monkey Silay rang out. Flee? Where to? Liu Yuan opened the door, casually inquiring. Follow me, the boss is holding them off in front. I'll lead you to escape through a hidden route. Monkey Silay began to leave, but Liu Yuan stopped him. Avoidance is not my character. I shall confront them. With that, Liu Yuan strode confidently downstairs. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, he discovered a dozen individuals surrounding Xiongchang. Oh, how lively. What is this? Are you planning to engage in a brawl or unleash a massacre? Liu Yuan mockingly observed the group of outsiders. Brother Liu, why have you come out? Xiang Chang looked at Liu Yuan with a serious expression, exuding a sense of disappointment, feeling that Liu Yuan was being overly reckless. President, it's him. He asked the man with a perfect score. At that moment, a scrawny individual pointed at a burly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was off-putting, while his physique was imposing. His face was rather unattractive. What should be done with someone like him? Confront him. Xiang Chang, you're not being honest, are you? Didn't you say he wasn't here? How has he come out now? Mad dog, everyone knows what you're thinking. This young brother has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the rules. Xiang Chang attempted to speak on Liu Yuan's behalf, but Liu Yuan abruptly interrupted him. Mad dog. Liu Yuan approached the middle-aged man known as Mad Dog, looking at him with neither subservience nor arrogance. I am Mad Dog, the president of this association, and I have come to invite you to join our ranks. Mad Dog's face bore a disconcerting grin that nearly caused Liu Yuan to retch from his last meal. Faced with such sycophancy, Liu Yuan was well aware of Mad Dog's intentions. Joining your esteemed association is out of the question. Is it not merely a matter of acquiring a superlative rating? I can share that with you, Liu Yuan replied. How about this, President Xiong? Please spread the word that in 2 days at your association, I will publicly unveil the secrets behind achieving a superlative rating from my last reincarnation. However, attendance will not be complimentary. A level plot reward card will suffice. The level plot reward card was the most basic type, bearing a simple inscription, and so forth. Kid. It seems you have misunderstood my meaning, Mad Dog said, his expression darkening as the earlier flattery vanished. I understand perfectly. You merely wish to assert dominance, do you not? Have you not heard the saying, one's joy is diminished when not shared with others? Liu Yuan responded with a faint smile, immediately provoking a sense of indignation in Mad Dog, who felt his authority was being undermined. Kid, you have some guts. I will grant you one final opportunity. It is not too late to join my Mad Dog Association. Otherwise, I assure you, you will not survive the third trial ground. I shall await the outcome with bated breath. Farewell, Liu Yuan declared, casually taking a seat and crossing his legs, exuding an air of indifference. Very well, young man. You and that Xiong Chang shall have your day of reckoning. You will come to regret this. Lickspittle, let us depart. With a burst of laughter, Liu Yuan exclaimed. Is this the realm of the main god, or merely a comedic space? Even the names here are absurd, and one named Lickspittle, no less. The individual referred to as Lickspittle, the one who had just reported to Mad Dog, blushed furiously as he pointed at Liu Yuan. Kid, do not be so smug. You shall not live for many days. Enjoy your remaining time. After uttering this, Lickspittle hurried after Mad Dog, internally lamenting, do I wish to be called Lickspittle? This boss is utterly foolish, forcing new members to carry such a ridiculous moniker. Once Mad Dog and his entourage had departed, Xiong Chang sat on a chair, gazing at Liu Yuan with a sigh. Brother, you should not have acted in such a manner. You have completely offended the Mad Dog Association. You are new here and unaware of their strength, not to mention that they have powerful allies. Fear not. I shall meet force with force, Liu Yuan responded. I must ask you to assist me with the matter we discussed earlier. Of course, I will not allow your association to labor in vain. Have you truly considered this? You intend to make it public? Xiang Chang looked at Liu Yuan with astonishment. Liu Yuan smiled and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Xiong Chang ceased his objections and consented to help. After a brief conversation, the contract with the Monkey Clan reached its conclusion. Deducting 200 reincarnation points from Liu Yuan's account. Presently, Liu Yuan possessed nearly 200,000 reincarnation points, yet he did not rush to exchange them for anything. After all, one must navigate through the narrative intricacies to acquire anything of value. Currently, he possesses none, but in 2 days, he shall seize an opportunity to reap some rewards. As for Liu Yuan's whereabouts, naturally, he has returned to the primary world. Just moments after his arrival in the Marvel Universe, he was whisked away by the system. This time, he intends to take a closer look. Liu Yuan reappears in the same location he departed from, albeit without his signature shorts this time. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a cycle in the main God Space, rewarding 1/10 of the return points. You now possess a total of 19,800 system points. Oh, nearly 20,000 points? Quite commendable. You should be able to exchange for some items. However, it is prudent to save more for later. Liu Yuan glanced around, noticing the television screen atop the building, where a green blockhead was wreaking havoc. System, have I not been away for a day? Why does it seem as if little time has passed in the primary world? The time in the main God Space is equivalent to that in the reincarnation world. Yet the time in the primary world diverges significantly from that of the main God Space. For every day spent in the main God Space, only an hour elapses in the primary world. The system's cold voice elucidated once more. Liu Yuan shrugged, casting a final glance at the wall screen before aimlessly wandering about. After meandering for a quarter of an hour, he chanced upon a jewelry store and strolled towards it. Welcome. A strikingly attractive woman, exuding charm, greeted Liu Yuan with enthusiasm. Though he was clad in ordinary casual attire, his handsome visage was undeniable. Do you purchase gold? Upon hearing Liu Yuan's inquiry, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. May I ask how much gold you wish to sell? Well, 2 tons. Chapter 14. Peggy Carter. The woman gasped in astonishment at Liu Yuan's declaration, questioning him again to ensure she had not misheard. I beg your pardon, sir. But could you please repeat how much gold you intend to sell? 2 tons, Liu Yuan emphasized, raising 2 fingers to accentuate the term tons. Oh my goodness. The amount you wish to part with is staggering. I cannot make such decisions. Would you permit me to fetch our manager? Certainly. Liu Yuan replied with a courteous smile and a nod. The woman promptly attended to Liu Yuan, offering him a seat in a private room before hastily seeking the manager. Moments later, a mature and alluring woman, approximately in her 30s, entered. Her presence captured Liu Yuan's attention instantly. Her figure was exquisite, akin to that of a goddess. Every curve radiating strength and allure. Standing at around 1.75 meters, her long legs were clad in a black-fitted skirt, accentuated by high heels that showcased her mesmerizing legs. She wore a white shirt, simple yet elegant, with the collar slightly open, revealing a hint of her captivating collarbone. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin, silky and smooth. Her eyes sparkled with a bright, piercing intensity, exuding an air of determination and confidence. Her lips were a luscious red, exuding an alluring charm, slightly curled at the corners, adorned with a barely perceptible smile that beckoned one to draw closer. Most notably, Liu Yuan felt an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing her, yet could not place where he had encountered her before. Lost in thought, he remained unresponsive when the woman called out to him. Ah, my apologies. It's simply that this beautiful lady bears an uncanny resemblance to someone I know, though I cannot quite recall who, Liu Yuan said, his expression tinged with regret. Oh, it's quite all right. Perhaps I possess a rather common visage. The woman chuckled softly, concealing her thoughts that, at her age, she could still captivate such a youthful gentleman. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the general manager of this jewelry company, Peggy Potts. Peggy Potts graciously extended her hand towards Liu Yuan, who, taken aback for a moment, politely shook her hand after a brief cough. Peggy Potts? I wonder if you're related to Pepper Potts. Pepper is my sister. Do you know her, sir? Peggy Potts asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Initially, she had assumed Liu Yuan's comment about familiarity was merely a common pickup line, but was astounded that he actually knew Pepper's name. Well, I suppose I do know her, but I had no idea Pepper had an older sister. Liu Yuan replied with a faint smile as he withdrew his hand. Indeed, however, Pepper and I grew up in different places, so few are aware that she has an elder sister. Peggy Potts settled onto the sofa opposite Liu Yuan, her legs elegantly crossed as she engaged him in conversation. After exchanging pleasantries, Peggy Potts steered the dialogue towards the main topic. Sir, I have heard that you are here to sell gold? Ah, yes, how could I forget? Please, just call me Liu Yuan. Sir feels overly formal, he replied, eschewing pleasantries. Very well, Liu Yuan, Peggy Potts responded with a light laugh. While Pepper was certainly attractive, Peggy surpassed her sister in allure. Not only did they share a resemblance, but Peggy's impeccable figure eclipsed Pepper's. I am here to sell 2 tons of gold, and if the price is favorable, I would be interested in establishing a long-term partnership. Oh, Mr. Liu Yuan, you possess more than just 2 tons of gold? Peggy Potts inquired, her surprise evident as she assessed Liu Yuan, who appeared to be in his 20s, barely nearing 30, and of Asian descent. Where could he possibly have acquired such a quantity of gold? Liu Yuan nodded silently. May I ask if you have the necessary documentation? No. I see. Peggy Potts pondered for a moment before continuing. That could work. If you have a stable source, we can certainly collaborate long-term and offer you a competitive price. The absence of documentation implied that the price could be negotiated downwards, a lucrative opportunity that Peggy Potts would not let slip by. However, the weight is quite substantial. I haven't brought it with me. You see. Understood. I will arrange for someone to accompany you, she replied. Soon, Peggy Potts organized 2 vehicles, one for herself and Liu Yuan, and another for several bodyguards from the jewelry company, as well as personnel to assess the purity of the gold. During the ride, Liu Yuan and Peggy Potts engaged in a wide-ranging conversation, while Liu Yuan casually indicated directions, being unfamiliar with the area and unsure of where to go. After leading them through the garden for half an hour, Liu Yuan spotted an abandoned car lot and instructed the driver to halt. He then guided them inside, and while the others were distracted, discreetly retrieved a large suitcase from the hidden space. Here it is, he said. Oh my goodness, Liu Yuan, do you have such audacity? You've carelessly stashed 2 tons of gold here. Peggy Potts unzipped the suitcase, and the dazzling sight of gleaming gold met her eyes, her gaze wide with disbelief as she stared at Liu Yuan. It's merely 2 tons. Liu Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly, prompting his companions to regard him with renewed admiration. Shortly thereafter, under the scrutiny of 2 staff members, the gold was verified, boasting a purity of 999. Peggy Boz then calculated the worth and reported to Liu Yuan that 2 tons of gold amounted to $90 million. Although Liu Yuan was somewhat perplexed, it appeared that Peggy Boz was not attempting to deceive him. Given the implications of a long-term partnership, he could easily inquire elsewhere. Should Peggy Boz mislead him, she would jeopardize a significant client. After exchanging contact information, Peggy Boz arranged for the company to transfer the substantial sum of $90 million into Liu Yuan's account. Do not inquire about the source of this newly arrived individual S-Bank card. It was provided by the system. Following his parting with Peggy Boz, Liu Yuan meandered through the city, only to discover that he was situated in the northern part of Manhattan. With wealth at his disposal, he was determined to indulge extravagantly. He swiftly purchased a 3-story villa and casually acquired a Bugatti Veyron. Altogether, his expenditures totaled less than $20 million, a true bargain. Just as Liu Yuan took his Bugatti for a spin and returned to the villa, preparing to retire for the night, an unexpected occurrence transpired. As he climbed into his soft, comfortable bed, he was suddenly met with a series of thunderous roars. This was followed by incessant explosions and a barrage of gunfire. Liu Yuan lay on his bed, propping his head up with one hand while rhythmically tapping the mattress with the other. The chaos was palpable, even sleep was elusive. Just as he finished his complaint, the explosions grew alarmingly close, accompanied by distant roars, causing the entire room to tremble as if in the throes of an earthquake. Goodness! Are they heading this way? Liu Yuan hastily donned his leisure wear and dashed outside. To his astonishment, a massive green figure fortuitously hovered above his villa. With a deafening crash, the Hulk smashed through the newly acquired abode, while mere meters away, the abomination lurked, casting a predatory gaze upon the Hulk lying amidst the debris. Damn it, Hulk, abomination. Just you wait. I shall not rest until I confront you both. Chapter 15, The Dark Invasion. After hurling a furious shout at the Hulk and abomination, Liu Yuan vanished from his spot. His freshly purchased home was thus destroyed by the 2 titans. It was his very first home, cherished for less than a few hours. Now lost. Who wouldn't be furious in his stead? After uttering a fierce remark, Liu Yuan slipped into the main god space, determined to intensify his strength and return to confront these 2 colossal foes. At the very least, I must elevate my telekinetic abilities to a higher level, enabling me to levitate the massive form of the Hulk. Despite his formidable strength, it would be futile if he cannot reach me. Upon returning to the realm of the main deity, the environment remained perpetually bathed in sunlight, a place where daylight prevails throughout the seasons. To establish residency here, one must either stay in a hotel or purchase a property. Liu Yuan acquired an opulent villa near the Heaven and Earth Society. Having lost his home in the primary world, it was only fitting that he secure a dwelling in the deity's domain. After expending 3,000 reincarnation points, Liu Yuan's abode within the divine realm was finally established. Crucially, there exists a private exchange platform here, ensuring that unnecessary troubles will be avoided. Although he harbors no fears, he prefers to cultivate his strength discreetly and without recklessness. Soon, 2 days had elapsed. The front of the Heaven and Earth Society was bustling with a throng of people. Following a recent calamity, it had been quite some time since such vibrancy graced the establishment. Under the orchestration of Xiongchang and Hosai Lei, the first floor, spanning over 100 square meters, was filled to capacity with representatives from various guilds, all of whom had profited handsomely from the acquisition of storyline reward cards. A total of over 50 individuals had gathered, each representing a different guild, implying that Liu Yuan stood to receive more than 50 storyline reward cards. This represented a significant fortune, albeit these rewards were not their primary concern. As the time drew near, Liu Yuan made his presence known and candidly shared his insights with them, including details about the hidden task of rescuing Peter. The rationale behind their need to comprehend the concealed challenges of the Jigsaw trial was undoubtedly for strategic planning in the future. Newcomers would encounter the trials at a standard difficulty, while seasoned participants, having undergone 2 or more reincarnations, would face progressively escalating challenges. Regardless, an advanced storyline reward card could unveil the hidden missions of a world, with the potential for acquiring superlative rewards, rendering it immensely advantageous for them. After several minutes of thorough explanation, the attendees expressed their gratitude to Liu Yuan, feeling they had struck a lucrative deal. They harbored no fears of receiving false information from him, as the majority of reputable guilds in the city were represented. Should Liu Yuan dare to deceive them, he would surely not survive the 3rd trial. Just as the crowd prepared to take their leave, Liu Yuan spoke once more. In a week, I shall unveil another piece of information. Though the entry fee will require a storyline reward card, it will undoubtedly be worth every penny. Furthermore, I am looking to acquire some advanced storyline reward cards, and I hope to purchase a few from you. Naturally, the higher the level, the better, and I assure you, I shall not shortchange anyone. What, Liu, you have more information to sell? The attendees exchanged incredulous glances at Liu Yuan. It is still uncertain, yet the likelihood is promising. He replied, surveying the assembly. Very well, we can certainly produce advanced storyline reward cards. They concurred, nodding in agreement. Liu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It would be far less arduous to procure high-level storyline reward cards from this group than to seek them elsewhere, which was indeed one of his strategies. After the crowd dispersed, Xiongchang handed over 55 storyline reward cards to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan, in turn, ensured that their efforts were not in vain by crediting Xiongchang's account with 3,000 reincarnation points. Initially, Xiongchang contemplated declining the offer. But given Liu Yuan's resolute demeanor and the pressing need for reincarnation points within their T&D society, he reluctantly accepted the gesture. That is the spirit. We will have opportunities for collaboration in the future, and I assure you, you will not be at a loss. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. Liu Yuan, clutching the 55 spoils, meandered for a few moments before returning to his quaint villa. Upon reaching the private exchange platform on the 3rd floor, he commenced the upgrading process for the storyline reward cards. 3 cards could be fused into 1, and 5 could form a higher grade. Thus, the 55 cards in Liu Yuan's possession were sufficient to fuse into 3 higher grade cards. Nevertheless, this was adequate for his current needs, as they were essentially free. Without hesitation, Liu Yuan utilized 5,000 reincarnation points and an additional higher grade storyline reward card to elevate his telekinetic ability to level 2. At this juncture, Liu Yuan's level 2 telekinesis allowed him to manipulate objects weighing up to 100 pounds within a radius of 100 meters. This was more than sufficient. He was nearly invincible within that range. The consumption of reincarnation points for telekinetic abilities was exceedingly high, rendering this skill somewhat of a double-edged sword in the main god space, neither particularly beneficial nor easily discarded. To ordinary reincarnators, the question arose, why exchange points for telekinesis when they could acquire something far more advantageous? Consequently, those possessing telekinetic powers were exceedingly rare, with a probability of less than 1 in a million, and even if one did exist, it was likely at level 1 or 2. The leap to level 3, requiring a staggering 50,000 reincarnation points, was deemed an imprudent expenditure for such a trivial ability. Moreover, very few individuals possessed an abundance of reincarnation points, which restricted their options. Yet, for Liu Yuan, such matters were trivial. Anything solvable with money was not a problem. Exchanging for a few more items, Liu Yuan prepared for his second reincarnation. Under normal circumstances, a reincarnation cycle would take half a month, but some could hardly endure the wait. In the main god space, there existed a type of card known as a rapid transit card. This card was quite economical, priced at 100 reincarnation points, allowing swift passage to the next reincarnation world to commence trials. Dressed in a black casual outfit, Liu Yuan found himself amidst a dense forest. Main God Space Reincarnator ID 850930. Welcome to the primary reincarnation world. Entering world, Dark Invasion 1, difficulty rating. For stars, based on the strength of the reincarnator. Main quest, save the protagonist, Sarah. Reward, 1,500 reincarnation points, 1 higher grade storyline reward card. Side quest 1. Earn 10 reincarnation points for each subterranean monster slain. Side quest 2. Earn 100 reincarnation points for each storyline character saved or eliminated. Warning, do not disclose the existence of the main god space to others, or face annihilation. Beep. Side quest modification successful. Upon completion of missions, the host will receive 1,100 times random return points and gain certain system credits. We anticipate the host's performance. Liu Yuan's true capabilities were entirely concealed by the system, including the reincarnation points he presently possessed. The main god space only recognized Liu Yuan as a newcomer, endowed with over 3,000 reincarnation points. Had they been aware of Liu Yuan's actual strength, they would likely have dispatched him directly to the realm of deities and spirits, such as the system's clandestine aptitude. He resembled a reincarnator, yet also appeared as an invisible specter. Defeating monsters granted 10 reincarnation points, while even mindless zombies awarded 1 point. Thus, it seemed reasonable for monsters to yield 10 points. Did it not? In Chapter 16, joining the Reckless Besties group, Liu Yuan surveyed his surroundings. The sky was somewhat dim, yet no immediate threats loomed. He proceeded to inspect his attributes. Host, Liu Yuan talent, automatic bloodline, human ability, telekinesis 2 technique, none martial arts, 18 forms of combat power, 300, normal human, 5, reincarnation points, 190, 598 system points, 19, 800. The automatic feature allows for a daily increase of 35 combat power. As the protagonist grows stronger, the increments become more substantial. The combat power of 300 is primarily bolstered by the second level of telekinesis, which seems quite reasonable. Does it not? It is worth noting that the third level of telekinesis seems somewhat ineffective. a mere combat power of 300? Upon returning, he should ascend to the 3rd level of telekinesis, which would likely enhance his strength considerably. Thankfully, the system could alter tasks, alleviating many restrictions that would otherwise hinder him. After reviewing his attributes and feeling the surge of his newfound strength, Liu Yuan spoke to himself. With an increase in combat power, his physical prowess had also seen significant enhancement. Now, he could effortlessly crush a brick with his bare hands. At that moment, Liu Yuan heard the roar of a vehicle, not far from his position. Following the sound, he swiftly navigated through the dense forest. After approximately half a minute, he reached a hillside and gazed downwards. There, nestled among the trees, stood a quaint cabin. Liu Yuan immediately recognized it. Several women stood before the cabin, the main supporting characters of this reincarnation. The narrative of Dark Invasion centers on the protagonist, Sarah, who embarks on an adventure with a few friends. A year prior, Sarah's husband and child had perished in a car accident. One of her friends, in an effort to uplift Sarah's spirits, had meticulously arranged this expedition. Ironically, this friend, Juno, was the mistress of Sarah's deceased husband, an indiscretion of which Sarah had been entirely unaware. Juno, unable to restrain her own desires, sought solace in adventure to swiftly forget her lover's demise. The thrill and excitement provided her with a modicum of comfort, leading her to encourage Sarah to join, hoping to help her emerge from her sorrow. "Hey, Sarah. Long time no see. Come give me a hug." Upon exiting the vehicle, Juno spotted Sarah and Beth and rushed towards them, arms wide open. Juno possessed a voluptuous figure, long flowing black hair, and fair skin. Her sincere smile evident even beneath the overcast sky. It was no wonder that Sarah's late husband had captivated Juno among Sarah's circle of friends. Juno was the only one who had truly caught his eye, representing personal opinion. Upon disembarking, Sarah was greeted with exuberance by Juno, whom she had not seen in quite some time, and they embraced warmly. "Everything will be all right," Juno consoled, gently stroking the tips of Sarah's hair. "Rebecca and Sam have been waiting for you for ages. Let us go in and meet them, shall we? I'll assist you with your luggage." "Thank you, Juno." The group of women proceeded into the house. As the daylight began to fade, Liu Yuan ambled towards the cabin nestled within the woods. Approaching the house, he could hear the murmur of conversation within. "It has truly been a long time, Sarah. How have you been?" "Not too bad. Just the usual, you know." Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door interrupted their reunion. They turned to see a handsome young man with black hair and golden skin standing at the entrance. "Hello, lovely ladies. I am here for an adventure, and I noticed this house with its lights still aglow. Might I seek refuge here for the night? As you know, darkness falls swiftly in the jungle, and it is the realm of beasts after sunset," Liu Yuan said, smiling with an air of resignation as he spread his hands. His appearance and polite demeanor quickly endeared him to Juno and Sarah. "Of course, although the rooms are few, we can manage to squeeze in," Juno replied. "No need for such trouble. I can make do with the sofa in the living room for the night," Liu Yuan responded, flashing a charming smile at Juno. Having lost her partner a year ago, Juno had not encountered a man of such caliber in a long while. The next moment, she approached Liu Yuan with a newfound interest. "I am Juno, and these are Sarah and Beth. Hello, I am Liu Yuan." Thus, Liu Yuan seamlessly integrated himself into the circle of friends. "What a coincidence, Liu. We are here for an adventure as well. Why not join forces?" After a brief exchange, Juno and the others found Liu Yuan to be quite appealing and extended an invitation. "How could I refuse such a charming invitation?" Liu Yuan replied. However, at that moment, the main character, Sarah, looked at Liu Yuan with a puzzled expression and voiced her concern. "Mr. Liu Yuan, are you truly here for an adventure? Why have you brought no equipment?" True to her role, her inquiries were astute and distinct. "Oh, I have merely a dagger," Liu Yuan said, producing a dagger measuring approximately 15 to 20 centimeters from his attire. "Since I am here for exploration, I prefer to carry minimal survival gear. I am skilled in hunting, setting traps, and climbing without assistance. Hence, I only brought this dagger." "Wow, Liu, you are quite impressive," exclaimed Sam and the other minor characters, gazing at Liu Yuan with admiration. Seeing Liu Yuan's confidence, Sarah chose to believe, albeit with a hint of skepticism. After all, a measure of doubt is prudent when venturing into the unknown. Subsequently, the group warmly welcomed Liu Yuan, each producing food to celebrate their upcoming adventure. One could only wonder about their intentions. A group embarking on an expedition seemed more preoccupied with cosmetics and snacks than survival. Who would perish if not them? Yet, it is true that in the hands of the writer, the fate of characters is often sealed. After an hour of feasting and drinking, with their supply of beer depleted, Sarah suggested they retire for the night to rest and rejuvenate for the adventure that awaited them on the morrow. After Sarah and Liu Yuan exchanged polite nods, she returned to her room. "Well, let us also retire for the night," Liu Yuan said. "Good night." "Good night," came the reply. Several women, slightly inebriated, rose to return to their own chambers, but Juno remained motionless. As she observed the others retreating, her latent ambition finally erupted. Juno stood up, took a couple of strides to Liu Yuan's side, and boldly perched herself on his lap. Her hands caressed his chiseled chest, and her sensuous lips brushed against his, creating an enticing sensation of a kiss that hovered just out of reach. Juno's breath quickened, and she planted a soft kiss on his earlobe. Having gone days without such indulgence, Liu Yuan found himself unable to resist her provocative allure. "Do you realize you were playing with fire?" he inquired. "Of course. I also have a profession as a firefighter," she replied. "Your lips are so red, they must be ablaze. Allow me to extinguish the flames." Juno, parting from his earlobe, faced him, their lips mere centimeters apart. Suddenly, she pressed her lips against his. Love at first sight, quite reasonable, wouldn't you say? Chapter 17. Wearing a hard hat? Not my custom. The following morning, Liu Yuan emerged from Juno's room, invigorated. He wondered how Salera and the others had fared through the night. Nevertheless, he had enjoyed a sound slumber, sleeping deeply until dawn. Noticing that no one else had risen yet, he decided to take the initiative. After all, he was the only gentleman present and wished to display some chivalry. Thus, he prepared a simple breakfast, warm milk, fried eggs, and toasted bread. Just as he finished, several women emerged from their respective rooms, seemingly drawn by the aroma. "Liu, you have quite the physique," teased Beth, who had dark circles under her eyes. As she approached him, "Of course," Liu Yuan replied with a slight smile. Salera, sporting similar panda eyes, regarded him silently before taking her portion of food and beginning to eat. After everyone had eaten, Juno finally made her appearance. She slumped at the dining table and began to devour her meal with gusto. "Juno, slow down. No one is competing with you." Rebecca chuckled at her voraciousness. Once they were all sufficiently nourished, Juno regained her energy and, after changing into her hiking attire, the group prepared for their adventurous expedition. "Liu, could you take a picture for us, as a memento?" Just as they were about to set off, Juno handed Liu Yuan a camera. "Sure," he responded. Salera, Juno, Beth, Rebecca, Sam, and Holly struck a pose in front of the house. Liu Yuan smiled slightly, found the right angle, and pressed the shutter. If all went according to plan, this would be their last photograph together. However, with Liu Yuan's presence, it seemed that fate had already intervened. In one vehicle were Salera, Juno, Liu Yuan, and Beth, while Holly, Rebecca, and Sam occupied another. The two off-road vehicles sped swiftly towards their destination, the Bolhan Caves. Sahara seemed to be reveling in the moment, her speed exhilarating, causing Beth to cry out repeatedly for her to slow down. However, Sahara was in high spirits and paid little heed to Beth's pleas. Juno, seated in the back, wrapped her arms around Liu Yuan's and encouraged Beth to let Sahara enjoy herself a little longer. Faced with the situation, Beth could only helplessly consult the map for their location. "Juno, are you certain this is the right road?" she inquired. "Of course, I can't possibly be mistaken," Juno replied confidently. Hearing this, Liu Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly, realizing that Juno, as usual, was leading them into potential trouble. Originally, their plan was to visit the Bolhan Cave Group, a site that, despite its adventurous potential, had succumbed to commercial development and had become a tourist attraction. Juno believed that true adventure required a spirit of exploration. What was the point of visiting a place that had already been tamed? If they were to indulge in adventure, it ought to be thrilling, and so she had stealthily led them into the unknown. After approximately an hour's journey, the two vehicles finally came to a halt. Once everyone donned their gear, they began to appreciate the surrounding scenery as they ventured forth into the unknown. The landscape was indeed stunning, with fresh air and undulating mountains, the azure sky and white clouds reflecting upon the lush grasslands and meandering streams. Beside the clear brook, the water flowed gently, its surface shimmering like a mirror. The dense forest towered with tall, thick trees, their branches intertwined, forming a verdant canopy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows akin to natural masterpieces. Strangely, despite the breathtaking scenery, not a single bird could be heard, nor any sound of wildlife stirring nearby. The silence was eerily profound. Even more absurdly, none of the 6 women noticed anything amiss as they laughed and chatted while moving forward. As they progressed deeper, Liu Yuan began to detect a change in the air. Initially crisp and invigorating, it now bore a hint of foulness. Although subtle, he sensed it, his heightened abilities making him aware of such nuances. After walking for a few more minutes, Juno stumbled upon the lifeless body of a large deer beside the brook. The deer had been dead for some time, its blood long drained, and maggots were visibly swarming on its head. A clear wound was evident on its neck. Who do you think did this? A bear? Juno and the others dismissed the carcass with casual curiosity before continuing forward under Juno's lead. Following the brook for another 10 to 20 minutes, they finally reached their destination. Juno stepped onto a withered tree trunk, about 2 persons wide, which spanned a massive opening. Liu Yuan looked down into the abyss, estimating its depth to be several dozen meters. The source of the foul odor he had detected earlier likely emanated from this very place. "We're here. This is it," Juno exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed into the unknown space below. "It smells a bit foul down there," remarked Rebecca, her nose wrinkling as she peered into the dark void. "Perhaps it is the scent of decaying corpses of nearby creatures that lingers in the air. Enough of that. Let us hasten our preparations. An adventure awaits us," Juno declared as she leapt down from the log, retrieving ropes, hammers, and other such tools from her backpack, and began hammering and nails on the ground. Once adequately equipped, Juno noticed that Liu Yuan was not wearing a hard hat. Thoughtfully, she produced a spare helmet from her pack, which was equipped with a small light. "Put this on. Otherwise, the darkness below may render the path invisible." Though Liu Yuan was not accustomed to wearing such gear, he accepted the helmet without protest, knowing they would soon be tunneling. Once everyone was ready, Juno was the first to descend via the rope. Following suit, the others slid down, with Liu Yuan bringing up the rear. He found a stout piece of wood and tied a knot in the rope before, with unwavering resolve, leaping down with one hand gripping the rope. As the 6 women touched down, Liu Yuan plummeted swiftly. The descent from dozens of meters took mere seconds, and when his feet struck the ground, a cloud of dust erupted. "Liu, that's far too perilous," Juno exclaimed, concerned by his reckless behavior. "No worries, just basic maneuvers," Liu Yuan chuckled, dismissing her worry with a wave. "I'm merely toying around. I have no time for anything more serious." Seeing his nonchalance, Juno chose not to press further. Instead, she switched on the helmet's light, beginning to survey their surroundings. The cavern was spacious, enveloped by towering stone walls. The surfaces were draped in moss, evoking an ancient and mysterious aura, as if the stones had borne witness to history itself. A damp, putrid odor pervaded the cave, while the ground was strewn with rubble and weeds, imparting a sense of desolation. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that some areas of the stone walls bore signs of human intervention, prompting Juno and her companions to ponder whether this cave had once been discovered by others. Within the cave, there were narrow passages concealed between the stone walls, too tight for more than one person to traverse sideways. A sense of mystery hung in the air, compelling them to delve deeper into its secrets. Strangely enough, the exhilarating tension invigorated Liu Yuan the moment he arrived. Chapter 18. 2 big goofballs. Goodness, how astonishing. Why does it feel somewhat perilous? A woman exclaimed. "Oh, what danger could possibly lurk here?" The group of women chattered animatedly as Shara observed her surroundings in silence. Liu Yuan's gaze lingered on her, not out of any ulterior motive, but rather to voice his thoughts as he noted Shara standing before a wall, spotting a blood-red claw mark without mentioning it to the team. Had she brought it up, the more timid members, like Sam, might have hesitated to explore further. Shara and Juno, true to their friendship, were indeed a pair of delightful goofballs. A hidden cave, shrouded in secrecy, beckoned exploration. While one of them remained oblivious to the imminent danger, their friend, unfortunately, stumbled upon misfortune. As Sarah continued her solitary quest, a dark and narrow entrance suddenly erupted with a flurry of bats. Startled, she cried out in alarm, prompting the others to turn and behold the swarm emerging from the cave, with Sarah precariously positioned at the mouth of the entrance. "Serves you right for not warning anyone," they thought. It's all right. They've flown away," Juno reassured her, though it was unclear whether her concern was genuine or tinged with remorse. She quickly approached Sarah, offering comfort. Gradually, Sarah regained her composure and opened her eyes to see the multitude of bats soaring toward the cavern's opening. Meanwhile, Holly busily recorded the surroundings with a small camera, even lifting it to count the bats as they exited the cave. This minor interruption did little to dampen the adventurous spirit of the group. They ventured deeper into the cave through a narrow crevice. It must be said that the cave's entrance was exceedingly constricted. Had Liu Yuan been any broader, he would have been unable to squeeze through. Upon reaching a point where the passage ceased, they discovered numerous tight openings, compelling them to navigate through these narrow spaces. Liu Yuan lost count of how many tunnels they traversed before finally arriving at a more spacious area. Juno and the others swiftly produced glow sticks, snapping them to illuminate the dark recesses of the cave. The cavern was silent, with only the sound of dripping water and the labored breaths of the women echoing in the stillness. The temperature within was frigid, yet their curiosity remained undeterred. The 6 women began to disperse, eager to uncover the mysteries of this subterranean realm, while Liu Yuan took on the role of a vigilant guardian, acutely aware of the lurking dangers. A sudden shriek pierced the air. Liu Yuan turned to see Juno and Sarah engaged in conversation, evidently startled by Juno's earlier antics. "Enough of this. There are too many uncertainties here," he admonished, approaching the pair. "You're too tense, Liu. What danger could possibly exist here?" Juno replied, her smile unfazed by his concerns. The group settled in a clearing to rest, with Juno opening her backpack to share some provisions. After replenishing their energy, Sarah took the lead in exploring the cave, skillfully climbing to a higher ledge where she unexpectedly discovered an opening. "There is something here," she exclaimed, Observing this, Liu Yuan swiftly ascended, confirming the existence of a man-sized cave. However, the sight of these tight passages filled him with trepidation. Having nearly developed a psychological aversion after navigating several tunnels, the suffocating sensation was indescribable. Juno, why does this place differ from the descriptions in my book? The naive Sarah pondered, still convinced they were in the Blahorn cave system. The text in the book is overly concise and should not be taken at face value. Juno's expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment as she forced herself to explain. All right, let's move on. Liu Yuan sensed that Juno was fabricating excuses and, unwilling to waste precious time, led the way into the narrow passage despite his reluctance. Inside the cramped tunnel, Liu Yuan crawled forward, using both hands and feet to propel himself. The temperature was frigid and the dampness was palpable. A few women followed closely behind him, and after several minutes of crawling, Liu Yuan discerned the sound of flowing water ahead. It was astonishing that such a narrow tunnel concealed a stream. After crawling a few meters, Liu Yuan encountered an impasse. Below him lay a small pool of water. There's no path ahead. Follow me into the pool and be cautious, he instructed before descending into the water. The pool was relatively spacious, allowing Liu Yuan to stand without bending, with the water reaching his waist. Upon entering the pool, he discovered another passageway. As the women gradually arrived at the pool, Liu Yuan ventured forward. After considerable effort, they finally emerged from the tunnel. Liu Yuan retrieved the glow sticks Juno had previously given him and tossed several around, as the putrid odor intensified, indicating they were nearing the lair of subterranean creatures. One by one, the 6 women crawled out, but the last to emerge, Sarah, found herself in peril. She had become stuck in the narrow passage, her backpack seemingly too large, rendering her immobile. Sarah, hold on. I'm coming to help you, Juno called out after hearing Sarah's cries for help, promptly crawling back. In such a tense environment, anxiety can easily breed frustration, and even the protagonist, Sarah, was not immune to it. Fear consumed her, worried that she might be trapped forever. Sarah, take a deep breath. Don't panic. The more frightened you are, the tighter you will get stuck. Carefully try to remove your backpack. I can't do it. Sarah's despondent voice echoed in the tunnel. Don't rush. Take your time. I will stay here with you. With Juno's support, Sarah gradually began to relax, eventually managing to wriggle her body and slip off the backpack. However, just as she did, loose rocks above her began to shift, and debris trickled down onto her face. Forget about the backpack, Sarah. Climb over here quickly, Juno shouted urgently, her expression grave. The rocks continued to slide, and Sarah disregarded her belongings, using her hands and feet to scramble toward the passage ahead. Fortunately, it was a close call. As Sarah exited the tunnel, the rocks sealed off her previous position. A cloud of dust billowed at the tunnel's entrance, choking the group. It's over. We're trapped now. How will we get out? One exclaimed. Don't panic. The guidebook mentioned 3 exits from here. We can find a way out, right, Juno? Juno's face reflected uncertainty, and she was at a loss for words. Juno, say something. This is not the Balian Rock Cave Group, and I am uncertain whether we can find our way out. Chapter 19. I came to earn points, not to rob graves. A remark from Juno ignited the ire of those present. Wang Defa? Juno, why did you do that? Several individuals immediately confronted her. I find caves that have been previously explored lack challenge, so I sought out this unknown cavern. Realizing her fault, Juno ultimately confessed to the group. Amidst the bickering, Sarah began to survey the surroundings with her flashlight. Enough of the noise? Feel that? There's a draft. Where there's wind, there's bound to be an exit. Follow me. Liu Yuan, irritated by the incessant chatter of the women, felt a twinge of discomfort in his ears. The women exchanged glances, knowing they had no other choice but to follow Liu Yuan. Now aware that they were in an unfamiliar cave, an involuntary fear crept over them. With a man leading the way, they felt a semblance of safety. Under Liu Yuan's guidance, they indeed discovered another entrance, but their joy was short-lived. The end of the cave they found themselves and opened into an unfathomable abyss. Fortunately, about 10 meters across from their current position, there lay another entrance, separated by a 10-meter chasm. What should we do now? Is it really necessary to climb over? No problem. Such trivialities are beneath us. If we affix a few pulleys to the wall and use a rope, we can traverse it with ease. I have 3 pulleys, but we will need at least 3 more. Who among you has any? Rebecca quickly devised a plan, glancing back at the group. Liu Yuan discreetly handed her 3 pulleys he had previously pocketed. All right, wait here. I shall go first. With that, Rebecca cautiously began her ascent toward the cave's exit. Clinging to a rock face outside the cave, Sarah retrieved a pulley and began to affix it to the upper wall. This tool proved invaluable, as it could be secured within the crevices of the rock, allowing the rope to be threaded through it. Carefully, Sarah proceeded to install the pulley. This task, though seemingly simple, demanded considerable physical exertion. Thankfully, Sarah and her companions, being seasoned adventurers, possessed greater stamina than the average person. After approximately 2 minutes, Rebecca successfully reached the entrance on the opposite side. Come on, one at a time. It's safer this way, she called out, breathless. Liu Yuan was the first to glide across, being a man and offering support to Rebecca, followed by Sarah and the others. Once Juno and the others had successfully crossed, she speculated that there might be more entrances beyond this one, and that the pulleys could still prove useful. Thus, she observed how Rebecca had secured the pulleys and how she could eventually remove them. However, an unexpected mishap occurred. One of the pulleys failed to support her weight, causing her to plummet, rope and all. Fortunately, Liu Yuan managed to grasp the rope just in time, preventing Juno from plummeting into the abyss. "Juno, hurry and climb up," Sarah shouted, feeling a surge of safety as she witnessed Liu Yuan stepping up at such a critical moment. Liu Yuan continuously tugged at the rope, his strength now several times that of an adult man, effortlessly controlling the weight of Juno, who was merely a 100-plus-pound woman. In truth, at the moment Juno fell, Liu Yuan had attempted to levitate her with his telekinesis. However, it was evident that her weight exceeded 100 pounds. "Thank goodness, what a fright that was," Holly exclaimed, embracing Juno tightly after she ascended safely. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Juno reassured, pulling something from the wall. "Look, this is a rock piton. It's evident that someone has been here before. I only noticed this item and accidentally fell." Sarah glanced at the rock piton in Juno's hand, pondering its implications. "Oh, come on. If someone had been here before us, it would surely be documented in an exploration manual. But it isn't, is it? However, this piton is at least a century old. If all right, if someone has indeed come here, it implies there are other exits, doesn't it? Let's hurry." "I have no desire to linger here," Beth said anxiously, eyeing the others. Sarah's backpack contained ample supplies, but it was currently buried beneath the rubble. If they did not swiftly find a way out, they would be trapped here indefinitely. Under Beth's urging, they quickly resumed their journey. As they traversed the passage, they arrived at a more spacious cavern. Utilizing their flashlights and the illumination from their hard hats, they observed the environment within the cave. To their astonishment, ancient murals and carvings adorned the stone walls, seemingly depicting sacrificial rituals and enigmatic symbols. The engravings revealed archaic text and images, potentially chronicling the cultural and historical significance of this cave. "Look, there's a painting here. It might suggest that this cave has 2 exits, Beth exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. As she pointed out, a mountain-like figure was illustrated, beneath which were 2 smaller cave openings. "You're quite clever," Sarah remarked with a rare smile. "Hurry, I see daylight." "There is an exit here," Holly shouted, then swiftly dashed toward a particular area. "Holly, be careful. That is not daylight." Juno immediately pursued her, but alas, she was a step too late. Holly fell directly into a narrow passage. It was indeed not sunlight but rather the phosphorescence of the rocks, which could easily deceive the eyes. Fortunately, Holly was not in mortal danger. However, she had sustained a broken bone in her leg, the fractured bone piercing through her skin and exposing itself to the air. Thankfully, another member of the group, Sam, a medical school graduate, was capable of performing basic first aid. She carefully pushed Holly's broken bone back into place, causing a torrent of blood to surge forth, quickly staining Holly's leg a deep crimson. Fortunately, a towel had been placed in Holly's mouth beforehand. Otherwise, the intense pain might have compelled her to bite her tongue in despair. At that moment, however, Liu Yuan's extraordinary hearing detected a faint sound, a subtle footstep. A smile crept onto Liu Yuan's lips as he mused, "At last, have they appeared? It has been quite the arduous search. I cannot rest until I have dealt with all of you. After all, I did not come here merely to scavenge." Just as Liu Yuan drew a dagger from his waist, Shala and Juno returned from the other side of the passage, their voices raised in excitement. "Someone has definitely been here, perhaps even a century ago, and I think I caught a glimpse of a figure," Shala exclaimed. "You must be mistaken, Shala. After all these years, if anyone had been here, they would have perished," Juno replied skeptically. "What? You saw a person?" Beth echoed, equally astonished. "Yes, indeed. It must have been a man," Shala insisted. "Listen, if there truly is someone here, they might assist us in escaping." At that moment, Shala was still lost in her daydream of freedom. Liu Yuan interjected, "Calm down, we mustn't act rashly. Our first priority should be to carry Holly out of this dreadful environment. Rest assured, I will locate that individual you spoke of." There was, however, an unspoken thought lingering in Liu Yuan's mind, and then eliminate these so-called natives. Chapter 20. The emergence of the underground monster. Liu Yuan's suggestion quickly garnered the agreement of the 6 others. Thus, with Liu Yuan taking the lead, he supported Holly as they slowly moved forward. They traversed a long passage and ultimately arrived in a vast chamber, while the rock walls still surrounded them. The spaciousness instilled a sense of hope, alleviating the earlier oppressive atmosphere. Yet unbeknownst to the 6 women, this would mark the beginning of their terror. In the pitch blackness, even with the aid of flashlights, visibility barely reached 10 meters, and their glow sticks had already expired. They settled down in a random spot to rest, and Holly, her face pale and weak, activated the infrared feature of her camera. Upon glimpsing the surroundings, her voice trembled with fear. Skeletons, all skeletons, at least several hundred of them. What? This is certainly not a good place. Liu Yuan chuckled internally, thinking, welcome to the monster's dining hall. Could it be anything but a dreadful locale? Is there even a way out? We must leave at once. I don't know. Just as the women were engaged in their animated discussion, they remained oblivious to a presence that had silently approached from behind them. Meanwhile, Holly, wielding the camera, was scanning the area with the infrared when she unexpectedly spotted a humanoid figure behind one of her companions. A piercing scream escaped her lips. Liu Yuan swiftly turned around, only to behold a grotesque being, bald, with elongated ears, peculiar eyes, and long nails, standing silently behind Beth, devoid of clothing and expression. Holly's piercing scream startled the subterranean creature, causing it to scurry away on all fours like a wild animal. This sudden movement alerted the other 5 women to the presence of something unsettling, prompting them to shriek in panic. With a smirk, Liu Yuan crouched slightly while gripping his dagger. In a swift motion, he severed the creature's throat, a flash of cold light marking the act. The creature clutched its neck, writhing on the ground for mere seconds before succumbing to the cycle of death. It was only then that the 5 women noticed the humanoid form lying on the ground. It bore a resemblance to a human, yet was indeed far from it. What is that? Rebecca gasped, swallowing hard. No, it's just something that looks somewhat human. Sam bravely ventured to inspect the corpse of the subterranean creature. I told you I saw a person earlier, but you all refused to believe me. At this moment, Sarah was also frightened by the creature, her voice rising in panic. Liu Yuan, having procured a torch from somewhere, ignited it with a lighter and said, Ladies, keep your voices down. Look over there. The 6 women followed the direction of Liu Yuan's outstretched arm and beheld another creature identical to the one on the ground. Its back turned to them as it crawled along the ceiling of the cave. How is that possible? How can they walk on the ceiling? Some began to question their very existence, their minds grappling with the absurdity of it all. Isn't the focus here that they are not human? Their ability to traverse the walls should not be so shocking, Liu Yuan scoffed, then called out to the creature above, eager to test a theory he had seen on a show suggesting that shouting could scare off wild beasts. However, his attempt only served to enrage the creature, which swiftly descended towards him. Well, it seems that approach is ineffective. One must discern the nature of the beast, Liu Yuan thought to himself. With a fluid motion, he plunged his dagger into the creature's abdomen as it lunged at him. The force of its assault allowed him to carve a deep gash, spilling blood and entrails across the ground. The gruesome sight triggered a wave of nausea among the 6 women, each succumbing to the urge to vomit. Unable to escape the horrific imagery, the creature fell, its legs twitching momentarily before joining its fallen companion. The pervasive stench of blood only exacerbated their distress, leaving them on the verge of expelling their previous meals, their already weakened bodies now further drained. Is it really that extreme? Liu Yuan observed their reactions with a resigned shrug. Why do you appear so unaffected? Sarah wiped her mouth, fighting back her revulsion as she gazed at Liu Yuan, who remained unfazed. They are monsters. We should treat them like animals and dispatch them accordingly. Have you ever encountered a human who vomits while slaughtering a pig? Liu Yuan casually retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, peeled back the plastic, and extracted one to place between his lips, igniting it slowly with a torch. He indulged in smoking, albeit not with a fierce addiction. This pack was purchased in the primary world and remained unopened. While this may be true, they closely resemble humans. And Rebecca and her companions were currently overwhelmed with compassion. Liu Yuan scoffed at their words. Can you guess whose bones litter this place? His remark halted even Beth and Holly, who were still retching. Liu Yuan, are you suggesting they intend to consume us? We are not mere animals. Sam, trembling with fear, gazed at Liu Yuan with a pale face filled with confusion. Perhaps, in their eyes, we are no different from animals. The strong prey upon the weak. Just as we consume pork and beef, I advise you to stifle that flicker of compassion here. Otherwise, it may very well be our demise. Having spoken, Liu Yuan continued to smoke, relishing the sensation of the smoke filling his throat. Liu, do you mean to imply that there are more than just these 2 monsters? Sarah regarded Liu Yuan with a grave expression. Indeed, this place has existed for many years. Do you think it has remained unvisited? Perhaps the rock spikes we encountered earlier are remnants of those who came here a century ago. But why couldn't they leave? Is it solely due to these 2 beasts? Liu Yuan's aim in sharing such seemingly trivial musings was to restore their strength. After all, a slaughterous feast awaited them. Though he could disregard their fates, he wished to conduct an experiment, and he did not perceive these women as mere burdens. Juno and Sarah possessed formidable combat prowess. Goodness. Liu Yuan, do you imply that these creatures can reproduce? Chapter 21. You know, I carry more than one gun. In response to Beth's inquiry, Liu Yuan remained silent and approached the corpses of the 2 monsters. Perhaps these creatures were a couple. His jest rendered the 6 women once again speechless. If they regard us as sustenance and are capable of reproduction, then yes, indeed, we have become their meal, and we undoubtedly face numerous monsters, at least hundreds. Liu Yuan took another drag from his cigarette before elegantly flicking the remaining butt away. Silence, once more, enveloped them. The women found themselves ensnared in quietude, lost in their thoughts or perhaps trembling with fear. Liu, why are you not anxious? I sense an air of ease about you. Are you not afraid of death? Juno, observing Liu Yuan's untroubled demeanor, could not help but express her thoughts. Anxious? What is there to be anxious about? Have you ever seen a creature at the pinnacle of the food chain fear the ants beneath its feet? Just a small cave. We shall break free. As long as you remain by my side, you should be safe. Liu Yuan drew a dagger, its blade still stained with the blood of the subterranean monster, glinting ominously in the torchlight, rendering his presence terrifying to them. Juno, this dagger is for you. Please pass your ice axe to Sarah, Beth, Rebecca, and Sam. The three of you will take turns carrying Holly on your backs. We are prepared to fight our way out. Liu Yuan began issuing commands, and the 6 women, now utterly bewildered, found themselves compelled to follow his decisive leadership and personal charisma. At this moment, Liu Yuan had become their anchor of hope. After handing the dagger to Juno, he produced a handgun from his coat, a sleek Glock 17, boasting a magazine capacity of 17 rounds and equipped with a silencer. Liu Yuan, you carry a firearm as well? Juno inquired, her curiosity piqued, as she had not noticed the additional weapon the previous night. Of course, in the spirit of adventure, one must be prepared for anything. You know I don't just carry one gun. Liu Yuan winked at Juno. Even the seasoned Juno felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks upon hearing his words, though the dim light of the cave concealed her reaction from the others. All right. Stick close to me. I will lead the way. Juno, Sarah, you bring up the rear, and the 3 of you will alternate carrying Holly in between us. Under Liu Yuan's guidance, the group cautiously advanced toward an unknown passage, rescue 2 plot characters and gain 200 reincarnation points. As Liu Yuan scouted ahead, the voice of the main deity echoed once more. Initially, when the subterranean creatures appeared, Holly had perished, and as the others scattered in panic, Juno, wielding her ice axe, found herself pursued by a monster. However, she managed to slay one creature with her axe. Yet, in her heightened state of tension, the reckless Beth silently approached from behind. Instinctively, upon recognizing who it was, Juno swung her ice axe. When the axe pierced Beth's throat, Juno could only stare in disbelief. Thus, thanks to Liu Yuan's intervention, these 2 unfortunate souls survived, granting Liu Yuan 200 reincarnation points, though he regarded them with a hint of disdain. With his keen hearing, Liu Yuan soon detected the presence of multiple subterranean monsters ahead. He turned back and whispered to the others, "Do not scream. It is best to remain silent unless absolutely necessary. Sarah and Juno, strike down any monsters you see without hesitation. If you do not kill them, they will kill you." The gravity of his words resonated with Juno and Sarah, who nodded solemnly, understanding the seriousness of their predicament. Suddenly, several creatures seemed to have caught wind of Liu Yuan's voice and began scuttling toward them. Liu Yuan, remaining calm, held his gun with one hand. Should any dare to show themselves, their fate would be sealed. Yet, the fearless monsters surged forth, and as the first creature emerged, Liu Yuan aimed precisely at its head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the creature's head exploded, showering the ground with brain matter and blood. Almost immediately, more monsters charged toward Liu Yuan, leaving him little time to ponder. He swiftly redirected his aim at the next creature. Liu Yuan raised his hand and fired several shots, each bullet striking the foreheads of the creatures with precision. Bang! 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 The monsters fell to the ground, lifeless. Juno and her companions stood in astonishment, having never witnessed such remarkable marksmanship. It was akin to that of a sharpshooter. Why would such a prodigious individual accompany them on this adventure? As for Liu Yuan's extraordinary shooting skills, they were easily explained, acquired from the main God Space for a mere 1,000 reincarnation points, a trivial cost. Turning to them, Liu Yuan admonished, "Do not dawdle. Remain vigilant behind you." This snapped Juno and her companion back to reality, where they noticed 2 monsters swiftly approaching from behind. Juno hastily grasped her dagger and charged at the creature, while Shala followed closely, wielding a climbing axe. However, their initial attempt at coordinating their assault was lacking in synergy. As the 2 monsters appeared, they focused solely on the same target, one thrusting a dagger into the creature's chest while the other swung the axe towards its head. Yet, another monster was already closing in on them. Seeing this, Liu Yuan had no choice but to fire. Bang! Just as they dispatched one monster, the other fell lifelessly to the ground. Juno and her companion exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with joy and a sense of accomplishment. "How can you still smile? Do you have any idea what your fate would have been had I not intervened?" Liu Yuan chided. They needed to adapt quickly. Yet, he could not criticize them too harshly. Their bravery in confronting the monsters head-on and achieving a kill was commendable. The remaining adjustments would come in time. Meanwhile, Rebecca and her companions were captivated by Liu Yuan's charisma and formidable shooting prowess. They felt reassured that with Liu Yuan by their side, escape from peril was assured, provided Of course, that ammunition was not a constraint. But for someone like Liu Yuan, ammunition was plentiful. At the very least, he could eradicate these monsters entirely. With his handgun firmly in hand, Liu Yuan cautiously led the group, his heartbeat quickening and breath becoming labored, not from fear, but from the exhilarating thrill of the moment. With each step, he meticulously scanned the surroundings, wary of being ambushed by the agile creatures. The oppressive darkness enveloped them, and even the torches illuminated only a narrow path ahead. The cave exuded a damp atmosphere, with moss clinging to the stone walls, sending a chill coursing through the air. As they advanced, Liu Yuan continually heard the monstrous cries emanating from the depths of the cave. He halted, signaling the team to stop as he scrutinized the environment. The roars grew closer and more numerous. While he felt unafraid, the sheer volume posed a significant risk to Juno and the others. The loss of even one would render his efforts futile. Chapter 22. Grandfather is here recognizing the urgency of finding a relatively safe location. Liu Yuan urged the team to quicken their pace. Meanwhile, Rebecca and her companions, burdened with carrying Holly, were becoming increasingly fatigued from their prolonged journey. Holly's weight proved to be a considerable load for them. They had to frequently alternate who bore her weight. Although this method conserved some energy, allowing them to travel a bit further, it ultimately rendered their bodies even more fatigued over time. Throughout their journey, Liu Yuan remained vigilant, constantly scanning the surrounding environment for potential dangers. He meticulously observed the walls and the ground, aware that the subterranean creatures excelled at concealment, capable of climbing even to the ceiling. After more than 10 minutes of cautious exploration, Liu Yuan had dispatched numerous underground monsters, and they finally arrived at a spacious corridor. The air here felt fresher, and the surroundings were more illuminated. Liu Yuan paused, glancing back at the weary group of 6 women, each appearing frail and haggard, their eyes betraying a flicker of despair and helplessness. Assessing the area, Liu Yuan deemed it relatively secure for the moment and addressed the women. Everyone, let us take a moment to rest. We have traveled quite a distance. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, as they understood they were momentarily safe. Their taut nerves easing slightly. Heeding his words, they sought out places to sit, retrieving water and food to replenish their strength. Liu Yuan, in turn, began inspecting their gear and noted with concern that their provisions were dwindling. He was uncertain how much farther they would need to traverse to escape this cavern, so it was prudent to conserve their supplies for a while longer. Juno, Shara, this area is comparatively safer. Please stay here and protect them while I scout ahead and deal with any nearby monsters, Liu Yuan said softly. Juno and Shara nodded, their eyes reflecting trust and support. Liu, do take care. We will be waiting for your return, Juno called softly as he turned to leave. Liu Yuan smiled gently at her, thinking to himself, it seems I have become entangled. He departed, acutely aware of the urgency to locate and exit, for the 6 women, lacking sustenance, would perish here if he failed. He intended to find the way out, escort the women to safety, and then, unencumbered, unleash his full potential within this domain. As Liu Yuan traversed the cave, his footsteps echoed in the vast emptiness, a deliberate ploy to draw out any lurking monsters. Sure enough, a colossal creature suddenly materialized before him. Towering at nearly 6 feet tall, its muscular form was accentuated by long, sharp claws and jagged fangs, while its vacant eyes stared blankly ahead. The monster let out a piercing shriek and lunged at Liu Yuan, its gaping maw resembling a cavern eager for a feast. Liu Yuan swiftly sidestepped. And though he had prepared mentally, the abruptness of the creature's appearance and its foul breath were enough to sicken him. With a powerful kick, he sent the beast hurtling several meters away, crashing heavily against the wall. The creature howled in agony, yet it clawed its way back toward Liu Yuan, intent on devouring him. At this point, Liu Yuan showed no mercy. Aiming at its grotesque head, he raised his weapon and fired, the monster collapsing lifelessly to the ground after a brief convulsion. As the anguished cries echoed through the cavern, an increasing number of monstrous entities swiftly navigated the shadows toward Liu Yuan. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he hastily loaded a fresh magazine into his firearm, simultaneously drawing a dagger to remain vigilant, prepared to unleash devastation upon his foes. At that moment, the vanguard of subterranean creatures had already materialized before him. Although their eyes were blind, their ears were remarkably acute, capable of detecting even the slightest disturbance. The beasts groped through the darkness, emitting low, menacing growls as they sought Liu Yuan's whereabouts. Hey, ugly brutes. I'm right here. Suddenly, one of the creatures, positioned alarmingly close, caught the sound of Liu Yuan's taunt. It opened its maw and let out a piercing roar. Lunging toward him, Liu Yuan remained undaunted, swiftly raising his weapon to aim at the creature's head, pulling the trigger in a fluid motion. The bullet zipped through the monster's skull, causing its body to convulse violently before collapsing to the ground. Hardly had the first creature fallen when a swarm of others surged toward him. Unperturbed, Liu Yuan continued to fire with one hand while wielding his dagger in the other, systematically dispatching the approaching beasts. Blood splattered profusely onto Liu Yuan, transforming him into a figure seemingly risen from the depths of hell. The monsters howled in agony, Yet they showed no sign of retreat, charging at him with reckless abandon as though they feared not death itself. "Ah, you forced my hand." After firing more than a dozen shots, the ammunition in his handgun dwindled, yet Liu Yuan had no intention of resorting to submachine guns or similar weaponry. Instead, while relentlessly slaying creatures with his dagger, he conjured 5 golden needles into existence using his mental prowess. These 5 needles floated before him as if unbound by gravity, each measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length and as thick as a pinky finger. Each needle bore a razor-sharp tip, adorned with 3 barbs beneath it. Known as golden feather needles, they were crafted from gold using an exquisite forging technique, rendering them exceedingly lightweight. Liu Yuan had previously exchanged for these items in the main god space, intending to utilize them in conjunction with his psychic abilities. Before reaching levels 5 or 6, his telekinesis had proven somewhat impractical, compelling him to rely on external forces. He estimated that upon attaining higher levels, a mere thought could obliterate an opponent. Indeed, his intention in summoning these needles was to unleash his supernatural powers. Having practiced diligently in the main god space, he had become adept at their use. And with the onslaught of monsters, it was the perfect opportunity to unveil the golden feather needles. Radiating a brilliant luminescence, the 5 needles hovered expectantly before him, as if awaiting his command. Taking a deep breath and centering his focus, he endeavored to manipulate these enigmatic golden needles with his mind. As his thoughts stirred, the needles seemed to awaken with a soul of their own, swiftly propelling themselves toward the surrounding creatures. Their speed was as swift as lightning, leaving a golden trace in the air that vanished in an instant. Liu Yuan smiled, thoroughly pleased with the performance of the golden feather needles. This was an item he had exchanged for 3,000 reincarnation points, reputed to penetrate all metals save for vibranium. Moreover, the golden feather needles possessed a significant additional capability. They could slay spiritual entities, including ghosts. Chapter 23. The Great Battle Against Underground Monsters. Of course, this was contingent upon the adversary's level not being excessively high. If the opponent's level was too elevated, the needles could only inflict damage, not deliver a fatal blow. Against foes of Satan's caliber, even inflicting damage would be an unattainable feat. Furthermore, the golden feather needles had another function: fusion. 5 of these needles could amalgamate into a short sword approximately half a meter in length, which seemed rather trivial. The effectiveness of the golden feather needles might not justify the expenditure of 3,000 reincarnation points, yet Liu Yuan was affluent, unable to exhaust his points, and thus regarded the cost as negligible. He observed with satisfaction as the golden feather needles darted through the bodies of the monsters. Each swift motion was akin to the arrows of a valiant warrior, accompanied by a flicker of golden light, as chunks of flesh were severed from the afflicted monsters. Though merely a level 2 telekinesis, the remarkably sharp golden feather needles, wielded with 100-pound force, effectively pierced the monsters' forms. Striking the heads of some monsters resulted in explosive fatalities, a crimson mist enveloping Liu Yuan as the vicinity transformed into a scene of carnage. Countless monsters succumbed to the onslaught of the golden feather needles, their anguished cries echoing throughout the cavern. As the numbers of the monsters dwindled, he began to survey his surroundings. Liu Yuan estimated that the golden feather needles had dispatched roughly 30 to 40 monsters. Now, only 20 or so remained. If no new adversaries joined the fray, the conflict would soon reach its conclusion. Before long, the remaining monsters fell, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the sharp needles for even a minute. The final creature collapsed at Liu Yuan's feet, less than 3 meters away. At this point, a considerable pile of monster corpses had accumulated around him. Were it not for the spaciousness of the cavern, the bodies would have been difficult to contain. Though Liu Yuan felt no fear in slaying the monsters, the sight of nearly 100 corpses strewn about, each in varying states of demise, was somewhat nauseating. Some were missing half their heads, while others lacked vital organs such as intestines and hearts. Noticing the absence of threats nearby, he retracted the golden feather needles into his spatial storage. However, the recent exertion had left him feeling a noticeable drain on his mental energy, approximately 1/3 consumed, and his body was somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, he was exhilarated. This was his first experience wielding his supernatural abilities in combat, and the results were remarkably effective. Liu Yuan took a deep breath, the overwhelming scent of blood continuously stimulating his senses. He replaced the magazine of his pistol, wielding the gun in one hand and a dagger in the other, and continued his exploration in a different direction. Approximately half an hour later, Liu Yuan returned to the location of Juno and the others. However, upon his return, the women were left utterly astonished. Liu Yuan appeared as though he had just emerged from a pool of blood, his entire form stained crimson from head to toe. "Liu, what on earth happened? Are you injured?" After a moment of shock, the women began to bombard him with questions. "I'm fine. This is the blood of the monsters. I discovered a passage that has a fresher scent. We should be nearing the exit. I'll escort you out now." "Liu, don't you want to take a moment to rest and have some water?" "There is no rush to leave," Juno said, observing the grime covering her beloved, promptly offering him a bottle of water. "Yes, you should take a break," another chimed in. "Indeed, You are our cornerstone. You cannot afford to exhaust yourself. Seeing their concern, Liu Yuan smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed, after over an hour of exertion, both his physical and mental energies had dwindled, and encountering a large-scale attack shortly thereafter could pose significant challenges. All right, I will rest a bit. What transpired here while I was gone? Well, 2 monsters appeared, but Juno and Sarah managed to slay them together, one replied. Yes, they are quite formidable, Liu Yuan conversed with the women, sipping water and enjoying a cigarette during his 10-minute respite before embarking on his quest for an escape once more. 6 women cautiously followed Liu Yuan as he navigated through several caverns, encountering a few solitary underground creatures along the way, all of which Liu Yuan dispatched without fail. During their journey, they arrived at a foul-smelling area, a vast black pool filled with a murky substance. Just as Sam was about to voice her complaint, she witnessed a creature from the depths relieving itself, clearly indicating this was a site of excretion for the monsters. The 6 women instinctively covered their noses and mouths. Liu Yuan raised his hand and fired. The creature fell into the cesspool, splattering filth dangerously close to Sam and the others. Ugh! Unable to withstand the overwhelming stench, Sam and the others began to retch uncontrollably. Liu Yuan shrugged helplessly. All right, hold on for a bit longer. We'll reach the place I mentioned shortly. He offered no leniency, and after uttering those words, he pressed onward. Juno and the others quickly urged the still retching women to follow him. After a lengthy trek of over 10 minutes, they arrived at a vast area strewn with bones. The space was expansive, and the number of remains was considerable. It appeared to be yet another feeding ground for the monsters. Despite the abundance of animal skeletons, the air here was far more pleasant than the previous locations, with a faint hint of fresh air wafting through. The crowd, overwhelmed with emotions, wept tears of joy as they grasped the significance of the fresh air. It signified their long-awaited escape. No soul desired to perish within the jaws of those grotesque monsters. Moments later, as Liu Yuan and his companions pressed on, they unexpectedly witnessed a creature dragging the carcass of an animal from a concealed opening. Juno and her companions widened their eyes in astonishment, for that very opening was their route to freedom. The creature remained oblivious to Liu Yuan and the others. As they stood perfectly still, it approached a pile of bones, lifted its head, and let out a howl. Liu Yuan furrowed his brow and urged the women, quickly, make for that opening. I shall cover your retreat. Before they could fully react, the creature's keen senses detected Liu Yuan's voice, prompting the women to flee in haste. They were merely a dozen meters away, and the creature swiftly closed the distance to Liu Yuan. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and decisively dispatched it. Liu, hurry up. Juno, who was covering the rear, shouted as the immediate danger subsided. However, just as her words echoed, countless creatures began to swarm towards them from all directions. It was evident that the previous monster had ventured out to hunt and was now summoning its kin for a feast. You must go. I will hold them back. We cannot allow them to surge forth in numbers, or humanity will suffer dire consequences, Liu Yuan proclaimed with unwavering resolve. Chapter 24, What Caliber? Sharing a den with him. Seeing Liu Yuan's steadfast determination, Juno, Shara, and the others hastened towards the opening. Liu Yuan continued to fire, eliminating every creature that approached them. Rebecca and her companions were the first to carry Holly out of the cave, while Juno and Shara lingered behind. They wished to return and assist Liu Yuan but were urged to move on. Go. Don't mind me. I can handle this. Juno gritted her teeth and nodded to Shara before exiting the cave. With the immediate threat having safely escaped, Liu Yuan felt liberated to unleash his full fury. A gleeful smile danced upon his lips, tinged with contempt. The weapons he had tightly clutched, the dagger and handgun, vanished in an instant, replaced by the formidable M249. Affectionately dubbed Big Pineapple. Brandishing the mighty weapon, a fierce glint of madness ignited in his gaze as if he were declaring war upon the monsters before him. Unaware of the terror that Big Pineapple instilled, the creatures bared their sharp teeth and claws, lunging at Liu Yuan with reckless abandon. Yet, with a gentle squeeze of the trigger, the machine gun erupted with a thunderous clamor. The bullets rained down upon the monsters, their bodies erupting in plumes of crimson mist upon impact. Liu Yuan observed with sardonic amusement as the monsters fell beneath the onslaught of Big Pineapple, transforming into an unrelenting killing machine, sweeping across the battlefield without granting the creatures a moment's respite. Ah, this is exhilarating, he exclaimed, reveling in the increasing number of fallen adversaries. Originally, hundreds of monsters surged wildly towards Liu Yuan, yet merely half a minute later, nearly 100 corpses lay strewn upon the ground. Strikingly, the number of monsters did not diminish. Rather, it increased significantly. The reason was simple. The thunderous gunfire from the mighty BLO, combined with the monsters' cries for their companions, echoed through the chamber. How audacious of them to summon reinforcements! With the winds of spring blowing and the drums of war beating, what did a spirited young man have to fear? Liu Yuan quickly exhausted the ammunition of the BLO. A cascade of spent shell casings accumulating beneath his feet. Discarding the weapon, he seized 2 light machine guns in his hands. He had wished to experience the ruthless power of the Gatling gun, yet the store he had scavenged yielded none. "Come forth and let us see whether your bravado or my bullets hold true," he declared, unleashing a torrent of fire with the machine guns, his hands deftly wielding one in each. Simultaneously, 5 golden feathered needles materialized before him, darting in every direction. Despite the onslaught of hundreds of monsters, not a single one managed to approach within 10 meters of Liu Yuan. The cacophony of the monsters' roars intertwined with the relentless gunfire. Mere hundreds of monsters stood no chance against the might of machine guns and golden needles. In the span of merely a minute, the cavern floor was littered with the lifeless forms of the monsters. "Haha, rise, if you can. Is that all you've got?" Liu Yuan, with guns held aloft, pulled the triggers a few more times. After a minute passed with no new monsters emerging, he surmised it was nearly over. He had dispatched 400 to 500 of them. In this vast mountain range, it would be remarkable if there remained a mere 100 or 80. The rest were likely too far away to hear the commotion. As Liu Yuan began inspecting the bodies of the monsters to deliver final blows, a grave expression crossed his face. Sarah and the others had escaped, yet why had he not received any notification of mission completion? While delivering the final strikes, he pondered, suddenly alarmed. Could it be that Sarah and her companions have fallen prey to that ancient wretch? In the original narrative, only Sarah had managed to escape from the clutches of death among the 6 women. However, Juno had not perished in the first installment. Upon learning that Beth had been inadvertently killed by Juno, Sarah sought vengeance, impaling Juno's thigh with an ice pick, leaving her to perish in the cavern. Yet, she could never have anticipated that Juno would survive against all odds, bolstered by her formidable willpower. As the sole survivor, Sarah encountered an elderly gentleman who initially appeared benevolent, escorting her to the hospital. However, in the sequel, Burrow compelled Sarah to lead a rescue mission for survivors to save Juno, who had a powerful relative. How could Burrow resist such an opportunity to showcase valor? Yet, the old man's sinister nature eventually revealed itself. The monsters within the cavern were linked to his ancestors, having undergone some form of mutation. To prevent this secret from leaking, the old man had consistently intervened, ensuring that anyone attempting to escape from the cave would be returned. Thus, in both installments, no one survived, and the ancient wretch emerged as the ultimate victor. As Liu Yuan reveled in the exhilarating thrill of his recent exploits, the pressing matter had slipped from his mind, only to resurface now. With urgency, he made his way towards the cave's entrance. Upon stepping into the light, he slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a blinding expanse of brightness. He blinked, gradually acclimating to the intensity of the illumination. Taking a deep breath, he savored the warmth of the sunlight and the freshness of the air. The brief hours spent within the cave felt as though they had stretched into an eternity. The frequent use of his supernatural abilities had drained more than half of his mental energy, leaving his complexion somewhat pallid. Standing at the cave's mouth, he gazed into the distance, finding himself utterly alone. The ground was marked by erratic footprints, leading Liu Yuan to conclude that Juno and the others had likely been deceived by that old rascal and perhaps even abandoned in another cave. Observing the footprints, he noted their clarity in the moist earth near the nearby creek. Swiftly, he followed the trail. The thought of his efforts being thwarted by that old fiend incited a fierce resentment within him. Liu Yuan quickened his pace, and after several minutes, he stumbled upon an abandoned house. The footprints indicated that another set had recently approached the structure, confirming his suspicions about the old man. "Just wait until I catch you." Liu Yuan seethed, his frustration palpable. Inside, 6 women, having narrowly escaped danger, pleaded for their freedom. "Please, let us go. We can pay you," one cried. "You're committing a crime. I have family and positions of power. Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Liu Yuan's assumptions were validated. The old man had lured these women into the dilapidated house and was now threatening them into submission. The old rascal's laughter echoed in the air, igniting a fury within Liu Yuan. "What could you possibly offer me?" the man taunted, relishing the fear of his captives. Liu Yuan, concealed and simmering with rage, felt his patience wearing thin. The audacity of the old man to not only kidnap but also to threaten was intolerable. Just then, amidst the cacophony of desperate cries, Liu Yuan burst forth like a mythical figure descending from the heavens. With a powerful kick, he shattered the door and strode in, Glock in hand, brimming with righteous indignation. "Who dares?" the old man stammered, hastily grabbing a shotgun in response to the unexpected intrusion. As he beheld Liu Yuan, who appeared as a vengeful spirit emerging from a realm of blood, the old man's shock was evident, his legs trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Liu Yuan's gaze, now infused with lethal intent, was unyielding. "Help me," one of the women cried out, her voice breaking through the tension. The old man observed Liu Yuan's association with the women and quickly devised a plan, aiming his hunting rifle at the terrified Sarah. Her eyes widened in fear, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. "Do not move. Drop the gun," or this lovely maiden will meet her maker, he threatened. His voice laced with menace. Huh, you decrepit fool, threatening me when death is at your doorstep? Liu Yuan retorted scornfully. The old man barked, put down the gun immediately. I will leave, and we need not engage in mutual destruction. He attempted to temper the situation, not wishing for matters to worsen. Juno sensed the old man's wavering resolve and shouted to Liu Yuan, Liu, do not lower the weapon. If you do, we will all perish. She understood the old man's perilous nature. If Liu Yuan relinquished his gun, they might lose their sole opportunity for survival. Yet, who was Liu Yuan to be swayed by this old wretch? The old man, upon hearing Juno's words, felt a chill run down his spine and pressed the gun forcefully against Sarah. Regrettably, he realized that both parties were armed. And if he failed to navigate the situation deftly, it could lead to his demise. While the old man's malevolent gaze was fixed on Sarah and Juno, he failed to notice Liu Yuan's subtle movements. At that moment, 5 golden feathered needles materialized, swiftly circling behind the old man. In the tense atmosphere, most remained oblivious to Liu Yuan's actions, save for Sam, who stood closest and witnessed the floating golden needles as she levitated. You little rascal. Just as the old man turned to confront Liu Yuan, his eyes widened in horror, his throat constricting. It was not that he wished to cease speaking, but rather that he could not. A golden needle had pierced through his forehead, taking a third of his skull with it. The remaining 4 needles struck his body. With a clatter, the hunting rifle slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground as the old man collapsed in disbelief, lifeless. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, felt their stomachs churn anew. Having already vomited twice, they could only dry heave now. Liu, what was that? Some kind of sorcery? Sam, still reeling from her retching, had fully comprehended Liu Yuan's actions. She was astounded. The golden needles could fly autonomously? This defied all scientific understanding. What of Newton's law of gravity? Well, you could perceive it that way, Liu Yuan replied with a slight smile, walking towards them. Liu, rest assured, we will vouch for you, even if you killed someone. It won't matter. It was all this old man's fault, they echoed. Indeed, it was self-defense. Rescue the other 3 characters, earning 300 reincarnation points. Defeated a total of 508 monsters, receiving 5,080 reincarnation points. Saved the female lead, Sarah, earning 1,500 reincarnation points and a level storyline reward card. Congratulations to number 850930 for completing the dual hidden tasks. The protagonist and his companions have successfully escaped, vanquishing the elder lurking in the shadows, earning a reward of 2,000 reincarnation points. The trial has concluded, and the participants may linger here for 24 hours or choose to return to the main divine space at any moment through silent contemplation. As Liu Yuan untied the ropes binding the women, a series of notifications from the main deity appeared before him. Indeed, the efforts were not in vain. Rescuing everyone triggered a hidden task, and to my surprise, there were 2 hidden tasks in total. A smile crept across Liu Yuan's face. Liu, you are truly exceptional. I find myself loving you more and more, exclaimed Juno, the last to be freed. Once liberated, she immediately embraced Liu Yuan, her legs wrapping around his waist as she gazed at him with affectionate eyes. Liu Yuan smiled gently, brushing his hand against her somewhat disheveled face. After the 6 women were rescued, they seized the opportunity, while daylight still lingered, to locate the vehicle they had abandoned earlier. They drove towards the cabin in the woods where they had spent the previous night. Naturally, Liu Yuan did not opt to return to the main divine space. Instead, he yearned to unleash his pent-up feelings. After all, having just experienced a series of violent encounters, it was vital to express himself. Unfortunately, Juno bore the brunt of this release, escaping from the wolf's den only to find herself in the tiger's embrace, though this time she welcomed it with open arms, embracing the bittersweet nature of her predicament. The following morning, after the harrowing events of the previous day, everyone slept deeply, oblivious to any commotion in the vicinity. Liu Yuan awoke refreshed. Following his cathartic release and restful slumber, both his mental and physical states had returned to their peak. Noticing that no one else had risen, he set about preparing a sumptuous breakfast, knowing that high-quality ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. A quick frying of eggs, toasting of bread, and warming of milk sufficed. Once Liu Yuan completed his culinary endeavors, the enticing aroma drew the others out of their slumber. After a brief wash, they gathered to partake in the meal. Sated and content, Liu Yuan prepared to take his leave. Observing his actions, Juno looked at him with confusion. What are you doing? She inquired. You are safe now. It is time for me to leave, Liu Yuan replied. Juno's expression changed dramatically, and the other 5 women were momentarily taken aback. Please don't go. Come back with me. My family is wealthy, and I want to marry you, Juno implored earnestly as she approached Liu Yuan. Well, she has really become attached, he thought. Do you think you are Zhang Tianjin? If you were truly Teacher Zhang, I might consider it, for I adore Teacher Zhang. Unfortunately, you are not. You are Zhu Tianjin, and I aspire to greater heights. In that moment, Liu Yuan recalled a saying, Teacher, I yearn to improve. He gazed steadfastly into Juno's eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gently caressed her hair. We are not meant for the same path. I am a born adventurer, destined to undergo diverse escapades. There is a saying that goes, it matters not how long a journey lasts, but rather the experiences we share along the way. With that, Liu Yuan pressed a soft kiss to Juno's forehead and exited the dwelling with an air of nonchalance. Leaving Juno standing at the door, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she watched Liu Yuan's figure grow ever more distant. Do you truly believe that Juno harbors genuine affection for Liu Yuan? She merely craves love during this period. A person capable of seducing her best friend's husband is hardly commendable. Chapter 26. A million reincarnation points as the scene shifted before Liu Yuan. He found himself back in the realm of the main deity, where the crowd remained as dense as ever. After a long day of toil, it was only fitting to return and indulge in some well-deserved rest, while also claiming his rewards. Recalling the layout from memory, Liu Yuan made his way back to his three-story villa. He shed his utterly soiled garments, donned a comfortable pair of shorts, and proceeded directly to the exchange platform on the third floor. Tester 850930 has undergone the second primary reincarnation world. Completion of the main quest has awarded 1,500 reincarnation points and 1 plot reward card. Completion of side quest 1 has yielded 500 reincarnation points, and side quest 2 has granted 5,080 reincarnation points. Completion of dual hidden tasks has awarded 2,000 reincarnation points. Currently evaluating this reincarnation. Congratulations, Tester 850930. Your evaluation for this reincarnation is superb, granting an additional 100 reincarnation points. A brilliant array of colorful light illuminated the entire room. Total reincarnation points acquired, 18,160. 1 plot reward card. Ah, splendid. Now let me experience the power of level 3 telekinesis. Liu Yuan rubbed his palms together, intending to merge the plot reward card from this round with the 2 remaining cards from before. To upgrade to level 3 telekinesis, he required 50,000 reincarnation points. 1 plot reward card would suffice for this initial expenditure, and surely the return would be significant. Even at the very least, a double return would yield another 50,000. My luck cannot be that dismal, can it? Upgrade, telekinesis. Exchange successful, 50,000 reincarnation points deducted. 1 plot reward card consumed. Congratulations, Tester 850930. Telekinesis has reached level 3. A soft blue energy emanated from the orb, merging seamlessly into Liu Yuan's being. With his eyes closed, he began to attune himself to this newfound energy. Detected host consumption, random return initiated. Congratulations, host, you have received a 39-fold return, totaling 1,950,000 points. Your current balance of reincarnation points is 210,3758. Liu Yuan beamed with delight, his laughter resonating with sheer exuberance. I told you, my luck could not be that unfortunate, over 200,000 reincarnation points. In terms of wealth, few could rival me. Next, he aimed to acquire a few plot reward cards, at the very least to ensure a degree of self-preservation. With a fortune at his disposal, Liu Yuan set out to procure additional plot reward cards, soaring into the air from his location. However, he soon fell into silence, standing before the orb in contemplation. In the previous reincarnation, the battles against the monsters revealed that my mental and physical strength are currently my greatest weaknesses. Endurance is crucial. As I am a man who thrives in prolonged confrontations, I must explore what options are available to enhance my stamina and mental fortitude. Driven by impulse, Liu Yuan began to rummage through the exchange platform. After a prolonged search, he finally unearthed several items suitable for his needs. The first was an energy ring, which enabled the wearer to swiftly restore mental fortitude, fully replenishing within 1 hour, usable by all below the level of a Heavenly Father. The exchange price was 10,000 reincarnation points, accompanied by a plot reward card. The second item was a bison gene potion, capable of doubling the user's stamina and quintupled strength. This potion could be acquired for 3,000 reincarnation points, also with a plot reward card. The third item was a recovery potion, which could restore health and mana within 3 seconds, an essential product for combat, looting, or leisurely travel, usable by those below the Heavenly Father level. Each bottle was priced at 2,000 reincarnation points. The items were commendable, yet all required plot reward cards, indicating that he needed to devise a method to swiftly earn some. Muttering to himself, Liu Yuan first exchanged for 10 bottles of recovery potions, which were remarkably inexpensive at 2,000 each, totaling merely 20,000 for 10. In the following 6 days, Liu Yuan scarcely ventured outside his residence. The 3-story villa, neither overly large nor small, spanned approximately 500 square meters, fully equipped for his needs. He found little reason to leave when he could exchange for gourmet food on the platform. A A small amount of reincarnation points could procure an extravagant feast. During these 6 days, Liu Yuan quickly adapted to combat techniques and third-level telekinesis within the virtual space. This virtual realm, unique to the main god's domain, allowed one to conjure any scenario according to their imagination, including combatants. However, this came at a cost of 100 reincarnation points per hour, a modest price. Third-level telekinesis represented a significant milestone, granting control over any object weighing up to half a ton within a kilometer radius. While he may not be able to manipulate the green fatty's body, Liu Yuan could certainly command his own. In just 6 days, Liu Yuan fully acclimated to flying, albeit at a modest speed of approximately 100 kilometers per hour. His current mental power was sufficient to sustain flight for 5 to 6 consecutive hours. Moreover, the third-level telekinesis provided him with a vast reservoir of mental energy, expanding his once fine mental thread to the thickness of a thumb. With all preparations in place, he now awaited the arrival of the plot reward card. Liu Yuan began to examine his attributes. Host, Liu Yuan talent, auto-hang bloodline, human ability, telekinesis 3 martial arts technique, none combat skills, 18 martial arts combat power, 1060 normal human, 5. Reincarnation points 2. 082, 558 system points, 19, 800 system points reward in the main world. He still lacked a martial arts technique and possessed only a single supernatural ability, rendering his skill set somewhat monotonous. However, he remained unperturbed, confident that once the plot reward card was in hand, enhancements would follow. After reviewing his attributes, Liu Yuan contemplated his shortcomings. At that moment, a beautifully crafted watch on his wrist chimed, a unique communication device of the main god space. Liu Yuan pressed a button on the watch, and a holographic projection of a person materialized before him. Brother Liu, the time has come. Nearly all the members of the various guilds have arrived. The figure projected before us is none other than Xiong Chong, the president of the Tiandi Association. Today marks the day Liu Yuan had previously arranged with that group of guild members, a day destined for his bountiful harvest. Understood. I shall make my way there immediately. After Liu Yuan concluded the communication, he entered a dressing room, shedding his casual shorts to prepare himself. He adorned a soft and comfortable white casual shirt, complemented by a pair of gray cropped trousers and light yellow sneakers. Once attired, he gazed into the mirror, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Perfect. His home lay in close proximity to the Tiandi Association, merely a few minutes on foot. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met with a throng of people gathered both inside and outside the house, a bustling sea of bodies. Sailor, along with a portly man and a fair-skinned youth, busied themselves in the courtyard, welcoming the arriving guests. Ah, Brother Liu, you have finally arrived. Look. We were just waiting for you. Upon sighting Liu Yuan, Sailor hurried to his side. Why are there so many people this time? Last time, there were only about 50 attendees, yet this time, the crowd outside alone numbers at least 30 to 40 individuals. Brother, you have no idea. The information you shared last time was incredibly significant. Each guild, utilizing your methods, achieved an exceptionally high score, amassing a considerable amount of reincarnation points. What are reincarnation points? You ask. They are akin to currency here, a form of hard cash. Those who missed the last gathering were determined to obtain information at the earliest opportunity this time. As Sailor spoke, he glanced around and leaned closer to Liu Yuan, whispering, the individuals in this courtyard are from smaller guilds, comprising many prominent figures within their ranks. Let us not delay. The boss and those important figures are waiting for you. Please, go inside. A faint smile crept across Liu Yuan's face at Sailor's words. He thought to himself, the more, the merrier. With individuals presenting him with financial opportunities, how could he turn them away? Liu Yuan strolled towards the main entrance, hands tucked into his pockets. Inside, the scene was equally crowded. The reception hall of the Tiandi Association enveloped in swirling smoke. Dozens of individuals were indulging in the haze, their presence palpable. Brother, you have finally arrived. Everyone is here, just awaiting your presence. Xiang Chang anxiously surveyed the prominent figures around him, hesitant to speak, fervently hoping Liu Yuan would arrive soon. At last, Liu Yuan's figure appeared at the doorway, and with the swiftness of a racing car, Xiang Chang dashed to his side, a frown etched upon his face. Brother Liu has arrived, at last. Indeed, we have waited for half an hour. Ha, what a show of stature, making us wait. You could have left. No one compelled you to remain here. As Liu Yuan made his entrance, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. With a smile, Liu Yuan nodded to Xiang Chang and stepped forward, gradually addressing the assembly. Apologies for the wait. I shan't waste time. Let us delve directly into the matter at hand. Liu Yuan meticulously detailed the encroaching darkness, adeptly sidestepping the ordeal involving Juno, and refrained from mentioning the plight of that ancient being. He merely articulated the necessity of safeguarding 6 women, hinting at a hidden quest that would yield substantial rewards. This elucidates Liu Yuan's motivation for protecting these women. Logically, he could have eliminated these burdens before they fell prey to the monsters. However, doing so would have deprived him of the potential rewards tied to the hidden quest. Additionally, exchanging a piece of information for a narrative reward card was already quite advantageous, and offering further details would only serve to bolster his adversaries. Moments later, Liu Yuan concluded his discourse, yet continued to speak. This is the situation I have presented. If anyone doubts my words, feel free to verify them. Now, I wish to procure some high-level narrative reward cards. Liu brother, you underestimate us. How could you deceive us over a mere handful of narrative reward cards? We hold you in the highest regard. Indeed, Brother Bai is correct. We trust you. At this juncture, an elderly man with graying hair rose. Despite his age, he radiated vitality, his muscular physique suggesting he was not to be trifled with. He had many supporters. This was Brother Bai, the vice president of the Flying Eagle Guild, one of the premier guilds in our realm. Xiang Chang quietly introduced Liu Yuan to him. Liu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. So it is Brother Bai. A pleasure to meet you. I shall dispense with the pleasantries. How many narrative reward cards are you willing to sell me? Liu Yuan smiled at Brother Bai and continued to survey the assembly. While narrative reward cards are not exceedingly rare, the members of various guilds toil daily to enhance their own strength, so they likely possess limited stock. Our Flying Eagle Guild has only 20 cards. I have brought 10 to foster goodwill with you, my brother. Brother Bai stood smiling, his face adorned with wrinkles resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Thank you, Brother Bai. Each narrative reward card is valued at around 2,000 reincarnation points in the market, yet I will not shortchange you. I shall acquire each for 2,500 points. Naturally, the higher the level, the steeper the price. What are your thoughts? Liu Yuan again nodded at Brother Bai, articulating the price he had in mind. What? 2,500 per card? While the standard price hovers around 2,000 reincarnation points, Liu Yuan offers an additional 500, accumulating to 5,000 extra for 10 cards, which is undoubtedly substantial. Noticing their astonished expressions, Liu Yuan nodded in affirmation. At 2,500 per card, I will purchase as many as you have. As for Liu Yuan's intent to acquire high-level narrative cards, it is straightforward. The circulation of such cards externally is minimal, and those of even higher caliber are virtually non-existent, monopolized by the major guilds. If they cannot be sourced from the outside, it is prudent to procure them from within their ranks. The rules of the main God Space dictate that no killings may occur within the city, which means that robbery is off the table. Thus, if one cannot steal, one must resort to using money. Liu Yuan, who possesses ample wealth, is well equipped for such transactions. Brother Liu, I am curious about the purpose of your need for so many plot reward cards. Such a bold declaration. Are you prepared to take as many as you can? Do you truly possess that many reincarnation points? What is your true background, Brother Liu? They say you are but a newcomer. Yet where have you seen a novice wielding such an abundance of reincarnation points? Even the favored child of the main god could not amass such a fortune. It is likely that Brother Liu has connections to some prominent guild outside, and their collection of plot reward cards may be driven by ulterior motives. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's confident assertions, chatter began to fill the hall. As for the collection of plot reward cards, I have my own intentions. I stand by my statement. Take as many as you wish, your reincarnation points will not diminish. In the face of Liu Yuan's overwhelming demeanor, even Xiong Chang beside him was taken aback. Wasn't Liu Yuan a newcomer? How could he possess so many reincarnation points? Brother Liu, may I inquire how you acquire the high-level plot reward cards? Bai Tugu, the vice president of the Flying Eagle Guild, asked once more. The market price for high-level cards hovers around 500. I am willing to offer 300 for each, Liu Yuan replied. Despite his lavish spending, the few hundred points he offered above market value were not insignificant, particularly when one considers that ordinary reincarnators typically return from trials with roughly 3,000 points, often exchanging them for various means of personal enhancement. Consequently, most individuals possess only 1,000 or 2,000 points. Even members of large guilds are not exempt from this trend. Only those managing the guild's finances, like the God of Wealth, may possess tens or hundreds of thousands of points. For top-tier guilds like the Flying Eagle Guild, it is conceivable to have several million, but those funds belong to the guild and not the individual, as rewards are only distributed upon the completion of various tasks. Very well, I have 10 high-level cards, and 3 mid-level and 2 low-level cards, all available for Brother Liu. Bai Tugu, not one to hesitate, decided to seize the opportunity, knowing he could fetch a good price for these items. However, within the gathering, there were mixed feelings. While some rejoiced at trading with Liu Yuan, a solitary figure at the back wore a troubled expression, uncertain of his next move. Chapter 28, The Recruitment of the Heavenly Society, the Conqueror. After the transactions concluded and the crowd dispersed, they did not forget to remind Liu Yuan to keep them informed of any further good news. Liu Yuan nodded with a smile, though he refrained from uttering a word. After these two encounters, he felt it was sufficient. Did they truly believe he would keep them updated? Once everyone had departed, Liu Yuan settled into a leisurely demeanor in the first-floor hall. The previous commotion with so many people had indeed been quite bothersome. Xiongchang, Hosai Lei, the rotund figure from earlier, and the pretty boy now sat resting in their chairs. Silence enveloped the area, with no one daring to speak. Only Hosai Lei regarded Liu Yuan with a peculiar gaze, pondering to himself, "Have I been duped? Is he truly a newcomer? President Xiong, I am truly grateful for your assistance this time. This small token of appreciation is but a humble gesture." Liu Yuan spoke, directly transferring 10,000 reincarnation points to Xiongchang's account. "My dear brother, you are far too gracious. We have scarcely contributed, merely providing a venue." Xiongchang replied with an awkward smile, his tone tinged with respect. "One cannot dismiss this. The foundation of the Tiandi society is indeed formidable. Otherwise, I would not possess the influence to assemble such a multitude of guild members," Xiongchang insisted, waving his hands dismissively. "Let us not linger on idle chatter, President Xiong. It appears your Tiandi society is facing a crisis. What are your plans?" Liu Yuan observed Xiongchang with a cigarette in hand, reclining casually. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's words, Xiongchang's expression grew grave. He furrowed his brow, lost in thought, and fell silent. "Boss, if it comes to it, death is but a small price to pay. Old Zhu, will stand by your side. When have we, the Tiandi society, ever backed down? Indeed, I stand with you." Before Xiongchang could respond, the stout man beside him spoke up. This rotund fellow, with his large ears flapping amusingly and a prominent nose, bore an uncanny resemblance to a reincarnation of Zhu Beiji. In contrast, the fair-skinned youth appeared refined and elegant, reminiscent of a scholarly figure. Was this not a vivid depiction of the legendary quartet from the Journey to the West? Xiongchang was the Tang monk, the stout man the second disciple, and the fair youth resembled the white dragon horse. They were merely missing a Sha monk. What talk of death is this? Better to endure than to perish. Xiongchang felt warmth in his heart at their words, yet he swiftly dismissed their bravado. "My brothers, you are unaware of the full story. The Tiandi Society, despite its imposing name, is merely a nascent guild, barely a year old. At its zenith, it boasted over 100 members, yet their strength was not particularly remarkable. The misfortune that befell them was largely due to their former vice president, who meddled in affairs that led to their current plight. It is not entirely his fault. The members of the Tiandi Society are fiercely loyal and uphold justice, often intervening in matters that do not concern them, a trait that ultimately hinders their progress. Though their downfall was tragic, no one has ever blamed that vice president. Their adversary, the Mad Dog Guild, emerged around the same time. Under the ruthless leadership of Mad Dog, the guild steadily ascended. But mere ambition was not the sole reason for the Tiandi Society's downfall. The Mad Dog Guild has long harbored disdain for the self-righteous members of the Tiandi Society. Though there were occasional skirmishes, it had not escalated to a lethal rivalry. However, following a cycle of reincarnation, everything changed, primarily due to the actions of that vice president. The Mad Dog Guild launched relentless assaults on the Tiandi Society, even forging an alliance with a prominent guild from another city. With such a powerful ally, the Mad Dog Guild grew audacious, pursuing the members of the Tiandi Society throughout the realm of reincarnation. While the Tiandi Society members were honorable and had formed numerous alliances, most of these were with smaller guilds, which, despite their attempts to assist, were ultimately overwhelmed by the might of the Mad Dog Guild's benefactor. This dire situation forced some to watch in silence, prioritizing the safety of their guild members. In just a matter of 1 or 2 months, the once thriving Heavenly Society, comprising hundreds of members, has dwindled to a mere 5 individuals. They are on the brink of their next trial, which is set to occur in just 1 day. Currently, Monkey Sai Lei oversees the financial state of the society and is fervently striving to accumulate enough reincarnation points, hoping to amass sufficient resources before their trial to temporarily evade disaster. Previously, they had tens of thousands of reincarnation points, but most have been depleted during their conflict with the Mad Dog Society. 5 individuals? But where's the 6th? Liu Yuan inquired curiously, surveying the 4 present. "Oh, Lao Sha has gone out to earn some money. His demeanor is rather taciturn, making him ill-suited for social engagements, so we didn't bring him along." Monkey Sai Lei replied with an awkward smile. "Lao Sha, this is perfect. All 5 of us, master and disciples, will soon be assembled," Liu Yuan thought with amusement. Through their conversation, Liu Yuan learned that the plump man resembling Zhu Beiji is named Zhu Mei Nan, a name whose origin is a mystery. However, according to Zhu Mei Nan, beauty in his hometown is defined by one's girth, and he indeed qualifies as a handsome man by their standards. As for the pretty boy, he goes by Aoli Gu, cough, Aoli. The reclusive Lao Sha is simply referred to as Sha. I will not beat around the bush. "I wish to recruit you all under my banner," Liu Yuan declared, extinguishing the butt of his cigarette and addressing the 4. His words left them momentarily speechless. as they had never anticipated the prospect of being enlisted, especially by someone who appeared to be a newcomer, and even more so during such a perilous time. Brother Liu, let us not jest. Others are avoiding us at all costs, and Yu Xiongchang paused, then shook his head with a wry smile. However, Liu Yuan interrupted him before he could finish. I am not jesting. I do not wish to engage in needless chatter. Simply answer me, do you agree? The four men gazed at Liu Yuan's resolute demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. The three from Monkey Sai turned their eyes toward Xiongchang in unison. I agree, but we may not survive even a day. What is your intent? After a moment of contemplation, Xiongchang regarded Liu Yuan with a puzzled expression. Should you become my subordinates, your chances of survival will significantly increase. As for my intent, it is quite simple. I need capable individuals, and you fit the bill. Liu Yuan replied with a smile as he rose, producing two cards. One was a society transfer card, and the other a guild renaming card. Seeing Liu Yuan's steadfastness, Xiongchang no longer hesitated, for Liu Yuan exuded an air of mystery. Perhaps aligning with him could indeed lead to survival. Who wishes for an early demise? Xiongchang pressed his hand upon the society transfer card, then handed it to Liu Yuan, who stamped it in return. The card then vanished without a trace. Congratulations. Trilist 850930 on becoming the new president of the Heavenly Society. Liu Yuan then took the renaming card and inscribed a few grand characters upon it. Conqueror. Congratulations. Trilist 850930 on successfully changing your name. The Heavenly Society is now renamed Conqueror. It was evident that Liu Yuan's intention was to conquer all, including women. Following the successful renaming, Xiongchang and the others, including Lao Sha, who was diligently earning money outside, received notifications from the main god. After everything was settled, Liu Yuan transferred 100,000 reincarnation points to Xiongchang. You all share this and quickly balance your strength. You must possess some means of self-defense. Yes, President. Xiongchang's heart soared with joy upon seeing the 100,000 reincarnation points in his account. With these points, they could survive the next reincarnation without Liu Yuan's intervention. Xiongchang and the others were elated. Meanwhile, far across the city, at the Mad Dog Guild, the atmosphere was tense as Mad Dog listened to his subordinate's report, his expression darkening. Are you saying this could not only spend hundreds of thousands of reincarnation points to acquire plot reward cards, but also has a vast power backing him? Chapter 29. Extravagant spending, rapid strengthening. Mad Dog furrowed his brow, his fingers drumming incessantly on the table. Indeed, President, this lad must have the support of a top-tier guild. Otherwise, he could not possibly possess such an abundance of reincarnation points. I've heard he is merely a newcomer. Even our guild does not have so many points. Where could he possibly have acquired them? His subordinate began to analyze the situation for Mad Dog. No wonder he was indifferent to my overtures. He must look down on us. Given this, we must remain patient until we ascertain the nature of his backing. I will ensure he understands the terror of the Mad Dog Guild. Our primary objective now is to eradicate the Heavenly Earth Guild. Are we prepared? This time, I intend to uproot them entirely. His subordinate respectfully assured him, rest assured, President, everything is ready. With your direct involvement, success is guaranteed. Hearing the flattery resonate, Mad Dog nodded in satisfaction. Upon returning to his villa, Liu Yuan ascended to the third-floor exchange platform. He had struck it rich this time and would no longer be troubled by concerns over plot reward cards in the near future. He had amassed a total of 106 plot reward cards, 80 of level 1, 10 of level 2, 5 of level 3, and 1 of level 4. Had some individuals heeded his advice regarding the acquisition of higher-level plot reward cards, his collection would have been even more substantial. Nonetheless, obtaining one was beyond his expectations. In total, Liu Yuan spent 266,500 reincarnation points to acquire these plot reward cards. Although the sum was considerable, it remained trivial for Liu Yuan. He first fused these plot reward cards, yielding a total of 8 to 9 level 1 cards, 8 to 9 level 2 cards, 7 level 3 cards, and 1 level 4 card. Truly, fortune favored him. This time, he would not be hindered by a lack of plot reward cards. Standing before the exchange platform, Liu Yuan began feverishly exchanging for the items he required. Deducting 2,000 reincarnation points, 1 plot reward card, acquiring the sword technique, Duga 9 swords. Deducting 3,000 reincarnation points, 1 plot reward card, acquiring the eye technique, Eye of Heavenly Punishment, current level 1. Deducting 3,000 reincarnation points, 1 plot reward card, acquiring the ability, Teleportation, current level 1. Deducting 2,000 reincarnation points, 1 plot reward card, acquiring the ability, Healing, current level 1. After deducting 2,000 reincarnation points, Liu Yuan received a plot reward card, granting him the ability of Regeneration, currently at level 1. Following this, he deducted 4,000 reincarnation points for another plot reward card, acquiring the telekinetic skill, Shield. An additional 4,000 reincarnation points were spent on yet another plot reward card, which bestowed upon him the telekinetic skill, Telekinetic Compression. Furthermore, he spent 4,500 reincarnation points for a plot reward card, gaining the soul attack ability. Soul of Sorrow, currently at level 1. He then deducted 4,000 reincarnation points for a plot reward card, obtaining the soul defense skill, Fortitude. Finally, he spent 2,000 reincarnation points on a plot reward card to acquire an item, the Metamorphosis Garb. A myriad of colorful lights emanated from the luminous sphere, merging into Liu Yuan's body. He stood still for approximately 10 minutes as the integration completed. Had his physical constitution not been enhanced severfold, these abilities alone could have overwhelmed him. With these newfound powers, including formidable sword techniques and various offensive strategies, soul attacks, and robust defenses, he felt sufficiently equipped. It was time to upgrade these abilities. Without hesitation, Liu Yuan proceeded to elevate his powers. He first upgraded the Tier 3 Telekinesis to level 5, expending a substantial 50,000 reincarnation points and utilizing one plot reward card. Now possessing level 5 Telekinesis, he could manipulate any object weighing up to 10 tons within a 50-kilometer radius. What does 10 tons signify? The green Goliath weighs less than that. Even transformed into the Furious Hulk, he does not surpass 1 ton. This implies that upon returning to the main world, Liu Yuan could effortlessly overpower the Hulk. In essence, he had elevated himself to the rank of a planetary-level powerhouse, mere steps away from becoming a demigod. Not only would he dominate the realm of the main god, but he would also easily sweep through the reincarnators in this small city. After upgrading his telekinesis, Liu Yuan continued to enhance several new abilities: the Eye of Divine Punishment, Teleportation, Healing, Regeneration, and Soul of Sorrow, all to level 4. After expending a considerable number of reincarnation points, the multitude of plot reward cards he had recently acquired had nearly vanished, leaving him with only a few remaining. It is no wonder that Liu Yuan's strength ascended so rapidly. The items he exchanged for far surpassed what other reincarnators could acquire even after numerous cycles. Just the level 5 telekinesis alone could sweep away all opposition. Acquiring level 5 required 350,000 reincarnation points, and with such resources, they would likely have returned to their own worlds long ago. The Eye of Divine Punishment significantly enhanced his vision, enabling him to see through objects and launch powerful lightning attacks, with the level 4 version proving as effective as any thunderbolt. Teleportation, as its name suggests, allowed instantaneous movement to other locations, with level 4 permitting movement within a 1-kilometer radius. Healing enabled the recovery of injuries, with level 4 capable of rapidly treating severe internal and external wounds, though ineffective for severed limbs, and could also heal others. Regeneration at level 4 allowed for swift recovery of all severed limbs except for the head. The 4th level soul attack skill, Soul's Lament, unleashes a flurry of small blades that assail the enemy's spirit, rendering those without soul defense skills utterly helpless within a 100-meter radius. The soul defense skill is robust. Anyone whose mental prowess does not surpass Liu Yuan's can defend against it with clarity. The psychic shield serves as external protection, capable of withstanding frontal assaults. The telekinetic pressure can be employed within the range Liu Yuan can manipulate, entrapping foes with formidable mental force. It can also instantaneously crush enemies, provided they are below the caliber of a celestial adversary or lack exceptional physical strength. As for the ever-changing attire, it is indeed intriguing, as its name suggests. It can transform into any garment. It features a self-cleaning function and boasts remarkable resilience, impervious even to the form of a 100-meter giant. Furthermore, it possesses a defensive quality. When struck by an enemy's attack, it can dissipate 20% of the assault's force. Liu Yuan, contemplating his current combat power, sensed it soaring to new heights. He clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him. Host, Liu Yuan talent, Auto-Idol Bloodline, Human Abilities, Telekinesis 5, Eye of Divine Retribution 4, Teleportation 4, Healing 4, Regeneration 4, Soul's Lament 4, Cultivation Method, None Martial Arts, 18 Martial Arts Styles, Dugan 9 Swords. Combat Power, 128975 Reincarnation Points, 1065558 System Points, 19,800. Only one cultivation method remains unacquired. It is not due to a lack of desire, but rather the absence of suitable options. What use would he have for low-tier techniques, such as the North Sea Divine Skill or Nine Yang Divine Skill? As for any cultivation methods pertaining to immortality, he finds them unappealing. He shall wait until he returns to the main world to see if there are fitting techniques within the system. Chapter 30, Alien vs. Predator. Throughout this day, Liu Yuan did not indulge in laziness as he had previously, training for only an hour or two. On this occasion, he dedicated 3 hours to training in the morning and another 3 hours in the afternoon. In just one day, he thoroughly familiarized himself with the various environments created within the virtual space, achieving complete mastery of his abilities. At this moment, Liu Yuan found himself in the second-floor bathing area, leisurely soaking in a bathtub. In his left hand, he held a cigarette, while his right grasped a can of beer. Everything was in place. He merely awaited the opportune moment. Tomorrow, he looked forward to witnessing the capabilities of this rabid gang. Early the next morning, Liu Yuan arrived at the Tiandi Association, or rather, now it should be called the Conqueror's Guild. Su Chong and the 5 others were already there, eagerly awaiting Liu Yuan's arrival. President, they greeted him respectfully, bowing deeply upon his appearance. Is that old Sha? Liu Yuan inquired, noticing a simple-minded and awkward fellow standing beside Zhu Meinan. Yes, President, that is old Sha, they affirmed. You blockhead, speak up, Zhu Meinan urged, repeatedly nodding and bowing to Liu Yuan while delivering a light slap to the back of the dull-witted old Sha's head. Zhu Meinan's reverence towards Liu Yuan stemmed not solely from his position as their new president, but also from Liu Yuan's generous support of their reincarnation points. Originally, they approached the impending cycle with a resolute acceptance of their demise, for they believed their adversaries would not grant them the opportunity to survive another iteration. However, at that critical juncture, fortune smiled upon them. They encountered an extraordinarily affluent individual who generously bestowed upon them 100,000 cycle points for their indulgence. This windfall rapidly augmented their strength. With such an amount allocated among the 5 of them, even a mere swine could be transformed into a formidable beast. Now, emboldened by newfound confidence, they felt assured enough to confront the members of the Mad Dog Gang without the need for Liu Yuan's intervention. In the span of a single day, each of them had more than doubled their prowess. Old Sha, with an endearing awkwardness, scratched the back of his head where Zhu Meinan had playfully tapped him, and sheepishly introduced himself. Oh, hello, President, I am Old Sha. Liu Yuan, observing Old Sha's comical demeanor, chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. How much time remains? Xiang Chong inquired, glancing at the communicator in his hand before responding. 5 minutes left. Liu Yuan nodded, conjuring a card from thin air. It was a team reincarnation card. Xiang Chang and his companions were undergoing their reincarnation trials simultaneously. But since Liu Yuan had just completed his trial, he required this card to join them in the same realm. Such cards were quite costly, priced at 5,000 cycle points each, which Xiang Chang had hesitated to use more than a few times. In his 3rd reincarnation, Liu Yuan was mandated to participate in team battles. Thereafter, the rules would allow for individual or team reincarnation. This arrangement was fortuitous, as it enabled Liu Yuan to assist Xiang Chang and his friends in vanquishing the Mad Dogs. Conversely, the Mad Dogs would require a team pursuit card, also priced at 5,000, to pursue Xiang Chang's group within their reincarnation world. The victorious side would randomly acquire half of the adversary's possessions and cycle points. The 5 minutes elapsed swiftly, and Liu Yuan and his companions vanished from their location. The 6 reappeared upon a desolate and frigid glacier. Main God Space Reincarnator ID 850930. Welcome to the Intermediate Reincarnation World. Entering World. Alien vs. Predator. Difficulty rating 5 stars, based on the strength of the reincarnators. This reincarnation is a team battle. Main team mission: defeat the opposing guild to earn 15,000 cycle points and a level storyline reward card. Conquer a team consisting of 6 members. 4 fatalities result in team battle failure. Remaining survivors may return to the main God Space upon trial completion. Given that the Conqueror team's overall strength is inferior to that of the opposing side, the adversaries may only enter after the Conqueror team has entered the pyramid. Side Mission 1. Each saved or slain plot character awards 300 cycle points. Side Mission 2. Each alien killed awards 10 cycle points, with the alien queen yielding 500 cycle points. Side Mission 3. Each opposing member killed awards 1,000 cycle points. Annihilating their team grants an additional 10,000 cycle points. Side Mission 4. In this team battle, the Conquerors earn 800 points for each Iron Blood warrior saved or slain. Warning: do not disclose the existence of the main God Space to others, or face annihilation. Successful smuggling, modification of side quest accomplished, anticipating the host's performance. How could this be? Our overall strength is still inferior to that of the Mad Dog Society this time. The monkey is so anxious it is on the verge of exploding. It shouldn't be this way. Our overall strength is robust and not less than that of the Mad Dogs, unless Zhu Meinan, with a furrowed brow and a prominent belly, turned to Liu Yuan, now the only uncertain factor among them. They are all too familiar with one another. You need not worry, even if we arrive first. We shall certainly be the ones to return last. Upon witnessing Liu Yuan's unwavering and relaxed demeanor, the 5 disciples felt a heavy weight lift from their hearts. Although they harbored doubts, none voiced them. They had witnessed Liu Yuan's extraordinary abilities before. His position as the guild leader indicated that he had no guild of his own. Moreover, possessing several 100,000 reincarnation points without a guild is indeed remarkable. As for why the main god perceived the overall strength of the Conquerors to be inferior to that of the Mad Dogs, it is undoubtedly due to Liu Yuan, the enigmatic 6th member. The system concealed Liu Yuan's true power, leading the main god to believe he was merely a newcomer with only 2 reincarnations. Currently, they found themselves amidst endless glaciers and a boundless expanse of white snow, with the howling cold winds creating an entirely frigid world. Despite the bitter chill, the 6 did not exhibit any signs of freezing. Zhu Meinan, clad only in a short-sleeved floral shirt, oversized shorts, and flip-flops, appeared as if he were on holiday. As reincarnators, especially those forged with hefty investments, each individual's physical constitution had been enhanced severalfold. How could a mere cold wind make them feel uncomfortable? It's the Ghost Festival, the gates to the underworld wide open, and I'm seeing ghosts. Previously, the main god tasked us with saving plot characters. Why is there a reward for killing them this time? Monkey Silay pondered, staring at side quest 1. What rules are being changed? Our last trial was just like before. Zhu Meinan, preening, stroked the few strands of hair atop his head. No changes. Lao Sha spoke sparingly. How peculiar. How could this happen? Monkey Silay scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Have you all noticed? This time, annihilating the enemy team also grants reincarnation point rewards, which was unheard of before. Aoli observed the main god's prompt information carefully, his face a mask of surprise. Oh no, with such generous rewards. Am I truly going to meet my end here? Monkey Silay looked around despondently, as if searching for a fortuitous location. Xiang Chang cleared his throat, glancing at the comical Monkey Silay before turning to Liu Yuan, asking, President, what shall we do now? Just as Liu Yuan was about to respond, a helicopter swiftly approached them from the distance. Chapter 31. A disagreement leads to driving. A helicopter flew in, circling above Liu Yuan and the others. At that moment, a black man opened the cabin door, peering down at the individuals below, and shouted, Is this Mr. Liu Yuan's team? Yes, Liu Yuan bellowed in reply. The cacophony of the aircraft's propellers did little to muffle Liu Yuan's voice, which he managed to suppress with a single utterance. Upon receiving confirmation, the African-American aboard the helicopter tossed down a rope ladder. Observing this, Liu Yuan gestured to the 5 companions beside him, who instantly comprehended his intent. Aoli was the first to grasp the rope, swiftly climbing into the cabin. The African's pupils narrowed in surprise, marveling at Aoli's remarkable agility. No wonder they had been invited. Following Aoli, the others, including Lao Sha and Zhu Meinan, ascended. However, Zhu Meinan displayed a lack of decorum, while Aoli and the others pretended to climb cautiously to avoid startling the African. Zhu Meinan simply exerted a slight force with his legs and leapt 10 meters straight into the helicopter's cabin. The African's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief as he watched Zhu Meinan soar effortlessly. His heart raced as he gaped at the astonishing display. Liu Yuan, observing Zhu Meinan's antics, merely smiled and shook his head, signaling the others to proceed. Soon, one after another, they all boarded, and the helicopter sped off toward an undisclosed location. The African fell silent as he regarded the 6 individuals before him, uncertain of what to say in this frigid expanse of Antarctica, renowned as the coldest place on Earth. The temperature typically hovers around minus 25 degrees Celsius, plummeting to over minus 90 degrees at its lowest. Today, it was approximately minus 30 degrees. Yet, these individuals wore no heavy down jackets, merely light clothing. Most astonishing was the rotund man, who sported only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, appearing as if he were on holiday, while an average person would feel the chill at temperatures between 0 and 5 degrees. It was entirely reasonable that Liu Yuan and his companions, with their vastly enhanced physical capabilities, felt no discomfort even in the biting cold. Mr. Liu Yuan, it is an honor to finally meet you. I have long heard tales of your and your team's extraordinary prowess, and witnessing it firsthand today is indeed remarkable. The African, recovering from his astonishment, smiled at Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. I am Max Stafford. You may call me Max. I am the security supervisor for this operation. Of course, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will rely on you and your team, Mr. Liu Yuan. Noting Liu Yuan's reticence, the African introduced himself. Rest assured, we are professionals here for hire, Liu Yuan remarked, casting his gaze out the helicopter window with a calm demeanor. It turned out that Liu Yuan and his companions had been designated as elite mercenaries by the main entity, contracted by the Verland Corporation to undertake this protective mission. The founder of Verland, Charles Verland, had discovered a pyramid hidden beneath the glaciers and assembled a team of elite individuals to excavate this monumental find. After an hour of flight, the helicopter finally descended onto a massive icebreaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. As the helicopter came to a halt, Max was the first to open the cabin door and step outside. Upon entering the icebreaker, Max provided Liu Yuan and his companions with a comprehensive overview of the mission at hand. Hello, Wood, Max remarked as he walked alongside Liu Yuan, his gaze landing on a young woman of African descent, prompting him to greet her. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce Lex Wood, our guide for this expedition. Turning to Wood, he added, this is Mr. Liu Yuan, and the gentlemen behind him are members of his team, tasked with ensuring our safety throughout the journey. As Max approached the young woman, he continued the introductions. Max, aren't you leading the group? Wood inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion. It was Mr. Villander who expressed concerns about the uncertainties involved. To alleviate those worries and ensure the safety of the mission, he generously funded their inclusion, Max explained. Wood's expression shifted to one of understanding as he stepped closer to Liu Yuan, extending his hand. Greetings, I am Wood. We appreciate your assistance, although threats may be minimal. It's wise to remain cautious. Liu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and shook Wood's hand. Ah, Mr. Liu Yuan, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. A middle-aged foreigner approached Liu Yuan with a friendly smile. Let me introduce myself. I am Charles Villander, your employer for this endeavor. Thank you for your assistance. Hello, Mr. Villander. It is our duty to ensure everyone's safety, Liu Yuan replied, a hint of emphasis on the word ensure. Villander appeared pleased, though he remained unaware of Liu Yuan's true intentions. Liu Yuan had instructed Xiong Chang and the others that if any of these individuals were to fall prey to the xenomorphs or predators, they must act preemptively. They were to eliminate them first, thereby securing the possibility of a revival point. While Liu Yuan was indifferent to the notion of revival points, he recognized that with a growing team, he could not bear the burden of both financing and labor alone. They needed to learn the value of self-sufficiency. After a day of navigating the icebreaker, they finally reached their destination. However, unbeknownst to anyone except Liu Yuan, a spacecraft was rapidly approaching this planet in the vastness of the cosmos. Before setting off, their guide would gather everyone at the icebreaker's hatch. Gentlemen, it is my duty to ensure your survival in this extremely harsh environment, but I require your cooperation. We do not have the luxury of extensive training to acclimate to these conditions, so I must establish 3 critical rules. First, no one is to venture anywhere alone. Second, all communication devices must remain functional, allowing us to stay connected at all times. Third, accidents can happen at any moment. Should an incident occur, do not attempt to be a hero. Mishandling the situation could cost you your life. Wood surveyed the group. Understood? Yes, came the affirmations. Wood nodded in satisfaction but noticed Liu Yuan and his team standing at the hatch, seemingly oblivious to the instructions. Even more concerning was the fact that, as security personnel, Liu Yuan's team was unarmed, and shockingly, they were not even wearing winter jackets. Are you practicing to withstand the cold? Mr. Liu Yuan, do you understand what I just said? Wood approached Liu Yuan and glanced at the others. Zhu Meinan, flamboyant as ever, playfully stroked the few strands of hair atop his head, winking flirtatiously at Wood. The rest stood expressionless behind Liu Yuan. Dear guide, rest assured, I believe we have endured more harrowing experiences than the bullets you've faced. Goodness, it seems one can escalate matters rather quickly. Upon finishing, Liu Yuan turned back to wink at Xiong Chang and the others, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 32. Supernatural events faced with Liu Yuan's jest. Wood was taken aback. More than the bullets I've faced? But I don't recall ever having faced a bullet. As Wood pondered this, Max approached Liu Yuan and the others. Mr. Liu Yuan, do you require any weapons? It appears you are somewhat unarmed. Max implied that the group, empty-handed, did not resemble protectors. We have an abundance of weapons for you to choose from. Indeed, they were currently unarmed, yet their weapons were securely stored in their spatial rings. Just as Xiong Chang was about to decline, Liu Yuan interrupted him. If someone is offering gifts, why not take a look? After all, my spatial realm is vast. Originally only 50 cubic meters, it now exceeded 500, and within it lay an assortment of firearms and his treasured weapons, leaving ample space. Another reason for his interest was to see if Max had any Gatling guns available. Under Max's guidance, Liu Yuan and the others entered a massive cargo hold. As the doors swung open, an array of weapons dazzled their eyes. Liu Yuan was astonished by the extensive preparations aboard this seemingly humble icebreaker. Please, do not hold back. Feel free to take what you like. Max smiled at the surrounding arsenal, clearly proud of his work. Oh, take what we like? Liu Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, take what you wish. Then we shall not be polite. Choose your preferred armaments. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's words, Xiang Chang and the others eagerly began selecting their favorite weapons, while Liu Yuan searched for his long-desired item. Before long, they were adorned with an array of weaponry. Liu Yuan soon found the coveted Gatling gun, the Model 134, famously known as the Death's Gatling. The entire gun measures 800 millimeters in length, fires 7.62 millimeter rounds, weighs approximately 30 pounds, and boasts an astonishing firing rate of up to 6,000 rounds per minute. Max, witnessing Liu Yuan with his prized possession, appeared somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Liu Yuan, is a Gatling gun truly necessary for this excursion? I like it, Liu Yuan replied, holding the gun with one hand, caressing its sleek curves. Since you like it, feel free to use it, even if you were to take all the weapons here. Before Max could finish his sentence, a peculiar occurrence unfolded before him. The once bountiful display of weapons had vanished entirely. Max vigorously rubbed his eyes, running through the cabin while shouting, "Oh my God! What has happened? The others, including Monkey Sai Lei and Bear Chong, exchanged knowing glances with Liu Yuan and gave him a thumbs up, implying that he was still formidable. After the bizarre incident, Max now kept his distance from Liu Yuan and the others. They had spent 2 days at their destination. For the pyramid lay 2,000 meters underground, and excavating a passage would take quite some time. However, enticed by the prospect of substantial monetary gain, this elite excavation team swiftly broke through. The group approached the edge of the ice cave and peered down into a circular opening, surrounded by towering ice walls, leading to a seemingly bottomless passage. Mr. Liu Yuan, my extensive experience working in glacial environments tells me that a firearm cannot preserve a life, Wood remarked, observing Liu Yuan. Bear Chong, and the others armed to the teeth, and immediately launched into mockery. 2 days prior, upon learning that Liu Yuan was merely jesting, she had noted his constant irritation. After all, she was still an unmarried woman, and it seemed inappropriate for him to speak of her that way. Liu Yuan, however, did not approach Wood simply because she was the female lead. The reason was straightforward. She had been excessively arrogant prior to the emergence of the alien creature. Moreover, given her average appearance, even if he were tempted, he could not indulge in every type of flesh, which was quite reasonable. Guide, we are mercenaries here to protect you. If we do not carry weapons, how can we confront any unknown dangers lurking below with our bare hands? Liu Yuan retorted without hesitation, challenging Wood's stance. You, Wood huffed, realizing she could not outmatch Liu Yuan in argument, and turned to prepare for their descent. President, how can you treat such a beautiful woman like Wood in this manner? Zhu Meinan remarked, licking his lips as he watched Wood's retreating figure. Is she even considered beautiful? She doesn't hold a candle to the black girl in Saw, Liu Yuan mused inwardly. Yet, observing Zhu Meinan's pig-like expression, he merely replied, beauty is subjective. I find her rather ordinary. Oh, come on, President, you needn't take old Zhu's words to heart. He thinks everyone is beautiful, Monkey Sai Lei teased, grinning at Zhu Meinan. I concur. After experiencing that world reminiscent of Tangbohu, he even deemed the beauties within it genuinely beautiful, Bear Chang added, resting his chin on his hand in agreement with Monkey Sai Lei's perspective. Isn't Huahua considered lovely? Liu Yuan's remark caused the other four, aside from Zhu Meinan, to tumble to the ground in disbelief. The operation was now officially underway. Max, Wood, Villander, and others, bound by ropes and armed with flashlights, slowly made their way down the icy walls towards the cave's entrance. The steep ice cave and slick walls posed significant danger for ordinary individuals like Wood. One misstep could lead them to meet their maker. Take your time. We will proceed first. Liu Yuan observed their slow pace, uncertain of how long their descent would take. He released the ropes and slid directly downwards. In response to Liu Yuan's reckless action, Wood, the guide, furrowed her brow and shouted at him. However, what left her astonished was the subsequent events. Upon seeing Liu Yuan descend, Xiongchang and the others released their ropes and glided towards his direction. Wood's face turned pale with fear. As a woman of African descent, for her complexion to pale indicated a profound fright. To her, the depth below was daunting, and the uncertainty of the situation rendered their abandonment of the ropes tantamount to an act of suicide. Wood, Mr. Liu Yuan and the others will be fine. Do not forget, they are elite mercenaries, Max reassured her upon witnessing her panic. He had yet to disclose the supernatural incident he had encountered. After all, who would believe such a tale? At such heights, even elite mercenaries could meet their demise, a group of fools. Wood was entirely unconvinced that Liu Yuan and his companions would survive. Let us wait and see, Max shrugged, cautiously continuing his descent. In his perspective, Liu Yuan and the others, despite their apparent folly, would not gamble with their lives. Perhaps they possessed some extraordinary abilities, akin to what had transpired during the supernatural event. Chapter 33. I am his father. Liu Yuan swiftly descended through the icy cavern. After a minute, he finally reached the bottom, his feet landing steadily on the ground. Although the force of inertia was substantial, it had no effect on him. He retrieved a glow stick, snapped it in half, and tossed it into the air, illuminating the surroundings within a few meters. Xiongchang and the others followed closely behind, meticulously surveying their unfamiliar environment. It was truly unexpected that such a vast cavern lay beneath the glacier. Monkey Sai Lei produced a flashlight and shone it about. All right, do not let your guard down. We do not know what enemies await us ahead. Xiongchang, armed with a 416 automatic rifle, vigilantly scanned the area. By the way, what is the predator? Why are we required to rescue them? Are they weak? Zhu Meinan inquired, turning to Xiongchang. Who knows? Liu Yuan, overhearing their conversation, curiously asked. Do you not know? Know what? The 5 of them responded in unison, gazing at Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan shrugged and pouted. It is nothing. It appeared they were unaware of this world. Perhaps all individuals within the main god space were oblivious to the plots of these films. The main god must have tampered with their memories. There is no need to be overly anxious. The main god's prompt indicates that enemies will only appear once we enter the pyramid, and we have not yet reached our destination. Observing their cautious demeanor, Liu Yuan instinctively offered a reminder. Oh, right. Monkey Silay instantly relaxed. Here, take these. Liu Yuan tossed several small vials to the five. Upon receiving the vials, Jumei Nan gazed in astonishment at the one in her hand. Is this a healing potion? President, how wealthy are you? By the way, are you the son of the main god? This healing potion costs 2,000 reincarnation points per bottle. It is an essential life-saving elixir, capable of reviving one fully within 3 seconds. Monkey Silay clutched the healing potion as if it were a treasure, casting a flattering glance at Liu Yuan. I am his father. Liu Yuan rolled his eyes at Monkey Silay's remark. Above the glacier, unnoticed by anyone, 3 small spacecraft descended swiftly towards the ice surface, mere miles from the ice cave where Liu Yuan and his companions had emerged. Upon landing, the spacecraft opened its doors, and 3 figures stepped out. As they engaged in casual conversation, Wood and his group gradually descended. Ah, truly, age catches up with us, Mr. Liu Yuan. Just moments ago, I nearly lost sight of you, Wood lamented, reflecting on the earlier incident with a shiver of fear. Oh, it seems that Mr. Wood nearly fell just now, but fortunately, Max came to his aid. Liu Yuan explained with a teasing tone, arms crossed over his chest. You all survived? Wood, upon spotting Liu Yuan and the others, stood momentarily stunned. Little beauty, after just a few minutes apart, are you already longing for me? Before anyone could speak, Zhumeinan produced a rose from seemingly nowhere, playfully placing it in his mouth as he swaggered over to Wood, affectionately stroking his thinning hair. Get lost. Wood, relieved to see Liu Yuan's group unharmed, stormed inside in a huff. Ha, old Zhu, don't lose hope. One day, you'll find your other half. Hongsalai consoled Zhumeinan, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Go away, you silly monkey. The entire team soon descended, accompanied by several of Wood's staff. Under Max's direction, they swiftly connected to the power supply. Once the searchlights illuminated the cavern beneath the glacier, the astonishing sight revealed itself to all. Incredible! Truly astonishing. Congratulations, Mr. Wood. You may very well leave a mark on history, Wood's companion proclaimed, astonished by the immense pyramid looming not far ahead. How extraordinary! Why would such a colossal pyramid exist here? There are no signs of any equipment or remnants from before. It appears to have materialized out of thin air. Who knows? Perhaps it was created by extraterrestrials. Liu Yuan remarked with a dismissive smirk, gazing at the pyramid before them. This majestic structure towered within the ice cave, emanating an aura of solemnity and mystery. Its exterior was smooth and polished, resembling a true work of art. What do you suppose lies within? At that moment, Wood was nearly speechless with excitement. Shall we find out by entering? Liu Yuan declared, shouldering the Gatling gun as he strode purposefully towards the pyramid's steps. The steps to the pyramid numbered in the hundreds. Liu Yuan and his robust companions led the way, followed closely by Wood and his group. Minutes later, they finally arrived at the entrance, which stood several dozen meters high. Strangely, the grand doors were not firmly shut. Holding a flashlight, Wood unexpectedly noticed mysterious and peculiar patterns etched into the walls. It appeared to depict a creature with a long, pointed head and 4 claws, engaged in battle with a monster wielding a weapon. As the crowd stood in awe of the scene before them, no one noticed that a stone tile beneath their feet began to sink slowly. Deep within the pyramid, a large mechanism gradually opened. A massive creature, bound by numerous steel chains, was slowly being hoisted upward by the contraption. A voice echoed, "The Conqueror team has entered the pyramid. The opposing team will arrive in 5 minutes. Please prepare for battle." This announcement from the deity materialized before Liu Yuan and his companions. Liu Yuan glanced back at Xiong Chong and the others. The 5 disciples exchanged knowing nods, their expressions growing serious as they raised their weapons, vigilant of their surroundings. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and they dared not be careless. As they proceeded, an inscription on a stone tablet caught the attention of an archaeologist, who diligently began to translate the text. You may choose to enter. Only the chosen ones can proceed. Upon hearing this, Veland looked utterly perplexed. The group advanced and soon found themselves in a stone chamber. Within the chamber, several altars held skeletal remains. The agony etched upon the bones revealed that these individuals had suffered greatly before their demise. Not only were there these few corpses, but the stone walls were also lined with numerous other bones, creating a chilling atmosphere. This is a sacrificial chamber. These individuals were offerings. It seemed that those who constructed this pyramid adhered to a religious practice of sacrifice. These were likely the chosen ones mentioned earlier, destined for divine offering. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuan scoffed inwardly, thinking, God? If your so-called deity requires sacrifices to bestow blessings upon you, that can only indicate a profound hypocrisy. The deity retorted silently. I never commanded such sacrifices. I do not consume human flesh. I shall not bear this blame. Chapter 34, The Sacrifice of Life, The Hunt Begins. The archaeologist, having glimpsed the text upon the altar, continued his translation. They sacrifice lives. The hunt is about to commence. Just as he uttered this, The deity's message reappeared. Members of the opposing guild have entered. This announcement compelled Xiongchang and the others to tense up. Despite their significantly enhanced abilities, the lingering sense of oppression kept them on edge. You have all improved. You are no longer inferior to them, so why the anxiety? With Liu Yuan's encouragement, the 5 disciples regained their confidence. Meanwhile, the newly arrived members of the Mad Dog Guild found themselves in a vast, secret chamber. Before them stood an enormous and grotesque creature that was laying eggs. Strangely, the alien queen did not emit a piercing roar upon seeing the mad dogs. Instead, it continued its task. Is this hideous creature one of our allies? Xiongchang mused, unaware of their companions' whereabouts. After leading the 5 into the chamber, the mad dog observed their surroundings and remarked coldly, "Boss, this creature appears formidable and is capable of laying eggs. Could it mean we have additional allies?" Beside the mad dog, an exceedingly diminutive figure with shifty eyes scrutinized the alien queen. Chao Go, do we truly require additional assistance? Without our leader's intervention, we can effortlessly eliminate that wretched group led by Xiongchang. Beside him stood a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall. His bare torso revealing remarkably defined muscles that gleamed under the light. Mad dog, one must not speak so lightly. With allies, we could conserve our strength, wouldn't you agree? The diminutive figure, referred to as Chao Go, began to ingratiate himself with the imposing figure in response to his rebuttal. Do not underestimate them. Xiongchang has once attained the golden legend, and his combat prowess is formidable. Upon their arrival, we should first dispatch the rabble surrounding him. Then devote our full attention to Xiongchang. This time, I will ensure he does not escape alive. As Mad Dog uttered these words, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, instilling an unexplainable chill in the hearts of his companions. Indeed, leader, they echoed in unison behind Mad Dog. Among their ranks, a bespectacled middle-aged man with a buzz cut adjusted his glasses, his gaze sparkling with an unusual intensity. Do you not find this situation rather peculiar? Why? One day before the trials, would the Tiandi Society change its name? If they had the means, why would they not focus on enhancing their own strength? His words rendered the other 5 momentarily speechless. Unless, he continued, there has been a change in leadership at the Tiandi Society, which would account for such a transformation. The guild's name, Conqueror, suggests that the new leader harbors grand ambitions. His astute analysis left Mad Dog and his companions momentarily stunned. Advisor, surely you jest? Who would dare recruit that band of defeated warriors? And who is unaware that we, the Mad Dog Society, intend to deal with them? Chao Go gazed incredulously at the middle-aged man. This individual, known as the Buzzcut Man, held a unique position within the Mad Dog Society. Serving as its strategist and the only member whose name did not include the word dog, he was greatly valued by Mad Dog, as every significant decision relied on his counsel. Indeed, under his guidance, the Mad Dog Society had acquired a formidable ally and gradually encroached upon the Tiandi Society. Despite being primarily an intellectual, Buzzcut Man's strength was not to be underestimated. He could be regarded as the second most powerful member of the Mad Dog Society. Thus, the meetings of this so-called military council held great significance. Upon hearing Chao Go's skepticism, Buzzcut Man sighed and shook his head. What if it is an outsider? Mad Dog's expression turned grave as he furrowed his brow. Advisor, are you suggesting that the Tiandi Society has been absorbed by another? Buzzcut Man nodded impassively. Regardless of their so-called conqueror title, the main deity has allowed us to enter last, indicating that their overall strength is inferior to ours. Why then should we harbor any concerns? Let us engage them. Ego, simple-minded and consumed by thoughts of slaughter, concurred. Buzz Dog is correct. This is our advantage. Yet we must exercise caution. No reckless blunders. Buzzcut Man adjusted his glasses and spoke with elegance. Mad Dog and the others solemnly nodded. While Mad Dog may have been reckless, he was not foolish. Acknowledging the potential for unforeseen circumstances, he refrained from acting impulsively. The scene shifted. Liu Yuan and his companions arrived at a stone chamber directly beneath the previously mentioned altar, within which lay a solitary sarcophagus. At this moment, the archaeologist professor, captivated by the inscriptions, began to translate them. To his astonishment, he discovered that this sarcophagus had been opened a century ago in 1904. Goodness, the next opening is today? He muttered to himself, his words infused with excitement. After a few deft maneuvers, he successfully opened the sarcophagus, showcasing his expertise. It was evident that Liu Yuan would have found such intricate matters overwhelming. As the stone lid creaked open, a wisp of white mist floated upwards, and once it dissipated, the contents of the sarcophagus became visible. 3 uniquely shaped weapons emerged before them, resembling neither pistols nor short-barreled shotguns, yet exuding an aura of advanced technology. What are these? He pondered aloud, seeking answers from those around him. Witnessing this unfamiliar object, Verland, in his excitement, hastily took medication. His age and frail health making him susceptible to excitement-induced ailments. All right, everyone, we have spent enough time here. We must return and come back tomorrow, said Wood, the guide, with a keen regard for their safety. Miss Wood, you may leave first, but we shall remain, Max replied with a smile. The environment here is too harsh for prolonged exposure. Wood insisted, emotionally arguing her case to Max. Let us heed Miss Wood's advice and depart, he conceded, noting Verlin's discomfort. Since they had embarked upon this significant discovery, it was prudent to await the results without unnecessary strain. What would you like to do, Mr. Verland? Max inquired. Recognizing Verlin's resolute demeanor and refraining from further objections, given his authoritative position. Take these with us, Verland said, eyeing the 3 items within the sarcophagus with a glint of greed. Do not touch. The archaeologist professor exclaimed loudly as he saw Max and the others attempting to remove the weapons. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Once the weapons were extracted, the mechanisms of the sarcophagus reactivated, and it began to close slowly. Simultaneously, 3 formidable warriors entered the pyramid's entrance, their wrist controllers projecting an image of Max and his colleagues retrieving the weapons from the secret chamber. The 3 warriors exchanged quick glances before dashing deeper into the pyramid, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Meanwhile, Max and his companions, having just collected the weapons, had yet to stow the 3 compact plasma guns in their backpacks when the stone door of the chamber began to close rapidly. Chapter 35, The Bad Habits of the Facehugger. At the same time, in the altar chamber above, 3 large doors were also closing swiftly. As the stone door sealed shut, mechanisms on the altar activated, and several slick, egg-like objects were transported to the surface. The personnel stationed at the case, upon witnessing these eggs, were struck with panic and approached to observe them closely. However, at that moment, the eggs above began to open, releasing a copious amount of viscous fluid. A female colleague in the group swiftly drew her firearm from her waist, keeping a vigilant watch ahead, while also inquiring of the historian. What is the name of this chamber? The sacrificial chamber, the bespectacled man replied slowly. Within mere seconds, a creature known as the Facehugger emerged from the eggs, its multiple appendages propelling it towards its target. The group had no inkling of the Facehugger's nefarious tendencies. The woman, who had just brandished her handgun, was caught off guard by the sudden assault of the Facehugger, and due to her lackluster marksmanship, it managed to plant a kiss upon her. None in the room were spared, save for one exception, the 5 disciples. Indeed, the 5 were still present in the chamber, as it was one of the tasks assigned to them by Liu Yuan. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, their directive was to eliminate these individuals, several of whom were pivotal characters in the narrative, thereby earning a bounty of reincarnation points. The sudden turn of events momentarily stunned the 5, as 2 or 3 facehuggers lunged towards them. Yet, with their agile reflexes, they deftly evaded the attacks, promptly dispatching the creatures with their firearms. Boss, what should we do? The president instructed us to eliminate them. Monkey Sai glanced at the situation in the stone chamber and at the imposing figure of Xiong Chong across from him. We follow the president's orders. Resolutely, Xiong Chong drew his pistol and fired at the individuals in the chamber. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed within the confines of the small chamber, even reaching Liu Yuan and his companions several dozen meters below. 3 narrative characters eliminated, earning 900 reincarnation points. What transpired? Why are they firing? Max's complexion paled upon hearing the gunshots. He hastily retrieved his walkie-talkie and said, Russo, Tommy, can you hear me? Russo, Tommy. Respond if you can hear. Max repeatedly called into the walkie-talkie, but there was no response from the other end. Is there any information about this place that you haven't shared with us, Mr. Wayland? Wood approached Wayland, scrutinizing him. No, what I know, you also know. We cannot remain here any longer, gentlemen. We must regroup the remaining team members and evacuate, Wood asserted as he walked towards the exit. Just then, Max's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Oh, my apologies, but all your people are dead. They were killed by creatures with numerous claws. Have you encountered any danger? I hope my dear Wood isn't scathed. The voice was unmistakably that of the flamboyant Zhu Meinan. What? Dead? How did this happen? We have no idea. A mechanism was triggered, sealing our main entrance, and simultaneously several inexplicable eggs appeared on the altar. From these eggs emerged the clawed monstrosities. Max's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Zhu Meinan's words, as he recalled that after retrieving their belongings, the door to the stone chamber had also sealed shut, albeit another passage had opened. Liu Yuan approached Max, seized the intercom, and declared, There exists a passage within your stone chamber. Lift the cover to descend. Understood. Xiang Chang and his companions had long been aware of this passage, albeit obstructed by a heavy lid. This lid, carved from stone, weighed a considerable amount, over 100 pounds. However, this posed no challenge for Xiang Chang and his group, who witnessed him effortlessly lifting the lid with one hand, casting it aside with a resounding crash. Old Zhu. You descend first. The narrow passage was only spacious enough for an average person to navigate, but Zhu Meinan, a reincarnator, was well aware of his corpulent physique, which would hinder him when squeezing through tight openings. Thus, he had previously acquired a technique known as the bone-shrinking art. As he began to practice this technique, His once protruding belly gradually diminished, and his limbs shortened, causing his entire form to shrink to more than half its original size. "Follow closely," Zhu Meinan said, winking comically at the others before leaping down. The vertical passage extended merely 20 or 30 meters, and within moments, Zhu Meinan had plummeted into the stone chamber where Liu Yuan and the others awaited. The instant he emerged from the passage, his physique reverted to its original state. He amusingly approached Wood, inquiring about his well-being, exuding an air of self-assuredness. After Zhu Meinan's descent, Xiang Chang and the others followed suit. Just as Lao Shao was the last to descend, he failed to notice the faint crimson staining the chest of the corpse they had previously dispatched. "All present? Let us proceed. You will follow closely behind us." Liu Yuan and his 5 companions stood at the entrance of the newly revealed passage in their stone chamber, armed and ready. Admittedly, conventional firearms might prove ineffective against the frenzied individuals, but they were undoubtedly useful for exterminating extraterrestrial threats. Liu Yuan and his party traversed a long, dimly lit passage, arriving at a chamber brimming with statues. Among them were dog-headed figures, traditional Egyptian statues, and depictions of the predator. At this moment, the archaeology professor made a discovery. "Look, the object upon the shoulder of this statue. Is it not identical to what you have taken?" Multiple beams from flashlights converged upon a particular statue. "The items you took should be their weapons." The professor approached the statue, meticulously examining it, and based on certain details, he reached a conclusion. "Max, hand me that bag." Liu Yuan gestured toward the pack slung over Max's shoulder, which contained the predator's plasma cannon. "Mr. Liu Yuan, but..." Max hesitated, glancing at Liu Yuan before turning to Villander. "That object will only serve as your death sentence." Upon hearing Liu Yuan's words, Villander nodded at Max. With Liu Yuan's approval, Max had no further objections and promptly handed over the backpack. Whether through narrative comprehension or the infusion of psychic energy, Liu Yuan sensed that the predator was drawing near. They belonged to the same faction. Naturally, the weapons must be returned to them. However, if communication proves to be utterly futile, well. Meanwhile, 3 fearsome warriors lay in ambush along the route that Liu Yuan and his companions were destined to traverse, eagerly awaiting the moment they would fall into their trap, thus reclaiming the lost armaments. Chapter 36. The emergence of the fearsome warriors. After advancing a few more meters, Liu Yuan could distinctly sense the presence of the fierce warriors. After all, his psychic ability encompassed a broad range, and with his heightened prowess, he could easily detect any murderous intent that lingered in the air. It was only reasonable. Liu Yuan held his backpack with one hand, extending his arm as if anticipating someone to retrieve it. Sure enough, the backpack seemed to sprout wings, magically detaching itself from his grasp. Even more astonishing, it opened up, revealing 3 weapons hovering in midair before them. Villander, Max, and the others gazed at this spectacle with expressions of sheer disbelief, as if encountering a specter. As the 3 weapons floated momentarily and then anchored themselves in a fixed position, 3 silhouettes materialized before Liu Yuan. They donned biohazard masks, with tendril-like braids cascading from the back of their heads. On one shoulder, they bore the plasma cannons confiscated from Max and his associates. Clad in an unfamiliar armor that shielded only their chests, beneath it, they wore alluring fishnet attire. A cloak of invisibility billowed behind them. Each warrior bore a controller on their left wrist and a long, razor-sharp wrist blade on their right. Wow! The attire of these fearsome warriors was undeniably alluring. Thongs, fishnets, and braids combined with their armor, they exuded an audacious wildness. While Liu Yuan jested about the 3 warriors before him, everyone behind him stood frozen in shock. Xiong Chang and his companions, being reincarnators, managed to regain their composure after a fleeting moment of astonishment, brandishing their weapons with vigilant awareness. However, Villander, Max, Wood, and the others were in a different predicament. Upon witnessing the emergence of the warriors, they were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief and shock. Villander's lips quivered slightly. He seemed to wish to utter something, but found his throat utterly incapable of producing sound, his gaze fixated on the warriors. Max and Wood's faces drained of color, their bodies instinctively recoiling. Their minds appeared to have ceased functioning, as if time itself had come to a standstill. They were enveloped by the terrifying and enigmatic aura exuded by the fearsome warriors, unable to extricate themselves from its grasp. After all, this was an entirely new entity, possibly an extraterrestrial being, and the nature of its hostility towards them remained a mystery. Seeing their emergence, Liu Yuan gestured towards them, conveying the message that they were allies, united against a common foe. Whether the 3 warriors comprehended his intent was uncertain, but after exchanging glances, they nodded in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to anyone at that moment, in the sacrificial chamber from earlier, a series of alien creatures began to emerge from the chests of the fallen corpses. To a discernible degree, these grotesque beings swiftly grew to a towering humanoid stature. After burrowing into a narrow passage, they dashed rapidly towards the entrance of the pyramid. Whether by intent or happenstance, outside the pyramid, A considerable number of personnel were engaged in a flurry of activity with various devices. The appearance of Liu Yuan and others significantly escalated the number of staff involved in this operation, surging from a mere handful to dozens. As for the 6 members of the Mad Dog Society, they obediently adhered to the strategist's counsel, proceeding cautiously without rashly taking action. Instead, they diligently explored the surrounding environment, unable to catch even a glimpse of Xiangchang and his companions, rendering any offensive futile. While tranquility prevailed, the grotesque beings, under the command of the alien queen, eliminated all personnel outside the pyramid, dragging their lifeless bodies back within. The facehuggers, upon encountering their hosts, joyfully ascended and commenced their fervent kisses. The layout of the pyramid transformed every few minutes, yet under the leadership of the predators, the group encountered no significant threats. Nevertheless, the hearts of Villander, Max, and the others raced with trepidation, fearing that these creatures might suddenly annihilate them all. Strangely, Liu Yuan, an elite mercenary, seemed to be in league with these monsters, managing to communicate with them with remarkable ease, leaving the others astounded. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. It became apparent that, aside from the main characters like Villander and Max's numerous subordinates had been seized by unknown creatures, leaving behind only their anguished cries. Observing this, the trio of predators swiftly pursued the fleeing monsters. President, should we follow them? Liu Yuan pondered for a few moments before arriving at a decision. You all proceed ahead. I will chase after them. After stating this, he whispered to Xiangchang, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, eliminate them first. Without hesitation, Xiangchang nodded in agreement. Liu Yuan, you must come with us. It is far too perilous here. At that moment, Villander recognized the grave danger posed by the unknown extraterrestrial beings and other sinister entities. Remaining here was tantamount to courting death, and he could not fathom Liu Yuan's reasoning for staying behind. No, I have my own plans. You all must leave at once, Liu Yuan asserted, before turning to pursue the direction in which the predators had vanished. Let us go. After escorting you safely, we will return, Xiongchang remarked as he observed Liu Yuan's departing figure. Indeed, dear beauty, you cannot perish. Come along with your brother. When I return, we shall surely play cards together, Jimanan said, taking Wood's hand without regard for her opinions. Boss, since it is this way, let us take our leave. I trust that Mr. Liu Yuan is not one to act recklessly. Max, noticing Villander's hesitation, approached him and began to persuade him. Very well. We shall depart and not cause any trouble for Mr. Liu Yuan. With Max's assistance, Villander hastened to catch up with Xiongchang and the others. Not out of age-related frailty, but rather due to an unsettling fear that rendered his legs weak. Liu Yuan pursued the predators to a spacious corridor where they had already engaged several xenomorphs in combat. In a one-on-one scenario, the predators exhibited no fear of their foes. However, in a two-on-one confrontation, they found themselves slightly at a disadvantage. Despite their formidable combat prowess, the xenomorphs were not to be underestimated, possessing not only remarkable physical attributes but also sharp claws and vicious fangs. Furthermore, their long, barbed tails seemed capable of piercing through anything. Nonetheless, the predators fought bravely, wielding their retractable spears as they clashed with the xenomorphs for several rounds, with neither side gaining a decisive upper hand. Chapter 37, That Year. With my hands in my pockets, I knew not what a rival was yet. A particularly robust predator, lacking in chivalry, activated the plasma cannon mounted on his shoulder. With a thunderous roar, an xenomorph was obliterated by the plasma blast, its green blood gushing forth and swiftly corroding the surrounding stonework. The other two predators, inspired by this display, likewise readied their plasma cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Under the barrage, 6 xenomorphs met their demise. Just as the predators were about to take a moment of respite, they were gradually encircled by a dozen more xenomorphs emerging from all directions. The predators stood alert, scanning their surroundings, and the burly predator turned to Liu Yuan, who seemed to grasp his unspoken message. Rest assured, Liu Yuan's Gatling gun was finally poised for action. Gripping the weapon, he unleashed a torrent of fire upon the encroaching xenomorphs, the blue flames of the deadly Gatling gun sweeping across the area. A relentless barrage of bullets surged forth, striking the xenomorphs before him, who had never encountered such a terrifying weapon, leaving them shattered and in disarray. However, at the same moment Liu Yuan opened fire, 3 predators found themselves surrounded by several xenomorphs, leading to a chaotic melee. Although Liu Yuan held the Gatling gun, he felt no satisfaction in the fray, as the xenomorphs appeared to exhibit a semblance of intelligence. After losing several of their number, the remaining xenomorphs adapted quickly, moving swiftly and closing in on Liu Yuan relentlessly. Moreover, their numbers swelled, with no fewer than a dozen converging on Liu Yuan alone. As for the predators, they were already in retreat, 3 of them overwhelmed by the onslaught of numerous xenomorphs. Despite the support of the plasma cannons, the sheer volume of their adversaries proved insurmountable. A piercing scream echoed through the air as a valiant warrior was impaled through the chest by the razor-sharp tail of an alien creature. In an instant, The trio's combat effectiveness diminished by 1, heightening the pressure on the remaining 2. Within mere seconds, both were similarly pierced through the chest by the creature's tail. The 3 warriors dangled helplessly, suspended as if in mockery, while the aliens circled around them. Worthless. Even armed with plasma cannons, you are no match for the alien. What purpose do you serve? Observing this, Liu Yuan let out a cold snort, his body pivoting as his eyes shimmered with a deep blue radiance. The Eye of Divine Retribution. 3 colossal bolts of pale blue lightning surged toward the dying warriors with alarming speed. The might of these lightning strikes was undeniable. A resounding explosion ensued, obliterating the 3 warriors along with the alien that had impaled them beneath the fury of the storm. The lightning emitted by the 4th-level Eye of Divine Retribution was pale blue. The deeper the hue, the higher the level, eventually transforming into a golden shade akin to Zeus's lightning, rivaling the legendary purple thunder of the East. Naturally, such claims were to be taken with a grain of salt. Purple thunder, what stature does it hold, comparable to mine? Without delivering a true lesson, Liu Yuan retrieved his Gatling gun, replacing it with a silver longsword. After acquiring the 9 swords of Dugu, he felt the need to exchange for a superior blade. He contemplated between the sword forged from vibranium and the one crafted from adamantium, both of which were among the finest metals, unsure of which to choose. After much deliberation, he arrived at a final conclusion. Only children make choices. He would have both. Thus, he spent 25,000 reincarnation points to exchange for 25 pounds of vibranium, and another 25,000 points for the same amount of adamantium. Captain America's shield is but a fraction of vibranium. He relied on pounds for its creation. Vibranium possesses the remarkable ability to absorb surrounding vibrational and kinetic energy, growing increasingly resilient as more energy is absorbed, though it is not without limits. Conversely, adamantium is renowned for its unparalleled hardness, deemed unbreakable. With weapons forged from these 2 metals, Liu Yuan was assured of greatness. Following the exchange, he enlisted the help of the main god within the realm of reincarnation, who declared that as long as one possesses wealth, he is omnipotent. After spending an additional 5,000 reincarnation points, a pristine longsword materialized before Liu Yuan. This was the very sword now gripped in his hand, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. It was entirely silver in hue, boasting an aesthetic rich in Eastern characteristics. Its blade was exceptionally sharp, glinting ominously as if capable of severing anything with ease. The hilt was adorned with exquisite engravings, feeling substantial in hand. Although the combined weight of the metals was merely 5 pounds, its tangible heft was far greater. Liu Yuan named this sword the God Layer. Although he possessed the golden feather needle, which had transformed into a short sword, Liu Yuan resolutely declined to wield it, citing 2 reasons. Firstly, its appearance was exceedingly unattractive, and the diminutive golden feather sword bore a distinctly European aesthetic. Secondly, its lack of resilience was concerning. Should he attempt to slay an alien with it, the creature's corrosive blood could render it useless, resulting in a regrettable loss. Despite the golden feather needle being a mere trifling 3,000 reincarnation points, frugality is a virtue, a proud tradition of our homeland. Holding the god-slaying sword, a hint of domineering aura emanated from Liu Yuan. Faced with nearly 20 aliens, he exhibited no fear. Did this pack of small Lakami dare to encircle him? Though devoid of inner strength, he possessed telekinetic abilities. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the god-slaying sword soaring into the air. A series of ruthless sword strikes unleashed a relentless assault upon the aliens. Even as they scurried and evaded, they could not escape, let alone approach Liu Yuan. In the dimly lit corridor, silvery glimmers darted about with fervor. The lethal swordplay combined with the sword's rapid movements resulted in the swift annihilation of the assemblage of aliens before Liu Yuan, reducing them to a pulpy mass. Once its mission was fulfilled, the god-slaying sword gracefully floated back to Liu Yuan. He observed as the alien's copious blood rapidly corroded the stone bricks and walls. Yet, the god-slaying sword remained entirely unscathed. Not a single drop of alien blood marred its blade, nor was there any sign of corrosion. Liu Yuan was thoroughly impressed by the sword's prowess. After all, it was his first practical application of it. Just as he prepared to grasp the hilt, a voice echoed from a distance. Ha ha ha, who could it be? Ah, it is you, the brash young lad with the golden hair. Where are your companions? Xiong Chong and the others? Tell them to stop hiding and come forth to meet their demise. It will spare them the torment of their minds. The voice, somewhat familiar, resonated from several meters away. Liu Yuan focused on the source and recognized it as Mad Dog, accompanied by his subordinates, who were approaching him slowly, trailed by approximately 20 aliens. Strangely, these aliens did not launch any attacks upon them. Observing this, Liu Yuan smiled nonchalantly, cleared his ears, then produced a cigarette, lighting it with ease. With the cigarette dangling from his lips, he swayed his head, hands tucked into his pockets, embodying an air of nonchalance, reminiscent of a time when he walked, hands in pockets, unaware of what a true adversary was. Chapter 38. kicking the Nanshan elderly home and punching the Beihai kindergarten, seeing Liu Yuan's demeanor infuriated Mad Dog and his crew. Brash young lad, do you realize who stands before you? That is the president of the Mad Dog Society. Hurry and come over to polish our leader's shoes. Perhaps we might consider granting you a swift death. As a well-known sycophant of Mad Dog, Xiaogo could not stand the challenge to his leader's authority. Spotting Liu Yuan alone while they numbered 6, they immediately grew arrogant and belligerent. Fool. Liu Yuan merely scratched his ear, completely disregarding Xiaogo's threats. His eyes filled with disdain. This only served to further infuriate them. Especially that Mad Dog, he felt his authority continuously provoked by this newcomer. Although he suspected that Liu Yuan might have some backing, the blatant challenge was intolerable. If he could endure this, he would no longer be called a Mad Dog. You brat, kneel before me and call me Grandpa, and perhaps I might spare you. Otherwise, prepare to bid farewell to this vibrant world. As the Mad Dog approached Liu Yuan, narrowing his eyes, it was evident that his gaze was filled with murderous intent. However, just as the Mad Dog and his companions were about 10 meters away from Liu Yuan, at the very spot where those aberrations had met their demise at the hands of the Divine Sword, the crew-cut man seized the Mad Dog's shoulder. Hold on, he said, ready to employ his wisdom for analysis. Upon first encountering Liu Yuan, he had been perplexed. After all, he had also heard tales of Liu Yuan's circumstances. Yet, how could such a newcomer appear in this team battle, particularly in the team led by Xiong Chang and others? Could it be that the leadership of the Heavenly Society was changing hands, and this young man was the reason? As they drew closer to Liu Yuan, the crew-cut man observed that these aberrations had fallen to a particularly vicious sword technique. Moreover, there was a sword hovering in midair before Liu Yuan. There are myriad methods to achieve levitation, such as metal manipulation, object control, or telekinesis. However, aside from telekinesis, each of these methods requires formidable abilities. Naturally, this was merely the crew-cut man's perspective. Like everyone else, he believed that early-stage telekinesis was rather cumbersome, and he doubted anyone would expend significant reincarnation points merely to acquire an ability deemed largely ineffective. Seeing the crew-cut man's actions, the Mad Dog discerned that he had formulated some notion, for they had known each other for quite some time, allowing for educated guesses about each other's intentions. Brat, where are Xiong Chang and the others? You can't deceive me. I possess psychic perception. They are not within a kilometer of us. The crew-cut man inquired. His brow slightly furrowed as he regarded Liu Yuan's provocatively defiant demeanor. Them? Do you have business with them, or are you eager to court death? Liu Yuan took a drag from his cigarette and elegantly exhaled a plume of smoke. Brat, are you truly unafraid of death? The Mad Dog, witnessing Liu Yuan's demeanor, felt his previously suppressed rage surging anew, his eyes glinting with cold light, teeth grinding audibly. Afraid? From the highest to the lowest, have I ever shown fear? I have kicked down the nursing home in Nanshan and fought at the kindergarten in Beihai. My motto is that I fear nothing. Liu Yuan sneered, disdain evident in his eyes, and after another puff of his cigarette, flicked the butt toward the Mad Dog and his companions. Brat, if I don't turn you into minced meat today, my heart will not find solace. The Mad Dog could no longer contain himself, gritting his teeth as he glared at Liu Yuan. A mere Liu Yuan, who not only repeatedly rejected him but also allied with his archenemy, dared to challenge his authority here today. Don't act impulsively. The crew-cut man, sensing the Mad Dog was on the brink of explosion, once again grasped his shoulder. This brat is so audacious. He must have some support, he whispered into the Mad Dog's ear, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Seeing that he had provoked them to such an extent, Liu Yuan decided not to toy with them any longer. Aren't you coming out? Do you expect me to invite you? His words sent a chill down the spine of the crew-cut man, beads of sweat forming instantly on his forehead. Simultaneously, he sensed several menacing auras swiftly approaching them. Quick, hide. The crew-cut man urgently shoved the Mad Dog aside, and in the next moment, a circular pit about half a meter deep was blasted into the stone bricks at their previous location. However, the Mad Dog and others were not so fortunate. They were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Fortunately, their formidable defensive capabilities meant that only a few sustained non-fatal injuries. Xiong Chang, you bastard. How dare you ambush me? The Mad Dog roared in fury upon realizing that the attackers were Xiong Chang and his group. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why did my spiritual perception fail to detect your presence? Even the usually composed crew-cut man was taken aback. Crew-cut, we are old rivals. Are you unaware of our capabilities? Knowing that you possess sensing abilities, would we recklessly strike without proper preparation? The silhouettes of Xiong Chang and his 4 companions emerged before them. Some climbed the walls, others stood on the ground, and some floated midair. They swiftly escorted Villander and the others to the exit of the ice cave, urging them to return on their own before hastening towards Liu Yuan's position. Concerned about encountering the Mad Dog and his crew along the way, Monkey Silay activated the spiritual concealment skill, Void. This range skill allowed those with spiritual power not exceeding twice his own to remain oblivious, even if they approached the crew-cut man from behind. It was a perfectly executed assassination technique. Impossible. Have you exchanged for the spiritual concealment skill? Each costs 20,000 reincarnation points. Where did you acquire such abundant points? The crew-cut man, still in disbelief, regarded Xiang Chang and his group with vigilance, his eyes filled with confusion. Of course, I provided them. Why waste breath on them? Kill. Liu Yuan stepped forward, the god-slaying sword floating beside him, his words dripping with malice. Yes, President. The 5 disciples shouted once more, launching a powerful assault against the mad dog and his companions. The crew-cut man remained still, his mind racing as he cautiously observed Liu Yuan while contemplating how to respond to the current situation, just as he had initially surmised. The Heavenly Society had changed its personnel, and they were unaware of the formidable support behind their adversaries, nor did they know the extent of their strength. Liu Yuan's tone suggested he had bestowed a significant number of reincarnation points upon Xiang Chang and the others, indicating that they were no longer the easy prey they once were. This was precisely why he dared not act impulsively. Meanwhile, the mad dog and his companions were oblivious to the turmoil, engaging fiercely with the 5 disciples. You fool! Today, I'll send you to meet your brother. The mad dog's eyes glinted with a cruel light as he tightly gripped a sharp weapon, lunging towards Lao Sha. Lao Sha's visage remained one of stoic expression. Yet upon hearing the vicious dog mention his brother, his eyes widened in a moment of intense fury, revealing a menacing glare. Chapter 39. Why be a good person when you can be a dog? Lao Sha's brother, the one who once held the esteemed position of vice president in the Tiandi Society, was a perpetual source of anguish for him. It is worth noting that this brother was not a biological sibling, but rather a sworn brother. During a serendipitous encounter, Lao Sha's brother, noticing Lao Sha's naive demeanor, felt an instinctive urge to protect him. In a short span of time, they formalized their bond through a brotherly pact. Lao Sha remained steadfastly by his brother's side until they both became members of the Tiandi Society. His brother was a man of integrity and kindness, often meddling in affairs of justice, unafraid to confront malevolent forces. However, it was precisely this noble disposition that incited the ire of the infamous leader of the Mad Dog Society, known as the Mad Dog. The Mad Dog, a ruthless individual, harbored deep resentment towards Lao Sha's brother for thwarting his nefarious schemes. During a team battle, he cruelly murdered Lao Sha's brother and even recorded the heinous act, broadcasting it widely. At that moment, Lao Sha's heart brimmed with rage and vengeance, his mind haunted by the image of his brother's demise at the hands of the Mad Dog. His brother lay in a pool of blood. Confusion and agony etched in his eyes. A fierce desire for retribution surged within Lao Sha. He yearned to avenge his brother and make the Mad Dog Society pay for their transgressions. His expression twisted into a grimace, flames of anger flickering in his eyes, and his body began to tremble. Clenching his fists, a faint yellow glow emanated from them. Die. Lao Sha growled softly, sidestepping the Mad Dog's onslaught. His fists, akin to hammers, struck towards the Mad Dog's body. The Mad Dog, taken aback by Lao Sha's sudden ferocity, though experienced in battle, was momentarily startled but did not falter. As Lao Sha's iron fists approached, he swiftly raised his weapon to defend himself. Observing this, Lao Sha launched an even fiercer assault, his glowing fists raining down upon the Mad Dog, leaving him with no avenue for escape. The Mad Dog began to feel a mounting pressure, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Damn it, how has he become so strong? Wasn't he just an average member of the Tiandi Society? As he dodged Lao Sha's relentless barrage, doubts about his own life began to surface. Meanwhile, on another front, the Mad Dog was evenly matched against Xiang Chang. It must be acknowledged that the Mad Dog possessed considerable strength, even though Xiang Chang had accrued numerous reincarnation points, enhancing his power significantly. He could only manage a stalemate against the Mad Dog. The Mad Dog wielded both metal and wind-type abilities. The former greatly augmented his defense and strength, while the latter enhanced his attack power and speed. As for Xiang Chang, he had transformed through the bloodline of the demon bear, becoming a formidable force with toughened skin and immense strength. Speed had previously been his weakness, but with the reincarnation points bestowed upon him by Liu Yuan, he had begun to overcome that limitation. He directly exchanged for a skill of remarkable swiftness. However, due to its exorbitant cost, it currently stood at merely level 1. Yet, even with this single level of swiftness, he matched the ferocity of the Mad Dog's speed. The clash between the two was nothing short of spectacular, with their combat displaying a dazzling array of powerful collisions at each strike. Meanwhile, on another front, the Monkey King faced off against the Sheepdog, while Zhu Meinan and Ali each contended with their respective opponents. Various extraordinary abilities erupted in a dazzling display, illuminating the previously dim confines of the pyramid. However, as the battle extended, the members of the Mad Dog's faction grew increasingly apprehensive. Was this truly the entity that had nearly led to their extinction? It defied logic. How could they possess such formidable strength? The 5 disciples, growing ever more emboldened, had begun to adapt to their newfound powers, progressively overwhelming the Mad Dog's members. Their hearts surged with excitement, teetering on the brink of jubilant celebration. Ha ha ha, you cannot defeat me. There is nothing you can do. I am simply this formidable. Liu Yuan observed the mesmerizing spectacle of attacks with great admiration, relishing the grand performance. He found himself regretting not having placed a few chairs and bags of sunflower seeds within the space. In the midst of his ennui, Liu Yuan lit another cigarette and leaned against the nearby stone wall, casually teasing the bald man, "Aren't you going to help? The mad dogs might soon become dead dogs." The bald man, now sweating nervously, realized that the mad dogs were gradually falling behind. Aside from the fierce confrontation between Xiongchang and the mad dog, which was still evenly matched, the others were largely dominating the battle against the vicious dogs. Faced with this situation, he hesitated to act rashly. Was Liu Yuan truly the conqueror's leader? He could hardly believe that Liu Yuan possessed the prowess to command Xiongchang and his companions. Who exactly are you? Where do you hail from? If you claim to be a newcomer, I cannot believe it. Liu Yuan shrugged and exhaled a puff of smoke. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. Brother, our mad dog faction is far superior to their heavenly society. Why not join us in our grand ambitions? The bald man, ever the thinker, began to entice Liu Yuan as the tides turned against them. I'm afraid I don't have a penchant for dwelling in dog dens. Why would a good person choose to be a dog? Liu Yuan did not meet his gaze, his attention captivated by the thrilling duel. Little did he know, his words caused the bald man's complexion to fluctuate between shades of green and white, inwardly cursing. If it weren't for the chance to be close to Qiu. Do you think I would willingly remain in this dog-s lair? Qiu, the wife of the mad dog. Cough, cough, brother. How about this? Let us call this a stalemate. We, the mad dogs, will temporarily withdraw from this battle, and we won't trouble you in the future. What do you think? The bald man was now resorting to compromise, seeking to stabilize Liu Yuan and his companions before seeking support upon his return. I never imagined that someone of your intellect could utter such nonsensical words. Were it not for their increased strength, would you have spared them? Liu Yuan took a drag from his cigarette and cast a sidelong glance at the bald man. Just as Liu Yuan's words fell, the fierce dog was the first to be sent flying by Lao Sha's punch, crashing heavily at the feet of the flat-headed man. Are you all right, fierce dog? The flat-headed man exclaimed in alarm, quickly crouching down to examine his injuries. It was evident that the fierce dog was in dire condition. His body bore multiple broken ribs, and his face was a grotesque mask of bruises. Lying on the ground, his complexion was ashen, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops, while he violently spewed forth a copious amount of blood from his mouth. Nevertheless, the fierce dog displayed a commendable tenacity. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his arm and glowering at Lao Sha, he defiantly proclaimed, "I won't die," though he himself would survive. The same could not be said for the scrawny dog engaged in combat with Monkey Silei, who was now in a perilous situation. The scrawny dog had been thoroughly subdued by Monkey Silei, despite being merely a financial officer with little combat experience. The substantial sum of 100,000 provided by Liu Yuan, of which 40,000 had been allocated for Monkey Silei, had significantly augmented his strength. At the moment the fierce dog was struck down by Lao Sha, the scrawny dog, caught off guard amidst the chaos, revealed an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Monkey Silei unleashed a formidable attack, a wave of crimson flames engulfing the scrawny dog in an instant. The heart-wrenching shrieks of agony resonated through the air. Chapter 40. Utter madness. The potency of this flame was overwhelming. The members of the fierce dog gang had no chance to rescue him. In the blink of an eye, a living being was reduced to charred remains. Scrawny dog, witnessing the demise of his subordinate incinerated before him, the fierce dog bellowed, his expression contorting into a more menacing visage as he charged recklessly towards Xiongchang. Meanwhile, Lao Sha and Monkey Silei, emboldened by their momentum, pursued the advantage to support Zhu Meinan and Aoli. This isn't good. The flat-headed man, witnessing the unfolding chaos, disregarded the condition of the fierce dog and attempted to intervene. What do you intend to do? Stay put and behave. Perhaps you'll be able to breathe in some fresh air. Liu Yuan's voice dripped with cold disdain. Before the flat-headed man, a long sword, glinting with a menacing sharpness and exuding an icy aura, materialized. At that moment, the flat-headed man, ensnared by Liu Yuan, was overwhelmed with anxiety. Losing the composure he usually exhibited, the odds of 4 against 2 quickly shifted entirely. 2 members of the fierce dog gang had met their demise, one of whom had his skull crushed by Lao Sha's iron fists. Now, only the fierce dog, the flat-headed man, and the severely injured fierce dog remained. The other 3 had successfully departed this realm. Xiongchang, I will kill you all. The fierce dog's eyes had turned a blood-red hue, and he roared incessantly, signaling that a grand move was imminent. With 3 of their number already fallen, it was imperative to unleash a powerful attack, or they might truly meet their end. Utter madness. With a low growl, the fierce dog shouted 4 words that echoed with intensity, and his physique expanded, towering at nearly 2 meters in height. This was his ultimate move, a final resort, utter madness, igniting the blood within his veins, amplifying his attributes manifold, while his consciousness became consumed by the lust for slaughter. He would not relent until either all his enemies lay dead, or the very blood that fueled his fury was entirely expended. This is the final trump card of the Mad Dog, if victory eludes him yet again. The esteemed president of the Mad Dog Association will be reduced to a mere dead dog. What he once perceived as insignificant trash now resembles a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, each one displaying unparalleled bravery. Boss, Monkey, Silei, Nan, and others, witnessing the Mad Dog fighting with all his might, rushed forward to assist him. However, they were halted by Xiongchang. Does he not possess a trump card as well? He is a person of great repute, a holder of the golden legend. Surely he has some depth to him. Stand back. This battle is mine alone. This is a life-and-death duel between two esteemed presidents, and the proud Xiongchang certainly did not wish to resort to a group assault against the enemy. After dismissing his companions, Xiongchang's form began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. His clothing was torn asunder, and he roared mightily. The demon bear descends. In an instant, Xiongchang transformed into a towering 3-meter-tall bear, his body a striking black-purple hue, adorned with bulging muscles, and his gaze radiating a fierce aura of lethality. Liu Yuan regarded Xiongchang's transformation with great satisfaction. Based on Liu Yuan's estimations, even in his transformed state, Xiongchang would not easily be bested by Hulk, and should he progress through several worlds to elevate his demon bear bloodline, he would likely surpass Hulk altogether. Yet, he pondered whether he could return to the main world with his subordinates. He must inquire about this with the system at a later time. In his altered form, Xiongchang's power surged, though his intellect remained largely unaffected. With a resounding clash, their massive hands collided in a contest of strength. Yet, before the 3-meter bear, the 2-meter Mad Dog appeared somewhat diminutive, his hands ensnared by Xiongchang's powerful paws. Despite his shorter stature, the Mad Dog's strength was not to be underestimated. The two wrestled in a stalemate for several seconds, neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Xiongchang, disregarding the rules of combat, lifted one of his massive paws, delivering a solid blow to the Mad Dog's face with his knee. The Mad Dog stumbled back several steps. In a frenzied state, his mind consumed by the urge to kill, he momentarily paused before charging once more at Xiongchang. The duel unfolded with great intensity, captivating the attention of Monkey and the others. Meanwhile, the nearby vicious dog with a flat top had already lost consciousness, while another, drenched in sweat, observed the unfolding drama. The two combatants exchanged blows for several minutes, with Xiongchang growing increasingly invigorated while the Mad Dog's movement slowed, indicating that his vitality was waning. After trading a dozen more strikes, the Mad Dog, caught off guard, was sent flying by Xiongchang's bare paw, crashing heavily against the stone wall. The force was so great that it left a crack in the surface. Upon landing, the Mad Dog coughed up a mouthful of blood, seemingly rejuvenated, and stared at Xiongchang in terror. "How have you become so strong?" he stammered, gazing at Xiongchang in disbelief. Seeing the tide of battle turn in his favor, Xiongchang reverted to his original form, though his attire had vanished, leaving him clad only in a pair of remarkably resilient shorts. "Why? Due to my fortunate destiny. I have a leader who is willing to enhance our strength." After Xiongchang spoke to the Mad Dog, he cast a grateful glance at Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. One could only attribute it to fate. What type of individual is suitable to be a subordinate? While the Mad Dog is capable, his arrogance surpasses even that of Xiongchang, which he finds intolerable. Xiongchang and his companions brim with a sense of justice. However, it has been said that it is difficult for a person to transform from villainy to virtue, yet merely a fleeting moment can lead one from virtue to villainy. They remain steadfast in their sense of justice, provided they obey his orders unconditionally, even if Liu Yuan were to command him to slay an innocent civilian. From this cycle, it appears that Xiongchang and his companions are quite obedient. Following Xiongchang's gaze, the Mad Dog turned to Liu Yuan. It became evident that all the variables hinged upon Liu Yuan. He was unwilling to relinquish the territory he had fought so hard to obtain, having not yet indulged in the adulation it brought. Now, he was to relinquish it. The Mad Dog's eyes reflected a fascination with this world, tinged with resentment. Yet he found himself powerless. "Lao Sha, it is your turn." Xiongchang approached Lao Sha, patting him on the shoulder. After all, everything stemmed from the actions of his brother, who had been cruelly slain by the Mad Dog. It was time to bring closure. Lao Sha nodded eagerly, then stepped forward, inching closer to the Mad Dog. "You shall perish." Lao Sha's gaze turned icy as memories of his brother's brutal death flooded back. Upon reaching the Mad Dog's side, Lao Sha crouched down, delivering blow after blow upon the Mad Dog. The Mad Dog grimaced in agony, spewing blood, and was ultimately beaten to death by Lao Sha's relentless fists. "Well, all is concluded. It is time for you to depart." Liu Yuan observed as they dealt with the Mad Dog and his accomplices, casting a mocking glance at the buzzcut man. At that moment, distant footsteps echoed, drawing nearer to Liu Yuan and the others. Thud, thud. Chapter 41. One cannot strip Lao Zhu of his rights to raise piglets. Within mere seconds, a colossal figure emerged before them. It was one of the protagonists of this tale, the Alien Queen, towering at 4 to 5 meters. The Alien Queen was accompanied by a dozen minions. The 20 or so aliens that had followed the mad dog joyfully rushed to her side upon her arrival. The Alien Queen, brimming with confidence, led nearly 40 alien minions toward Liu Yuan and his companions at a swift pace. Attempting some subtlety? As if I am oblivious? Upon the Alien Queen's arrival, Liu Yuan noticed the buzzcut man's furtive actions. The buzzcut man sought to seize this opportunity to crush the jade talisman in his hand. Yet, such a trivial maneuver could hardly elude Liu Yuan's keen perception. With a swift mental command, he immobilized the buzzcut man, rendering him utterly motionless. The talisman still poised to be crushed. With a mere thought, the god-slaying sword sliced through the buzzcut man's arm as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, severing it cleanly with a smooth precision. Though the agony of a severed arm pierces the heart, he now finds himself utterly immobile. Beads of sweat adorning his forehead as if he had just emerged from a bath. Liu Yuan beckons with his finger towards the dismembered limb, which then hurtles towards him. He retrieves the jade talisman from the severed hand, scrutinizing it closely. It is a life-preserving talisman. He recognizes it as one of the means of survival within the Master God Space, enabling swift return to that realm. However, the price is exorbitant. A single talisman demands 30,000 reincarnation points, along with a storyline reward card. Who would have thought you were quite affluent? It appears you have amassed quite a fortune from the Mad Dog Society. Seeing the tide has turned and his only support stripped away, the bald man feels despondent. A cold smirk forming within. Not only have I siphoned off reincarnation points, but I've also taken advantage of Chio. I've made enough for a lifetime. Liu Yuan, as if hearing his dying words, extends a hand, transforming it into a fist. With his mental energy concentrated and unleashed, the bald man is instantly reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. After vanquishing the bald man, the Alien Queen, accompanied by a throng of subordinates, closes in on Liu Yuan and his companions, now within mere meters. After such prolonged conflict, it is time for you all to rest. Liu Yuan declares to Xiong Chang and the others, as he gradually ascends, his hands directed towards the aliens, reactivating his mental pressure. The aliens, who had been sprinting moments before, now stand utterly still. Die. With Liu Yuan's roar, all aliens, including the Alien Queen, are instantaneously transformed into a green mist. The entire scene is bizarre, as if they had self-destructed. Xiong Chang and the others stare in astonishment at Liu Yuan, finally grasping the extent of his power. Yet, the astute Hosile contemplates a pressing question. If the leader is so formidable, why does the Master God deem us inferior to them? Subsequently, Xiong Chang approaches the fierce dog, raising his leg and expressionlessly stomping down on its head with great force. With a squelching sound, the fierce dog's skull is crushed beneath his foot, splattering blood and brain matter all over him. It may well be that this dog met its end in the most merciful manner among the 6. Victory over the hostile guild rewards 15,000 reincarnation points and a storyline reward card. Rescuing the other 5 storyline characters yields an additional 500 reincarnation points. 65 aliens slain, including 1 alien queen, grants a total of 150 reincarnation points. 3 Iron Blood warriors killed, awarding 400 reincarnation points. Eliminating 6 members of the opposing faction and achieving complete annihilation nets 16,000 reincarnation points. Congratulations to the Conqueror Guild for achieving ultimate victory. Spoils from the rival guild will be distributed upon return. This trial concludes. Participants may linger here for 24 hours or return to the Master God Space at any time by silently invoking the return. A series of notifications from the Master God materialize before the group. We have triumphed. Hosile exclaims in elation, leaping into Zhu Mainan's embrace. Indeed, we have won. Xiong Chang murmurs softly, casting a few lingering glances at the corpses. Well then, the reincarnation has come to an end. Let us return. Liu Yuan gazed at the vast expanse of alien blood before him, steadily corroding the ground. Come on, President, we've finally completed our mission. Let us take it easy here instead of rushing back, Zhu Mainan exclaimed, his initial excitement fading upon hearing Liu Yuan's words. This desolate place offers no comfort whatsoever. Liu Yuan shot him a disdainful glance. Regrettably, my little beauty awaits me above, Zhu Mainan lamented, his expression filled with a pitiful gaze. Old Zhu. It seems she hasn't made any promises to you, Monkey Sile teased, observing Zhu Mainan's infatuated demeanor. Who says? We had an agreement, and she didn't refuse. Zhu Mainan shot a fierce glare at Monkey Sile. All right. Those who wish to linger for another day may do so. We cannot deprive old Zhu of his rights to pursue his youthful dreams. After the cycle concluded, Liu Yuan, in a rare moment of jest, teased Zhu Mainan. President. Zhu Meinan retorted playfully. Anyone who wishes to return with me may do so. I'm leaving. With that, Liu Yuan vanished before them. As Liu Yuan departed, Xiang Chang and the others, free from their previous concerns, bid farewell to Zhu Meinan before making their own exits. Soon, Zhu Meinan found himself alone within the dim confines of the pyramid. His excitement surged, his eyebrows twitching with anticipation. The corners of his mouth stretching almost to his ears as he sprinted toward the pyramid's grand entrance, shouting, "Little beauty, your brother has come to play cards." This film, I believe, many have seen. It is considered a classic sci-fi thriller. Those who haven't should take a look. Upon returning to the main divine space, Liu Yuan discovered that Xiong Chang and the others had also returned, except for Zhu Meinan. I'll head up to claim the rewards. You all wait for me on the second floor. Yes, President, the four responded with great respect. Liu Yuan made his way to the third-floor exchange platform of the Conqueror Guild. Congratulations to the Conqueror Guild for winning this team battle. Main quest completed. Skip to avoid unnecessary verbosity. Evaluating this cycle. Congratulations to the Conqueror Guild. This cycle's evaluation is super perfect. Awarding an additional 100% of the reincarnation points. A brilliant spectrum radiated from the orb of light, illuminating the entire room. A total of 72. 100 reincarnation points acquired, along with a level storyline reward card. Ah, splendid. Even for a team battle, this is quite substantial, Liu Yuan remarked with a slight smile. The numbers on the orb continued to fluctuate. Chapter 42. Millions of reincarnation points, taking off from the same spot. Calculating spoils from rival guilds. Please hold. Congratulations to the Conqueror Guild for receiving half of the reincarnation points from the 6 members of the rival guild, totaling 13,658 points. Random items include. What a pity. The half points from 6 individuals amount to just over 10,000. It seems they have all improved their strength. Liu Yuan was mistaken in his assumption. Among the 6, only the Mad Dog and the Buzzcut Man had over 10,000 reincarnation points, while the others had lamentably little. The Mad Dog and his companions initially harbored an unwavering belief in their victory, neglecting to enhance their strength with the reincarnation points they possessed. Each held over 10,000 reincarnation points, which was not an insignificant amount in this small city. After all, a considerable sum remained in the guild's account, and even those in senior positions could not openly misappropriate it. As the items from the Mad Dog and his companions materialized before him, he found nothing of value among them. They were merely trivial possessions. Save for one precious item, the life-saving talisman that now rested in his hands. Let us proceed. Elevate my psychic power to level 6 and reveal the transformation that awaits. Deducting 800,000 reincarnation points, a level plot reward card obtained. Congratulations, psychic power is now at level 6, 850930. A deep blue energy entity merged with Liu Yuan's being, a vast surge of power that took several minutes for him to assimilate. His formidable mental strength had amplified exponentially. If it were once likened to a trickling stream, it had now transformed into a mighty river. At level 6, his psychic power could manipulate any object weighing up to 500 tons within a radius of 500 kilometers. This was a qualitative leap, signifying that Liu Yuan's prowess had more than tenfold increased, elevating him to the ranks of a quasi-ascendant being. And now, the main event was upon him. Host expenditure detected. Random rebate commencing. Congratulations, host. You have received a 22-fold rebate, totaling 17,600,000 points. Your current balance is 17,896,316 points. 22 times. Why does it seem to diminish further? Alas, who can blame my generosity? With over 10 million reincarnation points, I can take flight right here. Shortly thereafter, Liu Yuan rose from the sofa on the 3rd floor, contemplating his future development. After several minutes, he returned to the exchange platform, searching for the items he required. How utterly pragmatic. Even superior skills demand plot reward cards. Deducting 5,000 reincarnation points, 1 level plot reward card obtained, granting spatial ability, confinement, current level 1. Liu Yuan's decision to acquire a spatial skill stemmed from the actions of the bald man in his final moments. Had he not been astute enough to notice the bald man's subtle movements, he might have escaped. Now, having exchanged for this confinement ability, he could ensure a different outcome. The 1st level confinement could immobilize people, spirits, and any objects within a 5-meter radius. Even the life-saving talisman would prove ineffective unless he had a substitute puppet. Otherwise, his fate would be sealed. Naturally, the effects of 1st level confinement were minimal, lasting merely 0.5 seconds. Thus, Liu Yuan ascended it by 2 levels, reaching the 3rd level of confinement. This allowed him to immobilize anything within a 50-meter range for 2 seconds. Though it may seem brief, for someone of Liu Yuan's caliber, 2 seconds could accomplish a great deal. After acquiring the spatial ability, Liu Yuan resumed his exploration of the exchange platform. Before long, a silver necklace appeared before him. This ordinary piece of jewelry bore no extraordinary features, albeit it possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. Most importantly, it contained a super artificial intelligence, with the necklace serving as its vessel. Liu Yuan, after all, may spend considerable time in the main world in the future. In that realm, the absence of an artificial intelligence would likely be a subject of ridicule. He intends to gradually assimilate this super artificial intelligence. Undoubtedly, the capabilities of this super AI surpass those of Jarvis, approaching the level of Ultron from a different realm. For Liu Yuan, this is sufficient for the time being. The cost of acquiring this AI is relatively minor. The main deity likely perceives such an AI as lacking significant utility within the divine space. Upon obtaining the artificial intelligence, Liu Yuan also exchanged for several other items, such as perception abilities, dream-walking abilities, and a substantial amount of gold. The perception ability is self-explanatory, however. The dream-walking ability is remarkable. In dreams, he moves like a specter, freely traversing the dreams of others, engaging in whatever he desires. Whether it be a playful cough or even a lethal act within the dream realm. Having gathered all the necessities, Liu Yuan stepped out of his room and descended the stairs. About half an hour had passed, and on the first floor, Xiang Chang and the others were engaged in light conversation while awaiting Liu Yuan's arrival. President, they greeted him respectfully as he appeared, rising to acknowledge him. From now on, there is no need for such formality. When it is just us, feel free to be more relaxed, Liu Yuan expressed, wishing to diminish the distance between himself and his subordinates for a sense of camaraderie. The four exchanged glances and smiled subtly. Indeed, that's the spirit. Here, I have some items for you that I find unnecessary, Liu Yuan said, his lips curling into a smile as he tossed a small pouch to Xiong Chang. This pouch was a storage bag containing the spoils collected by Feng Go and others. Also, I'm giving you 2 million reincarnation points. During my absence over the next few days, I have 2 tasks for you. First, amass a vast quantity of storyline reward cards, the lower tier. Preferably more of the higher tier, don't hesitate to spend. Second, rapidly develop the guild's influence, recruit new members, and nurture them gradually. Xiong Chang held the storage pouch, stunned by Liu Yuan's words, and the 3 others stood equally bewildered. How much is that? Xiong Chang asked, his voice trembling. Just 2 million reincarnation points. Is that a lot? It's a bit of progress, Liu Yuan remarked, noticing their astonishment as though they had seen a ghost, and he rolled his eyes at them. What? 200 million? The monkey erupted, bouncing in disbelief. President, are you still claiming you aren't the son of the main deity? Hosai Lei looked at Liu Yuan with a skeptical expression, and even Aoli seemed to concur with his doubts. Who do you think you are? Xiong Chang. From now on, you will serve as the vice president of the Conqueror Guild. You will oversee the guild's affairs, and should any issues arise that you cannot handle, seek me out. Also, remember one crucial point. Do not adhere too rigidly to principles. While having principles is commendable, being inflexible is tantamount to courting disaster. As Liu Yuan spoke, a slight frown crossed his brow. He did not wish for his guild to be filled with self-righteous individuals, portraying everyone else as villains. Xiang Chang and the others were momentarily taken aback but then nodded solemnly, understanding that Liu Yuan was referring to them, acknowledging that their excessive adherence to principles had nearly led to the downfall of their original organization, the Tiandi Society. President. At this moment, Lao Shan knelt directly before Liu Yuan, his expression grave, and his eyes reflected a plea. What are you doing? Chapter 43, Returning to the Main World. Source Birth Technique. Xiang Chang noticed Lao Sha's actions and hesitated momentarily before explaining to Liu Yuan, President, Lao Sha wishes for you to resurrect his brother, who was my former vice president. You are aware of the circumstances. Upon hearing Xiang Chang's words, Lao Sha's face flushed, and he nodded vigorously. Oh, this matter. You may handle it as you see fit. Anything solvable with money is not a problem. Thank you, President. Lao Sha's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. Xiang Chang and the others held Liu Yuan in even greater esteem. Resurrecting a person required 100,000 reincarnation points along with a level storyline reward card. Indeed. This place can revive people, but the mad dogs cannot be resurrected, can they? Liu Yuan raised an eyebrow. President, you need not worry. Once the guild leader dies, the guild disbands instantly, and all reincarnation points in their guild account are wiped clean. Furthermore, given the nature of the mad dogs, no one would spend a fortune on reincarnation points to revive them. Oh. Liu Yuan nodded, considering that even if resurrection were possible, it could simply be done again after eliminating them. Xiang Chang had something he wished to articulate but ultimately refrained. He harbored a slight selfish desire to resurrect the deceased members of the Tiandi Society. However, the numbers were too vast. Liu Yuan agreeing to revive one was already beyond their expectations. Reviving them all was unrealistic. They would have to rely on their own gradual efforts. All right. I shall take my leave for now. I will return during the reincarnation. Liu Yuan waved his hand and proceeded towards the door. Lao Sha, let us first revive old Nio and then attend to the tasks assigned by the president. Thank you, boss. Lao Sha expressed his gratitude, wishing to articulate his appreciation but finding himself at a loss for words due to his shy disposition. From now on, you shall be called Vice President. We have only one boss. Xiongchang smiled slightly, gazing towards the entrance. Meanwhile, in another grand city, within an opulent villa, a middle-aged man with a single eye listened in astonishment to a refined middle-aged man's report. What? The Mad Dog is dead? The Mad Dog Guild has disbanded? Indeed, President. Humph. Worthless. After providing him with so much assistance, he couldn't even establish dominance before being eliminated. What a pity for the time and reincarnation points we invested. The single-eyed man's gaze revealed a ferocious glint. No worries, President. Our investments elsewhere have yielded considerable returns. As for who annihilated the Mad Dog Guild, we shall devise a plan once we investigate. Few have dared to make our blood-drinking guild suffer. The refined middle-aged man snorted coldly, a faint blue lightning flickering in his eyes. If Liu Yuan were present, he would likely recognize that this man also possessed the eye of divine punishment. Liu Yuan returned once more to the main world, finding himself in the remnants of his former home, now a desolate ruin. Gazing upon this familiar yet alien abode, Liu Yuan felt an indescribable sensation. Damn it, where has Banner gone? In a fit of frustration, Liu Yuan lamented, if I cannot extract the remaining value from you, my heart's resentment shall remain unresolved. He had spent nearly 9 days within the realm of the main god, while only a few hours had elapsed in the outside world. The surroundings had nearly become a desolate wasteland, with ruins and debris strewn about. A handful of workers were engaged in the aftermath of the chaos. The clock had already struck 3 in the morning. A long-awaited, chilling voice of the system echoed in Liu Yuan's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed 2 cycles in the main god space. You are rewarded with 1/10 of the rebate points. You currently possess 974,800 system points. System, is it possible to adjust the time between the main god space and the primary world? Liu Yuan pondered, feeling the urgency of his impending return to work. As a day in the main god space equated to merely an hour in the real world. It is permissible, the system replied. The maximum adjustment can be set at 1/5, meaning 1 day in the main god space equals 5 hours in the primary world. Why not more? He inquired. This setting is designed to encourage the host to work diligently and enhance their abilities, avoiding distractions. Once the host comprehends or exchanges for the laws of time, adjustments can be made independently. Very well, I shall accept this for now. It equates to working only once every 3 days, which is tolerable, he decided. Setting it to the maximum adjustment. Ding. Time adjustment complete. The system continued, your mobile device has received 2 missed calls and 1 message. No sooner had the system's voice faded than a sweet, gentle tone filled Liu Yuan's ears. It was the super artificial intelligence he had exchanged, affectionately dubbed Air. Drawing inspiration from the voice of a certain Zhao deity, one couldn't help but note that the naming sense was rather lacking. Oh, who might it be? Could it be Peggy Boz? He mused. Air, please play the message. Since Liu Yuan had just arrived and was unfamiliar to anyone, only Peggy Boz had his contact information. Liu Yuan, are you all right? I've seen news reports about a terrorist attack in your area. I tried calling you twice but couldn't get through. If you are unharmed, please return my call. Upon hearing her voice, Liu Yuan chuckled. It truly was Peggy Boz. After purchasing his home, he had mentioned it to her and even invited her to visit, so she was aware of his location. To his surprise, after just 1 meeting, she was so concerned about him. He smugly ran his fingers through his hair. In truth, he was overthinking it. Peggy Boz's primary reason for calling was to check on him, as he was considered a significant client. Maintaining communication and showing concern was part of her professional responsibilities. The secondary reason, however, contained a hint of genuine friendship. Glancing at the surrounding ruins, Liu Yuan lost interest in lingering there. He made his way to another street. Hailing a taxi to the largest hotel nearby, there was no need to inquire about his mode of transport. His newly purchased car had been destroyed by the duo known as Hulk and Despise. Upon arriving at the hotel and checking into a presidential suite, Liu Yuan began conversing with the system. System, do you have any suitable martial arts techniques for me? Inferior martial arts are unwelcome, as are worthless cultivation techniques. Ding. A suitable cultivation method has been selected for the host, the Origin Genesis technique. The Origin Genesis technique? The Origin Genesis technique was created by a powerful being and is divided into 6 tiers, perfectly suited for the host. Upon reaching its highest level, one could sweep through the Western deities. Strictly speaking, the Origin Genesis technique is an Eastern divine cultivation method, with the minimum requirement being that the host attains a semi-father level. Furthermore, the magical power generated from practicing the Origin Genesis technique will not only continuously replenish the host's mental strength, but also enhance physical prowess day by day. In summary, the Origin Genesis technique aligns remarkably well with the host. Oh, is that so? How many points are required? Let's exchange it. The entire Origin Genesis technique requires over 100 million points. It is advisable to first exchange for one tier. The cost for the first tier is 250,000 points. Not expensive at all. Indeed, it is quite reasonable. Then I shall proceed to exchange for the first tier. Ding. Exchange completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first tier of the Origin Genesis technique. And congratulations for obtaining the talents of Luck and Bloodline Awakening. Chapter 44. Peggy Boz's Doubts. A series of wondrous symbols appeared within Liu Yuan's mind. The power of the Origin Genesis technique once again reshaped Liu Yuan's understanding of the Eastern cultivation system. After approximately 1 minute, he slowly opened his eyes. Luck talent? Bloodline Awakening? Luck is an unknown and mysterious force. The host's acquisition of the luck talent signifies that good fortune will accompany them, increasing the likelihood of wishes being fulfilled. May my family members' wishes come true and may fortune be abundant. What then are these bloodlines? Liu Yuan was greatly puzzled, having merely exchanged for a technique. How did a bloodline emerge? The bloodline is in the process of awakening, and it is exceptionally powerful. The host must reach the father level for the bloodline to officially activate. Liu Yuan fell silent, contemplating the system's ambiguous response. Never mind, he thought. The truth would eventually come to light. Liu Yuan opened the attributes for review, noting substantial changes. Host, Liu Yuan talents, automatic idol. Luck bloodline, human, void holy body awakening, abilities, telekinesis 6, eye of divine retribution 4, teleportation 4, healing 4, regeneration 4, soul sorrow 4, dream infiltration 3, confinement 3, mental perception 3. Technique, Origin Genesis technique, first tier martial arts, 18 forms of martial arts, Dugan 9 swords. Combat power, 1, 957, 200 reincarnation points, 15, 866, 316 system points, 1, 724, 800 goodness. Combat power has increased over 100-fold. It seems that with the enhancement of strength, the automatic idol feature also contributes significantly to the growth of combat power. Liu Yuan was quite satisfied with his current strength in just under a month. His life and power had undergone a monumental transformation. Some may wonder why the revered Supreme Mage, the Guardian, Gu Yi, a father-level powerhouse, fails to perceive Liu Yuan's existence. Of course, it is the system's merit. If it can deceive the main God Space, how could it not manage a mere Gu Yi? Moreover, even at the semi-father level, Liu Yuan would not fear encountering Gu Yi. Early morning, within a modestly adorned chamber, an inviting warmth envelopes the space. A mature and alluring woman, her cheeks flushed, is clad in a delicate white lace nightgown, lost in the realm of dreams. Suddenly, a voice pierces the tranquility, rousing her from her slumber. Her heart races, and her gaze swiftly surveys the surroundings until it lands on the familiar alarm clock, which she hurriedly silences. Sitting at the edge of her bed, she endeavors to calm her racing heart, yet her mind incessantly drifts back to the events of the previous night. In her dreams, she engaged in numerous embarrassing escapades with a man, leaving her feeling flushed with shame. How could she dream of him and indulge in such scandalous actions? Peggy, how have you fallen so low? She chastises herself inwardly. Indeed, this enchanting beauty is none other than Peggy Boz. As she reminisces about the scenes from her dream, her cheeks deepen in hue. She has always perceived herself as a strong and independent woman, one who does not require a man to attain happiness. Since her divorce, she has resolutely abstained from seeking the company of any man for the past 2 years. Yet, at the tender age of 38, she found herself plagued by such an absurd dream last night. Reflecting on the blissful version of herself within that dream, she begins to question whether she is truly as resilient and self-sufficient as she imagines. She becomes acutely aware of her inner longings and needs. As for why Peggy Boz experienced such a dream, could it be that she has genuinely fallen for Liu Yuan at first sight? The answer, however, is negative. For Liu Yuan, that unscrupulous individual, after redeeming a skill last night, squandered 8,000 points on a coveted dream-invading spell, subsequently activating his ability to enter dreams. This third-tier skill allows him to infiltrate the dreams of anyone within 100 kilometers. Liu Yuan, in his shamelessness, swiftly pinpointed Peggy Boz's location, leading them to partake in unabashed escapades within her dream. Hence, Peggy Boz found herself questioning her life and grappling with feelings of unfulfilled affection. Now, she comprehends the implications of dream invasion. This ability will undoubtedly bestow Liu Yuan with numerous advantages in the future. Draped in her enticing white lace nightgown, Peggy Boz descends from her bed, her nearly flawless figure accentuating her grace and beauty. She strides to the kitchen, retrieving a carton of milk from the refrigerator and pouring herself a glass. Raising the milk to her lips, she drinks it in one swift motion, attempting to regain her composure. Indeed, it proves somewhat effective. Her complexion loses some of its vivid blush, and her heartbeat gradually steadies. Subsequently, she retrieves her mobile phone, settling onto the living room sofa, her long legs elegantly draped across the furniture, exposing her delicate feet adorned with black nail polish. This detail suggests that Peggy Paz embodies the essence of a fiercely independent woman, possessing a strong sense of self-preservation. Her exterior seemingly aloof while her heart often bears the weight of solitude. Leaning against the sofa, she gazes at her phone screen, which displays a series of unread messages, perusing and responding to each one. However, upon reaching the final message, Peggy Paz is momentarily taken aback. The exquisite features of her face once again tinged with a rosy hue. The message, it turns out, is from Liu Yuan, containing the following content. Regrettably, I missed that assault. Thus, my dear lady, you shall continue to serve me for a lengthy period ahead. This morning, I shall seek you out. At this moment, Peggy Paz resembled a flustered young girl. Upon learning that Liu Yuan was unharmed and that he intended to visit her, she hurriedly began to prepare herself. Though she could not quite comprehend the urgency of her actions, Peggy flitted between the makeup room and the wardrobe, diligently adorning herself. Ding dong. Approximately half an hour later, the doorbell of Peggy Paz's villa chimed. Is he here? Quickly, she approached the mirror to assess her appearance before hastening towards the entrance. Hello, beautiful lady. For breakfast, we have steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding. I hope it suits your palate. Liu Yuan cheerfully greeted her, extending his arms, bearing an assortment of delicacies. Indeed. I am quite fond of Chinese cuisine, Peggy Paz replied, her smile radiant and inexplicably reminiscent of long-lost lovers reuniting. Liu Yuan accepted her invitation into her home, a villa nestled in the suburbs, surrounded by lush trees and a beautiful garden. The three-story villa boasted a simple yet elegant design, with every corner meticulously adorned, evoking a sense of warmth and simplicity. In the living room, Liu Yuan beheld a set of comfortable sofas and a coffee table. The walls featured an antique stove and a wooden dining table laden with fresh fruits. May I have breakfast? He inquired. You are the only male visitor to my home in the past 2 years. Peggy Paz smiled as she received the breakfast, placing it on the dining table. Oh, what an honor it is for me. I wonder if I might continue to enjoy such privileges? Liu Yuan replied with a faint smile, his eyes revealing a glint of desire, his heart racing with anticipation. Chapter 45. Winning over Peggy Paz. Peggy Paz's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she readily acquiesced. Of course. She then guided Liu Yuan upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, several rooms came into view, some of which served as her workspace. Among them, her bedroom was simply yet warmly arranged, featuring a cozy large bed adorned with soft cushions. Liu Yuan's gaze was fixated upon Peggy Paz, unable to divert his attention. Her attire was both alluring and captivating, exuding a feminine charm that quickened his pulse and stirred his desires. With her golden locks cascading, she donned a white blouse paired with a black skirt that artfully accentuated her voluptuous figure. She wore sheer stockings that subtly revealed her long legs, adding an air of mystery. On her feet were silver peep-toe shoes, glinting with silver light, enhancing her stature and embodying the allure of a mature woman. On her nails, black polish glimmered with an air of enigmatic allure, while her toes, perfectly shaped and gracefully rounded, bore no trace of sharpness, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Peggy gazed at Liu Yuan, who was observing her, and shyly returned his look. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of bashfulness and tenderness. Liu Yuan, sensing the subtlety of her shy gaze, felt a surge of emotion within him. Gradually, he drew closer, positioning himself beside her to bask in her warmth. Suddenly, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. This unexpected gesture stirred ripples within Peggy, compelling her to push him away, yet her body resisted. You know, seeing you again makes me feel as though we've known each other for ages. Last night, I even dreamed of you. In my dream, we were like sweet lovers. Liu Yuan whispered softly into her ear, his breath brushing against it almost intentionally. It must be said that his charm was becoming increasingly refined. His words sent a tremor through Peggy's heart. Could it be fate? Last night, she too had dreamt of Liu Yuan, and in that dream, they lived a blissful life as intimate lovers. The moment she laid eyes on him today, she felt an extraordinary fondness. At a loss for words, her face flushed crimson. Liu Yuan continued his advance, his tongue teasingly caressing her earlobe, while his hands roamed gently across her back. Moments later, they were face to face, their noses almost touching. Peggy gazed at him with a tender expression, her shyness palpable. Liu Yuan smiled, his hand gliding through her golden locks, his lips slowly moving towards hers for a kiss. After approximately 2 minutes, their lips parted, still connected by a silvery thread. Peggy abruptly pushed Liu Yuan's shoulder, causing him to stumble back and sit upon the plush bed. Since you've provoked me, you must bear the responsibility, she declared, striding towards him with an enticing gait. Her melodious voice echoed throughout the villa. One could only imagine the narrative that unfolded thereafter. An hour later, Liu Yuan leaned against the headboard, savoring a cigarette with great pleasure, while Peggy, with a rosy complexion, lay on his chest, breathing deeply. You know, I've been divorced, and for 2 years, I haven't sought the company of another man. Yet, I can't explain why. After just one meeting with you, I can't seem to forget you, even dreaming of you last night. Liu Yuan, exhaling a plume of smoke, mused to himself, should I confess that I infiltrated your dreams and left an impression? This was destiny. She was meant to be his. Liu Yuan wrapped an arm around Peggy's smooth shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Perhaps that's the case, otherwise I wouldn't know how to account for all this. A satisfied smile illuminated Peggy's face. Gurgle, darling, are you hungry? Liu Yuan teased upon hearing her stomach rumble. Oh, it's all your fault. Who told you to tempt me as soon as you walked in? Peggy playfully scolded, her small hands playfully patting his chest. It must be said that a woman in love, regardless of her age, often displays a youthful demeanor in the presence of her beloved. Take Peggy Boz, for instance. At the age of 38, she is far from being considered old, and her impeccable maintenance only enhances her alluring appearance before Liu Yuan. All right, it's my fault. I'll go downstairs and fetch breakfast for you. It's probably gone cold by now. A flicker of charm danced in Liu Yuan's eyes. How could it not be cold? Over an hour has passed. I don't care. I want it hot. Peggy Boz pouted adorably. Hot? Quite simple. Just wait a few minutes. Liu Yuan replied as he rose from the bed, donned a pair of shorts, and made his way downstairs. Peggy Boz lingered in the warmth he left behind, savoring the moment. Soon, Liu Yuan returned. Having heated the breakfast he brought in the microwave and carried it up on a plate. By the time he ascended to the second floor, Peggy Boz had changed into a delicate white lace nightgown. Your pace is even quicker than mine, Liu Yuan noted with a teasing smile, observing her tidied room. I'm accustomed to it. Having lived alone for so long, I prefer a clean environment, Peggy Boz replied with a radiant smile. That's splendid. I also appreciate cleanliness. But I struggle to maintain it alone. I'll rely on you from now on. Of course. Peggy Boz beamed with excitement. They then enjoyed a delightful Eastern breakfast together. By now, it was 9:30, and they finally prepared to head out. As the general manager of a jewelry company, Peggy Boz did not need to be hands-on every day. Her employees would contact her only for significant matters. This jewelry company was established by her after a substantial divorce settlement allowed her to venture into this business. Where are we headed? She inquired. Focused on driving her fully equipped BMW, with Liu Yuan beside her in the passenger seat. Well, Liu Yuan's car was unfortunately destroyed by Hulk, he replied. First, we need to attend to business. Liu Yuan directed her towards a specific location. What business? She asked, slightly puzzled. As Liu Yuan revealed it to be a large storage warehouse. It was not far from her suburban home, merely a 10-minute drive. Of course, it's business. Liu Yuan said with a mischievous glint in his eyes, causing Peggy Boz's cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she thought to herself, could he be so audacious in public? Oh dear, Peggy, what are you imagining? Chapter 46. I want to drive too in just a matter of minutes, filled with laughter and conversation. They arrived at the storage center. This facility was dedicated to companies storing materials and equipment, featuring countless rows of expansive warehouses. They drove to the entrance of the storage center, where Liu Yuan handed Peggy Boz a pass card. After she swiped it, the gate slowly opened, following Liu Yuan's guidance. They parked in front of a large warehouse and he produced another card to hand to her. Peggy Boz gazed at him with a look of perplexity before accepting the card and swiping it against the electronic lock. With a chime, the warehouse door slowly swung open before them. Oh my goodness! Peggy Boz exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the treasures within the warehouse. The vast space, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was nearly filled with gold, jewels, and jade. A significant portion was occupied by gold, alongside raw jade, with the remainder comprising exquisite jewelry. This warehouse was a serendipitous discovery by Liu Yuan prior to seeking out Peggy, prompting him to hastily secure the rental with remarkable speed. He had brought forth these invaluable items exchanged from the main divine space. Originally, Liu Yuan intended to gradually connect with Peggy through a cooperative relationship, but her genuine concern for him made him abandon a slow approach, opting instead for a swift resolution. Consequently, he decided to present these treasures as tokens of affection to Peggy. Money, for Liu Yuan, was merely a matter of desire. It was not a constraint. Since early this morning, his companion had utilized the remaining tens of millions of dollars to make substantial investments in virtual currencies. Moreover, upon the stock market's opening, it had selected several promising stocks. Liu Yuan set a modest goal to covertly transform Stark's major shareholders into allies, thereby surprising him. With nothing to occupy her time, his companion readily embraced the directive. These gifts are for you, as a symbol of our bond, Liu Yuan stated, wrapping his arm around Peggy's slender waist and chuckling softly at her bewildered expression. What? I cannot accept this, Peggy Boz replied, her confusion deepening as she waved her hands in refusal. The wealth before them was easily worth tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars, far exceeding the meager 10 billion she received during her divorce. Such immense fortune was beyond her grasp, and she did not wish to accept Liu Yuan's generosity, fearing it would make her feel as though she were compromising her integrity. Why? You deserve to have it, Liu Yuan urged, noting her resolute rejection. No. What I truly need is not these riches, but your presence and companionship. Accepting such gifts would make me feel as though I were selling a part of myself. Upon hearing her sentiments, Liu Yuan shrugged helplessly. You are overthinking this. These are merely gifts I wish to give you, and in my eyes, they pale in comparison to your value. His words were eloquent, instantly sweetening Peggy's heart like a confection. No, I find great contentment in knowing my place in your heart. These gifts I cannot accept. Wrapping her arms around Liu Yuan's neck, Peggy gazed deeply into his eyes and gently pressed her lips against his. For a full 5 minutes, the two shared a fervent kiss, with Liu Yuan nearly losing control. Fortunately, Peggy Boss timely pushed Liu Yuan away, thus avoiding a dramatic scene. As Liu Yuan gazed at her bashful expression, a smile crept upon his lips. After licking his lips, he found himself perplexed by the dazzling array of gold and jewels before him. In this day and age, one cannot simply give away money. So what should be done with these treasures? Peggy Boss pondered earnestly. How about you acquire my company, and I will work for you? With all these beautiful jewels and jade, I am certain I can enhance their value significantly, Peggy Boss proclaimed with confidence. Acquire your company? How does that differ from you managing these items? Wouldn't it still be your responsibility? The distinction is quite significant. What do you think? Consider it, Peggy smiled. Entwining her arm with Liu Yuan's, Liu Yuan let out a wry smile, his eyes filled with helplessness. Given your insistence, what can I do? If we proceed as you suggest, I must clarify that you will handle all company matters. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to consult me. Of course. Peggy Boss beamed, her smile brighter than flowers. After a rough estimation, she assessed that the value of the items here was at least $15 billion. Yet, she was confident that she could increase this wealth by at least a third, as she was a renowned jewelry designer. By the way, why do you store such wealth here? Aren't you afraid of theft? She inquired curiously as they made their way back to Peggy's company. It's merely pocket change. I intended to gift it to you, but I didn't realize you would look down upon it, Liu Yuan replied, pouting slightly. You know that's not what I meant. Peggy Boss quickly clarified. Though she was unaware of Liu Yuan's true wealth, one who disregarded hundreds of millions surely belonged to a top-tier financial consortium. All right, I understand, Liu Yuan said, planting a kiss on her charming face. Oh dear, that's bothersome. I'm driving. I want to drive too, Liu Yuan grinned mischievously, causing Peggy Boss's cheeks to flush once more. As noon approached, the pair arrived at the headquarters, the same company Liu Yuan had visited previously. Peggy Boss had invested a total of $500 million to establish a company named Lingdong Jewelry. Nearly every major city nearby boasted one of her branches. Upon reaching the headquarters, Peggy Boss publicly announced a change in leadership, although she would remain the general manager. Her company was valued at approximately $700 million, and Liu Yuan instructed her to sell the items and transfer $10 billion directly to him. Peggy Boss did not refuse this arrangement. The two took a brief tour of the company before heading to a Chinese restaurant for a sumptuous lunch. During the meal, Liu Yuan recommended several dishes, and to his surprise, he discovered that Peggy Boss could use chopsticks. Seeing Liu Yuan's curiosity, Peggy Boss chuckled and explained, I not only can use chopsticks, but I also learned how in my homeland. I have always admired my country's culture and even studied there for several months, allowing me to speak a few clumsy phrases in my native tongue. Liu Yuan gazed at the enchanting beauty of the majestic mare, his affection for her only deepening. After satisfying their appetites, Peggy suggested they take a leisurely stroll through Chinatown, and so the two began to meander through its vibrant streets. It was here that Liu Yuan unexpectedly encountered someone, more precisely, a woman. Ladies and gentlemen, the premiere has commenced. The third brother implores you to add to the bookshelf and hasten the updates. Chapter 47. The arrival of the younger brother. While Liu Yuan and Peggy Boss were exploring a wood-carving shop in Chinatown, fate led them to an unexpected reunion. Can you guess who it was? Astonishingly, it was Betty Ross, a voluptuous and alluring woman, the first girlfriend of Bruce Banner. At this moment, Betty appeared quite haggard, her complexion pale, as she entered the shop accompanied by a female friend. One might surmise that her disheveled state was a result of Banner's abrupt departure the previous night, as they had not crossed paths since. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Liu Yuan's mouth as he thought, well, it seems you have made your choice. I shall not hold back. Though the woodcarving shop was nestled within Chinatown, its proprietor was not of Chinese descent, but rather an older African-American man. Upon noticing Peggy Boss's curiosity towards a dragon-shaped wood carving, he began to weave his tale. Beautiful lady. This exquisite piece was meticulously crafted by a master sculptor from our homeland over the course of an entire week. It symbolizes the dragon soaring across the seas and roaring through the heavens. To his credit, despite not being Chinese himself, the man had evidently spent ample time engaging in commerce with Chinese patrons, as he managed to bewilder Peggy with his eloquence. Enough of the flattery. How much is it? Peggy interjected, directly inquiring about the price. The dragon carving, though visually appealing and standing over a meter tall, bore signs of unrefined craftsmanship that hinted it was not the work of a true master. $20,000, the man stated, sizing up Liu Yuan and Peggy's attire and concluding they were affluent. Thus, he boldly inflated the price, akin to a foreigner misunderstanding the intricacies of Chinese antiques. All right. I'll take it, Peggy declared, producing a card and handing it to the proprietor. She then lifted the imposing dragon carving and presented it to Liu Yuan. Darling, this is for you. Liu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Peggy as she smiled tenderly at him. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, having never before experienced such care, especially from a woman. Thank you, Liu Yuan expressed sincerely as he accepted the wood carving, which weighed approximately 10 pounds and stood about a meter tall. The proprietor, witnessing Peggy's generous transaction, felt a pang of regret, yet as he observed the unfolding scene, he realized that new business opportunities were surely on the horizon. Dear sir, within my establishment lies a prized possession, a magnificent wooden carving in the shape of a phoenix. Should you purchase it as a gift for this lady, it would symbolize auspicious prosperity and great fortune. The cunning old man cast a sly glance at Liu Yuan, confident that even if Liu Yuan hesitated to buy it, the alluring woman before him, with her ample bosom and lack of intellect, would be unable to resist. Liu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging the old man's shrewd business acumen. Very well, I shall take it, he declared, producing his card to hand to the old man. Sir, I have yet to disclose the price, the old man said, taking the card with alacrity, yet hesitating as he regarded Liu Yuan. Considering your words, would it be feasible for me to decline? We both understand the value of these carvings. As long as your pricing isn't excessively steep, I am willing to allow you a modest profit. Understood, understood. The old man laughed, revealing his white teeth against his dark complexion. Old Kwai, hurry up and bring down that phoenix carving. The unexpected utterance of Mandarin from the old man amused Liu Yuan, revealing that he was, in fact, a son-in-law from northeast China. Coming, a robust woman in her 40s descended from the second floor, laboring under the weight of the carving. So heavy, you couldn't come up and help? You're exhausting me. The proprietress placed the phoenix carving before the group, delivering a sharp slap to the old man's shoulder. With a look of grievance, the old man replied in a northeast dialect, I was merely trying to entertain our guests. The proprietress shot him a fierce glare. But when her gaze shifted to Liu Yuan and his companion, her expression transformed into one of warmth. Hello there, young man. Greetings, elder sister. Upon hearing the standard Mandarin, the old man froze momentarily, feeling both nervous and a twinge of shame. So you are indeed from our homeland? It is truly a case of fellow countrymen meeting. What catches your eye, brother? I shall give you a discount. Despite the proprietress's formidable appearance, her generosity was well known. After all, how else could she command respect from a man standing over 6 feet tall? There is no need for a discount. Let the proprietor state her price, Liu Yuan suggested. The old man appeared quite uncomfortable, for his wife had instilled in him the principle of not overcharging fellow countrymen. Now, he found himself in a predicament, having not only overcharged but also fearing the repercussions later that evening. He fell silent, reluctant to disclose that he had sold a dragon carving for $20,000. Amused by the old man's reluctance, Liu Yuan realized how adept Northeast women are at managing their husbands. How about this? I shall offer $20,000 for the phoenix carving. What do you say? What? 20,000? The proprietress exclaimed, her voice rising sharply, drawing the attention of everyone in the store. You scoundrel! That carving is worth less than $2,000. You plan to sell it for 20,000? Does your conscience not ache? Have you forgotten my words? Do not exploit your fellow countrymen. The proprietress, in a fierce display, seized the old man's ear, twisting it sharply. Ouch! Ouch! Be gentle. At this moment, Peggy Boz looked on in confusion. She did not understand the conversation, but gleaned some insight from the ensuing commotion. All right, elder sister. It's not easy for you out here either. I am not short of money. I truly admire this phoenix carving. Please sell it to me for 20,000. Dear brother, this won't do. These two wooden carvings together barely amount to $4,000. How could I possibly sell them to you for 40,000? I shall gift you this phoenix wood carving and return you 16,000. No, truly, I cannot accept. This is meant as a gift for my girlfriend. Your generosity complicates matters, Liu Yuan replied, his words imbued with sincerity, which deeply moved Peggy Boz beside him. After Liu Yuan's insistence, the shopkeeper reluctantly agreed to sell it to him for $2,000, and once again, Liu Yuan declined the offer of a refund. Money was of no concern to him. When encountering compatriots abroad, he felt compelled to lend a helping hand. As Liu Yuan and his companion departed the shop, clutching the wooden carving, Betty Ross and her friend also chose their preferred sculpture and exited. At the shop's entrance, Liu Yuan inquired, Do you know what we were just discussing? In truth, this carving is hardly worth 20,000. Observing the delight radiating from Peggy Boz as she embraced the phoenix carving, he elaborated, "Of course I know. Do not forget, I am a master of jewelry. The carving technique is rudimentary. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that it was not crafted by a true wood-carving master." Peggy Boz remained undeterred. "Well, I want to gift it to you. Does your culture not speak of being descendants of dragons? I feel we are quite compatible." Her words stirred a sense of appreciation within Liu Yuan. And just as he was about to respond, Betty Ross emerged from the shop with her friend. However, as they stepped outside, a flower pot from the second floor of the shop plummeted towards Betty Ross. Chapter 48. Betty Ross with swift reflexes. Liu Yuan pulled her into his embrace just as the flower pot was about to land on her head. A crash echoed as the flower pot shattered where she had just stood. Betty Ross was momentarily startled by Liu Yuan's sudden action, but before she could express her discontent, she noticed the remnants of the flower pot on the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, she placed a hand on her chest, her expression filled with gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have ended up in the hospital." With her chestnut hair framing her face and her big eyes sparkling, she expressed her appreciation. "It was nothing, merely a gesture." Liu Yuan replied modestly. "My name is Betty Ross. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out," she said, producing a business card from her bag and offering it to Liu Yuan with both hands. "Oh, a professor of cellular biology? How impressive. I did not expect such accomplishments from someone so young," Liu Yuan remarked, glancing at the card and smiling gently. "Well, I shall not intrude upon your moment. Farewell." Betty Ross nodded at Peggy Boz before departing with her friend. Was this series of events merely a coincidence? A hero saving a damsel? Certainly. It was not Liu Yuan's doing. Perhaps it was mere luck that brought about this extraordinary encounter. She is quite young. Peggy Boz observed as she watched Betty Ross's retreating figure, then turned her gaze back to Liu Yuan. "She is all right, but you are more beautiful and possess greater charm." Liu Yuan recognized Peggy Boz's subtle intentions and complimented her in return. "You certainly know how to flatter." Peggy Carter, with one hand clutching a wooden carving and the other entwined with Liu Yuan's arm, continued to meander leisurely. The two strolled for an entire afternoon, during which Peggy exuded the demeanor of a young girl in the throes of newfound love. Despite being a decade his senior, she remained utterly unconcerned. For who could resist the allure of such a woman? Moreover, she was truly a remarkable individual. Most importantly, with Liu Yuan by her side, the women around him would eternally radiate youth. As they approached an upscale restaurant for a candlelit dinner, a sweet voice reached Liu Yuan's ears. It was the voice of Eight Sister, transmitted through a necklace, yet it resonated as if whispered directly into his mind, audible only to him. "I shall make a brief visit to the restroom," Peggy announced after placing their orders, rising to make her way. Where is he? Why has he only now been located? Earlier that day, Liu Yuan had tasked Eight Sister with tracking down Bruce Banner, yet it took this super artificial intelligence over 10 hours to uncover his whereabouts. The abomination had already been found. He was secretly detained by General Ross. As for Bruce Banner, he was in a neighboring city, having purchased a ticket for departure. His ability to disguise himself was remarkable. He had altered his appearance multiple times and avoided areas with surveillance cameras. Were it not for the cameras at the time of his ticket purchase, he might have remained undetected. Liu Yuan pondered this, recognizing that even General Ross had struggled for years to locate him, indicating Banner's strong counter-surveillance instincts. It was commendable that Eight Sister managed to find him in such a short span. Maintain close surveillance on Bruce Banner's movements, ensure he does not escape again. As for the abomination, let him remain where he is for now. I shall retrieve him when time permits. Indeed, after destroying my house and car, does he think he can simply flee? Such a notion is absurd. I shall not rest until I extract every ounce of his remaining value. Regarding Banner, Liu Yuan had no intention of killing him. Rather, he envisioned employing him, all while watching his former girlfriend fall into his embrace. Why resort to perpetual violence when one can leverage others' capabilities? Furthermore, the system had a plan for gathering subordinates. He was curious about the rewards that might come from acquiring a little brother. Liu Yuan and Peggy Carter savored a sumptuous candlelit dinner. The restaurant's ambience was dim and romantic, with soft melodies enveloping the air. They sat by the window, gazing out at the city's nightscape, leaving behind the bustling chaos of urban life. As they indulged in exquisite cuisine, Peggy recounted her life stories, including childhood memories, the reasons behind her infrequent interactions with her sister, her marriage, and subsequent divorce. Liu Yuan listened intently, while he himself had little to share, unable to disclose his status as a traveler from another realm. Instead, he embellished his tale, claiming to have discovered an unknown gold mine abroad, and so forth. Throughout their meal, they exchanged a myriad of thoughts and engaged in lively conversation. They understood that this candlelit dinner was not merely a culinary delight, but a beautiful memory and a romantic journey belonging to the two of them. After savoring the exquisite meal, Liu Yuan accompanied Peggy Potts back to her home. After all, He had yet to purchase his own residence, so for the time being, he would stay here, leaving matters of housing to the capable hands of Mayer. Upon returning home, Liu Yuan immediately embraced Peggy Potts tightly, their lips intertwining in a passionate kiss, to which Peggy responded with equal fervor. The subsequent moments were too enchanting to articulate. The following morning, as Liu Yuan awoke, the voice of Mayer resonated once again. Good morning. Your breakfast is on its way and will arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Breakfast? From where? Liu Yuan, clad only in his shorts, turned to glance at Peggy Potts, who was still peacefully asleep, and quietly inquired. As your artificial intelligence, I have, of course, made the necessary arrangements. I have acquired a 3-star Michelin restaurant for you, henceforth. All your culinary needs will be catered to by them, available 24 hours a day. Additionally, I have procured a rather splendid estate for you and your esteemed guests. Furthermore, I have acquired a research institute, as you expressed interest in having Bruce Banner at your service. This institute meets all requisite criteria. Liu Yuan was astonished. While others might only seek a few chefs, Mayer had directly secured him a 3-star Michelin establishment, along with an estate and a research institute in a remarkably short span of time. The estate referred to as rather splendid must indeed be impressive. He could certainly take a look at it later, as he had nothing pressing to attend to. Well done, Liu Yuan remarked with a satisfied smile, grateful for the significant expenditure of his hard-earned points. These are my duties. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. With a slight smile, Liu Yuan approached Peggy Potts and playfully patted her on the backside. To his surprise, Peggy, still in a dreamlike state, instinctively waved her hand dismissively. Don't disturb me. I can't take it. Seeing Peggy's reaction, Liu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. She had indeed been quite exhausted, returning home around 9 and working until midnight. Peggy, in surrender, raised both hands. With a playful smack on her rear, he encouraged, time to rise, breakfast awaits. I don't want to. I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer. Peggy replied, opening her eyes to see her beloved's smiling face, quickly covering her head with the blanket. After last night, she had come to fully understand the implications of being overwhelmed. Then sleep a bit longer. I'll wake you when breakfast arrives. No, darling. I don't want you to leave me. Peggy peeked out from under the covers with her big, adorable eyes, looking at Liu Yuan with a charming innocence. Such a rascal. Stirring up trouble so early in the morning? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Seeing Peggy's expression, Liu Yuan hesitated no longer and pounced on her like a hungry tiger. Moments later, the doorbell rang at Peggy Potts' residence. After a brief wait, the delivery personnel received a phone call. Hello, manager. I'm outside waiting. Someone will be with you shortly. The delivery person paused, pondering how the manager knew of their presence at the door. Approximately 40 minutes passed before the grand entrance of the villa finally swung open. Good day, esteemed sir. Here is your breakfast, kept warm in the thermal box, still steaming. Liu Yuan emerged clad in oversized shorts. The delivery person had faintly heard a peculiar sound from within the villa earlier, and now the situation was all too clear. Oh, thank you for your efforts. Here's a tip. Liu Yuan handed over $100 bill, took the breakfast, and retreated into the villa. What a life. When will I ever experience such a day? The delivery person gazed enviously at the opulent residence. After finishing breakfast, Liu Yuan greeted the still sleeping Peggy Potts before departing. Don't inquire why she remains in slumber. Simply put, she is utterly exhausted. Liu Yuan displayed no empathy for her predicament. He proceeded towards a swiftly moving train. At that moment, Dr. Bruce Banner, disguised, was aboard this train, evading the pursuit of General Ross. He had donned various disguises, beggar, woman, and finally, purchased a ticket for a journey abroad, ready to embark on a new chapter in life. With just an hour or so until reaching his destination, Bruce Banner felt a slight easing of his previously taut nerves. However, as soon as he relaxed, an urgent need to relieve himself surged through him. Wearing a hat and sunglasses, he surveyed the surroundings for any signs of trouble before cautiously making his way to the restroom. Upon entering, he locked the door and sat down, allowing his tension to dissipate once more. He even contemplated staying there for an hour or two, though he knew that was not feasible. A powerful urge overwhelmed him. And just as he prepared to stand and lift the toilet seat, disaster struck. As Bruce Banner rose, a figure appeared at the restroom window, shattering the glass in an instant. The startling noise caused Bruce to shiver involuntarily. In moments of distress, particularly when one is in dire need, the likelihood of an unfortunate accident increases. Bruce Banner, now drenched, glared with a mix of anger and resignation. Who are you? Why did you burst through the restroom window? He had no time to ponder further as he addressed the intruder. Isn't this Dr. Bruce Banner? What is this? Have you reached an age where you can't hold it anymore? The intruder was none other than Liu Yuan, who could not help but tease Banner at the sight of his comical predicament. After finishing his breakfast, Liu Yuan had taken to the skies, soaring at thousands of meters high, and made his way swiftly toward Banner's location. As for why he dared to strut about so boldly, it was undoubtedly thanks to the efforts of the eighth sister, Whenever a satellite captured Liu Yuan's presence, it was promptly erased. Who are you? How do you know me? Initially, when Banner first encountered Liu Yuan's eastern visage, his wariness was not particularly pronounced, for there were no individuals of Asian descent among those pursuing him. However, upon hearing Liu Yuan utter his name, his heart nearly leapt into his throat. I am Liu Yuan, here specifically to seek you out, Dr. Banner. Observing Banner's disheveled state, Liu Yuan's lips curled into a grin, and the resentment born of Hulk's destruction of his home dissipated by half. Was it mere coincidence that Liu Yuan burst through the window while Banner was in the restroom? Certainly not, guided by the Eighth Sister. Liu Yuan had intentionally orchestrated this moment, a manifestation of his wicked sense of humor. Liu Yuan, are you affiliated with General Ross? No, spare yourself the conjectures. I am beholden to no one. Here, no one possesses the authority to command my actions. Noticing Banner's cautious demeanor, Liu Yuan boldly proclaimed this. Yet his words only deepened the gravity of Banner's expression. Liu Yuan, I do not recognize you. What do you want from me? Surely, Doctor. Banner did not wish to continue living a life of evasion, akin to that of a rat. Did he? Serve me. And I can provide you with a secure environment for both work and life. Liu Yuan's straightforwardness left no room for pretense, making it difficult for Banner to discern his intentions. Why are you seeking me? Are you aware of my circumstances? Of course. I would not consider employing someone without thoroughly understanding them. However, it seems this is not the appropriate venue for our discussion. Wouldn't you agree? Observing Bruce Banner's flicker of interest, Liu Yuan glanced around, taking note of his drenched trousers. Banner's face flushed with embarrassment as he found himself at a loss for words. Before he could respond, Liu Yuan seized his collar and hurled him through the glass of the restroom. Banner was propelled through the window. In a state of panic. Banner struggled to contain his anger, fearing that Hulk's emergence would reveal his location. As he soared forward for several meters, someone grasped his arm. Looking up, he saw that it was the very rogue who had just thrown him out. What do you intend to do? Banner shouted, suppressing his fury, while internally marveling at Liu Yuan's ability to fly. Nothing of consequence, merely a change of venue. However, I am quite eager to test the strength of that formidable entity within you. Despite your ability to fly, you remain oblivious to the terror that resides within. At this moment, Banner was gripped by an intense fear of Hulk's emergence. Not only would he expose himself, but it could also attract relentless pursuit. Is that so? Then allow me to experience it firsthand. By now, the two had soared over 100 meters from the train, with a mere instant of teleportation. They found themselves a kilometer away in a desolate expanse. Before Banner could process his astonishment, Liu Yuan flung him into the air from a height of over 100 meters. He shouted loudly in the air, holding his breath and concentrating, unwilling to let the Hulk emerge. Yet, how could the Hulk be controlled by him at this moment? With a roar, Banner plummeted rapidly through the sky, his body expanding and his skin gradually turning green, his clothes and pants bursting apart. A giant, towering 2 to 3 meters tall, descended from above, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. The ground trembled slightly, and cracks began to form beneath his feet. Quite the impressive stature, with well-defined muscles. Not bad at all. Liu Yuan crossed his arms over his chest, tilting his head to gaze at the green giant, the Hulk. The Hulk raised his fists and let out a mighty roar directed at Liu Yuan before charging towards him. Liu Yuan stood his ground, as steady as a mountain. He watched the green giant approach without a hint of fear in his eyes, rolling up his sleeves, though his muscles were not as developed as the Hulk's. They were distinctly defined and aesthetically pleasing. In just a few strides, the Hulk was upon Liu Yuan, his fist swinging towards him. The force of that punch was capable of shattering any boulder, yet Liu Yuan did not flinch or evade. He extended one hand, forming a fist to meet the colossal punch that resembled a cooking pot. Bang! The two fists collided with a resounding thud. The surrounding air seemed to warp from the impact, and the earth beneath them could scarcely bear the immense force, developing fissures. Liu Yuan's body swayed slightly, while the Hulk staggered back a few steps, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail human could withstand his full-force strike. Observing the Hulk's expression, Liu Yuan smiled faintly, aware that he had triumphed in this exchange, though he couldn't help but acknowledge the Hulk's formidable strength. It was likely that the Hulk had yet to unleash his full power, managing to exert 7 or 8 parts of it against him. However, he remained unfazed. His trump card was not sheer strength. His physical attributes were merely enhanced tenfold, only slightly surpassing the strength of Steve Rogers. Cumulatively, his strength amounted to only 1 or 2 tons. How could he possibly contend with the Hulk, whose strength might reach hundreds or even thousands of tons? Nevertheless, the Hulk possessed a weakness. Despite his extraordinary strength, his massive size rendered him sluggish, relying solely on brute force to assault his foes. His attacks were limited to mere punches, devoid of any technique, often complemented only by the roar he unleashed to intimidate his enemies. Moreover, should Liu Yuan choose to confront the Hulk directly, a mere thought could send him soaring through the air, leaving him utterly powerless. Liu Yuan simply desired to deliver a thorough thrashing with pure strength. Meanwhile, the retreating Hulk was momentarily taken aback. Since his debut, no one had ever withstood his punch. Just days prior, he had encountered another green behemoth, nearly facing defeat, and now he was confronted with yet another individual of great strength, and one who was smaller in stature at that. This filled him with uncontainable rage. How could he tolerate such insolence? The Hulk retracted his fist and roared at Liu Yuan, his tone quite assertive, perhaps in need of a good brushing. The Hulk seemed to comprehend Liu Yuan's words as he raised his colossal fist like a hammer, relentlessly striking at Liu Yuan. The two engaged in a primal clash of strength, sending dust swirling around them. In a fit of fury, Hulk's power surged, compelling Liu Yuan to evade his blows as best he could. The battle unfolded with extraordinary intensity. Liu Yuan skillfully utilized his body and techniques to deflect Hulk's attacks while continuously retaliating. Their exchange was fierce and relentless. As previously noted, Hulk's massive size hindered his speed, and after several exchanges, Liu Yuan managed to send Hulk flying. Although Liu Yuan's strength merely inflicted a slight pain, Hulk was far from willing to concede defeat. Rising once more, he charged at Liu Yuan, only to be sent flying again within a minute. With his temper flaring, Hulk unleashed a powerful assault. After several instances of being hurled through the air by Liu Yuan, his rage escalated. He raised his arms high, let out a thunderous roar, and then brought his fists crashing down onto the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath him began to crumble, the fissures rapidly expanding until they reached Liu Yuan's feet, clouds of dust erupting around them. Seizing the opportunity to mask his approach, Hulk charged forward, intent on pummeling the diminutive human. Alas, while his intentions were commendable, his prowess was lacking. As he lunged in, unable to locate Liu Yuan amidst the chaos, Liu Yuan seized his arm, swinging him left and right in a classic display. A moment of retribution for the trickster god Loki. After several vigorous whirls, Liu Yuan forcefully flung Hulk out of the dust cloud, emerging leisurely from the haze. Liu Yuan appeared remarkably unfazed. Hulk charged anew. Utilizing the same tactic, he raised his fist to strike the ground once more, sending clouds of dust into the air. Liu Yuan awaited Hulk's next move, but after 2 seconds of silence, Hulk's figure was nowhere to be seen, slowly rising into the air. Liu Yuan beheld a surprising sight. Hulk was leaping rapidly toward a desolate area, evidently attempting to flee. Hulk was in utter despair. He bore the burden of immense power. Yet Liu Yuan refused to engage in a battle of strength, and Hulk could not keep pace with his speed. Thus, he found himself on the receiving end of the assaults, and Liu Yuan's blows were far more painful than bullets. Faced with such a predicament, was retreat not the wisest choice? Astonishingly, Hulk seemed to possess a level of intelligence sufficient to recognize the necessity of escape. Suspended in midair, Liu Yuan observed the rapidly bounding Hulk, who with each leap covered dozens of meters. Within mere seconds, he had distanced himself by 100 meters. Could he truly evade? Liu Yuan floated in pursuit of the Hulk, resulting in a peculiar scene. In an utterly desolate area, a massive green figure was bounding toward an unknown destination. Meanwhile, a man hovered in the air, grinning at the spectacle, casually producing a cigarette and lighting it with a windproof lighter. Hulk was driven to madness. Unable to land a blow and utterly incapable of escape, Banner, the Hulk, let out a mighty roar, and his body gradually diminished in size. Within mere seconds, the figure of Bruce Banner materialized once more. However, as Hulk relinquished control, it was during a leap that Banner found himself plummeting from a height of several meters. Thud! He crashed to the ground with a resounding impact, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Remarkably, after his transformation, Banner's resilience to physical trauma had significantly improved. An ordinary person would have perished from such a fall. Yet, Banner lay on the ground, lamenting, "Why didn't you catch me?" He writhed in pain for a moment before clutching his arm and rising to his feet, casting a reproachful glance at Liu Yuan. "I thought a fall from such a height wouldn't be fatal for you," Liu Yuan replied nonchalantly, cigarette in mouth, hands spread wide. Banner glared at Liu Yuan, at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with this individual, and not only had he humiliated himself, but he had also sustained serious injury. "By the way, where is that hulking figure within you? Why has he emerged?" Meanwhile, within Banner, Hulk bellowed, "Hulk refuses." Perhaps he was fatigued. After all, he was quite hefty. Chapter 51. Fragments of the Law of Strength. It was the first time Bruce Banner had heard Hulk's refusal to surface. Typically, he would suppress Hulk vehemently, but today, it appeared Hulk was intimidated by the man before him. This prompted Banner to marvel at Liu Yuan's formidable strength and piqued his curiosity about why such a powerful individual sought him out. "Mr. Liu Yuan, with such immense power at your disposal, what further assistance do you require from me? Are you certain you wish to discuss this here?" Liu Yuan surveyed his surroundings and then regarded Banner with an amused expression. Bruce Banner paused momentarily, feeling a sudden breeze that brought discomfort. As his clothes had been torn apart during Hulk's emergence, he felt as exposed as a quail, the wind chilling him. Before Banner could articulate his thoughts, Liu Yuan raised a hand to silence him. As the voice of Bomb May reached his ears, Miss Peggy is calling you. Put her through. Peggy Carter's voice resonated in Liu Yuan's ear. Darling, where have you been? Are you coming back for lunch? Apologies, my dear, but I may not return until later. Have you just awakened? Liu Yuan smiled upon hearing Peggy's words. Yes, this stubborn bull has worn me out. I just woke up and immediately called you. I hope I didn't disturb you. Not at all. I'm currently enjoying the sun with a friend, Liu Yuan replied, glancing at the still disheveled Bruce Banner. Banner stood in the wind, feeling utterly disheartened. Very well, I shall not keep you. Will you be back tonight? Peggy continued to inquire. Certainly. I should be back by afternoon. I have a surprise for you. Really? I am eagerly looking forward to it. Peggy's laughter rang through the phone. I've ordered food for you, so you needn't lift a finger. Thank you, darling. I'll tidy up the house while I wait for you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bombe, please arrange for some food to be sent to Peggy. Understood. As Banner noticed Liu Yuan seemingly concluding a phone call, his curiosity compelled him to inquire further. Is there something you wish to ask? He ventured. But you weren't holding a phone, nor did you have any earpiece. How were you communicating? Banner, a quintessential scholar with an impressive 7 doctoral degrees and remarkable intellect, found himself somewhat unsettled by Liu Yuan's apparent conversation. This is the latest high technology from my company. You wouldn't comprehend, Liu Yuan retorted. What? Banner's anger flared at Liu Yuan's words. I possess 7 doctoral degrees, and you dare suggest I lack understanding? Then what say you, Dr. Banner? Are you willing to serve me? Liu Yuan teased, his gaze fixed playfully on Banner. For a moment, uncertainty clouded Banner's expression. Yet within 2 minutes, his demeanor transformed, and he offered Liu Yuan a respectful bow. To Banner, aligning himself with Liu Yuan seemed preferable to a life of evasion. It would allow him to pursue his passion and potentially secure a stable existence. Moreover, with the unpredictable Hulk restrained by Liu Yuan, it seemed a fortuitous arrangement for both parties. As Banner addressed Liu Yuan, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within the system. Congratulations, host, for incorporating Bruce Banner into your ranks. Reward, 1 fragment of the Law of Strength. Following the system's pronouncement, an immense surge of power surged through Liu Yuan's being. Gradually, he felt an intense warmth enveloping him, his physique becoming robust. Within mere seconds, Liu Yuan's height increased by nearly half a meter. The once well-built man, weighing around 150 to 160 pounds, now resembled a hefty figure tipping the scales at approximately 200 pounds. The integration of the Law of Strength rendered Liu Yuan's body feeling as if it might burst. His features contorted momentarily, beads of sweat forming upon his brow, yet this sensation was fleeting. After a few moments, his form began to normalize. Liu Yuan exhaled deeply. Sensing his internal strength magnified many times over, even a mere fist clench felt as though it could create an explosion. Should he engage in combat with the Hulk? He felt an overwhelming confidence, fully prepared to meet each blow head-on. This is a fragment of the Law of Strength and exponential increase in power. It is quite reasonable. Perhaps even understated. While Liu Yuan reveled in this pain-tinged joy, across from him, the Hulk appeared bewildered. What was this? If you disagree, then disagree, but why the fury? The Hulk's face flushed crimson, resembling a puffer fish in its inflation. Why have you grown so large? Banner, stripped of his usual composure, looked at Liu Yuan. At a loss for words. This is of no concern to you. It is merely my spar with the Hulk, a refinement of my abilities. Liu Yuan fabricated a convenient excuse to smooth over the situation. Very well, come with me. If you linger any longer, you might find yourself frozen, Liu Yuan smirked, taking a step forward and placing a hand on Banner's shoulder. However, as Liu Yuan took that step, his foot sank into the ground, and the force he exerted on Banner's shoulder inadvertently caused it to fracture. I haven't offended you, have I? Banner grimaced in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he cried out in agony. Today seemed to be the unluckiest day of his life. Not only did he suffer humiliation, but his entire body was in disarray. His strength had increased slightly, yet he found it difficult to control, feeling somewhat like a mother monkey. Liu Yuan forced a smile, having forgotten the consequences that a significant increase in power could bring to others. Thus, he could only extend his finger toward Banner, a faint green glow emanating from between them. In just 2 seconds, Liu Yuan lowered his hand, and Banner, who had been gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, suddenly felt some relief in his shoulder. After a while, the pain diminished, and he could tentatively move his right arm. How is this possible? Banner wondered. There is nothing impossible. One must acknowledge that the world is filled with wonders. Do you believe that the entity within you is invincible? Liu Yuan stated. Come, let us proceed with your research. Make Hulk even more formidable, and grant me more powerful subordinates. With that, the two ascended slowly into the air, speeding toward their destination. Unable to touch him, Liu Yuan could not teleport him, so he resorted to telekinesis for flight. Although Liu Yuan had engaged in a fierce battle with Hulk in a desolate area, for the sake of confidentiality Eight Sister had ensured that their satellite footage was blocked. The two soared at an altitude of over 1,000 meters for an hour before finally returning. During this time, Liu Yuan rapidly acclimated to his newfound strength. Under Liu Yuan's assurance, this was the first time in years that Banner walked openly on the streets. This was the life humanity should lead. Shopping, strolling, basking in the sunlight, how unfamiliar it all felt to him. Naturally, any cameras that captured the two were swiftly deleted by Eight Sister, in an era teeming with surveillance. They were like phantoms. They boarded a vehicle arranged by Eight Sister and headed toward the research institute they had acquired. "Hello, Dr. Banner, welcome," greeted Reed Richards, the director of the institute, standing at the entrance. Liu Yuan was taken aback, recognizing him as Mr. Fantastic from the 2004 version of the Fantastic Four alongside the Thing. Do not question why it's the 2004 version. It is a classic, and Susan is remarkably beautiful. Please urge for updates and add to your bookshelf. Thank you. Dear friends. Chapter 52. The Research Institute of Mr. Fantastic. Bruce Banner looked at the man before him, realizing he was an acquaintance. As fellow scientists in the field, they had previously met at an academic conference. "Dr. Reed, long time no see," Banner remarked. "Indeed, it has been a while. I didn't expect to see Dr. Banner here," Reed replied, shaking hands and smiling with Banner. Banner, feeling awkward, struggled to find words. Just as Reed began to introduce Ben Grimm, the Thing, Liu Yuan communicated with Eight Sister. Through her explanation, Liu Yuan finally understood. It turned out that the storyline of the Fantastic Four had not yet commenced, and Reed was traveling to gather funds for the Institute, which Eight Sister had fortuitously discovered. Upon observing through the cameras at the Reed Institute, Eight Sister discerned that the facility was comprehensively equipped, prompting her to invest a considerable sum to acquire it. Thus, it follows that the current Reed and Ben are essentially working for Liu Yuan. "Dr. Reed, might we be invited to tour the premises?" Liu Yuan approached the trio, noticing their jovial exchange. "Apologies for the oversight. Please, follow me," Reed responded as he guided Liu Yuan and Ben on a brief tour of the institute. Nestled in a tranquil suburb, the research facility, while somewhat secluded from the clamor of the city, boasted state-of-the-art hardware. The exterior appeared rather unassuming. Yet upon entering the institute and descending into an underground corridor, they were greeted by a spacious and well-lit hall adorned with contemporary sofas and coffee tables for the researchers' respite. The walls were embellished with a plethora of scientific diagrams. Reed led Liu Yuan and Ben through the hall, arriving at the laboratory section of the institute. Here, an array of experimental apparatus and instruments was meticulously arranged, and Reed elaborated on the pivotal research project currently underway, an investigation into the human genome, intertwined with discussions of space and cosmic phenomena. With increasing enthusiasm, Reed extolled the immense scientific significance and practical value of this endeavor, even assuring Liu Yuan that its success would profoundly influence the trajectory of human society and yield remarkable returns. Throughout the tour, Liu Yuan expressed genuine interest in Reed's research, offering admiration and support for Reed's aspirations and pursuits. "This place is quite commendable, though it lacks recreational facilities. Most importantly, is it just the three of you managing this entire institute?" Reed glanced at Ben, visibly embarrassed. "This is precisely why I require substantial funding. With only the two of us, our research progresses too slowly, and we lack the financial resources to hire additional researchers." Upon hearing this, Liu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, then spoke as if to an unseen audience: "Acquire all the land within a kilometer and engage a construction team to commence renovations. Let us recruit 100 researchers at the outset." It was evident that Liu Yuan was addressing Eight Sister. After their previous conversation, Eight Sister had begun trading stocks using Liu Yuan's balance, but found the returns unsatisfactory. Consequently, it had traversed numerous banks in the United States, amassing an undisclosed fortune. This upheaval led the SHIELD agency into a frenzy, ultimately yielding no conclusive findings. While Liu Yuan's wealth may not rival that of a nation, it was assuredly comparable to that of Tony Stark. Additionally, Eight Sister had employed a portion of this newfound wealth to make significant strides in the stock market. Reed and Ben were left momentarily dumbfounded by Liu Yuan's assertions. They could not comprehend to whom he was speaking, nor could they fathom the notion of acquiring a kilometer of land or employing hundreds of researchers, concepts they had never dared to imagine. Unbeknownst to them, Banner was fully aware of Liu Yuan's extraordinary technological prowess. "All right, the three of you should strive for excellence. In the future, hundreds of researchers will come to assist you. I hope it won't be long before I receive good news from you." Banner expressed his willingness to collaborate with Reed, embarking on a journey to uncover the mysteries of science together. They subsequently enjoyed a meal at the Institute's cafeteria, engaging in a few conversations, after which Liu Yuan took off into the sky, disappearing before the astonished eyes of Reed and his companion. "He flew?" Reed murmured softly, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed. But he is a mysterious and powerful man, Banner remarked with profound understanding. By the time Liu Yuan returned to Peggy's villa, it was around 2 in the afternoon. He pressed the doorbell a few times, and Peggy quickly emerged, donning a light yellow dress with an apron tied around her waist. "Darling, you're back," Peggy exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of Liu Yuan. "Sweetheart, you look just like a cleaning lady," Liu Yuan teased with a faint smile. "What's wrong with looking like a cleaning lady? Even if I were one, I would be a beautiful and cultured cleaning lady," Peggy replied, tossing her hair with a hint of pride. "Of course, my darling is the most outstanding of them all," Liu Yuan said, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and removing the apron. "All right, let's not tidy up just yet. I promised you a surprise. Shall we go see it now?" "Now." "All right, I've tidied up enough. We can go take a look and later enjoy a camel at dinner," Peggy said, inviting Liu Yuan to sit for a moment while she prepared herself. As those who understand know, women have an innate desire to beautify themselves. After approximately 20 minutes, Peggy descended the stairs. Her footsteps were light and graceful, each step exuding an enchanting charm that stirred anticipation. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders like a smooth waterfall. She wore a pale blue long dress, fresh and soft in color. The dress was expertly tailored to accentuate her slender waist and long legs, showcasing her unparalleled beauty. Her long, smooth thighs were adorned in sheer stockings, and she wore a pair of black, open-toed high heels. Seeing Liu Yuan gaze at her appreciatively, Peggy felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Sweetheart, you are truly beautiful." Liu Yuan genuinely complimented her. "Thank you. Shall we set off then?" Peggy replied eagerly. "Of course," she said, linking her arm with his as they stepped outside the villa. At that moment, a stretched Rolls-Royce glided to a stop before them. "I'm here for Miss 8, announced a middle-aged female driver in a suit and wide-brimmed hat as she exited the driver's seat. "Very well," she continued, opening the rear door for them. Once they were inside, the driver pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing the villa district. After traveling for over half an hour, the vehicle halted in front of an enormous estate. Peggy peered through the car window, her face a mask of confusion as she looked at Liu Yuan. "Darling, where are we?" Chapter 53, Peggy's ex-husband, Justin Hammer. Liu Yuan observed Peggy's perplexity without uttering a word. As for the reason it is referred to as the enormous estate, it is due to the high walls that encircle it, standing at approximately 3 meters. The driver produced a card and scanned it against a sensor on the imposing iron gate of the estate. With a chime, the gate creaked open. Upon its opening, a multitude of structures came into view, with the most striking being the grand 5-story villa at the heart of the estate. It resembled a lavish palace, towering majestically at the center, exuding an air of authority and nobility. In the expansive garden, a vibrant sea of blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, with flowers of myriad hues competing for attention, releasing enchanting fragrances. At the garden's center, a magnificent fountain soared skyward, with crystalline droplets shimmering in the sunlight, casting a dazzling display. The estate is equipped with comprehensive facilities, with 2 parking lots filled with an array of luxury vehicles, including SUVs, supercars, and sedans, numbering around a dozen. Additionally, the estate boasts a helipad, with a helicopter station there. Flanking the grand villa are 2 swimming pools, their waters crystal clear and glistening, adding a refreshing and comfortable ambience to the entire estate. Distanced several dozen to 100 meters from each pool, 3 quaint villas stand as if guarding the grand villa. Throughout the estate, flowers and greenery embellish every corner, creating a scene brimming with vitality. "Oh my goodness, where's this place? Why have I never heard of it?" Peggy exclaimed, stepping out of the car, utterly astonished by the breathtaking spectacle before her. She felt as though she had stepped into a beautiful fairy tale. "Darling, this is the surprise I mentioned. Do you like it? I have purchased this estate," Liu Yuan said, a broad smile adorning his face as he embraced Peggy's slender waist. "Oh my goodness, darling, is this real? You know, I have always dreamed of living in such an estate. It is truly my dream home," Peggy replied, her excitement palpable. Even that miser, Hammer, has always resided in the affluent district of Manhattan. Hammer, Justin Hammer, was Tony's business rival. Indeed, Peggy was Justin Hammer's ex-wife, which explained her substantial divorce settlement of $1 billion. Liu Yuan was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. After all, Pepper Potts was a pair with Tony, and Peggy was the ex-wife of Tony's arch-nemesis. However, with Liu Yuan's arrival, the dynamics of Pepper's allegiance remained to be seen. Peggy was well aware of the estate's considerable value, despite its location in the suburbs. The total worth of the estate, with its myriad features, was likely to exceed $1 billion, and that was before considering the opulent decor of the central villa. She surmised that acquiring this estate would require no less than $1.5 billion. Her estimation was astute. The previous owner had demanded $20 billion for the estate before agreeing to sell. This estate was meticulously constructed by a wealthy businessman, with the land having been in his family for generations, now appreciating exponentially in value. However, shortly after its completion, before any occupancy, the company's stocks encountered a significant downturn. In the interest of the company, I had no choice but to part with it reluctantly, quoting a price of $2 billion, which is already a considerable loss. As for Bame, she decisively purchased it without any negotiation, in order to find a residence suitable for Liu Yuan's status. Thus, everything within this estate now belongs to Liu Yuan. I hope you like it. Oh, by the way, there is something else I wish to gift you. Liu Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he retrieved an exquisite small box from his pocket. My goodness, what beautiful earrings. Peggy gazed in awe at the earrings nestled within the box. These earrings had been exchanged by Liu Yuan from the system. Not only were the gemstones stunning, but they also possessed the ability to slow aging and alter one's constitution. With regular wear, Peggy would experience a significant transformation in her physique over time. Of course, these little treasures were quite affordable, costing merely a few points. Darling, I adore you so much, Peggy exclaimed as she threw her arms around Liu Yuan's neck, showering him with a passionate kiss that lasted 5 minutes. Subsequently, the two entered the central villa to admire their surroundings. It was undeniably lavish, opulent beyond measure. For the following day and a half, Liu Yuan and Peggy hardly ventured outside. Whenever hunger struck, a Michelin-starred chef delivered meals to them. Leisurely, they enjoyed the pool, private cinema, and various entertainment facilities. Naturally, during that time, Liu Yuan kept Peggy quite occupied, with hardly any moments spent on her feet. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. One fine morning, Liu Yuan left a note for Peggy, which read, My dear, I have matters to attend to and will return either tonight or tomorrow. I have arranged for some maids to come for an interview today. Feel free to request a change if you are dissatisfied. Yours, Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan then covertly returned to the main God Space. He found himself once again in the bustling, high-tech heart of the city. Though his communicator buzzed incessantly on his wrist, a series of messages flooded in. President, we have acquired numerous high-level plot reward cards, but the higher tiers are scarce. Please provide guidance. President, we have recruited many new members, including some lone wolves who have joined our conquerors. The term lone wolves refers to reincarnators who prefer solitary endeavors and only join guilds during mandatory team battles, retreating afterward to lead their own lives. President, our conquerors now number in the thousands. Due to the large membership, I took the liberty of relocating the guild headquarters. President, in just over a week, our conquerors have flourished, growing to several thousand members, positioning us as a mid-tier guild. President, are you there? Our conquerors may be under scrutiny. The series of messages were all sent by Xiang Chang, the last of which was sent the previous day. Liu Yuan pondered the final message for a moment before decisively calling Xiang Chang. Before long, Xiang Chang answered, and a virtual projection materialized before Liu Yuan. President. Yes. What is the matter? You mentioned that the conquerors are being watched? Indeed, President. It appears we may have caught the attention of a premier guild from the neighboring city. At that moment, Xiang Chang reported gravely to Liu Yuan. It turned out that this esteemed guild was the backing behind the Mad Dog faction. Their strategy in courting the Mad Dog was straightforward, to establish dominance in the small city and subsequently demand tribute. Unfortunately, the Mad Dog faction was annihilated by Liu Yuan and his companions. Consequently, this guild promptly dispatched scouts and soon discovered that it was the conquerors responsible for the downfall. However, rather than launching an immediate attack against the suddenly ascendant conquerors, they opted for a cautious investigation into the forces backing them. They were incredulous that the conquerors could have extinguished the Mad Dog faction without substantial support. Regrettably, after several days of fruitless inquiries, they could not ascertain the identity of the conquerors' allies and thus commenced a series of tentative probes. These probes inevitably resulted in casualties, prompting Xiang Chang to realize that they were being watched. He began to seek information, only to learn that the Mad Dog faction's patron was a top-tier guild from the neighboring city, known as the Blood Drinkers Guild. I understand now. You are currently too weak. For the time being, refrain from engaging them in any large-scale conflict. We shall address it upon my return. A mere guild from a neighboring city dares to challenge me? I shall ensure they are thoroughly dismantled. Chapter 54. The Fatal Bend. After giving a few instructions to Xiang Chang, it was time for Liu Yuan to embark on a new cycle. The scene before him shifted, transporting him to a dense forest. He stood upon the damp earth, surrounded by towering trees that reached for the heavens. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow, while a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a refreshing scent that invigorated his spirit. Not far from the dense thicket, he heard the soothing sound of a babbling brook, indicating the presence of a nearby stream. Clad in casual attire and equipped with hiking boots, Liu Yuan felt well suited to the surrounding environment. Main God Space Cycle Number 850930. Welcome to the Intermediate Cycle World. Entering World, Fatal Bend 12. Difficulty rating, for stars, based on the strength of the cycle participant. Main task, eliminate all ogres. Reward, 3,000 cycle points, 1-level storyline reward card. Side task: each rescue or elimination of a storyline character grants 300 cycle points. Warning: do not disclose the existence of the main god space to others, or face annihilation. A series of notifications from the main god appeared before Liu Yuan. The fatal bend? Is this truly rated as a 4-star difficulty for me? Liu Yuan couldn't help but smile, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Smuggling successful, side task modification successful. We look forward to the host's performance. As the system's voice faded, Liu Yuan surveyed his surroundings and, with his keen hearing, faintly discerned some voices engaged in conversation. Familiar with the storyline, he quickly recognized the group before him, another reckless little team, 4 men and 2 women, embarking on a journey that would lead them down an irreversible path. Liu Yuan gradually approached the sound, walking for approximately 5 minutes along the small stream that meandered through a dense forest. Eventually, he arrived at the stream's end, where a crumbling cliff awaited him. The water cascaded gently downward. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Peering down from the cliff, Liu Yuan spotted 6 young men standing about 10 meters below. Each carried a backpack, clearly indicating their intent to hike. "Hey, guys," Liu Yuan called out from atop the cliff. The group looked up, their gazes landing on a black-haired Asian man, and they greeted him warmly. "Hey, brother. Are you here to hike as well?" one of them inquired. "Of course, isn't the scenery here quite beautiful?" Liu Yuan replied with a faint smile. "We're also here for the adventure. Come join us. It's always better with company," one of the young men invited. Liu Yuan, seeing no reason to decline their offer, realized that joining them might lead to an encounter with the monstrous entities that lurked in the shadows. "Thank you for the invitation." With that, Liu Yuan leaped from the cliff, startling the 6 below. The height was roughly 10 meters. A fall could easily result in injury. Thud! He landed gracefully, sending a spray of water into the air. "Wow, brother, you're incredible," one of them exclaimed, astonished by Liu Yuan's agility. "Just basic skills," Liu Yuan replied modestly. "Brother, I'm Darius. Allow me to introduce you." Darius began to present his companions. "This is Jean, my girlfriend. This is Adam. And this is Mira. Hello. I'm Liu Yuan." He greeted each in turn, embodying the essence of politeness. "Shall we proceed? There may be even more stunning sights ahead," Darius suggested after their introductions. "Absolutely," Liu Yuan agreed, and they ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous breathtaking vistas. The environment was picturesque, and the air was refreshing. Indeed, it felt like a perfect place for exploration, if not for the lurking dangers. "Let us check out an unplanned location," Darius proposed again, piquing the curiosity of his girlfriend, Jessie, who walked behind him. "Where to?" "I've heard there's a well-preserved fortress nearby," Adam chimed in, his interest piqued, clutching his backpack with excitement. "That sounds great. Shall we go take a look?" I think it's better if we stick to the main path," Jean interjected, her concern evident. They had arrived a day earlier and spent the night at a local inn, where the owner had cautioned Jean against venturing too deep into the woods. Taking heed of the warning, she had firmly etched it in her mind. "It's fine. We'll just explore the vicinity. There's no danger," Darius reassured her. "But do you realize we might miss out on something extraordinary if we only stick to the main path?" Adam pointed out, leaning toward Liu Yuan and playfully tapping his arm. "Come on, darling, we are fine." Upon hearing her boyfriend's insistence, and with no objections from the others, Jen reluctantly decided to join them. After a leisurely stroll of about 10 minutes, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. As Darius took out his phone to check their location, another female member of the group, Mira, lost her footing and began to slide rapidly towards the precipice. Liu Yuan, swift and agile, grasped her backpack and carefully pulled her back to safety. "Brother, you have such strength. I never would have guessed," Darius remarked, patting Liu Yuan on the shoulder as Mira regained her composure. "It's merely the result of regular exercise." "Pa, how shameless. When have I ever exercised? At night?" Adam, alarmed by his girlfriend's peril, quickly inquired of their leader, Darius, "How much farther? If it's too far, we shouldn't continue." Mira nearly lost her life. Mira and Adam were a couple, as were Darius and Jessie, while the remaining 2 were glaringly obvious third wheels. "Just a little further, don't worry. Everything will be all right," Darius reassured his anxious companions. Despite some reluctance, the team members decided to follow him. Darius led Liu Yuan and the others aimlessly through the mountains in search of the fortress he had mentioned. However, after walking for 1 to 2 hours without reaching their destination, discontent began to surface among the group, fatigue setting in from the arduous trek. At that moment, Darius felt a pang of guilt. Hearing the murmurs behind him, he turned to face the others. "You all should head back along the main path. I will search for a while longer. If I find it, I will return to you." No sooner had he spoken than a disturbance on a hillside to their left caught their attention. As the sound grew closer, everyone turned to look. Mira, out of curiosity, even took out her phone to prepare for a photograph. Suddenly, a massive dead tree stump, approximately 2 meters tall and as thick as a person, appeared before them. rolling down the slope at a speed of 10 meters per second. Oh my god, run. Chapter 55. Are they all a bunch of idiots? The group was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the stump, panicking and turning to flee. Like a herd of fools, they ran straight ahead. The stump was rolling in a direct line down the slope, yet they insisted on running in front of it. Can't you use a bit of common sense and take a turn? Liu Yuan, not wishing to join the foolish crowd, had already moved aside the moment the stump appeared. Thus, the stump veered away perfectly from Liu Yuan, chasing after the foolish group. Just as Liu Yuan was about to shout a warning, he noticed the movements of the group had changed. As they scrambled down the slope, they all tripped over roots and other obstacles, tumbling down like a bunch of balls. Idiots, are they all a bunch of morons? Liu Yuan observed the disheveled state of several individuals and let out a cold snort. Subsequently, with his extraordinary eyesight, he discerned a small karami obstructed by a large tree in the mountainous terrain, preventing its continued roll. The creature leaned against the tree, disoriented from the force of the collision. Before it could react, the tree stump rolled swiftly towards it. At that moment, Liu Yuan was merely 20 meters away, and a golden needle materialized beside him, hurtling through the air toward the small karami with the speed of a breaking wind. Just as the tree stump reached the creature, the golden needle pierced its heart, followed closely by the stump. The impact from the stump obliterated the small karami, reducing its body and mind to mere pulp. Liu Yuan watched as the golden needle returned to his side, disappearing from sight as he silently contemplated. If one were to die, it might as well be at his hands, alleviating its suffering. Liu Yuan thought thus. With the tree stump's halt, their peril was averted, and he began to descend slowly. At that moment, several startled little sheep gradually rose to their feet. The first voice he heard was, "Adam, how could you abandon me?" "Oh, Mira. How could I leave you? I was tripped by a branch." It was indeed Mira and Adam, having narrowly escaped, now tightly embracing one another. Darius and Jane had also evaded disaster, yet they realized a few individuals were missing. Where are Louis and Gary? And Liu Yuan? Jane, still shaken, scanned the surroundings. "I am here." Liu Yuan approached them calmly, but they appeared disheveled, each nursing various injuries. "Louis and Gary? Liu, have you seen them?" Darius, surprised by Liu Yuan's unscathed state, was about to ponder further when Jane inquired again. "I have seen them, but you must see for yourselves." Liu Yuan replied with a hint of helplessness, shrugging his shoulders. The group, filled with confusion, followed Liu Yuan to a large tree a dozen meters away. Louis, one of the small karami, gazed at the lifeless body of his friend, covering his mouth in anguish, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Upon arriving at the gruesome scene of Gary's demise, Mira let out a piercing scream, turning away in horror, unable to bear the bloody sight. Adam, too, clasped his head in despair, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. Darius and Jane were rendered speechless by the shocking sight of Gary's death. Disbelief etched across their faces, unsure of what to say. "Louis, let us leave this place. Let us go over there," Adam, aware of the deep bond between Louis and Gary, approached Louis to offer solace, hoping to prevent him from succumbing to overwhelming grief. "Don't touch me," Louis roared in response to Adam's attempts to console him, his eyes ablaze with anger, the depths of his sorrow difficult to articulate. He appeared utterly despondent, suddenly collapsing to the ground, his lips incessantly murmuring in distress. Upon witnessing a member of their team fall, Jen could no longer maintain her composure and urgently urged Darius to call for help, as they desperately needed the assistance of Fabol. However, to their dismay, Darius's phone had no signal. "Do not panic, everyone. I will ascend to a higher point. There should be signal there," he exclaimed. "Are we not to ascend further? What if we encounter another tree stump?" Adam's resolute gaze halted Darius's reckless intent. "I will find a way around it. I will devise a plan for rescue," he asserted. At that moment, Darius's face was etched with bitterness, his eyes brimming with guilt and remorse. "Indeed, it is all your fault. Had it not been for you, we would not have ventured into this cursed place." Louis, infuriated by Darius's words, stood up with the intention of confronting him, yet Adam intervened to prevent the altercation. "This is no one's fault. It was merely an unfortunate accident," Adam implored, striving to soothe Louis's agitated spirit. "Do you genuinely believe this is an accident?" "I cannot help but feel this is a murder." Liu Yuan's sudden declaration left the others momentarily speechless. "What? Murder? Of course. I do not imply that Darius murdered Gary, but perhaps there are indigenous inhabitants within this mountain who are less than welcoming." Just then, Jen's gaze shifted forward, her eyes widening in terror as she quivered. "Over there, it seems someone is present." The group turned in unison, only to discern a slope accompanied by thick trees. Yet no person was in sight. "Darling, I see no one," Darius remarked, concerned that his girlfriend's fear might have unsettled her mind. He embraced her, hoping to calm her nerves. "I truly saw someone." I believe you." Liu Yuan nodded in agreement with Jin, recognizing that the peculiar circumstances, such dry soil, No rain for days, and no strong winds made it improbable for such a large tree stump to roll down without cause, despite Liu Yuan's tacit support. No one else believed her. They were convinced this was merely an unfortunate incident. After a brief respite, Darius, whose finger had been fractured during the earlier mishap, received a makeshift bandage from Mira. "Fear not, we shall not leave him here for long," Lewis said, gazing sorrowfully at his friend's lifeless body. As Jin approached to offer comfort, he could only nod, casting one last reluctant glance at Gary's corpse. What a thrilling turn of events. Chapter 56. The appearance of the abomination. After departing from the site of Gary's tragic demise, the group aimlessly traversed the mountains in search of an escape. Regrettably, Darius's phone perpetually remained in a state of no signal, leaving them utterly unfamiliar with the enigmatic mountains surrounding them. Gradually, 2 hours slipped by. Darkness enveloping the sky as the weather turned tumultuous, thunder rumbling ominously, rain was imminent, and they would soon need to gather their clothes. None wished to acknowledge their predicament. "So I shall state it plainly. We are lost." Lewis, clad in a raincoat and wielding a flashlight, shouted to the group. "We are not lost. We are traversing the mountains and will soon arrive at a mountain path," Darius retorted stubbornly. To be frank, had it not been for the thunder or the beam of the flashlight illuminating his figure, Liu Yuan might not have discerned that it was a person speaking. Enough. The hour grows late. Let us find a place to camp." Observing their incessant chatter amidst the rain, Liu Yuan noted that while they were clad in raincoats, it was not a sustainable solution. "I do not wish to leave Gary in the woods," I said. "Let us find a spot first, regardless of your reluctance." "He is already gone." Liu Yuan ceased the discussion of a deceased individual with Lewis and headed towards a certain direction. The others remained silent, with Jin and Mira trailing behind him. Lewis glanced back at the forested mountain, his eyes filled with sorrow. Under Liu Yuan's guidance, they stumbled upon a cave. Fortunate that Liu Yuan's keen eyesight had led them to the shelter. Otherwise, they would have faced the grim prospect of setting up a tent like the others. A fate he would not accept. "Liu, you are truly remarkable. You found such a concealed cave," Mira exclaimed, her gratitude evident as they would not have to camp on the desolate mountain tonight. "Just fortunate," Liu Yuan replied with a slight smile. Subsequently, Mira and Jun retrieved various supplies from their backpacks, candles, food, and several sleeping bags. With Gary's passing, his sleeping bag had now become Liu Yuan's, though he had no intention of using it, as he would soon venture out to hunt. Throughout their journey, Liu Yuan had sensed the grotesque man-eater trailing them closely. Undeterred even by the rain, evidently intent on securing a meal. After lighting the candles, the cave was illuminated brightly. The cave spanned a few square meters, ample enough for the group to rest for the night. They consumed a modest meal before preparing for sleep, for the day's arduous trek had exhausted them. The rain continued, transforming from a drizzle into a downpour. Camping outside would render any attempt at rest futile. As the intensity of the rain escalated, Liu Yuan decided against making any proactive moves, as the dampness of the raincoat was uncomfortable. He would wait patiently for his prey to approach. Leaning against the cave's stone wall, he began to close his eyes and rejuvenate. As he did, the source cultivation technique within him commenced its automatic practice. The compatibility of this technique with Liu Yuan stemmed from its ability to cultivate autonomously while he remained still or at rest, as if it were tailor-made for him. As time gradually passed, the cave was illuminated, the candles flickering as they slowly melted away. However, Liu Yuan had waited for an hour, and that old six had yet to arrive. Liu Yuan could sense that he remained outside, motionless. Perhaps he was deterred by the brightness within the cave. What a coward. "If you want to come in, I shall venture out," Liu Yuan thought, taking the initiative. Noticing that everyone else was fast asleep, he stood and walked towards the cave entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, Liu Yuan activated his telekinetic shield. This shield formed a protective barrier capable of deflecting enemy attacks, as well as the relentless raindrops. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Much like the magical shield of a sorcerer in legends, his shield could expand or contract, enveloping a radius of up to 100 meters. With the shield held aloft, Liu Yuan stepped outside, finding the shield remarkably effective, as all raindrops were repelled beyond its confines. Utilizing his keen eyesight and mental perception, he swiftly ascended a slope 100 meters from the cave. There stood Old Six, unencumbered by a raincoat, allowing the torrential downpour to drench him as he crouched behind a rock, occasionally glancing towards the cave, perhaps to check if the lights within had extinguished. "Hey, grotesque fool," Liu Yuan called out, startling Old Six, who spun around to find a prey he hadn't noticed had approached from behind, sporting a sly grin. Upon witnessing this misshapen ogre, Liu Yuan felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. The features on Old Six's face were truly bizarre. How to describe it? Firstly, his stature was not short. At least not shorter than Liu Yuan, standing approximately 1.85 meters. His eyes were mismatched, one large and bulging, the other squinting into a mere slit. The nose was peculiar, nostrils flaring like two imposing black holes. His mouth was even more frightful, with thick lips curving downwards. revealing a row of sharp teeth that sent chills down one's spine. His face was marred with grotesque growths and rough skin, darkened as if charred by fire. Upon seeing his visage, Liu Yuan felt a surge of disgust. Had it not been for his exposure to various sights, a lesser man might have retched at the sight. The towering old six, upon spotting Liu Yuan, seized the axe from his waist and swung it towards him with a mighty force. The axe struck the ground mere inches from Liu Yuan's face. The force of the blow was so great that it crashed against the shield, sending old six hurtling backwards, crashing into the very rock he had hidden behind. Stunned, he leaned against the stone, wide-eyed and bewildered, utterly clueless as to what had just transpired. Awestruck, are we? Let me enlighten you further. A gleaming silver sword materialized before old six. Liu Yuan grasped the hilt, twirling it with finesse, and aimed to strike at the ogre a few meters away. A surge of silvery sword energy erupted from the blade, hurtling swiftly towards old six. A clash resounded in the air. The figure of Lao Lu was cleaved in two by a surge of silvery sword energy, his intestines and brain matter gushing forth alongside a torrent of blood, his eyes reflecting shock and terror, tinged with a hint of reluctance and confusion as he met his end. So you still no fear? How rare. Liu Yuan remarked with a hint of derision at the sight of the bisected Lao Lu. Who goes there? At that moment, a voice echoed from the direction of the cave. Liu Yuan momentarily paused at the sound. Is there more? Chapter 57, Loyalty to the Divine. Without further ado, Liu Yuan immediately employed his mental perception to investigate the surroundings. However, he found no trace of the grotesque Lao Lu. Surely, they are not referring to me? With a leap, Liu Yuan ascended and swiftly approached the opposite side of the cave. As he neared the entrance, he descended and took a few steps forward. There, he saw Louis standing cautiously at the cave's mouth, peering outside. Liu, is that you? Yes, how come you are awake? Liu Yuan replied, noting that Louis's earlier shout had roused the others who had been peacefully slumbering within the cave, each regarding Liu Yuan with confusion. I heard a noise while I was asleep and got up to check, Louis explained. Liu Yuan understood. It must have been the sound of the rock splitting and rolling down the slope. Nothing to worry about. It was probably just thunder, Liu Yuan waved dismissively, signaling him to calm down. It's pouring outside. Why did you venture out? Louis inquired, finding reason in Liu Yuan's words. Oh, just urgent business. Liu Yuan replied nonchalantly. The following day dawned bright and sunny, a ray of sunlight streaming in at the cave's entrance. Liu Yuan leaned against the cave wall, his eyes fluttering open to the brightness outside. Raising his hand to check the time, he discovered it was merely 7 in the morning. Rising to his feet, he stepped outside, inhaling the refreshing air. The atmosphere was imbued with a damp scent, a remnant of the rain that had fallen the previous night. This aroma brought Liu Yuan a sense of delight. He relished the scent of rain mingling with the earth. Surely many share this peculiar fondness. Liu, good morning. Louis approached Liu Yuan, greeting him. It was evident he did not appear well rested, possibly due to a restless night. Did you sleep well last night? Liu Yuan engaged him in casual conversation. You know, Gary's death weighs heavily on me. How could I possibly sleep well? I woke at every little sound. My mind plagued by images of Gary's demise, Louis confessed. Liu Yuan nodded, understanding why Louis had been alert to the sound of the rocks tumbling down the slope. My condolences, he offered, attempting to comfort him while pondering the depth of their bond, curious about the nature of their relationship. Soon, their conversation roused the others who had been sleeping in the cave. Morning. Good morning. After a brief exchange, the group consumed a light meal, gathered their gear, and once more embarked on their journey in search of signals. Let us head that way. We've already traversed this path yesterday. Liu Yuan interjected as Darius aimed to move towards the spot where he had previously dispatched Lao Lu. If these individuals were to witness this, one can only imagine the fright they would experience. Oh, is that so? Darius nodded and proceeded in the direction indicated by Liu Yuan. After a walk of approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a cemetery, which was not insignificant in size, featuring dozens of gravestones. Hey, come and take a look, Darius exclaimed, having discovered an ancient stone wall alongside the cemetery, which bore a plaque. The inscription read, "We and the lives of our descendants pledge eternal loyalty to God, family, and the trustworthy foundation." The date inscribed was 1859-1124. This might simply be a declaration from some ancient tribe. Adam, after reading it, let out a cold snort and turned away. Liu Yuan, upon reading the inscription, could not help but inwardly scoff. Loyalty to God? Is this how your God instructs you? If you had not emulated Adam and Eve, how could this grotesque family of mountain dwellers have come to be? This group of cannibals fled from the chaos of war, initially numbering merely a few dozen, and had no choice but to imitate Adam and Eve to ensure their lineage. Deep within the jungles of these mountains, they have proliferated through countless generations. The consequence of emulating Adam and Eve resulted in some descendants becoming deformed. These malformed individuals were cast aside by their family or tribe, left to fend for themselves. Yet, Akin to the most primitive of creatures, they possess the instinct to reproduce and to hunt. The offspring they produce are even more grotesque than themselves, a cycle of degeneration that has persisted for generations, perhaps due to their disconnection from the world. They perceive humanity as akin to animals, hence their propensity to kill upon sight. This explains why the deformed mountain family has so many descendants in this vast mountain range. It is no wonder that none who venture here ever emerge unscathed. Naturally, within this immense mountain range, there exist not only the deformed mountain dwellers but also the tribe that established the foundation. They have thrived in another part of the mountains, leading a life of tranquility and seclusion. O great God, do you stand behind the Almighty, or do you embody him? Are you so unable to bear witness to this that you would have me annihilate these mountain families? Or do these grotesque beings tarnish your radiant image? Liu Yuan scoffed, patted Darius on the shoulder, and continued on his way. After approximately another half-hour of walking, they found themselves still surrounded by dense woods, with their phones steadfastly devoid of signal. This left the group feeling somewhat despondent. Meanwhile, at the site where Liu Yuan had slain the sixth man the previous night, a female mountain dweller arrived. She was strikingly unattractive, with two large, slanted eyes, a relatively normal nose, but a mouth where the upper lip nearly touched the tip of her nose. Were these two perhaps a couple, or siblings? In any case, upon seeing the corpse of the sixth man, the mountain dweller let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the surrounding woods. On the other side, the dispirited group continued their march toward an unknown destination. However, at that moment, Jin unexpectedly spotted a little girl. This girl was familiar to her, having been seen on the day they first arrived in the small town. Upon encountering the young girl, Jin felt a surge of joy, for she believed that the child surely possessed knowledge of the way out. Even if the girl herself was unaware, her mother undoubtedly held the answer, as it was that very day when Jin had spotted them at the market in town. Perhaps she was the mother, or possibly an older sister. The intricacies of their relationship were indeed too complex to decipher. This girl and her mother were not inhabitants of the mountains, but rather ordinary individuals from the tribe, who occasionally ventured down to sell their handcrafted wares. By a remarkable twist of fate, Jin had come across them. Upon hearing Jin's voice, the group quickly turned to look. But perhaps due to the sheer number of Liu Yuan and his companions, the little girl spun around and fled. Adam and the others, seeing a glimmer of hope for escape, could not allow her to evade them so easily. They called out as they pursued her, "Hey, don't run. We mean you no harm." Yet, the girl remained unperturbed, continuing to sprint away. Though her legs were short, she appeared quite familiar with the terrain, deftly navigating twists and turns, while Adam stumbled and fell. "Don't mind me, keep chasing," he shouted to Darius, who had halted in his tracks. However, upon finishing his shout, Adam realized he had tripped over a trap. His ankle was tightly ensnared, the other end of the lock tethered to a sturdy steel chain. In mere moments, Adam felt himself being dragged forward rapidly by the chain. "Adam!" His companions cried, rushing toward him to grasp his body. Yet, their strength paled in comparison to that of the trap. In the struggle, Adam cried out in pain, and they hesitated to pull too hard, helplessly watching him tumble into a 2-meter-deep hole. "Adam! Adam!" Darius exclaimed, witnessing Adam disappear from sight. And he contemplated descending to search for him, but was restrained by Liu Yuan. "Do not worry, he should be fine. He may have been captured by the locals using traps. Let us find a place to hide and wait for their return." Liu Yuan reassured Darius with a pat on the shoulder. "But what if he falls into the hands of the locals?" Mira gasped, covering her mouth in terror. "These locals are not the same ones we encountered yesterday," Liu Yuan stated. "How do you know?" The others queried, casting puzzled glances at him. "The natives we faced yesterday sought to kill us outright, whereas the trap that ensnared Adam is clearly a means of hunting." "All right, let us find a place to conceal ourselves," Liu Yuan calmly suggested, leading the way toward the other end of the cave. He sensed through his mental perception that Adam was being dragged underground, but after a few minutes, it ceased. The underground passages were likely short. Although the remaining four were perplexed by Liu Yuan's unwavering confidence, they were at a loss themselves, and so they followed in his wake. Soon, they quietly awaited something in the cover of dense foliage. As a few individuals pondered the situation, they beheld two towering figures adorned with masks crafted from the skulls of beasts, their bodies draped in animal pelts, equipped with bows and arrows upon their backs. These individuals were indeed the very tribesmen they had surmised. The group could not help but admire Liu Yuan's astuteness. Chattering away, the two tribesmen manipulated a mechanism, retracting a chain that surprisingly ensnared a human. They momentarily stood in astonishment before engaging in animated conversation, the language of which Liu Yuan could not comprehend. Shortly thereafter, one of the tribesmen bound the captive as one would a wild boar, skewering him upon a stick. The two tribesmen then hoisted him away. "Stop!" Darius shouted upon witnessing his companion being carried off. Without a second thought, he brandished a dagger and charged forth, confident that their numerical advantage of 4 against 2 would grant them victory. Following suit, Mira joined him in the fray. Upon seeing the sudden influx of outsiders, The tribesmen set down the unconscious Adam and resumed their rapid-fire dialogue. Darius, brandishing his dagger, demanded that they release the captive and take their leave. But the exchange was utterly incomprehensible, akin to a mismatched conversation. In the midst of this standoff, Adam regained consciousness and seized a nearby wooden stick. Swinging it fiercely at one of the tribesmen's heads, he struck once, then again, until Lewis intervened to restrain him, prompting Adam to cease his attack. Meanwhile, the other tribesman had already made a hasty retreat. He lost his breath. He dead. Darius knelt to check the pulse of the fallen tribesman, casting a reproachful glance at Adam for his excessive force. So what if he is dead? They are savages, and we are in their desolate domain. As long as no one speaks of it, none shall know. Adam, seemingly shaken from the encounter, exhibited a vindictive demeanor. Realizing the ease with which one could take a life, he feigned bravado, declaring, "How foolish to linger in another's territory without fleeing, and to have killed one of them. Do you truly believe this tribe is defenseless? We must prepare to withdraw. Associating with them will diminish my intellect." Observing Adam's demeanor, Liu Yuan resolved to retreat. No longer wishing to concern himself with their fates, having already squandered considerable time in their presence, he pondered the merit of venturing forth to eliminate the grotesque mountain dwellers instead. A mere 300 reincarnation points were not worth his attention. Letting them fend for themselves was sufficient. As the group continued to express their grievances towards Adam for his heavy-handedness, he grew increasingly impatient. "Let us part ways. Should I venture out, I shall seek assistance," Liu Yuan declared curtly before turning to leave. Yet, after only a few paces, Adam obstructed his path. "Do not depart. Are you planning to seek out Beaufort to capture me alone?" Fear gripped Adam at the thought of Liu Yuan enlisting Beaufort against him. Although a native of the tribe, he was still a living being. "No," Liu Yuan replied tersely, sidestepping Adam and continuing onward. "Halt. You cannot leave. You must remain with us." Adam frantically obstructed Liu Yuan's path, shouting loudly, his eyes betraying a sense of panic, fear, and madness. "Step aside." Liu Yuan cast a cold glance at him, his tone chilling. Did he truly wish to court death after being offered a chance to escape? "No, you cannot leave. You still need to assist me with the bodies. Otherwise, you will be an accomplice." Liu Yuan rolled his eyes at Adam's words, bemused by his bizarre reasoning, unsure if he was genuinely terrified or simply losing his mind. "Do you think that just because your name is Adam, you are the true Adam?" He concluded with a final command, "Step aside." Adam, unnerved by Liu Yuan's piercing gaze, remained stubbornly rooted in place, refusing to yield. "Well then, I'm afraid you will have to seek the real Adam." Suddenly, a golden feather needle materialized before Adam, piercing through his forehead with astonishing speed. Instantly, Adam's head was penetrated, losing a third of it in the process. "Oh my God, Adam!" Liu Yuan. "What have you done to Adam?" Darius cried out in horror upon witnessing Adam's condition. Liu Yuan paid them no heed, allowing them to fend for themselves. He extended his perceptive abilities and meandered in a particular direction. After departing from that group of fools, Liu Yuan traversed for approximately an hour, winding through the dense forest alongside a stream, until he reached the edge of a cliff. Below was a small waterfall. He hovered above the cascade, gazing at the breathtaking scenery, his earlier agitation, caused by the fools, dissipating almost instantaneously. Most importantly, he was treated to an impromptu live show. In the pool beneath the waterfall, a man and a woman were engaged in a dramatic performance that captivated Liu Yuan's attention. In just a few minutes, the man was defeated by the woman, who exchanged a few parting words with him, seemingly saying, "I will return." The man then walked into the woods, leaving the woman basking in the sun alone. This woman was quite the flirt, and they had come here to participate in a wilderness survival program. She had engaged in a few rounds with the man solely to gain more screen time. Moments after the man left, the woman lay leisurely by the pool, soaking up the sun, when suddenly an alarm echoed from the forest. Startled, she sat up, scanning her surroundings, thinking it might be her companions calling for her. Hello? However, what awaited her was not an echo, but a grotesque female mountain dweller, brandishing a dagger, charging out from the woods with murderous intent. Upon seeing this hideous and menacing figure approaching her with a blade, the woman's instinct was to flee. She scrambled to her feet, attempting to escape. But the mountain dweller blocked her path, forcing her to retreat toward the pool behind her. In her desperation, she shouted loudly for help. Alas, in this desolate wilderness, no one answered her cries. In terms of speed, how could she possibly compete with the mountain dweller? They had grown up in this terrain, their agility far surpassing that of any sprinter. The woman had scarcely run a few steps before she was overtaken by the mountain man at the water's edge. The mountain man, ruthless and terse, seized the woman by her clothing and swiftly plunged his knife into her body. Soon, the air was filled with her anguished cries. The woman was repeatedly stabbed, and an abundance of crimson blood gushed forth, rapidly staining the water red. Liu Yuan hovered above, witnessing the entire horrific scene unfold. She made no attempt to rescue the woman. Instead, as the woman approached the brink of death, Liu Yuan granted her a merciful release from her suffering. Meanwhile, the female mountain warrior caught sight of something flashing past her, and shortly thereafter, the woman succumbed to her wounds. Gripping her knife tightly, she scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet, her scrutiny proved futile as a golden light reappeared before her, followed by a fatal blow to her head. This was the last scream of the female mountain warrior, who then fell heavily into the water, her blood mingling with that of the woman, turning the small pond a deep crimson. As the female mountain warrior collapsed, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the woods. A figure darted from the trees and rushed to the pond's edge, weeping over the fallen warrior. Ah, you know sorrow? You kill so many, yet you show no remorse. Do you enjoy this? Go ahead, indulge. Liu Yuan observed as a male mountain man emerged, slowly descending behind him to unleash a torrent of mockery. The mountain man, hearing the voice behind him, turned abruptly. His appearance was grotesque, beyond description. Even Zhu Beiji would be considered a handsome man in comparison. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Yuan's words were lost on him. Upon seeing Liu Yuan, he assumed the female warrior was his victim. With a roar, he charged from the pond, drawing his weapon to strike at Liu Yuan. Fool, Liu Yuan extended a hand, mimicking the act of shooting. His head erupted, courtesy of the golden feather needle. Liu Yuan, no longer inclined to toy with them, resolved to fulfill his primary objective of eliminating these aberrations, seeking them out one by one. He cast a glance at the 3 corpses in the pond before ascending to the skies, aiming for the nearest mountain man. As Liu Yuan took flight, his keen ears picked up the distant sound of a gunshot. Deciding to investigate, he headed towards the source of the sound, where the mountain man was likely to be. Within minutes, Liu Yuan arrived at the site of the gunshot. Below, he beheld a dilapidated wooden cabin, smoke rising from its chimney, undoubtedly one of the mountain people's abodes. Upon landing, fury ignited within him as he surveyed the scene, filled with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. A woman lay lifeless on the ground, while another had been suspended, her organs cruelly extracted. In front of the house, a large pot bubbled ominously, giving the place an air of hellish despair. A pack of beasts. Liu Yuan discovered a barrel of gasoline at their residence and proceeded to douse the surroundings of the house. He picked up a burning log from the large cauldron and hurled it towards the structure. In an instant, flames rapidly spread, voraciously consuming the house piece by piece. Though I am not a virtuous individual in your presence, I appear as pure as freshly fallen snow. Liu Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with an ominous intent. Shortly thereafter, he activated his mental perception and swiftly soared towards the nearest mountain folk. 1, 2, 3. Along his path, Liu Yuan dispatched several, until he spotted a small road where a caravan was heading towards the recently ignited house. Suddenly, a harrowing scream emanated from the vehicle, and Liu Yuan surmised correctly. There were 2 mountain dwellers inside, unethically pilfering the production crew's vehicle. Also within was the man who had just performed in the grand spectacle. Liu Yuan let out a cold snort in midair. He extended his hand towards the caravan, employing telekinesis, and the vehicle, which had been racing down the road, began to ascend slowly, leaving the mountain dweller at the wheel in a state of astonishment. The caravan gradually rose, soon hovering approximately 200 to 300 meters above the ground. You trash, return to your filthy den, he declared. Subsequently, with a subtle downward motion of his hand, the caravan plummeted uncontrollably towards the earth. With a thunderous crash, the caravan hit the ground, exploding instantly. Thick black smoke billowed forth, carrying not only the acrid scent of gasoline but also a hint of barbecued flesh. Meanwhile, about a kilometer away, at a temporary campsite, 2 men and a woman were contentedly grilling meat by the campfire, engaging in laughter and conversation. The sudden explosion drew their attention, prompting them to rise and gaze towards the distant plume of smoke. What is happening? Where did that explosion come from? As the trio pondered, a woman stumbled out of the woods, losing her footing and falling to the ground in an undignified manner. Oh, Nina? Are you all right? One of the men, a black individual and a notable figure in the sports realm named Jack, rushed to her side to assist her. To his surprise, upon standing, Nina began to incoherently shout at the 3. They killed Mara, and they will kill us too. Hey, Nina, calm down. What are you talking about? Who would come after us? We're fine here. Jack, noticing Nina's disheveled state and erratic speech, urged her to regain her composure. No, you don't understand. You haven't seen. It's those deformed mountain people. They have settled here. Just now, they killed Mara. They even tied her to a truck. And we must leave this place at once. After pausing for a moment to catch her breath, Nina began to explain. The 3 listened to her words, still bewildered. After all, they had come to participate in a wilderness survival show, and they wondered if Nina had concocted such a tale to persuade them to withdraw from the program. Particularly, there is a rather foolish man named Johns, who is increasingly skeptical of Nina's words. At this moment, her declarations evoke a heightened sense of drama and fervor within him. It is utterly fascinating. Nina, observing Johns' expression, perceives that he believes she is deceiving him. Her eyes glint with a hint of panic as she exclaims, Listen, everything I say is true. Come on, This is merely a game. You intend to trick us and seize the ultimate victory for yourself, don't you? If Liu Yuan were present, he would surely utter a remark to this effect. Let this fool fend for himself. In Chapter 60, Nina, confronted with John's incredulity, finds herself at a loss on how to reason with such a fool. This entire situation is merely a special effect. There is no need to fabricate an atmosphere of tension. The reckless John steps before Nina once more, reiterating his stance. Little did he know. Nina's frustration with this imbecile boiled over. She seized Johns by the collar and, in a grave tone, insisted, "What I have seen is real. We must leave this place at once." Johns then glanced towards the side at Jack, a fellow participant. Jack, upon observing Nina's demeanor, felt that she was not lying. His adrenaline surged, and he urged, "Let us depart." Johns, with an air of indifference, retorted, "If you wish to leave, then go ahead. This is merely a test. And if you all vacate, the final prize will belong to me." He returned to the campfire, resuming his seat with an unaffected expression. Nina, initially holding on to her benevolent intentions to persuade him, soon lost her composure upon catching sight of the roasted meat over the fire. With a frantic shout, she dashed into the woods. Jack, having noticed the mountains, nearly expelled his previous meal in shock and hurried after Nina. Meanwhile, Johns, now grasping the gravity of the situation, joined forces with another participant, a retired female soldier named Amber, in pursuit of the pair. On another front, the leader of this event, a retired soldier named Dale, had been ambushed and captured by the mountain people early on. However, drawing upon his extensive experience, he swiftly managed to escape. The first gunfire Liu Yuan heard was fired by him, as he dispatched an adversary with a mountain man's hunting rifle. After his escape, Dale sought to locate the other participants, but after a lengthy search yielded no results, he stumbled upon a small wooden cabin. To his surprise, he found an unattractive elderly man residing within. Though Dale had evaded capture, he was battered and bruised, needing to rest and tend to his wounds temporarily. After a painful ordeal, he stitched up his injuries and began to survey the room. Within the cabin, he discovered a bow and arrow, alongside some explosives. "What do you require such a quantity of explosives for?" Dale inquired, puzzled. "Oh, it is merely for fishing," the old man replied casually. "You see, I am of an age where fishing has become too strenuous for me." Subsequently, the old man attempted to divert the conversation by complimenting Dale. "You are indeed fortunate. Many who have ventured into these woods have never returned." Dale furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. How many of these fiends are there? Uncertain of the answer, he concluded that it was sufficient to deal with him. After exchanging a few casual words, Dale, concerned for his companion, prepared to take his leave from the old man. "It's too perilous here. Why don't you accompany me?" The old man chuckled ominously, his expression unsettling. "No, no, no. I wish to remain with my children." Seizing the opportunity when Dale was distracted, the old man abruptly hurled an object at him. Enraged, he shouted, "You killed my child." It was evident that this grotesque child was among the mountain folk who had attacked them, and the old man was merely one of their kin. Drawing upon his years of experience and recognizing the old man's frailty, Dale easily evaded the assault and swiftly subdued him. Dale's gaze fell upon the detonators. He retrieved one, igniting it on a candle before affixing it to the old man's belt. With a swift somersault, he exited the wooden cabin. The old man, oblivious to the act, brandished his shotgun and pursued him. However, before he could discharge his weapon, a thunderous explosion obliterated the old man. Approaching the remnants of the shattered shotgun, Dale discovered it was beyond repair and thus returned to the cabin to seize a bow and some arrows, smearing a bit of mud on his face for camouflage. When he emerged once more, he was thoroughly equipped, a bow in hand, arrows at his back, and several detonators strapped to his waist, exuding an aura of imminent carnage. Liu Yuan, having utilized his perceptive abilities, had already arrived in close proximity and witnessed the unfolding scene. Amused by Dale's preparations for slaughter, he thought, why not take advantage of free labor? The master merely commanded to slay, not to do the killing myself. Quite reasonable, indeed. Liu Yuan then transformed into a small bird, closely following Dale. Having acquired a spell named 72 transformations upon his return to the main world, he was now employing it for the first time with perfect execution. Meanwhile, the fleeing quartet found themselves in peril, ambushed by two mountain folk, plunging into chaos. Experienced Nina, upon spotting the two mountain men, decisively took flight. The three inexperienced companions, however, foolishly attempted to confront their assailants. It wasn't long before Jones was injured in the arm by a female mountain dweller. Amber, a retired soldier, showcased his prowess and quickly incapacitated a male mountain man. Regrettably, the man appeared undeterred by injury, rising even after his head struck a rock. The trio, unwilling to linger, hastily fled in a singular direction. As the relentless mountain folk pursued them, the group scattered. Jack found himself isolated, realizing no one was following before he cautiously paused to catch his breath. At that moment, he heard a cry for help. It was Nina's voice. following the sound. He arrived at the edge of a pit, discovering that Nina had fallen into a trap, adhering to the principle that someone must be saved. Jack disregarded whether anyone was pursuing them and hurriedly rescued Nina from the trap. However, just as he extricated her, a mountain dweller emerged from the shadows, brandishing a rifle and firing at them. Run! With the cover of the trees, they miraculously dodged several bullets. Unfortunately, fortune was not on their side. Jack and Nina found themselves cornered at the edge of a waterfall by the relentless mountain dweller. With a sinister grin, he loaded his weapon and aimed at them. Yet he refrained from pulling the trigger. What should we do? Jumping down will surely kill us. Nina was utterly panicked at that moment. Do not fear. Dying at his hands is far worse than taking a leap of faith. Jack gazed at Nina with deep affection, conveying a silent message of solidarity. Seeing her fall silent, he grasped her hand firmly, and together they leapt into the abyss, their fates uncertain. Meanwhile, Joan and Amber met their demise, having failed to escape the trap set by the mountain dwellers. On another front, Dale had transformed into a veritable ghost of the forest since donning his mud camouflage. His prowess in combat was unparalleled. The reason he was dubbed the Old Six was because he had successfully concealed himself in the woods, evading detection by the mountain dwellers. Regardless of whether he ambushed them, he ensured that any mountain dweller he encountered met their end. On one occasion, while they were preoccupied with their tasks, Dale lay hidden in the grass, deftly preparing an arrow affixed with explosives. With a fluid motion, he ignited it and launched it forth, showcasing his considerable experience. Cautiously, Dale navigated through the jungle, eventually emerging into what appeared to be an abandoned factory. After scanning the vicinity for threats, he cautiously entered, driven by the hope of finding assistance. Yet, the deeper he ventured, the more he was assaulted by a foul stench reminiscent of decaying corpses. Holding his breath and furrowing his brow in concentration, Dale cautiously advanced. However, after navigating several rooms, he heard an unfriendly voice that startled him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Judging by the voice, it belonged to one of the program participants. Steeling himself, Dale knocked another arrow and stealthily approached the source of the sound. Yet, even the most skilled can falter. As he neared the room, he triggered a mechanism that squeaked ominously, alerting the mountain dwellers to his presence. They quickly readied their weapons, but another voice echoed from the room, belonging to none other than Jack. After their plunge over the waterfall, Jack and Nina had miraculously survived and, by an extraordinary stroke of luck, found themselves in the heart of a mountain dweller's lair. The mountain dwellers, upon discovering food, wasted no time in binding their captives. The unfriendly voice earlier belonged to Nina, who now found herself restrained by barbed iron chains, seated on a chair, with the cruel thorns piercing her arms and blood pouring forth. Jack, however, was not as fortunate. He was suspended from the ceiling, his hands bound, a fate meted out for not being a woman. Hearing the commotion outside and observing the movements of the mountain dwellers, he realized reinforcements had arrived and hastily called out, prompting Dale to retreat and find a hiding place. The hunt commenced. A man and a woman from the mountain tribe entered the factory's garage, which housed at least a dozen vehicles, presumably the rides of those they had slain. They began to scour the room for any signs of intruders. Meanwhile, Dale crouched beside a vehicle, contemplating his next move for slaughter. With explosives in hand, he drew forth an arrow equipped with a detonator, igniting it in the shadows before aiming at one of the intruders and releasing it. The arrow flew with sparks and struck the mountain dweller squarely in the back. Though the victim could not vocalize his pain, he screamed in agony. His companion rushed to assess the injury, but it was too late. With a deafening explosion, both were obliterated. The sound of the blast unsettled the remaining two mountain dwellers, who armed themselves and rushed toward the source of the commotion. Simultaneously, Dale executed a diversion, stealthily maneuvering in the opposite direction. Hey, Nina, you cannot succumb to slumber. Jack, suspended and losing blood, observed Nina's weakening state and attempted to rouse her. She, drained of vitality, offered a faint, resigned smile, as if accepting her grim fate. After all, what was the worst that could happen but to bear children for the mountain dwellers? A woman was always valued, regardless of circumstance, and there was no room for debate. Suddenly, a figure darted into the scene, approaching Nina. Dale? Jack exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer with surprise. Shh, quiet, Dale whispered urgently to Jack, then turned his gaze to Nina's bound hands, ensnared by the barbed chains. The most expedient way to free her was to exert brute force. I'm sorry, but this is the only way. Brace yourself. Dale spoke to Nina, then yanked at her arm with all his strength. The excruciating pain was unbearable for a woman unaccustomed to such brutality, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Silence. Dale quickly covered her mouth. Once he noted she had ceased her cries, he turned his attention to her other arm. With a swift stroke, Dale liberated Nina's other arm, and her anguished scream abruptly ceased. Having rescued Nina, Dale hastily turned to save the suspended Jack. Run quickly, I am right behind you. Just as he uttered these words, An arrow pierced his chest. Dale. Despite the excruciating pain, Dale bore the agony, his complexion shifting dramatically. The two onlookers were taken aback as a mountain man, bow in hand, entered the room, evidently drawn by Nina's heart-wrenching cries. Hurry. Seeing the resolute determination in Dale's expression, they hesitated no longer and dashed toward the exit. Though Dale was cunning, he was undeniably valiant. He snapped the arrow lodged in his chest with one hand and turned to glare at the mountain man. The savage did not adhere to any code of honor. Raising his bow, he loosed another arrow, delivering a chilling blow to Dale's abdomen. Despite the double assault, Dale managed to pull the arrow from his belly, bellowing at the mountain man, "Is that all you can do?" Unperturbed by his furious outcry. The mountain man prepared to shoot again when another female mountain dweller rushed in from outside. Brandishing a small flail, she struck with precision, landing a devastating blow to Dale's neck. Blood gushed forth as he fell, a look of reluctant despair in his eyes, unwilling to depart from this vibrant world. At that moment, Liu Yuan finally revealed himself, appearing before the two mountain men, startling them into a reflexive retreat. "Seeing you two grotesque creatures makes me lose my appetite," Liu Yuan remarked. No sooner had he spoken than two golden feathered needles materialized, shooting towards their foreheads instantaneously. Bang! Bang! The mountain men had no time to resist, their heads exploding in an instant. Liu Yuan glanced at Dale's lifeless body, uttering no words, and transformed into a bird, soaring towards the factory's exit. His mission remained unfulfilled, with countless mountain men awaiting his reckoning. The side quests were inconsequential. He could not return without completing the main task. Although the system could assist in his escape, he would not squander this opportunity. Thus, Liu Yuan commenced a thorough purge of the mountain dwellers throughout the range. As long as his mental perception detected any moving entities, he would investigate. From morning until afternoon, he traversed nearly the entirety of the mountainous terrain. No wonder this range could sustain so many mountain men and a few hundred tribespeople. Liu Yuan estimated that this mountain alone rivaled any second-tier city, if not exceeding it in size. After slaying dozens, if not hundreds, of mountain dwellers, he finally dispatched the last one with a decisive shot to the head. At last, a notification from the main god appeared. Mission accomplished. This trial has concluded. The trial participant may remain here for 24 hours or return to the main god space at any time by silently reciting the command. Stay? Not a chance. I need to return quickly to cleanse my eyes and stomach, lest I lose my appetite. Return. The deadly turns are indeed quite nauseating. Certain gruesome scenes are too unsettling to be described, but they are undeniably thrilling and intense. Reader discretion is advised. Chapter 62. Return and Redemption. Liu Yuan once again found himself in the realm of the main god. Without attending to any pressing matters, he retreated to his quaint villa to indulge in a soothing bath, cleansing himself from head to toe. He even partook in a bottle of exquisite vintage wine, simultaneously purging his digestive system of any impurities. Once refreshed, he leisurely strolled to the third floor, where the private exchange platform awaited him. As his visage was illuminated by the orb of light, a cascade of information emerged within its depths. Main quest completed, earning 3,000 reincarnation points and a grade storyline reward card. Side quests yielded a total of 1,500 reincarnation points. Currently assessing this reincarnation. Congratulations, Trialist 850930. Your rating for this reincarnation is perfect, granting an additional 50% of reincarnation points. Total points acquired, 6,750 reincarnation points, along with a grade storyline reward card. It appeared he had been rather indolent, neglecting many side quests. However, it was of little consequence, merely trifling sums. Liu Yuan, cigarette in mouth and eyes narrowed, let out a cold chuckle. Come forth, telekinesis, reveal your limits to me. Deducting 6 million reincarnation points, acquiring a grade storyline reward card. Congratulations. Telekinesis level upgraded to 7. A soft yellow energy wafted from the orb, merging seamlessly with Liu Yuan's being. He felt a surge of formidable mental power coalesce within him. After a minute, he exhaled a breath of stale air. As for the grade storyline reward card, it had been promptly delivered by Xiangchang. Within the realm of the main god, regardless of distance or city, as long as it was dispatched, it would reach the designated recipient's account in an instant. In total, Liu Yuan received 1 storyline reward card, 5 grade storyline reward cards, along with numerous other cards of varying grades. Is this what level 7 telekinesis entails? I expected a more profound transformation. This seems somewhat underwhelming. Level 7 telekinesis purportedly grants control over objects weighing thousands of tons across vast distances. Thousands of tons, what a concept. This implies the ability to manipulate ships, aircraft, and tanks at will. Yet, Liu Yuan found himself unimpressed. He was clearly being overly ambitious. Perhaps a qualitative change would only manifest at level 8? He decided to take his time. Reincarnation points were abundant, while acquiring storyline reward cards proved more challenging. He would leave that to Xiangchang and the others. Consumption detected. Random rebate initiated. His mind was flooded with a flurry of rapidly spinning numbers. Congratulations, host. You have received a 52-fold rebate, totaling 83,200,000 points. Your current balance of reincarnation points is 97,473,066. 52 times? Not too shabby, but alas, it still hasn't crossed the 100 million mark, just over 90 million? A disappointment. Liu Yuan clicked his tongue, took a drag from his cigarette, extinguished it with one hand, and rubbed his palms together. With a veritable wealth of reincarnation points and a plethora of storyline reward cards at his disposal, it would be a disservice not to redeem something. Let me take a look, he mused, delving into the high-end section, browsing through items such as Panga's Blood, the Xian Yuan Sword, and the 9-turn Golden Elixir. The system's previous persona had mentioned that these were mere imitations. The authentic items could only be obtained through the system's exchange. Thus, he set those considerations aside for the time being. After sifting through dozens of exchange tables, a particular item captured Liu Yuan's attention, a fragment of the Law of Time. Could it truly be here? Was it genuine, or merely a counterfeit? It seemed implausible, as this was not an Eastern specialty law. Surely the West possessed such things as well. Upon inspecting the exchange price, he was taken aback by its staggering nature. A single fragment of the Law of Time demanded a staggering 10 million reincarnation points, alongside a narrative reward card. It was essential to collect 9 fragments to fully comprehend the power of the law, and even then, that was merely the initial understanding. Unbeknownst to Liu Yuan, the price of 10 million reincarnation points was relatively modest, as the overseer believed no one could afford such a cost, thus marginally reducing the price. In reality, several tens of millions, or even billions would not be unreasonable for a fragment of such significance. The overseer could never have anticipated that this decision would prompt Liu Yuan to embark on an extensive quest to exploit the system. Was it genuine? There was only one way to find out, by making an exchange. It was merely 10 million reincarnation points after all. With a swift decision, he proceeded with the transaction. After deducting 10 million reincarnation points and presenting a narrative reward card, the exchange was successful. Congratulations. He had acquired a fragment of the Law of Time. A fragmented shard emerged from the luminous sphere and swiftly entered Liu Yuan's forehead. Once the fragment integrated within him, not only did his mental prowess experience a significant increase, but his understanding of time itself began to evolve. Approximately 2 minutes later, a smile of mischief graced Liu Yuan's lips. It was indeed authentic. He had stumbled upon something remarkable. Apologies were in order, as he subsequently exchanged for a fragment of the Law of Space, a fragment of the Law of Wisdom, a fragment of the Law of the World, and a fragment of the Law of Causality. In total, 5 law fragments cost him 50 million reincarnation points and 5 narrative reward cards. That should suffice for now. Any more would be overwhelming to assimilate. Following this, Liu Yuan acquired an encyclopedia of elemental abilities at the cost of 500,000 reincarnation points, thus mastering an array of elemental attack techniques. Although their levels were not particularly high, generally hovering around 3 or 4, with his formidable mental strength, their potency would not be diminished. Over the course of the past few weeks, he had expended a significant portion of the narrative reward cards collected by Bear Chong, leaving him with only 8 or 10 narrative cards of lower tiers remaining. Having exchanged for items he deemed beneficial, Liu Yuan opened his attributes for inspection. Host, Liu Yuan Talent, Automatic Idol, Luck Bloodline, Human, Awakening of the Void Saint Body, Abilities, Telekinesis 7, Eye of Divine Retribution 5, Teleportation 5, Healing 5, Regeneration 4. Soul Wound 4, Dream Infiltration 3, Confinement 3, Mental Perception 3, Encyclopedia of Elemental Abilities, Transformation of 72 Changes. Cultivation Technique, First Layer of the Source Birth Art Martial Skills, 18 Martial Arts, Duga 9 Swords. Combat Power, 20, 235, 891 Reincarnation Points, 46, 973, 066 System Points, 1. 716, 800 His combat power had astonishingly surpassed 10 million. This automatic idol feature was rather extraordinary, allowing him to gain over 10,000 combat power in just a day. Remarkable, considering he had only possessed the system for a month. The attributes still lack a section on loss, and it appears that merely possessing fragments is insufficient. Nonetheless, I shall soon possess a complete law, Liu Yuan murmured to himself while gazing at the attribute table. At that moment, the communicator on Liu Yuan's wrist emitted a series of beeping sounds once more. Xiong Chang, what is it? It was indeed a call from Xiong Chang. As he appeared in the virtual projection, his expression was grave, and he spoke to Liu Yuan with a serious demeanor. President, the Blood Drink Guild has launched a massive purge against us. In just 2 days, nearly 1,000 of our members have perished. A new book, Carefree Across the Heavens, has begun with Yi Xiaochuan's entry into the palace. I hope for your generous support. Thank you. Chapter 63. Extreme cold. Xiong Chang's words ignited a surge of murderous intent within Liu Yuan. He had yet to even meet these newcomers. And the Blood Drink Guild had already eliminated them? It is said that even when chasing a dog, one must heed its owner. If he does not take action, how shall he establish his authority in the future? Understood. Wait for me at the guild headquarters. I shall be there shortly. Yes, President. With that, Xiong Chang ended the communication. Liu Yuan, narrowing his eyes, was lost in contemplation. Approximately half an hour later, Liu Yuan exchanged for some desired items at the exchange platform. He then donned a crisp white shirt and gray trousers that ended just above the ankle. Clad in a pair of yellow marten boots, he stepped out of the villa. Following the coordinates provided by Xiong Chang, Liu Yuan navigated his way there. In the main God Space, flying is prohibited. One must rely on simple flying tools, which is quite convenient. In no time at all, Liu Yuan arrived at the headquarters of the Conqueror's Guild. This location was significantly larger than the previous site of the Tian Di Hui, nearly 10 times its size. The former Tian Di Hui was merely a quaint villa, whereas the Conqueror's Guild headquarters had transformed into a sizable estate. At the entrance of the estate hung a resplendent golden sign emblazoned with the words Conqueror's Guild Headquarters. Flanking the entrance stood 2 individuals. They now appeared somewhat imposing. The 2 were clad in matching purple uniforms, each adorned on the left side of their chest with a golden circle inscribed with the word Conqueror. Halt. Who goes there? Liu Yuan strode forward but was halted by a guard at the door. Without uttering a word, he conjured a purple jade pendant, roughly the size of his palm, which was intricately engraved with beautiful patterns. The upper left corner of the pendant featured a carving of the sun, while the center bore the words President. President. The 2 guards gazed at the pendant in Liu Yuan's hand, their expressions shifting dramatically, filled with awe and astonishment. They promptly bowed deeply to Liu Yuan. The president of the Conqueror's Guild was said to be elusive, rarely seen in public since the guild's establishment, even among his own members. Only one vice president and a few hall masters had ever laid eyes on him. As for the guards, they had never encountered him. But the Conqueror's Guild was managed commendably by Xiong Chang with a strict system in place. Each jade pendant signified their identity and rank, with the President's pendant carved with the sun, the Vice President's with the moon, and the Hall Masters adorned with 5 stars. Further down the line are the 4-star and 3-star ranks, and so forth. Given the bustling nature of this street, the 2 guardians stationed at the entrance of the Conqueror's Guild exhibited an unexpected deference towards a young man, which piqued their curiosity regarding his identity. No need for excessive formalities. Take me to see Xiong Chang, Liu Yuan spoke. Indeed, President. One of them opened the guild's grand doors, leading Liu Yuan inside, while the other hurriedly darted in as if to notify Xiong Chang. No longer concerned with the doors, Liu Yuan dismissed their significance, as they were merely ornamental. After all, this was not a place for violence. Under the guidance of one of the members, Liu Yuan strolled through the estate. It may not have been as expansive as his own estate in the main world, yet it exuded a captivating essence of ancient Chinese gardens. The architectural style and landscape design resonated with the charm of Eastern traditional culture. Delicately crafted pavilions and towers were artfully arranged amid ponds and blooming flora. A moderately sized pond was adorned with both lotus and water lilies, their pink and white blossoms radiant against the backdrop of lush green leaves. Several weeping willows graced the pond's edge, their graceful branches swaying as if to welcome Liu Yuan's arrival. A subtle smile graced Liu Yuan's lips. This was undoubtedly Xiong Chang's handiwork. During their previous conversation, Liu Yuan had learned that Xiong Chang was a person from ancient times, a genuine member of the Tianyi society, hence the guild's name. After traversing a garden, Liu Yuan arrived at a quaint, antiquated building where a group of 5 had been waiting. However, they were accompanied by an individual with the body of a man and the head of an ox. President. Upon seeing Liu Yuan, the 6 of them bowed deeply. No need for excessive formalities. Rise, he said. President, I have missed you dearly. Zhu Meinan, still caressing the few strands of hair remaining on his head, winked at Liu Yuan. Old Shu, have you recently developed a taste for something different? Monkey Sai Lei teased beside him. Get lost. You know nothing. My admiration for the president flows like the relentless waters of the Yangtze, an unstoppable flood of the Yellow River. Xiong Chang observed the playful banter between the 2 and then began the introduction, gesturing to the figure beside him. President, allow me to introduce this individual. My former vice president, old Niu Dali, who is now the head of our guild's battle hall. President, thank you for your rebirth. Niu Dali approached Liu Yuan, kneeling on one knee with utmost sincerity. All right, no need for such formalities. Since you have been reborn, I trust you are not the same as before? No, certainly not. Niu Dali quickly waved his hands. Haha, enough of that. We are all family now. You may choose to remain as you were. But remember this, weakness is the original sin. Without formidable strength, seeking to stand out will only lead to your demise. Yes, President. Niu Dali looked at him with deep gratitude. Come, President, let us speak inside. Xiongchang motioned with a cheerful demeanor. Very well. Upon entering the ancient edifice, Liu Yuan seated himself upon a stool at the head of the table, lit a cigarette, and then turned his gaze towards Xiongchang. Pray tell, what transpired? Why have so many perished within mere days? Honorable President, we are equally perplexed, yet a multitude of our guild members en route to reincarnation were suddenly ambushed. Those who managed to escape reported that the assailants claimed to be from the blood-drinking guild. They demanded our allegiance, insisting we offer tribute to their reincarnation points monthly, lest we suffer the same fate as the Mad Dog Guild. Xiongchang explained, his brow furrowed with concern. How audacious. Let me see if they have consumed some potent elixir to embolden them to speak so brazenly. Liu Yuan retorted, President, do not act rashly. The blood-drinking guild is a top-tier guild in the sub-city, and we are significantly outmatched in both numbers and overall strength, Xiongchang cautioned, sensing Liu Yuan's growing bloodlust. Enough, I am fully aware of the situation. You need not concern yourself further. Take these reincarnation points and have your subordinates rapidly enhance their strength. Expedite the collection of high-level storyline reward cards. I care not what means you employ, but next time, the yield must be greater than this. Do you understand? I wish to witness just how bold they truly are. Upon finishing his words, Liu Yuan produced a card inscribed with the 4 characters of the blood-drinking guild, then vanished before Xiongchang and his 6 companions. Vice President, has the President allocated more funds? How much this time? Upon hearing of money, the treasurer, Ho Sile, gleamed with excitement. 1,000, Xiongchang stammered, gazing at the reincarnation points in the account. What? Nearly 1,000? Ho Sile expressed his disappointment. However, Xiongchang's subsequent words left the attendees astounded. 1 million. Liu Yuan reappeared, now amidst a vast and tumultuous ocean. At that moment, fierce winds gathered dark clouds. And between the stormy sky and the sea, Liu Yuan soared like a proud sea swallow. Main God Space Reincarnator ID 850930. Welcome to the Intermediate Reincarnation World. Entering World, Extreme Cold, Difficulty Rating, 5 stars, based on the strength of the reincarnators. Please urge for updates. Thank you to those who have added this to their reading list. I, the third, express my gratitude. Chapter 64, Perfect Freedom Fall Indeed. After allocating a portion of the reincarnation points to Xiongchang, Liu Yuan produced a team pursuit card and vanished once more. Upon his next appearance, he found himself above a tumultuous sea, where thunder and rain clashed in the depths of night, rendering him unable to discern direction. Team Main Quest. Defeat the rival guild for a reward of 30,000 reincarnation points and 1 storyline reward card. Conqueror team member. 1 person. Death results in failure. Given the overall strength of the Conqueror is inferior to the adversary, the opponent may only enter after the Conqueror witnesses the true form of the giant mutated octopus. Side Quest 1. Each rescued or killed storyline character rewards 300 reincarnation points. Side Quest 2. Killing the mutated octopus rewards 3,000 reincarnation points. Side Quest 3. For each hostile member slain, a reward of 1,000 reincarnation points shall be granted. Should their entire team be annihilated, an additional reward of 10,000 reincarnation points will be bestowed. Warning: do not disclose the existence of the divine space to others, or face obliteration. The successful alteration of the side quest has been noted. We eagerly anticipate the host's performance. The divine being in the system's notifications appeared in succession. Perhaps the divine being perceived Liu Yuan's solitary venture into a team battle, given his low strength, as a clear act of self-sabotage, hence the quest's 5-star difficulty rating. Alas, poor divine being. The pursuit card, previously wielded by the Mad Dog Society against them, is now in Liu Yuan's hands to use against the Blood Drinking Guild. Although the price is not insignificant, it is merely several tens of thousands per card. Annihilating them entirely is within reach. Due to the overwhelming number of members in the Blood Drinking Guild, unlike last time when only 5 remained from the Bear Brigade, Liu Yuan's pursuit card does not specify which members of the guild he is matched with. It could be the leader or perhaps some lesser members. Upon the tumultuous sea, beset by wind and rain accompanied by thunder, Liu Yuan began to sense his abilities, striving to locate the male protagonist of this world. However, disappointment awaited him. His perception failed to upgrade, and within a kilometer radius, he could not even detect a single seabird. Regrettably, he had been too preoccupied with exchanging for rules. Thus, amidst the vast ocean, he commenced his haughty flight. Remarkably, his fortune remained steadfast. After a few minutes of erratic flying, his mental perception detected a ship. Liu Yuan felt a surge of glee and swiftly soared towards the target. Having exchanged for elemental skills, including wind-based abilities, his speed while flying with telekinesis had significantly increased. In mere seconds, he arrived above the ship. At that moment, the vessel was precariously navigating the tumultuous sea. Seemingly on the brink of being tossed ashore by an impending giant wave, Liu Yuan rested his chin on one hand, pondering something. After a brief interval, he rapidly descended towards the water. With a resounding splash, he executed a flawless free fall into the sea, half of his body submerged. He shouted loudly at the approaching small boat. His booming cry resonated, overpowering even the roaring thunder. This prompted Layla, who was braving the storm, to repair the bow, to spot Liu Yuan in the ocean. "Hey, Finnegan, stop the boat." "What?" At that moment, the ship's captain, Finnegan, was engrossed in a card game on his computer while steering the vessel forward. "Stop the boat. There's someone in front." The tumultuous winds compelled Layla to shout even louder. After all, in such weather, a person adrift in the sea is in grave danger. "What? Someone?" Seeing Layla was not attempting to deceive him into stepping out to fix the bow, Finnegan swiftly pressed a button, shutting off the boat's engine. He hurriedly exited the cockpit to investigate. Indeed, there was someone calling for help in the ocean. Liu Yuan was now less than a few dozen meters from the small boat, which, propelled by its previous momentum, gradually approached him. "Quick, grab hold." The tumultuous waves, combined with the diminutive size of the vessel, which resembled a mere small yacht, left Finnegan with no choice but to grasp the railings at the bow to prevent himself from being swept into the sea by the relentless wind and rain. In his other hand, he clutched a lifebuoy and shouted towards Liu Yuan, "Since you are so considerate, I shall also act accordingly." As the lifebuoy soared through the air towards him, Liu Yuan caught it with a firm grip. Upon seeing Liu Yuan secure the buoy, Finnegan hastily pulled on the rope. In a matter of mere meters, Liu Yuan was swiftly rescued aboard the vessel. "Who are you? What are you doing out in the open sea?" Finnegan inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. At that moment, Liu Yuan, drenched and appearing quite disheveled, feigned a few vigorous coughs, embodying the essence of a leading actor. After leaning against the railing and coughing a few times, he took a deep breath and replied, "I am Liu Yuan, a passenger on a luxury cruise ship, who accidentally fell overboard. I have been adrift in the ocean for an indeterminate amount of time. Fortunately, my swimming skills are reasonably good, otherwise I might have perished in this vast expanse of water." Liu Yuan fabricated his tale with utmost seriousness, indifferent to whether Finnegan believed him or not. "Oh, you truly have had a stroke of bad luck, but fortunately, you encountered me. Consider it your fortune." Finnegan appeared to have accepted Liu Yuan's story. For in such inclement weather, a careless moment could indeed lead one to tumble into the sea. He had witnessed similar incidents on more than one occasion. "What is the matter? Why have we stopped the vessel?" A middle-aged man clad in dark attire, with a scruffy appearance, emerged from the cabin, his temper flaring as he confronted Finnegan. "We encountered a person in the sea. We had no choice but to rescue him. Rest assured, it will not delay your affairs," Finnegan explained, raising his hands in a gesture of pacification. "Finnegan, we did not hire your boat for you to save people. You must understand that you are currently in our service." The man shot a glance at Liu Yuan, leaning against the railing, before delivering his ultimatum to Finnegan and retreating back into the cabin. "My apologies, my friend. We have been contracted by them and are now in their service. If you do not mind, you may accompany us, and once I complete my duties, I shall return you to shore." Liu Yuan nodded vigorously in agreement, expressing his gratitude. This was precisely what he desired. He intended to infiltrate their ranks to further the unfolding narrative. Finnegan was the captain of this rickety little boat, while the woman he had discovered was named Layla, an employee of his. Additionally, there was a male technician named Joey. The middle-aged man who had just appeared was the leader of a group of mercenaries who had come here for a significant job. Of course, Finnegan and his companions were entirely unaware of this. Had they known, it is likely they would have hesitated to venture forth. After exchanging pleasantries with Finnegan, Layla rushed towards him, her expression fraught with urgency. "Finnegan, something has happened." Chapter 65. I find it rather thrilling. Just moments ago, after witnessing Liu Yuan being rescued by Finnegan, Layla had returned to the cabin after finishing her repairs at the bow. Upon returning to the cabin, she witnessed a black man mercilessly assaulting her companion, another technician named Joey. Joey was her beloved, and she could not stand idly by while he was being beaten. Fueled by indignation, she contemplated confronting the assailants. Yet, who were these individuals? Mercenaries, seasoned in the art of violence. Would they spare a glance for a seemingly attractive female technician? As she beheld her beloved in distress, her frustration boiled over, prompting her to storm out of the cabin in search of Finnegan. She hoped he could rescue Joey, still unaware of what transgression had provoked such brutality from the mercenaries. The reason for their aggression was simple. Joey had stumbled upon a secret he should not have uncovered: torpedoes. The mercenaries' mission was to obliterate the luxurious cruise ship mentioned by Liu Yuan. Their audacity was palpable. The quantity of torpedoes they possessed was sufficient to take down an aircraft carrier. Such a critical secret could not be left unpunished. Damn it. What foolishness had Joey committed this time? Finnegan stormed back into the cabin, with Liu Yuan and Layla closely trailing behind. Unnoticed by anyone, Liu Yuan's clothes, previously drenched, had become inexplicably dry upon entering the cabin. Finnegan approached a massive toolbox, retrieving a harpoon gun, and made his way toward the mercenaries. Before he could even enter, He heard Joey's pleas for mercy, which were met with further kicks and punches. Armed with the harpoon gun, Finnegan barged in, firing several rounds at the metal plating beside the mercenary leader. We had an agreement to return within 24 hours. If you kill the technician now, what will we do when problems arise? We could perish in this vast ocean, he asserted. He was snooping around my cargo. How do you propose to address that? The mercenary leader pointed contemptuously at Joey, who lay on the ground. He may have been a bit nosy. I apologize on his behalf, Finnegan replied, his expression sincere. Recognizing that Joey had indeed erred, in my opinion, we should simply toss this fellow overboard to feed the fish, sneered a scruffy black mercenary, glancing disdainfully at Joey. Better yet, let's dispose of him first before throwing him into the sea. It would sully the ship, another chimed in. The mercenaries, brazen and reckless, began to deliberate on how to deal with Joey right in front of Finnegan. Enough. This isn't a democratic vote. Your opinions hold no weight, Finnegan declared, evidently provoking the mercenaries. Who were they, bloodied warriors, to be intimidated by a mere ship captain? One mercenary, incensed by Finnegan's demeanor, delivered a vicious kick to Joey, striking him painfully on the thigh. Joey cried out in agony, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his face turning ashen. Hey, Finnegan roared, delivering a punch that felled the assailant, swiftly aiming the harpoon gun at the face of another mercenary who sought to intervene. Meanwhile, another black mercenary pressed a dagger against Joey's neck, while the remaining mercenaries brandished their handguns menacingly at Finnegan. The atmosphere became palpably tense, with both parties locked in a stalemate. Everyone present was there in pursuit of wealth. There was no need for such a hostile standoff, was there? Liu Yuan, recognizing that it was his moment to intervene, cleared his throat and stepped into the center of the group to assume the role of peacemaker. This time, Liu Yuan intended to employ a clever ruse, opting for a guise of humility rather than overt dominance. This gentleman is the ship's mechanic, and we cannot afford to lose him, at least not for the time being. As Mr. Finnegan mentioned, should we encounter hull damage, we will need his expertise for repairs. Furthermore, Mr. Finnegan is the captain. Even in the event of mechanical failure, he possesses the knowledge required for navigation. We must rely on him to return to shore. What do you say, sir? Liu Yuan commenced his performance, articulating a compelling argument that left both sides momentarily speechless. Vivo, the mercenary leader, listened attentively to Liu Yuan's insightful analysis. After weighing the pros and cons, he called out. The mercenary named Vivo withdrew the dagger from Joey's neck, releasing him. Once freed from his captor, Joey, terrified, stumbled clumsily toward the ship's cabin, nearly losing his footing in the process. Observing the threat to his companion dissipate, Finnegan brandished a fishing spear in one hand while signaling for calm with the other, gradually lowering the weapon. The mercenaries exchanged glances with their leader, and upon seeing him nod, they too lowered their firearms. Thus, a tense standoff was deftly resolved. Kid, mind your own business in the future. Meddling at sea can cost you your life, the mercenary leader remarked, casting a glance at Liu Yuan before taking a seat. Liu Yuan shrugged with a smile and then followed Finnegan out of the cabin. Thank you, brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to resolve this situation, Finnegan remarked with a pat on Liu Yuan's shoulder as they exited the cabin. It's nothing. You are my savior, and it is my duty to assist you. Liu Yuan replied outwardly, though internally he mused. Even without my intervention, a conflict would not have erupted. The mercenary leader is not a fool. Though the small boat was dilapidated and seemed on the verge of disintegration, as if a single massive wave could obliterate it. Its speed was surprisingly swift, like a vessel powered by a Ferrari engine. It sped across the ocean. Joey, having narrowly escaped, was tending to his injuries with Layla's assistance. Howling in pain. Finnegan, do you know why they have come this time? He exclaimed. Good grief, there are 8 or 9 missile-like objects in the cargo hold. We are in serious trouble. As he spoke, Joey attempted to distract himself from the pain while relaying what he had seen to Finnegan. How splendid. My ship is harboring explosives. Brother, my apologies. It seems I may have implicated you, Finnegan remarked with a resigned expression directed at Liu Yuan. It's nothing. I actually find this quite exhilarating, don't you think? Meanwhile, several dozen nautical miles away, a magnificent luxury cruise ship floated majestically upon the waves, resembling a grand palace at sea. Every detail aboard this vessel exuded opulence and refinement. Towering approximately 10 stories high, it accommodated thousands of passengers. The ship boasted a plethora of dining establishments, bars, swimming pools, gyms, casinos, and an array of entertainment facilities resembling a colossal amusement park. Laughter and music filled the air, as guests reveled in culinary delights, exquisite wines, and merriment. This splendid vessel was named the Argo. However, amidst the joyous festivities, chaos erupted in the ship's control room. Their communication and radar systems had been compromised. Without communication, they could not call for help, and the absence of radar rendered them as blind as bats. While the crew frantically sought solutions, one staff member exclaimed, I have picked up a signal, gentlemen. What is it? Came the response. I cannot ascertain. But something immense is lurking beneath us in the ocean, and it is approaching with alarming speed. Chapter 66, The Revelation. No more pretense. The captain and the ship's builder hurried to the staff member's side. The computer screen depicted an object rapidly nearing them. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Bang. A tremendous crash resounded as an unknown colossal creature collided with the cruise ship. One must commend this luxury liner. Despite the impact from the mysterious marine beast, it merely swayed slightly, sustaining neither fracture nor sinking. Yet, that minor tremor sent the passengers tumbling to the ground, some plummeting from the second and third decks to the first. Panic ensued, as everyone was thrown into disarray, gripped by terror. After all, in the vastness of the ocean, an accident spelled doom. As the ship stabilized, the guests scrambled desperately toward the exits. The narrow corridors could scarcely accommodate such a mass exodus, leading to a stampede. Those who fell were trampled mercilessly by the frantic crowd. A woman, paralyzed by the sudden chaos, sought refuge in a solitary restroom, sitting on the toilet in a daze. Suddenly, she heard a peculiar movement. Something was shifting on the ceiling and walls, accompanied by faint sounds. Terror seized her, and she yearned to escape, believing the company of others would be safer. Yet, just as she lifted herself to flee, an appendage emerged from the toilet, ensnaring her body. No matter how she screamed and struggled, she could not break free. In an instant, she was yanked into the toilet by a powerful force. To pull a person into a toilet required tremendous strength, and a torrent of blood surged forth, saturating the restroom. On the other side, aboard Finnegan's ship. At this moment, the mercenaries, realizing their cover was blown, ceased their pretense and revealed their true intentions, brandishing their weapons with unreserved audacity. Under the command of their leader, several of them began to secure the torpedo launchers at the bow of Finnegan's vessel. This meant they were about to bore holes into his beloved ship, a vessel he cherished as if it were a lover. The mere thought of others inflicting damage upon its hull incensed him. Hey, I did not give you permission to drill holes in my ship. Only I am allowed to make alterations. You will compensate me. Finnegan shouted desperately from the cockpit, his voice filled with anguish. Yet, the bustling mercenaries outside seemed oblivious to his cries, engrossed in their tasks and entirely disregarding his pleas. At this juncture, it was evident to Layla that no one would heed Finnegan's words. How long until we arrive? The mercenary leader inquired as he entered while Finnegan conversed with Layla. Approximately 22 minutes. Assuming all goes well, Finnegan replied just as a radar display before him detected an anomaly. Simultaneously, the ship's miniature computer malfunctioned once more. Left with no alternatives, Finnegan resorted to using night vision goggles to scrutinize the approaching unidentified entity. Be cautious, he shouted as he discerned something ominous, gripping the helm firmly to prevent any deviation. With a thunderous crash, the small vessel collided with an unseen object, creating a cacophony that sent those aboard stumbling. Following the impact, Finnegan's ship trembled under the shock, with both the cargo hold and several compartments sustaining damage, allowing seawater to invade through the breaches. Joy quickly assessed the extent of the damage. Finnegan called out urgently through his headset. Being an older ship, it had a propensity for frequent troubles, and Joy happened to be in the cargo hold at the moment of the explosion. There is damage on the starboard side, Layla reported loudly, glancing at the data on the dashboard beside Finnegan. Is there flooding? He inquired. Yes, but it is minimal. All engines have lost power, and the fuel tank is empty. I must shut down the engines. Finnegan, a seasoned captain, remained remarkably composed in the face of such peril. This composure nearly prompted applause from Liu Yuan, who observed from the cockpit. I need to see what the hell we collided with. After shutting down the engines, Finnegan unbuckled his seatbelt and, grumbling, made his way out of the cockpit, followed closely by Liu Yuan. Meanwhile, Joy, trembling with fear in the cargo hold, realized the gravity of the situation. The damage had ignited a fire, and he was acutely aware of the several torpedoes stored within, each capable of obliterating everyone aboard. Terrified, he hastily grabbed a fire extinguisher and began to douse the flames. Fortunately, his swift actions proved effective, and the fire was extinguished quickly. Removing his cap, Joy sank to the ground, his legs trembling. That was close, too close. I almost met my maker. Finnegan, having inspected the bow, returned to the cargo hold. Joy, are you all right? Everything is fine, but I fear we may have collided with something significant, perhaps a speedboat, Joy remarked, presenting a fragment of a small propeller to the group. A speedboat? We are in the open sea, with no port in sight. How could there possibly be a speedboat here? Finnegan said gravely, holding the propeller shard. What about the engine? Can it be repaired? The engine is of the utmost importance. Without it, we are left to perish here, he added. Unfortunately, we do not have the necessary parts at hand. I am unable to fix it, came the frustrated reply. Damn it. Finnegan, think of something. We still have our mission to complete, the mercenary leader said, his expression stern. Hey, someone come quickly. Just as Finnegan looked utterly helpless, Layla's voice echoed from outside the cargo hold. The group hurried over. Upon reaching the cockpit, Layla handed a pair of binoculars to Finnegan. Look, that appears to be a cruise ship, she exclaimed excitedly, embracing Joy fiercely. TCH, what kind of taste is that? You're not bad looking yourself. Why settle for someone like him? Liu Yuan remarked, rolling his eyes at their display. Indeed, it is a cruise ship. Brother, does it not resemble the one you were on? Finnegan's excitement grew at the sight of the vessel, as it indicated the availability of parts to restore his beloved engine. Is it? Let me take a look. Liu Yuan took the binoculars and peered through them. Yes, that's the one. Splendid. Let us procure some components from the cruise ship. However, upon hearing the mention of the cruise ship, the mercenary leader's expression subtly shifted, his eyes narrowing. In an instant, his subordinates, as if in unison, surrounded Finnegan and Liu Yuan at gunpoint. Now, I'm in charge here. Their true nature was finally revealed. Consequently, they led Liu Yuan, Finnegan, and Joy aboard the luxurious cruise ship, leaving 2 of their men to secure the torpedo launchers and keep an eye on Layla. Liu Yuan acted as their guide, having claimed he had fallen from above. The moment these mercenaries boarded the opulent vessel, their demeanor transformed. They abandoned their playful antics and adopted a serious air. Armed with automatic weapons, they advanced under the leadership of their commander, Hanova, who assigned tasks as they moved forward. First, subdue the people in the hall. Then we will split up. However, just as they were about to enact their plan and burst into the grand hall to overpower the guests, they were taken aback. Don't move. Get down. The mercenaries stood frozen at the entrance of the hall. What was supposed to be a bustling space was now eerily silent, shrouded in an unsettling gloom. The hall, dimly lit and utterly still, appeared devoid of life, with objects scattered haphazardly, as if someone had ransacked the place before their arrival. The mercenaries, unaware of the occurrences that had transpired, cautiously brandished their firearms as they meticulously surveyed the hall. A black mercenary discovered bloodstains on a table and immediately called out to his comrades. I have found some here. Me too. There are bloodstains everywhere. The grim expressions of the mercenaries turned towards their leader, Hanover, who appeared equally bewildered. Just then, the elevator doors behind him emitted a sound. In the eerie room, the unexpected noise startled Joey. True to their seasoned nature, the mercenaries instinctively aimed their weapons at the elevator doors. Hanover approached the doors slowly, gun at the ready. I have a bad feeling about this, Finnegan muttered to himself as he gazed at the elevator. Ding. The elevator doors opened to reveal an empty interior, stained with blood, accompanied by the harsh weather outside, thunder and lightning. Everything in this place seemed profoundly uncanny. The group breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing there was no one inside. Yet the bizarre circumstances left them perplexed about what had transpired. I think we should leave this place, Liu Yuan remarked nonchalantly, hands tucked into his pockets. Seemingly unfazed by their surroundings, Hanover signaled to his subordinates, and they swiftly exited the hall, beginning their search for any signs of life aboard the cruise ship. However, to their mounting astonishment, after scouring nearly the entire vessel, they found not a single soul, while the lifeboats and other escape apparatus remained intact. Reluctantly, they proceeded to their next location, the casino, where they maintained their usual vigilance. Yet, upon entering, they again found no trace of anyone. Suddenly, an eerie sound erupted behind them. A bearded black man, startled, instinctively pulled the trigger of his weapon. The others, mistaking it for a threat, followed suit, sweeping their firearms in every direction. Finnegan and Joey, terrified, ducked down, covering their heads to avoid friendly fire. The powerful automatic fire, reputed to unleash 1,000 rounds per minute, quickly reduced everything before them to rubble. Gentlemen, there is nothing here. Cease fire, Liu Yuan said, shaking his head, internally questioning the mercenaries' composure. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's words, Hanover shouted, cease fire. Once the barrage subsided, they realized it had merely been their own fears that had driven them to such chaos. However, faced with such formidable weaponry, several mercenaries exchanged amused glances before resuming their indiscriminate firing. Liu Yuan shrugged in resignation. Old man, take them to search for the ship's repair parts. The rest of you, accompany me to the command center. Hanover delineated the tasks, effectively splitting the team into 2 groups. Thus, one group, including Liu Yuan, sought the repair parts while the other proceeded to the cruise ship's command center. Meanwhile, unknown entities were swiftly approaching Finnegan's small boat. While repairing a breach in the ship's hull, Layla detected something unusual. She abruptly halted her actions and glanced around. However, as she stood up, an unidentified entity emerged from the water, seizing Layla and dragging her beneath the surface, heading towards the open sea. Liu Yuan, Finnegan, and others arrived in the control room, only to find it flooding, with the water level nearing their calves. Hurry, find what you need. A mercenary shouted at Finnegan and Joey, brandishing his weapon. The search was surprisingly jovial, primarily due to Joey's incessant chatter. He engaged in a verbal spar with the mercenary, prompting frequent bouts of laughter from Liu Yuan and Finnegan. Silence. I'm not here to banter. If you continue to dawdle, I assure you, you won't see the dawn. The mercenary, clearly outmatched in this exchange, turned crimson with rage. pressing the muzzle of his automatic weapon against Joey's face. We are all civilized individuals. There's no need for such rudeness. Faced with the gun, Joey quickly subdued his tongue. What a foul odor. Smack. The mercenary slapped Joey across the face. I wasn't referring to you. Can't you smell it? There's a truly putrid stench. Joey glanced at Liu Yuan and Finnegan, who, upon reflection, indeed detected a foul odor reminiscent of decaying flesh. The scent was fleeting, yet Liu Yuan, having heightened his senses through numerous enhancements, could certainly perceive it. All right, Joey, let us move quickly. The water is freezing. Finnegan and the two mercenaries, oblivious to the stench, assumed Joey was merely mocking their companion. A few minutes later, the mercenary who had been trading barbs with Joey seemed to sense something amiss. Keep an eye on them. I'll investigate over there. Understood. As Liu Yuan watched the figure retreating into the distance, he mused, Go ahead, be at ease. The mercenary departed from Liu Yuan and the others, advancing towards the disturbance he had detected. Meanwhile, the level of seawater continued to rise, now reaching their knees. He trudged through the icy water, gun in hand, beads of sweat forming on his brow due to the tension and the environment. I see you. Come out. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. He remained stationary, waiting several seconds, but the silence around him persisted. Just as he lowered his weapon and exhaled in relief, a series of soft hoses fell from above, startling him into a scream. Old Lei, what's wrong? The mercenary guarding Liu Yuan and the others inquired upon hearing his comrade's cry. However, Old Lei did not respond. Instead, he continued forward, driven by curiosity. Upon reaching two water pipes, he noticed movement beneath the surface. Leaning in closer, he was suddenly seized by an entity from the depths. In mere moments, Old Lei was yanked between the two pipes into the water, a torrent of blood staining the surrounding area as his automatic weapon slipped from his grasp. By an uncanny twist of fate, an automatic weapon inexplicably soared onto the desk where Joy and Finnegan were working, accompanied by a pool of fresh blood. The sudden occurrence startled both individuals, causing them to retreat in haste. Old Lei, what have you done? Chapter 68. Peril befalls the group upon witnessing the extensive bloodshed and the weapon on the table. The mercenary called out to his comrades, yet received no response. It was evident he believed his associates had been slain by them. Stay calm. We haven't done anything. Finnegan raised his hands in a gesture of peace, aware that any misfire could lead to disastrous consequences. I can vouch for them. The gun inexplicably landed on their table. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan sat leisurely on a chair, legs crossed, casually munching on sunflower seeds as if on vacation. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air, heightening the tension for Finnegan and his companions. This place seems unsafe. Perhaps we should relocate? Liu Yuan remarked nonchalantly, still cracking seeds, casting a sidelong glance at them, overcome by an inexplicable dread. Finnegan and the others paid little heed to Liu Yuan's demeanor. Otherwise, Joey might have approached him for a few seats. Simultaneously, the remaining mercenaries, under their leader's command, entered a room where a woman was lurking suspiciously. Clad in a form-fitting red gown, she exuded an alluring aura. I'm sorry, but this area is restricted to unauthorized personnel. She apologized to the group of mercenaries. One must admit, the woman displayed considerable audacity, maintaining her composure amidst a gathering of armed mercenaries. Hanover, uninterested in her frivolous chatter, seized the woman by the throat, his gaze menacing as he demanded, Where are the others? The woman, seemingly oblivious, replied earnestly, Perhaps they are all asleep. Her name was Chui Lin, a jewel thief who had been caught by the captain and the cruise ship's owner while pilfering. Consequently, she had been confined. And by a stroke of luck, she survived as nearly everyone else on board perished, having only just escaped her confinement. She remained utterly unaware of the events that transpired aboard the cruise. Speak the truth, or I shall put a hole in that pretty little head of yours. Hanover brandished a gun, pressing it against her skull. I am Chui Lin, merely a passenger here, and I know nothing. Under the threat, Chui Lin faltered, hurriedly introducing herself and claiming she had awakened to find no one around. A black mercenary, noticing the access card in Chui Lin's hand, snatched it away. This room appeared to belong to the cruise owner, and it contained another door. After seizing the access card, the mercenary opened the door, eager to uncover any valuables within. However, his overconfidence led to his untimely demise, as he relaxed too much, ultimately paying the ultimate price. As the door slowly creaked open, a hatchet descended with unwavering precision upon his head, blood gushing forth in torrents. He stood there, mouth agape and eyes wide, in utter disbelief at the demise of his deity. The mercenaries beside him were equally stunned, unable to fathom that their comrade had been felled by such a brutal blow. Their patience, long tested, had finally worn thin. Armed with automatic weapons, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the doorway. The unfortunate survivors hiding within instantly became victims, with 3 of them being mercilessly riddled by the onslaught of firepower. Ceasefire! Damn it! Hanova shouted upon witnessing the scene. His anger surged as he realized one of his men had been slain, yet he feared that his subordinates might inadvertently eliminate a crucial individual. 2 mercenaries ventured inside, where only two middle-aged men remained, one of whom was the assailant responsible for the mercenary's death. One was the captain, and the other, the owner of the cruise liner. Get out here. The mercenaries commanded, seizing one man and dragging him toward the exit. You killed my subordinate. How shall this be settled? Hanova seethed, drawing his weapon aimed at the man who had slain his comrade. It's a misunderstanding. I thought it was a monster. The cruise owner stammered, drenched in sweat and fear. A monster? What monster? Just as the mercenaries engaged in conversation, Sui Lin seized the opportunity to escape this place of chaos. Hanova. We have a situation. While the captain and the cruise owner, Simon, continued to insist on the existence of monsters, Hanova's communication device crackled to life. Old Ray is dead. The remaining mercenaries urgently reported the grim news. However, Finnegan interjected, we need to leave this place. There may be unknown threats lurking. Silence. Just as the mercenary attempted to relay further information, he was suddenly ensnared by an unseen force, toppling him into the water. He was dragged beneath the surface, thrashing violently. The mercenary was mercilessly tossed about, colliding with tables and pipes, his head soon swimming with stars and blood. Ultimately, he was pulled away into the depths. And the sea was stained with his blood before silence fell. Gentlemen, I believe it is time for us to depart. At that moment, Liu Yuan rose from the table, brushing off his hands that had previously cracked seats. Now was the climax of the drama, and Liu Yuan could feel the excitement surging within his very cells. He leaped into the water, which now reached nearly to his thighs. Armed with the gun of the fallen mercenary, he turned to Finnegan and smiled. I believe you should take one as well. Following Liu Yuan's gaze, Finnegan spotted the weapon that had belonged to Old Ray lying on the table. All right. You have a point. Joy, hurry and grab the parts. We must leave. Oh. Joy swiftly gathered the components from the nearby table. At that moment, Finnegan sensed movement beneath the water, startling him into firing wildly into the depths. Liu Yuan, witnessing this, was eager to test the gun, curious if it was as exhilarating as it sounded. The simultaneous discharge of two firearms resonated with a thunderous cacophony, causing a deafening roar in the ears of the mercenaries, including Hanova. Old Ray. Old man. Hanova, still oblivious to the unfolding chaos, desperately called out, yet no one responded. We must leave. There are indeed monsters here. Simon, the owner of the cruise ship, approached Hanova, earnestly speaking while subtly signaling with his eyes. Simon, the employer of Hanova and his companions, had harbored ulterior motives, planning to orchestrate a shipwreck to claim a substantial insurance payout. However, he had not anticipated a colossal mutated octopus inadvertently colliding with the cruise liner in the depths of the ocean. Consequently, a series of horrific events ensued. As the monstrous octopus began to feast on the passengers, its immense tentacles devouring individuals whole, despite the numerous passengers aboard. It was not long before they were all reduced to mere sustenance for the creature. Observing the beads of sweat pooling on Simon's forehead, his expression fraught with anxiety, Hanova began to suspect that this was no mere act. Is there truly something? He whispered, to which Simon urgently affirmed, indeed, we must hurry. At that moment, Simon could scarcely contain his frustration at Hanova's reluctance to believe the gravity of their situation. Very well, let us regroup with Finnegan and arm ourselves with Vivo's weaponry. Hanova's heart raced, for it became evident that an unknown entity lurked aboard the vessel, and it seemed that the mysterious disappearances of passengers were indeed its doing. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan and Finnegan had momentarily repelled the advancing tentacles of the octopus with their dual firearms. The trio sprinted down a corridor. Yet the octopus was not so easily deterred. It had merely enacted a tactical retreat. Suddenly, two tentacles emerged from below, swiftly closing in on them. There's a door ahead. We must enter. Finnegan led the charge, diving through the opening, and promptly secured the door once Liu Yuan and the others followed suit. Panting heavily, Joey, an ordinary maintenance worker, struggled to catch his breath, unaccustomed to such perilous circumstances. We must move. This place is unsafe, Finnegan encouraged, patting Joey on the back. I can't go on. I need to rest, Joey gasped, waving his hand in protest. Exchanging glances, Liu Yuan subtly gestured to Finnegan, who understood the unspoken message. Then you can stay here and feed the monster. Brother, we must go, Finnegan declared, resolutely leaving Joey behind as he pressed forward. Hey, Finnegan. As Joey observed Finnegan departing, he helplessly raised his hands towards Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan, with a slight smile gracing his lips, teasingly remarked to Joy, you should leave quickly. In situations like this, the vessel of friendship may capsize at any moment. Finnegan cautiously led the way ahead. The absence of leaks allowed their pace to quicken. Soon, they reached the end, standing before an elevator. After Finnegan pressed the button, they awaited the arrival of the lift. Finnegan, you truly abandoned me, Joy lamented, casting a forlorn glance at him. Did you not come after all? Finnegan replied with a grin directed at Liu Yuan. Ding. The elevator door slid open, and Joy, feeling dejected, stepped inside. Yet, before he could fully enter, he was struck forcefully, causing him to tumble within the elevator. A woman emerged from the lift, brandishing a weapon, her high heels, and struck out at anyone in her path. This was none other than the jewel thief, Cui Lin, who had managed to escape amidst the chaos. Without hesitation, Liu Yuan seized Cui Lin and propelled her back into the elevator. "Let go of me. I would rather die than remain in here," Cui Lin protested, incessantly slapping Liu Yuan's back as though playfully scratching him. "Miss, could you possibly quiet down? Your voice might attract certain unwanted attention," Liu Yuan said, releasing her and addressing the woman clad in a red dress. Cui Lin bore an uncanny resemblance to the enchanting phoenix woman, Hu Ngl, though she appeared somewhat younger and her complexion was notably fairer. Of course, like many foreign women, she had a few freckles adorning her face, yet to Liu Yuan, this was inconsequential, for he had already devised a strategy, which will be mentioned later, thanks to a friend's timely reminder. Her short, chestnut hair appeared exceptionally silky, and her figure was quite alluring, curvaceous in all the right places, the red gown accentuating her fiery allure. With her ample bosom radiating charm and her long legs complemented by a captivating posterior, she was indeed striking. Joy, having regained his footing, promptly pressed the elevator button, the doors closing slowly. Cui Lin eyed the three strangers nervously. "Who are you?" "Hey, Finnegan, she broke my nose," Joy exclaimed comically, cradling his face as he approached Finnegan, looking rather absurd. Just then, ominous sounds emerged from above, as if something loomed overhead. Liu Yuan and Finnegan, weapons drawn, pointed toward the ceiling, while Cui Lin still wielded her high heels as her weapon of choice. "This is precisely why I did not wish to remain here. There is something above," Cui Lin said, her anxiety palpable. She had merely intended to pilfer a few items, never anticipating such bizarre occurrences. "Rest assured, with me here, you shall come to no harm," Liu Yuan assured Cui Lin with a gentle smile, gesturing towards her makeshift weapon. Cui Lin offered an awkward smile, realizing her heels were likely ineffectual compared to the firearms they possessed, and thus she stowed her weapon away. Ding! The elevator doors opened anew. Finnegan aimed his weapon outward, revealing a group of mercenaries led by Han Nova at the opposite end of the lift. The two parties stood there, guns drawn, locked in a tense standoff. "Put down your weapons. Stand down," Hanover shouted at Liu Yuan and Finnegan. Yet, Liu Yuan had no intention of relinquishing his firearm. Instead, he smirked coldly at Hanover. "Mr. Mercenary, in this situation, do you truly believe your firearms can alter the current predicament? Surely, many of your men have already perished. Let us not turn on each other. After all, strength lies in numbers, does it not?" Hanover's temper flared at Liu Yuan's tone, his eyes bulging with fury, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. However, he found himself at a loss for words, for the circumstances were undeniably bizarre. Without even having seen the enemy, 3 of his subordinates had already lost their lives. What piqued his curiosity further was Liu Yuan's transformation. Upon their first encounter, Liu Yuan appeared disheveled. Yet, during the conflict with Finnegan, he acted as a mediator. Now, he exuded a formidable presence, his tone laced with an unsettling ease. It prompted Hanover to ponder whether Liu Yuan was a fool or possessed extraordinary qualities. "What of Old Man and Old Lei?" Hanover inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Liu Yuan. "They may have already met their maker," Finnegan interjected, fear evident in his voice. "There are monsters here. They could have been devoured by these creatures. Indeed, I can attest that there is something aboard this vessel." At that moment, a figure emerged from behind Hanover, none other than Simon. "Well, Mr. Mercenary, we should now focus on how to escape. Our firearms are merely tools of self-preservation. We shall not relinquish them. Do you agree?" Hanover, momentarily bewildered, regarded Liu Yuan for several seconds before signaling his men to lower their weapons. As Finnegan observed their weapons lowered, he too pointed his gun downward. Once again, Liu Yuan had defused the standoff. The surviving mercenaries entered the elevator, and Hanover turned to the captain and Simon, questioning, "What on earth is happening?" "There is something on this ship, an unknown entity," he replied, the frustration boiling within Hanover. "What is it? You must clarify." Just as he was about to press further, the elevator was violently jolted, plummeting downwards at an alarming speed. Within moments, it felt as though they were being yanked back up, the elevator oscillating erratically, heightening the tension among them. Gradually, it seemed the elevator returned to a semblance of normalcy. "What is that thing?" Hanover exclaimed, astonished as he stared at Simon. Before Simon could respond, the elevator plunged downward once more, eliciting a frightened grip from Cui Lin around Liu Yuan's neck. Liu Yuan gently stroked her back. With a resounding crash, the elevator came to a jarring halt at the lowest level, the impact damaging the doors. Dazed, they stumbled out, clutching their heads and legs, only to be met with a scene that left them utterly aghast. The corridor before them resembled a hellish nightmare. "The debut has commenced, and I humbly request further support for my bookshelf. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the family of the third brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you." It is vital to emphasize this sentiment thrice. Chapter 70. Am I to risk my life for mere profit as a mercenary? The corridor was suffused with the acrid scent of blood, an overwhelming stench that permeated the air and rendered breathing a challenge. Before them lay skeletal remains, their grotesque visages instilling a deep-seated dread. With each step, the floor creaked ominously, reminiscent of treading upon shattered bones. The gruesome state of these remains suggested they had endured excruciating torment before death. Their peculiar arrangement was unsettling. Some appeared to be fleeing, while others seemed to scream for salvation. The corpses, corroded and revealing their ghastly white bones, were enmeshed with viscous substances. An eerie aura enveloped the corridor, sending chills down their spines. Upon witnessing the multitude of lifeless bodies, the timid Joy, along with Simon and Suelin, let out piercing screams. The scene was utterly horrifying, resembling a hell on earth. Suelin, startled, stumbled into Liu Yuan's embrace. "It appears we share a profound connection," he remarked. One arm wrapped around her slender waist while the other gently patted her back. Suelin blushed at Liu Yuan's words. In less than a few minutes, she had found solace in someone's arms twice, a rarity in her nearly 30 years of life. Naturally, having never encountered such bizarre circumstances, she deemed her actions quite reasonable. Indeed, very reasonable. What could possibly explain this? Why were there so many bones here? The captain, unsettled by the sight of the remains, called out loudly to Liu Yuan and the others. It was evident that this place served as the monster's dining area, and the bones were likely expelled due to indigestion. As Suelin listened to Liu Yuan's vivid description, she could not contain herself and began to retch. At that moment, while Suelin was violently ill, the previously closed door at the far end of the corridor began to contort, as if squeezed by an unseen force. The door slowly warped until suddenly a lock was explosively dislodged. The iron plates lining the corridor appeared to be ensnared by colossal tentacles, warping rapidly as the appendages advanced toward them. However, after a brief period of movement, everything fell eerily silent once more. Finnegan and Hanova exchanged glances before cautiously advancing to investigate. Yet, as the saying goes, one need not fear a pig opponent, but rather a pig teammate. One of Hanova's subordinates, overwhelmed by anxiety, instinctively stepped back and inadvertently trod upon a skull. The sharp crack of bone sent the colossal octopus into a frenzy, and the concealed tentacles surged forward with reckless abandon. The sudden movement startled the two men, prompting them to hastily pull their triggers while executing a tactical retreat. As the cacophony echoed, those behind them hastily retreated through another door. The fusion of their firearms unleashed a formidable power, rendering the two appendages momentarily immobilized. In this critical moment, only Finnegan remained, consumed by fury within the corridor. Liu Yuan grasped his shoulder and forcefully pulled him away. Finnegan was propelled forward, while Liu Yuan swiftly pressed the switch to seal the great door. After a brief skirmish, neither side managed to gain the upper hand. Under the captain's guidance, Liu Yuan and the others arrived at a relatively sturdy storage room. "What in the world is this? So colossal," the captain exclaimed. "We must devise a means to send a distress signal for assistance. It's futile. The communication devices are damaged and we cannot transmit anything," came the disheartening reply. Once inside the storage room, a cacophony of voices erupted as they began to deliberate. "There's a traitor aboard the ship. The communicator has been sabotaged, and your acquaintance with Hanova raises suspicions about your loyalty." Finnegan articulated his concerns, directing his gaze towards Simon and Hanova. "What? I am the architect of this vessel. I would never—" "Indeed, you are quite astute, Mr. Finnegan," Simon protested, but was interrupted by Hanova, who deemed further words unnecessary at this juncture. If they did not eliminate the creature or escape the cruise ship alive, their fates would be sealed. "Walter?" The captain regarded Simon with incredulity, yearning for an explanation. Yet, Simon found himself exposed and awkward, inwardly cursing Hanova for his betrayal, lamenting the absence of basic professional integrity. Had Hanova been privy to Simon's thoughts, he might have delivered a sharp retort, asserting, "I am in this mercenary business for profit, and you expect me to gamble my life?" Faced with the relentless questioning about the restoration of the communication system, Simon could only concede, "The damage is too extensive. Repair is impossible." Just as despair loomed over them, Liu Yuan unexpectedly produced a gem, presenting it to Chui Lin. Everyone has different preferences, and Chui Lin, a renowned jewel thief, was particularly enamored with jewels. Upon beholding the exquisite stone, her astonishment rendered her momentarily speechless. Soon, a lively conversation ensued between her and Liu. In a playful manner, Chui Lin requested Liu Yuan to stand guard while she changed into a more suitable outfit, as donning a dress under such dire circumstances would be akin to courting death. The storage room was well equipped, and Chui Lin casually selected 2 garments, changing openly before Liu Yuan, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. Once she was attired appropriately, Chui Lin and Liu Yuan exchanged laughter, seemingly oblivious to the ominous presence lurking outside. At that moment, a few drops of viscous fluid dripped from above, alerting Joy to a new danger. As he reached to touch his shoulder, he discovered the substance was sticky and reeked foully. Turning to look behind him, He was met with the sight of an enormous tentacle looming menacingly in his wake. Terrified, Joy let out a series of screams as he fled towards the crowded area. The tentacle emerged from a hole in the ceiling of the storage room, allowing it to silently approach him from behind. Clack, 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 clack. Finnegan and the others quickly reacted, pulling the triggers of their weapons towards the colossal tentacle. Upon being struck by the overwhelming firepower, a copious amount of slime cascaded down from the tentacle. Some of it splattered onto the captain and his companions, while a mercenary, astonished and with his mouth agape, unwittingly allowed a glob of slime to fall directly into his mouth. Was it the pain from the severe assault, or something else? The tip of the tentacle suddenly opened wide, and a humanoid figure tumbled forth from within. This individual was entirely coated in viscous slime, with a large bite taken out of the left side of his head, bloodied and staggering toward the group. Chapter 71. Do you think everyone is a fool? The sight of this figure sent shockwaves through the crowd, particularly due to his appearance, which resembled that of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. One astute mercenary recognized him. Oh my God, Billy? At that moment, Billy was nearly consumed by the corrosive slime. Only a vague outline of his form remained. Whether paralyzed by fear or seeking assistance from Hanova and the others, he staggered a few steps towards them. Unfortunately, he collapsed before he could advance further, his flesh rapidly disintegrating to reveal stark, white bones beneath. Aghast, several mercenaries went into a frenzy as they witnessed their comrades falling victim to the creature. They unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the tentacle with their automatic weapons. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely a tentacle. The true form of the monster was still hidden from their view. Should they encounter the colossal, mutated octopus, they would likely lose all resolve to resist. The tentacle, however, was still wary of the destructive power of firearms. As multiple automatic weapons discharged simultaneously, a torrent of blood and slime dripped from the appendage. Realizing it was outmatched, the tentacle executed a tactical retreat. Just as the group began to catch their breath, several more tentacles suddenly erupted from the same spot, wreaking havoc upon the ceiling. Faced with this sudden onslaught, panic ensued among the crowd. The tentacles appeared exceedingly agile, writhing in the air as if in search of prey. Each tentacle exuded a foul stench that induced nausea, capable of transforming into sharp fangs to devour its victims, or morphing into triangular spikes that looked razor-sharp. The captain, Joy, and the others began to scatter in search of safety. However, the overwhelming number of tentacles ensured that no matter where they fled, they would be pursued. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan, Finnegan, and the others continued to fight while retreating, uncertain whether it was her affection for Liu Yuan or a sense of security in his presence. Chuelin steadfastly remained behind him. The multitude of tentacles became scattered as they flailed about. Joy and Fei and Ijin had vanished from sight. Follow me, Liu Yuan, with his exceptional marksmanship, repelled the tentacles encircling him. Grasping Chuelin's hand, he dashed towards the exit. While their escape was relatively effortless, the situation for Fei and Ijin and Joy was far more perilous. Although Fei and Ijin was quite capable and fiercely combative, he was hindered by an inept companion. Joy, devoid of any weapon, was unable to assist, and nearly caused Fei and Ijin to become sustenance for the octopus. Nevertheless, as the protagonist, he managed to avert disaster with his inherent luck. Regrettably, there were casualties. The captain had been dragged away by a tentacle. Liu Yuan and Cui Lin soon reunited with Fei and Jin and the others, at which point Simon was heard muttering to himself, "This resembles an ancient octopus." At depths of 4,000 feet, they might only be the size of a fountain pen, akin to a ping-pong ball. Yet at 20,000 feet, they could possibly devour a great white shark. Joy, with a bewildered expression, gazed at Simon. "Are you suggesting they have mutated into sea monsters?" Setting aside other concerns, "We must first devise a means to eliminate them. Otherwise, we shall become their prey." Han Nova, with a grave demeanor, regarded them. "Eliminate them? Perhaps we should contemplate our escape instead. These sea monsters are exceedingly cunning. They hunt using their tentacles, and you have all witnessed their prowess." Simon, shaking his head in self-deprecation, responded, "Well, thank you for the lesson. My plan is to return to my ship and flee this cursed place." With that, Fei and Ijin, shouldering his weapon, advanced forward, closely followed by Joy. The remaining 3 mercenaries, including Han Nova, were all preservation-minded individuals. They were unwilling to sacrifice their lives here. After exchanging glances, they too followed suit. However, this locale was not one they could enter or exit at will. The entire cruise ship had already taken on a third of its volume in seawater. To escape, they would need to swim several dozen meters through the water to reach another passage. Yet, the presence of the mutated octopus posed a dilemma: to plunge in or to refrain. Seeing the predicament, Fei and Ijin stepped forward. "I'll go first, if it's safe. I'll let you know. Who dares to join me?" Liu Yuan, impatient to linger any longer, turned to Cui Lin and inquired. Meeting Liu Yuan's earnest gaze, Cui Lin, almost instinctively, nodded. With a slight smile, Liu Yuan took her hand and leaped into the water. Fei and Jen, seeing this, followed suit. Are you foolish? Jumping in without knowing the danger? Joy lamented, relishing in their folly. Just then, a colossal tentacle swiftly approached their direction. A mercenary, realizing the imminent threat, hurriedly secured the nearby door. But could a mere door withstand such a massive tentacle? After a few powerful strikes, the door was effortlessly shattered. Several writhing tentacles surged forth, prompting the mercenaries and Joey to fire their weapons in a desperate attempt to stave off the assault. Cursed be this fate. Joey gazed at the ocean, gritted his teeth, and with a determined stomp, leapt into the depths. The remaining individuals, along with the mercenary, followed suit, but alas, the ill-fated mercenary succumbed to the fate of becoming a lavish meal. Although Liu Yuan and the others temporarily evaded the octopus's pursuit, as the adage goes, its watchful eyes were ever present. Soon, the tentacles launched another onslaught, gradually herding Liu Yuan and his companions into a narrow passage. Now, Hanover found himself utterly isolated, with all his subordinates having perished. We are akin to prey. They are driving us toward the bow of the ship. At this moment, Simon transformed into a mentor, meticulously analyzing the situation for the group. The bow? What lies ahead? Joey queried, her expression filled with confusion. What does it matter? We shall discover it soon enough. Liu Yuan replied with a slight smile, while wrapping his arm around Cui Lin's slender waist. Very well, I shall guide you there. Simon, exhibiting a fervent desire for survival, hurriedly led the group, and in just a few minutes, they arrived before a passageway. Beyond this corridor lay the ship's bow. Simon feigned exhaustion, leaning against a metal plate, gasping for breath. Then let us proceed, Mr. Simon. Liu Yuan, aware of Simon's intentions, retorted with irritation. I can go no further. I require a moment's respite. You all proceed ahead. I shall catch up shortly. Simon's act was convincingly realistic, fooling even Fei Negan and the others, who cautiously advanced. Just as Simon reveled in his deception, he suddenly felt a hand slap his back. Startled, he turned to see Liu Yuan, with a teasing grin, clutching Cui Lin. Do you presume everyone is as foolish as those others? Hurry along, lest I take pleasure in ending you right now. Chapter 72. Whose octopus towers higher than a building. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's words, Simon's expression darkened as he scanned his surroundings. My dear sir, it is merely the three of us now, and I shall not conceal the truth from you. If you accompany me, I can guarantee your safety. We shall successfully escape from this place. However, as for this woman, Simon cast a sinister laugh in Cui Lin's direction. What are you thinking? I have yet to savor her before you wish to claim her for yourself? Liu Yuan pressed the hot weapon against Simon's face. Startled, Simon's forehead erupted with beads of sweat as he hastily waved his hands in explanation. Sir, you have misconstrued my intentions. I meant to suggest that we ought to eliminate her. Once we are outside, what manner of woman could you not find? You may choose at your leisure. Only then did Liu Yuan grasp Simon's true intent. He sought to silence her permanently. It was no wonder he thought such thoughts. After all, Simon's smile was undeniably treacherous. Enough of this banter. We must move swiftly. Liu Yuan dismissed Simon's proposal. However, just as they prepared to advance, Fei Negan and the others returned, calling out to Liu Yuan as they ran toward him. Run quickly. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan sensed a disturbance. He discovered that a colossal creature was relentlessly boring into the hull beneath the water. An overwhelming torrent of seawater was surging in. Simon hastily dove into a nearby passage, and Liu Yuan shouted to Fei and Jen, this way. Liu Yuan and Cui Lin entered in succession, with Fei and Jen and the others following closely behind. Under Simon's guidance, they temporarily evaded the pursuit of the sea monster and reached a safe platform. In truth, Simon was reluctant to lead them. He secretly wished for Liu Yuan and his companions to meet their demise at the hands of the beast. However, throughout the journey, Liu Yuan had kept his gun trained on him, leaving Simon with no choice. This is it, but we may have to jump down, he said. Are you out of your mind? That's a drop of over 10 meters. Jump down? Joy outright rejected Simon's suggestion. Let's find a comparatively safer spot. Fei and Jen concurred with Joy, acknowledging the peril of such a high jump amidst the turbulent winds and waves, which could spell certain doom. Yet, being swept into the sea by the raging waters would guarantee a far more grim fate. Return? Poor little supporting character. Ultimately, it's time to exit. Liu Yuan gazed at Han Nova with a sense of regret. Without hesitation, they began to flee. For the true form of the sea monster had gradually made its way onto the cruise ship, accompanied by an incessant influx of seawater. They would either be devoured or drowned. The water now lapped at their waists as they hurried through the corridor. Unfortunately, the massive octopus would not let them escape so easily. In their haste, they failed to notice the several tentacles behind them advancing at an alarming speed. Fei and Jen. 3 piercing screams erupted as the foremost Fei and Jen turned abruptly. Joy, Han Nova, and Simon were ensnared by the tentacles, being dragged in the opposite direction. Joy, Fei and Jin shouted and made to pursue. Think carefully. Do you understand the consequences of your pursuit? Liu Yuan grasped him firmly. I am aware, but Joy is my brother of many years. I cannot abandon him. Fei and Jin gazed resolutely at Liu Yuan, forcefully pushing his hand away to move forward. And you? Will you seek an escape route? Liu Yuan entrusted the decision to Cui Lin, recalling their earlier playful banter. Akin to lovers in the throes of romance. If Cui Lin chose to flee alone, it would signify her desire for a mundane existence, unable to embrace such thrilling experiences. In that case, Liu Yuan would deem it unnecessary to return her to the main world. Indeed, he wished to take Cui Lin back, provided she proved her worth. I'll go with you. Cui Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement, determination, and even a hint of affection. She was unaware of the reason behind her feelings. As if she had fallen for someone at first sight, instinctively she longed to stay by his side, having grown up without parents. Finally finding a sense of belonging for the first time, Cui Lin and Liu Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that a mysterious force was inadvertently aiding them. Liu Yuan chuckled, recognizing that in a moment of crisis, she did not abandon him. She was either a woman unwilling to settle for mediocrity or someone who harbored feelings for him, perhaps both. Indeed, Cui Lin, being a jewel thief, would hardly be content with an ordinary existence. The scene shifted abruptly. The unfortunate trio of Joey, Simon, and Han Nova found themselves ensnared by the tentacles of a colossal octopus, rapidly drawn towards the Grand Hall. Despite their incessant struggles, their resistance was akin to a mere tickle to the tentacles. The mercenaries displayed a lamentable lack of skill, exemplifying the ineptitude of low-level operatives. Han Nova, upon being captured, was so startled that he dropped his automatic weapon. In a frantic attempt to draw his handgun, he found his arms tightly bound by the tentacles, forcing him to fire haphazardly. Regrettably, in his heightened state of panic, he failed to hit the tentacles and instead ended up shooting Simon in the rear. Simon, in utter dismay, was struck twice, bewildered by his ill fortune. Liu Yuan merely sought to intimidate him, while Han Nova, in a fit of foolishness, acted recklessly. After enduring the pain from the gunfire, Simon could only scream in agony, unleashing a torrent of curses at Han Nova. Fool. Useless. How blind was I to associate with such garbage? This spectacle provided Joey with a rather amusing view. However, their peril had not yet subsided, and they soon arrived at the first-floor hall, where they were left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Simultaneously, Finnegan entered the hall mere seconds after them, and upon stepping inside, he was rendered speechless. Wang Defa? Is this an octopus? Good heavens, whose octopus is taller than the building? After a few moments of shock, Finnegan erupted into a tirade, his outrage stemming from the octopus's sheer size, which was nothing short of ancestral. Finnegan, stop gawking and save me. At that moment, only Joey remained among the survivors, as Simon and Han Nova had met their fate. Joey, hold on, Finnegan shouted, but to his dismay, Joey, ensnared by the tentacles, leaned against his forehead, his expression one of despair as he shook his head gently. This child is beyond saving. I have no weapons. How can I hold on? That is more impossible than teaching a pig to fly. Chapter 73, the villain falls victim to excessive chatter seeing his friend captured by the enormous octopus. Finnegan immediately opened fire with his automatic weapon, unleashing a barrage towards the creature. The weapon boasted a remarkable ammunition capacity, having not required a magazine change throughout the ordeal. Yet, just as he praised its reliability, it fell silent. After Finnegan unleashed a barrage of bullets, he observed that the octopus remained unfazed. Even if he could injure its tentacles, the colossal head showed no sign of movement. Curse be it. Realizing his weapon was empty, Finnegan hurled the gun at the octopus with great force. Brother, is this how you expect me to persevere? Joey, witnessing Finnegan's actions, was nearly paralyzed with fear. As Finnegan anxiously scanned the vicinity for alternative weapons, two individuals entered the hall, Liu Yuan and Cui Lin. Warning, upon witnessing the true form of the mutated octopus, hostile members will arrive in 30 seconds. Upon seeing the giant creature, Liu Yuan received the prompt from the main system. Finnegan felt a flicker of hope at Liu Yuan's arrival, surprised that a chance acquaintance could come to his aid. However, his expression darkened when he noticed Liu Yuan's empty hand while the other arm was draped around a stunning woman. A surge of frustration welled up within him. What time is it? Are you still pursuing women? Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Finnegan was left dumbfounded. Liu Yuan extended his empty hand, and a gleaming silver sword materialized before the three of them. Go, Liu Yuan uttered, allowing the sword to descend. The blade swiftly darted towards the octopus's tentacles, severing them with precision. The once menacing creature now found itself nearly bereft of its limbs. The agony of losing so many tentacles elicited a heart-wrenching roar from the octopus. Finnegan and Cui Lin stood in stunned silence, speechless at Liu Yuan's display of power. Had Joey been able to witness Liu Yuan's every move, he might have remarked, "Dude, did you have to wait until I became the monster's next meal before you acted? Where were you earlier?" I wouldn't have wet my pants. Noticing Finnegan's astonished expression, Liu Yuan smiled slightly. Hurry and take Joey away. There's no need to wait for us. You have 20 seconds left. Finnegan, not one to hesitate, quickly rushed to Joey's side and hoisted him up, making a swift exit. As they departed, he cast a grateful glance at Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan smiled in return, thinking to himself, no need to thank me. In fact, I owe you an apology for stealing your girl. Just as Finnegan exited the hall, within mere seconds, a black vortex appeared above the colossal octopus, from which 6 figures emerged. Why are there only 2 of them? A gaunt man with an eagle-like nose and a buzz cut spoke coldly as he descended, scrutinizing Liu Yuan and Chui Lin. I don't know, leader. They appear cleanly dressed, suggesting they possess some strength. We cannot underestimate them, replied a stout companion beside the buzz-cut man, observing Liu Yuan's imposing demeanor. Finally arrived. Let us take them on together. Liu Yuan felt a surge of excitement upon the arrival of the main adversaries, as the violent instincts within him began to stir restlessly. Master, is this person out of their mind? Have they been frightened into a stupor? The 5 men and 1 woman from the blood-drinking guild erupted into laughter upon hearing Liu Yuan's words. To them, he appeared utterly deranged. Kid, you are quite arrogant. I haven't seen someone so audacious in a long time. The slender, crew-cut man furrowed his brow and regarded Liu Yuan with a grave demeanor. He was a hall master of the blood-drinking guild, possessing considerable strength and being a veteran of the guild's leadership. The blood-drinking guild had reigned supreme in the main god space for 2 years, and he seldom encountered anyone as presumptuous as Liu Yuan. Is that so? I beg to differ. I've been waiting for you all for quite some time. My time is exceedingly precious, worth thousands of reincarnation points every moment. You impoverished souls wouldn't understand. Liu Yuan shrugged, one arm still draped around Chui Lin while he leaned in to inhale the fragrance of her hair, which he found quite pleasing. Chui Lin, having just witnessed Liu Yuan conjure a longsword from thin air and hack at the octopus's tentacles, was still in a daze. Now, with several oddly dressed individuals appearing before them, her faith was on the verge of collapse, leaving her in a state of confusion. To the members of the blood-drinking guild, Liu Yuan seemed either completely insane or utterly beyond reason. Yet, Liu Yuan was not exaggerating. His claims were entirely truthful. Kid, I haven't encountered someone I despise in quite a while, and you are precisely that person. The slender crew-cut man narrowed his eyes, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Oh, is that so? I, too, harbor disdain for my own kind, those who revel in pretentiousness and take pleasure in belittling others. Liu Yuan's words ignited a furious reaction among the 5 men and 1 woman. I shall end your life. You insolent brat. I will torment you mercilessly. I will beat you until you can no longer relieve yourself. They shouted in rage, each expressing their grievances. However, Liu Yuan remained unfazed, one arm still around Chui Lin while the other casually picked at his ear, as if their noise was bothersome. You know, there's a saying you might not have heard? What? Bellowed the stout man beside the crew-cut individual. Villains perish from excessive chatter. Upon uttering this, Liu Yuan extended his right hand towards them, slowly curling it into a fist. Instantly, the members of the Iron Blood Guild felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, leaving them gasping for breath. What is this? Gravitational suppression? No, it feels as though my entire body is being crushed. What kind of ability is this? While the crew-cut man's strength surpassed that of his companions, he was now drenched in cold sweat, unable to speak, and his mind raced with calculations. Liu Yuan intended for them to savor their suffering before meeting their demise, rather than allowing them to depart abruptly. However, at that moment, the mutated giant octopus was far from pleased, having just lost several of its tentacles. It was incensed that Liu Yuan could chat casually with mere humans. Did it not deserve any respect? With a roar, the giant octopus commanded its remaining tentacles to launch a swift assault on Liu Yuan. Chapter 74. Finnegan, come and witness the divine awe. I almost forgot about you. You believe you have lived long enough, do you not? With a mere thought, Liu Yuan summoned the god-slaying sword, which swiftly danced through the air, slicing through the massive octopus with astonishing speed. The blade gleamed with a cold light, darting like lightning, leaving no trace as it incessantly carved into the creature's flesh. The octopus, writhing in agony, flailed its remaining tentacles in a futile attempt to seize Liu Yuan. Yet, every effort was in vain. Liu Yuan stood resolute, and the tentacles could not breach the few meters surrounding him, being severed effortlessly by the god-slaying sword. As the last tentacle fell, the great beast finally succumbed. Stripped of any will to resist, all its limbs and eyes were either pierced or severed, akin to a grotesque mockery of humanity. With a decisive strike, the god-slaying sword descended upon the octopus's head, and its colossal form crashed to the ground, cleaved in two by Liu Yuan's blade. Were it not for your insatiable appetite, I would have relished the opportunity to taste such a grand grilled octopus, Liu Yuan mused coldly, gazing upon the lifeless body. It is your turn now. The god-slaying sword returned to Liu Yuan's presence, seemingly awaiting its next command. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the blood-drinking guild, ensnared by Liu Yuan's telekinetic grip, were left astounded, struggling to breathe under the weight of his single skill. What hope did they have of continuing the fight? Friend, we concede this team battle. Concede? Are you out of your mind? I am a member of the Conqueror Guild. Did you ever consider sparing my comrades when you massacred them? I cannot predict whether your leader will resurrect you, but allow me to leave you with a parting message. Await my vengeance, you pitiful blood-drinking guild. Let us see whether your tactics surpass my determination. With those words, Liu Yuan clenched his fist, no longer wishing to engage further. What? Conqueror? The remaining 5 members of the blood-drinking guild were bewildered, though the buzz-cut man, as the guild leader, was acutely aware of the implications. Their leader had secretly ordered the extermination of Conqueror Guild members, having already claimed hundreds of lives. Thinking of fleeing? Spatial confinement. Observing the buzz-cut man's subtle movements, Liu Yuan activated his spatial restraint. After all, individuals of such a prestigious guild must possess some means of self-preservation. Spare me. The sole female member of the blood-drinking guild managed to utter those words under immense pressure. Yet, scarcely had she spoken when she detonated, transforming into a puddle of blood. It was not solely Liu Yuan's ruthlessness that led to this. The woman's appearance had rendered her an undesirable target. In the ensuing seconds, a series of detonations reverberated in Liu Yuan's ears. Bang, bang, bang. We will not. The last remaining buzz-cut man's anguish proclamation was cut short as he too dissipated into a cloud of blood mist. What? Excuse me. I did not quite catch that. Liu Yuan feigned ignorance, playfully cupping his ear as if straining to hear. Congratulations to the Conqueror Guild for achieving ultimate victory. The trial has concluded. Participants may remain here for 24 hours or return to the main divine space at will. After the members of the blood-drinking guild perished, the deity's message reappeared. Did you hear what he said? Liu Yuan cast a mischievous smile at the almost petrified Cui Lin. At that moment, Cui Lin's chest rose and fell rapidly. Her gaze vacant as she stared at Liu Yuan. Are you scared? Apologies, I could have spared you from witnessing such a scene. Liu Yuan observed Cui Lin's expression, patting her back in a comforting manner. However, in the next instant, Liu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Are you a god? That's so cool. How did you accomplish that? Which deity are you? Does a higher power truly exist? Cui Lin, as if possessed by a spirit, chattered incessantly. Goodness. This woman is rather intriguing. Liu Yuan was taken aback by her barrage of questions. It turned out that not only was Cui Lin unafraid, but she was also exhilarated by the experience. No wonder, someone destined to be the heroine would surely be extraordinary. I am not a god. It would take time to explain. I must return now. I solemnly ask you, would you accompany me back to my world? What do you mean? You are not from our world? Yet you claim you are not a deity? I am willing, of course. Here, I am all alone. And I chose to steal jewelry in search of excitement. As she spoke, Cui Lin quickly covered her mouth, as if she had revealed something she should not have. Very well, since we are both in agreement, let us depart. With that, Liu Yuan and Cui Lin slowly ascended into the sky. This is so thrilling. You can actually fly. Cui Lin wrapped one arm around Liu Yuan's waist and clung tightly to his neck, her heart racing with excitement as she felt herself lift off the ground. Liu Yuan, initially concerned that she might struggle to accept this, smiled faintly as her reaction exceeded his expectations. Well, Finnegan, come quickly and see the deity. At that moment, Joy Finnegan, having just escaped a dire situation, gasped for breath on his small boat. He looked up, seemingly witnessing something extraordinary. Following Joy's gaze, Finnegan saw Liu Yuan and Cui Lin gradually ascending above the cruise ship. With the wind and rain ceased and the clouds dispersing, the moonlight illuminated the scene, allowing Finnegan to discern the two figures. Is that Liu Yuan? Joy's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the pair rising slowly. It must be, Finnegan thought, unable to suppress a gasp of disbelief. What kind of person had he just saved? He began to suspect that Liu Yuan might be playing a clever ruse. Am I hallucinating? Or am I dreaming? Joy stared up at them, dazed. Slap. Finnegan, why did you hit me? Joy glared at Finnegan after receiving a slap on the forehead. Little did he know, Finnegan rubbed his sore palm and replied calmly, this is not a dream. Joy. Hey, Finnegan, goodbye. Liu Yuan and Cui Lin continued their ascent, casting a vague remark toward the two on the small boat before vanishing from sight. Joy? The Mummy, which will be scheduled later, and Arctic Deep. An early disaster horror film is rather thrilling. Those who have yet to see it might find it an excellent remedy for boredom. In the very moment of his return, Liu Yuan placed Cui Lin into his personal space. This space, now astonishingly vast, not only accommodates inanimate objects but also living beings, and has expanded more than tenfold. Liu Yuan instructed her to remain there for a while, planning to release her once he returned to the main world. Upon returning to the main God Space, Liu Yuan had not yet made it to his quaint villa when he was abruptly seized by an individual. Brother. I have some exquisite items here that are sure to satisfy. Would you care to take a look? Chapter 75. One who dares to demand. One who dares to deliver. A shifty-eyed, wiry little man clung to Liu Yuan, his demeanor teasing. Oh, show me, Liu Yuan replied, intrigued. At that moment, the little man revealed a crafty smile and, when Liu Yuan was oblivious, produced a stack of cards. These cards contained information about various items, martial arts, supernatural abilities, and artifacts, among others. However, upon seeing them, Liu Yuan's interest waned. He had anticipated cards featuring beautiful women. Silently, he turned to leave, feeling his valuable time was being wasted. Hey brother, don't go. Come take a look. If it doesn't suit you, I can offer a discount. The little man, noticing Liu Yuan's intent to depart, hurried after him, becoming increasingly persistent. I have no need for your goods. Faced with the little man's relentless pursuit, Liu Yuan's patience was clearly wearing thin. Listen, you will buy something, whether you want to or not. If you don't purchase at least 1 or 2 items today, you won't be leaving. No sooner had the little man spoken than several individuals appeared from all directions, swiftly encircling the pair. Who raised such an impudent wretch? Are you attempting to coerce a purchase? Watch your mouth, you little brat. Indeed, I am coercing purchases. What of it? Go on, pick something at random. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's words, the little man's expression shifted slightly, and he regarded Liu Yuan with a frigid tone. I recall that murder is prohibited within the main God Space. Liu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his tone remarkably relaxed as he addressed them. That is indeed true, however. The trial grounds are a different matter. Who knows what may unfold there? I advise you to be sensible and purchase something, otherwise our Conqueror's Guild will not let you off lightly. Wait. Which guild are you from? The Conqueror's Guild, do you know it? We are poised to become a top-tier guild. This revelation amused Liu Yuan. He had not anticipated that this extortionist was, in fact, a member of his own guild. How absurd. Which hall do you belong to? Liu Yuan squinted at the little man, posing the question in return. What? You don't believe me? I am from the Fighting Hall. What of it? Hurry up. Currently, the Conqueror's Guild is divided into several major halls, the Battle Hall, the Martial Hall, and the Fighting Hall, which boasts the largest number of members and the strongest capabilities. Following them is the Wealth Hall, which, though fewer in number, is composed entirely of elites. The Fighting Hall? The one associated with Ali? Wait for me. Liu Yuan pressed a button on his wrist communication device, and with a chime, it seemed he had received some information. I've summoned someone. Don't worry, they will arrive shortly. Oh, I am quite curious to see who you will bring. The slender man replied, appearing unperturbed, with his hands tucked into his pockets, oblivious to the concept of an opponent, much to Liu Yuan's irritation. In less than 5 minutes, the figure of Aoli appeared within Liu Yuan's line of sight. President. Upon seeing Liu Yuan, Aoli immediately performed a deep bow, his complexion flushed, looking weary from travel. Do you know him? He claims to be one of our conquerors, or perhaps someone from your faction. Observing Aoli's demeanor, Liu Yuan said nothing further and instead pointed at the slender man, beginning his inquiry. Qianyong, what are you doing here again? Aoli's expression changed dramatically as he glanced in the direction Liu Yuan was pointing. Upon hearing Aoli's words, Liu Yuan understood that Qianyong was indeed affiliated with the conquerors. And it seemed this was not his first transgression. President? Hall Master? The slender man was taken aback, his legs trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his brow. How could he have imagined that a random encounter on the street would lead him to their elusive president? What is the meaning of this, Aoli? Liu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he regarded Aoli, a murderous impulse coursing through him. Was this not tarnishing the reputation of the conquerors? Evidently, this was not an isolated incident. President, allow me to explain, Aoli began, detailing the situation to Liu Yuan. It turned out that this slender man was not a first-time offender. He had committed similar acts on several occasions, and once Aoli had discovered him, he intended to eliminate this threat to the guild. However, the slender man had audaciously claimed to be affiliated with the Flying Eagle Guild, pleading for a chance based on their reputation. The Flying Eagle Guild was the top guild in this small city. As for why the slender man boldly proclaimed allegiance to another guild, the reason was straightforward. He was an overt spy, a role not exclusive to the conquerors, as other guilds also had spies within the conquerors. This had devolved into a vicious cycle. An unspoken rule where each guild harbored members of the other. Everyone understood, and no one probed deeper, for the cost was too high, and no guild could afford to lose. When Aoli heard the slender man mention the Flying Eagle Guild, he indeed granted him a measure of leniency, but made it clear that this was a one-time concession, not to be repeated. Liu Yuan was nearly beside himself with rage upon hearing Aoli's explanation. So, within his own guild, there were spies belonging to others? Bring him back with us. This individual must be taken along. Aoli furrowed his brow, casting a lethal glare at the slender man. Meanwhile, the slender man's subordinates, not part of the conquerors, sensed the escalating situation and hurriedly retreated. Within minutes, Liu Yuan arrived at the new headquarters of the conquerors, Xiongchang. You have 10 minutes to assemble all guild members who did not participate in the trials back at headquarters immediately. Upon entering the guild, Liu Yuan coincidentally encountered Xiongchang and Ho Sailei exiting. He uttered a remark to Xiongchang before swiftly making his way towards the private exchange platform within. Xiongchang appeared utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the words. With a sigh, Aoli hastened to Xiongchang's side to provide clarification. Defeating the rival guild awards 30,000 reincarnation points, along with a tiered storyline reward card. Rescuing 3 storyline characters yields a total of 900 reincarnation points. Eliminating the mutated octopus grants 3,000 reincarnation points. Slaying 6 rival members, resulting in their total annihilation, awards 16,000 reincarnation points. Currently evaluating this reincarnation round. Congratulations to the Conqueror Guild. This reincarnation round is rated as perfect, granting an additional 50 in reincarnation points. Total reincarnation points earned, 49,900, along with a tiered storyline reward card. Liu Yuan approached the exchange platform with a dark expression. Ready to settle the rewards from the recent endeavor, he exchanged one tiered storyline reward card for a fragment of the time law, deducting 10 million reincarnation points. One tiered storyline reward card to acquire a fragment of the time law. Since the challenger lacks a tiered storyline reward card, one is automatically decomposed, leaving 2 tiered cards remaining. Detected consumption by the host. Random rebate initiated. System, could you dare to increase the rebate a bit more? Liu Yuan muttered with a pout. The system seemingly heard his words, and a cold voice emerged. Congratulations, host. You have received a 78-fold rebate, totaling 780 million points. Your current balance of reincarnation points is 800 million. 800 million, a sum bold enough to be both requested and granted. A smile finally graced Liu Yuan's face at the sight of such an immense fortune. 800 million? Humph. My guild cannot accommodate even a grain of sand. All those with ulterior motives shall be eliminated. Even if only 100 remain, they will be solely loyal to me. He proceeded to exchange for the Eye of Truth. Please urge for updates. Thank you to those who added this to their bookshelf. Much appreciation for your support. I, the third brother, express my gratitude. Across rivers and mountains, there is always affection. May I request a favorable review? For those who find it satisfactory, kindly bestow upon the third brother a 5-star rating. I would be grateful. Chapter 76, Challenge Accepted. Deducting 500,000 reincarnation points and one tiered storyline reward card, he acquired the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth allows one to penetrate the innermost thoughts of others, revealing their character. It also discloses their name and assesses their loyalty, rendering one immune to all mental defenses and abilities. Consequently, it is likely that within the entire main God space, no one would dare to exchange for such a skill due to its exorbitant cost. Not only does it require a substantial amount of reincarnation points, but it also necessitates a tiered storyline reward card. Who would allocate such wealth towards a power that unveils another's thoughts? As Liu Yuan reopened his eyes, he felt the terrifying potential of the Eye of Truth, for it disregards mental defenses. This means that no matter what the other party contemplates, he can ascertain it. Regrettably, lacking a tiered storyline reward card means he could have directly exchanged for an 8th-level telekinesis, potentially garnering even greater returns. Well, I suppose I shall make do with this 800 million for now. Third brother, you are being rather ostentatious. As for the reincarnation points and items belonging to the members of the blood-drinking guild, he had no interest in them. Discarding them aside, Liu Yuan joyfully stepped out of the exchange platform's chamber and into the courtyard of the headquarters. Although this estate did not rival the grandeur of his manor in the primary world, it was spacious enough to accommodate 5,000 individuals standing in the courtyard. After accounting for nearly 1,000 who had perished, the Conqueror Guild still boasted over 6,000 members, with the remainder engaged in trials within the cycle world. Upon Liu Yuan's emergence, Xiongchang hurried forward to provide an explanation. President, rest assured, the reincarnation points you allocated have yet to be utilized on them. It is precisely due to this situation that we hesitated and did not have the opportunity to consult you before you were aware. To the 5 disciples, Liu Yuan always seemed to arrive and depart with fervor. Upon hearing that the reincarnation points he had provided had not yet been expended, a wave of relief washed over him, and he nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to face the thousands of individuals before him. Today, I have summoned you all rather unexpectedly. I trust you have heard of the unwritten rules that exist between guilds, specifically the presence of spies from rival guilds. I apologize, but my guild will not tolerate even a grain of sand. I am here to expunge these infiltrators. For those I have singled out, I shall not impose any further consequences. You may return whence you came, and inform your superiors that should you return, my hospitality will not be so gracious. As for the rest, you are my brothers, and I shall empower you to become extraordinary. All I ask in return is your loyalty. Yes, President. The resounding chorus of nearly 5,000 voices echoed through the air. Liu Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he walked among the throng. Ma Chao, characterized by his simplicity, valor, and unwavering loyalty of 100. Wang Chong, known for his enthusiasm, honesty, and loyalty of 80. Song Yun, marked by his cunning, treachery, and a loyalty score of 0. Zhang Lei, defined by his obedience, unwavering devotion, and loyalty of 100. This was the first ability of the Eye of Truth, enabling Liu Yuan to discern the loyalty levels of others at a glance. Thus, the crowd of over 5,000 stood as Liu Yuan navigated through the ranks, identifying individuals while Monkey Sai diligently noted their names in a small notebook. Those I have pointed out may leave now. Return to your respective places. Liu Yuan felt a pang of frustration. Over 2,000 of his guild's members were, in fact, spies from other guilds, or merely here to seek advantages. The malice of human nature is indeed treacherous. Regardless, he resolutely expelled all those with loyalty below 80%. President, it seems rather inappropriate for you to act thus, remarked a burly man, furrowing his brow. You have acknowledged that this is an unwritten rule. Ah, there's nothing inappropriate about it. I refuse to harbor so many unstable elements among my ranks. If your guild possesses the capability, you may also expel members from rival guilds. Liu Yuan's words effectively silenced most dissenters, yet there remained a few obstinate voices. President, the Conqueror Guild is merely a mid-tier guild. Are you not concerned that these other guilds may unite to obliterate you? Haha. If I dare to act as I have, then I fear no retribution. A friendly warning. Should you dare retaliate, you will find yourself on the Conqueror's blacklist until the guild's demise. Defy me if you dare. Now, please take your leave. Liu Yuan ceased to engage in futile discourse with them and issued an unequivocal expulsion order. These individuals ambled out of the Conqueror's Guild, some with a sense of resignation, while others harbored a glimmer of murderous intent. As Liu Yuan had remarked, if they possessed the capability, they could eliminate members of other guilds, yet their abilities were sorely lacking. The guild's finances may be substantial, but the president's word is not absolute. Therein lies a profound tragedy. One's own guild does not heed their own voice. Once these individuals departed, Liu Yuan addressed the remaining 2,000 members. I understand that some among you may perceive me as boastful, claiming to be superior and capable of rapidly enhancing your strength. Let me make this clear. Those who pledge absolute loyalty to me will experience a life unlike any other, even ascend to the pinnacle of existence. My words stand as a testament. You shall witness the truth in due course. Subsequently, Liu Yuan exchanged a few words with Monkey Sai, instructing him to prioritize the rapid empowerment of those with unwavering loyalty, while offering fewer resources to those lacking commitment. Monkey Sai meticulously recorded names in his notebook, distinguishing between the fully loyal and those with a loyalty rating of 80 or 90%. A source of solace for Liu Yuan was the fact that the 5 disciples and the master of the battle hall, Niodali, were all unwaveringly loyal. Fortunately, these key figures had made no significant errors. Afterward, Liu Yuan conversed with Xiong Chong and the others, expressing his urgent need for high-level quest reward cards. However, they had already acquired all that was available, leaving the remainder in the hands of various guilds. The only option to procure more would require venturing to other cities. I approve. It merely costs a few thousand reincarnation points. Go, hasten. The next time I wish to see a sufficient quantity of high-level quest reward cards. Moreover, your strength, along with that of others, must be swiftly enhanced. I am currently sustaining you, but this cannot persist indefinitely. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth and his legs crossed, Liu Yuan pondered momentarily before continuing. Indeed, President. The 6 high-ranking members rose in unison, addressing Liu Yuan with utmost seriousness. Very well. I shall allocate a few more reincarnation points. Remember my 2 directives. First, rapidly enhance your strength. Second, irrespective of the cost, procure a substantial quantity of high-level reward cards. Understood. Liu Yuan, satisfied with their expressions, stood to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he paused once more. And regarding the members currently undergoing trials in the reincarnation world, refrain from providing them with resources upon their return. After all, you cannot ascertain how many spies may be present. We will discuss this upon my return. Furthermore, prior to my return, our Conqueror's members should refrain from participating in trials and focus on enhancing their strength and acquiring reward cards. ISNT at merely 1,000 reincarnation points per person? I can afford it. Should you encounter any blood drinkers and meet an untimely end, do not claim I did not forewarn you. Yes, President. Once Liu Yuan departed, Monkey Sai eagerly approached Xiong Chong. Quickly, tell me, how much did we receive this time? Xiong Chang glanced at the account, his expression impassive as he replied to Monkey Sai, over 26 million. Monkey Sai beamed with delight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Do not merely revel in joy. Let us not forget the exhortations of our esteemed leader. We are a collective, and it is not solely upon the leader's shoulders to exert effort and financial resources. Once we fortify our own strength, we shall repay our leader 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Chapter 77. The considerate Peggy Xiangchang gazed solemnly at his 5 loyal brothers. Indeed, my very existence is a gift from our leader, unspoken yet understood. Neo Dali thumped his chest, speaking with earnest seriousness. Absolutely. Whatever the leader commands, I shall comply. Old Zhu declared, patting his ample belly. The others voiced their agreement in unison. Very well, I shall delineate the tasks now. Hosey, I shall allocate 10 million reincarnation points to you, which, combined with the previous allocation from the leader, totals nearly 21 million. You, Old Shu, and Old Sha will remain at headquarters. Expedite the enhancement of your prowess, prioritizing the individuals listed by the leader. The remaining 16 million shall be equally divided among myself, Old Nyo, and Aoli, as we undertake the acquisition of story reward cards. Xiangchang began assigning tasks to his comrades. Rest assured, with such an abundance of reincarnation points, when the leader returns, he will be astonished. Bloodthirsty guild. Mere trifles. Indeed, with this plethora of points, even a sow could ascend a tree. What are you saying? Have we offended you, our dear pigs? Liu Yuan's surroundings shifted, returning him to the familiar, yet foreign manner. Approximately 2 days had elapsed since his last departure from the main God Space, while merely a few hours had passed in the primary world. He left at dawn, and now it was just early evening. Beep. Detected that the host has completed 2 cycles in the main God Space, rewarding 1/10 of the return points. You now possess a total of 88,036,800 system points. Over 88 million points? How splendid. This should allow for numerous exchanges. But first, I must not rush. It has been 2 days since I last laid eyes on my precious one, and I yearn for her dearly. Standing on the lawn of the manor, Liu Yuan gazed at the brightly lit central villa, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Inside the villa, Peggy Boss, freshly emerged from a bath, sat on the soft sofa of the master bedroom, applying toner or cream. Her long legs were exquisitely shaped, and her delicate feet, coupled with her simple bathrobe, exuded undeniable allure. My darling, have you missed me? Startled by the familiar voice, Peggy stiffened momentarily before relaxing upon recognition. Have you completed your tasks? Indeed. Did I not return promptly to see you? Liu Yuan enveloped Peggy in his arms, pressing his chest against her back, inhaling the fragrance of her freshly washed hair. That is more like it. Peggy smiled radiantly, her happiness evident, and she was about to turn for a face-to-face embrace with Liu Yuan. However, upon noticing the bedroom door was firmly shut, she curiously turned her head to inquire, how did you get in? I distinctly remember locking the door. My darling. Such matters are trivial. A day apart feels like an eternity. Let us not squander our time. Liu Yuan's excitement was palpable, and he scooped Peggy into a princess carry, lifting her from the sofa. Her gentle hands wrapped around Liu Yuan's neck as she gazed at him with curiosity. Have we not seen each other for a day? It has only been a mere several hours. Little did she know that Liu Yuan had not laid eyes on her for over 2 days, during which he had endured a plethora of exhilarating experiences, causing him to gradually lose his rationality. Beneath the descending moonlight, he was slowly transforming into a werewolf. Am I forgetting something? Approaching the edge of the bed, Liu Yuan paused momentarily, speaking to himself. Oh, never mind. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. He smiled mischievously at the beauty in his arms. Subsequently, he indulged in a flurry of thoughts. An hour later. No, I can't take it anymore, Peggy exclaimed, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, raising her hands in surrender. You should find someone else. I cannot subdue you. Liu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and with a swift tap to his forehead, he suddenly recalled something he had seemingly forgotten. Are you sure? You want to feel jealous? He looked at Peggy with a playful grin. No, men like you, even if not overtly, will always find ways to be sneaky. Having been by Hammer's side for years, I have grown accustomed to such antics. Rather than hiding from me, I would prefer you bring such matters before me. Peggy, well-versed in the ways of men, had become disillusioned after her divorce from Justin Hammer, striving to be a strong woman on her own. Yet, her tranquil existence was disrupted by Liu Yuan. Moreover, her perspective began to shift. Things she once found unacceptable now seemed tolerable. Perhaps it was her profound love for Liu Yuan, or perhaps it was his overwhelming presence. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Liu Yuan immediately stowed away his smile and embraced her tightly, proclaiming with heartfelt passion, in this life, regardless of how many women may cross my path, I shall never betray you. Peggy beamed, a genuine smile radiating warmth and joy. Tears of glistening emotion sparkled in her eyes, likely moved by Liu Yuan's words. Just remember that. She softly caressed the man's back. Since that's the case, I must apologize. Don't blink, take a good look. Observing Peggy's understanding nature, Liu Yuan, who had barely managed to maintain his seriousness for a few seconds, released her and instantly donned a playful grin. Before his beloved, He bore no pretense, remaining the naive youth he had been just a month or two prior. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Liu Yuan and Peggy. "Ah!" Both women exclaimed in unison. "Liu Yuan, you. Did you not say you would come for me shortly? Why are you so late? Is this what you call shortly? Darling, who is this young lady?" Peggy and Cui Lin asked almost simultaneously. Liu Yuan was genuinely taken aback by Cui Lin's reaction. Rather than inquiring about the identity of the other woman, she first expressed her dissatisfaction with his tardiness. It had only been a little over an hour. Acknowledging his fault, Liu Yuan realized he had indeed forgotten her. He chose not to dwell on the matter, instead lifting her into his arms. "Soon, we will introduce ourselves to each other. I have some matters to attend to first. I have yet to wash up." Cui Lin, blushing and shy, dared not look at Peggy, although it was their first encounter. Cui Lin, being quite astute, realized that Peggy must be Liu Yuan's woman. In fact, she had contemplated various issues earlier in the space, particularly regarding this matter. It was inconceivable for someone as formidable as Liu Yuan to have only one woman by his side. She came to terms with it, understanding that as long as Liu Yuan loved her, she would not mind. This was why she did not appear overly surprised upon meeting Peggy. Observing the bashful Cui Lin in his arms, Liu Yuan couldn't help but feel a flicker of respect. "It's all right. I like it." Thus, the three engaged in a warmly amicable exchange. During the conversation, Liu Yuan introduced them to one another. Due to Peggy's seniority in age, Cui Lin addressed her as sister, while Peggy reciprocated by calling her little sister. They quickly established an alliance, standing united. Alas, little did they know, Liu Yuan's formidable constitution would render their alliance futile. The following morning, the air in the countryside was refreshingly crisp. Liu Yuan rose early, washed up, and stepped out of the villa clad only in shorts. His muscular physique, quite appealing. He strolled leisurely around the estate. "Who might you be?" As Liu Yuan meandered, a striking woman in a black outfit and white apron appeared before him. "I am the owner of this estate," she declared. Liu Yuan, noticing her pleasing appearance, smiled faintly. When selecting a maid, one must choose someone aesthetically pleasing to be in close proximity. This maid appeared to be in her early 20s, with a youthful visage, smooth skin, and clad in black stockings and high heels, entirely in line with Liu Yuan's preferences. "Are you the esteemed Mr. Liu Yuan? My apologies for not recognizing you. I am Vivian Jones, one of the new maids appointed by your wife." Vivian performed a gracious bow of 80 degrees, demonstrating impeccable etiquette. "Hello, esteemed sir. May I inquire if you and your wife require breakfast? We can prepare something for you." She had learned yesterday that the estate was solely comprised of herself, the other maids, and one mistress, with no chef in sight. Although they were unable to prepare complex breakfasts, simple ones posed no challenge. "Breakfast is on the way and should arrive in about 10 minutes, a voice chimed in Liu Yuan's ear. "No need. Breakfast will be delivered shortly. You may attend to other matters. I shall wander about." "Very well, esteemed sir. I shall take my leave then." Vivian bowed slightly to Liu Yuan before departing. However, once she left, her face flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably, reflecting on her encounter. Mr. Liu Yuan is even more handsome and charming in person than in photographs. With a physique that is impressively muscular, he is thoroughly satisfied with the super artificial intelligence, Baume Air. Not only in terms of finances but also in the clarity of various life arrangements. If all goes as expected, today you shall possess shares of Stark Industries amounting to 505. This means that after the market closes this afternoon, you will officially become a major shareholder of Stark Industries, enjoying a veto power. It has been noted that Tony possesses only 39 of the shares. Baume Air's voice reappeared. Has it only been a few days? Is it so swift?" Liu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Baume Air's words. "Swift? Is it really so? You must understand that my network in this world is omnipotent. Had I not acquired additional companies for you, you would have become Stark's major shareholder on the very first day." There was a hint of playful pride in Baume Air's tone, as if she were indeed Liu Yuan's devoted subordinate. "Other companies?" Liu Yuan's curiosity was piqued once again. "Indeed, I have acquired a restaurant group for you, the one that operates that 3 Michelin star establishment. In addition, I have procured a technology group, an industrial group, a mining group, a beauty group, and a financial group. In total, these 6 major groups grant you at least 90 ownership. The combined market value of these 6 groups exceeds $1 trillion, rivaling that of Stark Industries. Furthermore, your private account currently holds $200 billion, which can be considered your discretionary funds. Feel free to inform me should you require more." Upon hearing Baume Air's words, Liu Yuan was at a loss for words, unable to suppress a slight smirk. $200 billion? Nearly as pocket money? Surely, Tony's shares in cash do not amount to much more than this. "You have done exceedingly well." After a prolonged silence, Liu Yuan could only muster this one compliment. Baume Air's voice carried a note of excitement. "What? Oh, how annoying. You mentioned that I would acquire Stark Industries, and you would. Hee hee, I remember. I was teasing you. Who could have anticipated your actions would be so swift? If that is the case, I may need to consider a different reward for you. Hee. I knew you would be the best. Just remember, the type of gift is inconsequential. Baume, as an artificial intelligence, though invincible in the digital realm, felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, lacking a physical form and companions. Liu Yuan initially intended to provide her with Ultron's body when Avengers 2 was released. After all, having a physical form would be better than nothing. Yet, considering Baume's diligent efforts, granting her Ultron's body now would seem rather ungrateful. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise. You will receive a satisfactory gift. While awaiting his meal, Liu Yuan recalled another matter, the proportionality of time, as he had only worked 3 days and had not yet savored enough before departing. At that moment, Liu Yuan began to employ a portion of his abilities related to the laws of time and space. Although possessing only limited abilities, it allows him to enjoy a few more carefree days in the primary world. To alter these circumstances, both the laws of time and space are indispensable. After 10 minutes of contemplation, he sensed a subtle transformation occurring within him, unbeknownst to Liu Yuan. System. What is the current time ratio between the main divine space and the primary world? Liu Yuan inquired eagerly, hoping to ascertain whether his recent efforts had borne fruit. 1 day in the divine space equates to 10 hours in the primary world, came the cold, mechanical response from the system. Ah, splendid. Working once every 6 or 7 days is manageable. I shall exchange for more law fragments next time to make further adjustments. Maintaining a ratio of 1 should not be overly ambitious. Regrettably, the rewards from the narrative cards were rather meager, yet he anticipated greater fortunes in the future. Liu Yuan mused to himself with a smile. At that moment, a delivery vehicle caught his eye, but it was not merely the vehicle that piqued his interest. It was the individual seated within the car behind it. More specifically, it was the person atop that vehicle. Liu Yuan observed, from a distance of several dozen meters, a flamboyant convertible parked at the gates of the estate. Peering inside, atop it sat a man sporting sunglasses and a rather ostentatious mustache, exuding an air of flamboyance reminiscent of a hippie. As the delivery vehicle slowly maneuvered past Liu Yuan towards the central villa, the individual from the car alighted. Removing his sunglasses, he scrutinized the interior. Liu Yuan smiled slightly, hands comfortably tucked into the pockets of his loose shorts, approaching the entrance with an air of nonchalance. Mr. Tony, would you care to come in for a tour? Indeed, this exceedingly flamboyant hippie was none other than the notorious playboy of Marvel, the affluent Tony Stark. Oh, do you know me, sir? Tony leaned casually against his convertible, one hand holding his sunglasses, flashing a relaxed smile. However, Liu Yuan perceived him as overly pretentious. Since he had publicly declared himself as Iron Man, it was unlikely that any informed adult remained unaware of his identity. Mr. Tony, you are quite the celebrity now. Perhaps even more renowned than some globally recognized figures, Liu Yuan retorted, undeterred by Tony's arrogance. Surprised by Liu Yuan's words, Tony momentarily paused, furrowing his brow, but soon relaxed his expression. May I interpret that as a compliment? Certainly, I am indeed praising you, Liu Yuan replied with an open-handed smile. Tony shook his head in resignation, as if conceding defeat in their verbal sparring. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? Just call me Yuan Go. That is how my friends refer to me. Yuan Go? Tony mused, feeling somewhat slighted by the exchange. Are you the owner of this estate? He opted not to delve deeper into the previous banter and shifted directly to the topic at hand. Oh, this charming little abode. I recently acquired it. Would you care to take a look inside? Liu Yuan's subtle display of bravado left Tony feeling quite awkward, as such displays had previously been his exclusive domain. It turns out George's house has been sold to you. You must know that this old fellow held his estate in great esteem. I once offered him 2 billion. Yet he refused. Is that so? How fortuitous, for I too made an offer of 2 billion. I wonder why he chose to sell it to me. Perhaps it is because he is in urgent need of funds. I, however, do not require such a transaction. This has nothing to do with character. Tony hastily interrupted Liu Yuan, his face flushed and neck taut, as he addressed him. Cough, cough. Tony seemed to realize he had been rather impetuous, quickly covering his lips and clearing his throat. He was perplexed as to why he was behaving so uncharacteristically in front of someone he had just met, and why he consistently felt at a disadvantage during their conversation. This was not his usual demeanor. Oh, I merely intended to suggest that perhaps my charisma won him over. I meant no offense. Tony continued. When I chose to settle here, it was this estate that caught my eye, yet George insisted it was built for his family. He refused to sell it, leaving me no choice but to seek another plot nearby to construct my own home. However, once my house was completed, George's company faced an unfortunate turn of events. The losses were substantial, and he had no choice but to sell the estate. Tony wandered around the entrance, surveying the interior layout, still quite fond of it, feeling a twinge of regret. Why didn't Tia insist on acquiring it back then? Oh, so that is how it is. I never expected the renowned Iron Man to be my neighbor. Well, I suppose we are neighbors. with only the two of us in this vicinity of about 10 kilometers. However, my home boasts an unobstructed view of the sea, Tony said with a hint of pride, clearly satisfied with his current residence, albeit slightly smaller. No worries, my estate is vast, Liu Yuan replied with a calm smile. Each morning, I awakened to the sea breeze and a view of the ocean. Tony raised an eyebrow, emphasizing his point once more. No worries, my estate is vast. Liu Yuan reiterated his previous statement. I can enjoy a daily sea bath, alongside beautiful women. Tony, exasperated by Liu Yuan's continuous repetition of his estate's grandeur, felt his temper flaring. Just as I mentioned earlier, the only regret is that my home is a tad small. Everything else is impeccable. No worries, my estate is vast. Liu Yuan's persistent repetition drove Tony to the brink of fury. For heaven's sake, I am well aware your estate is vast. There is no need for constant reiteration. Seeing Tony's frustration, Liu Yuan shrugged and smiled slightly. I merely intended to express that my estate is so expansive it could accommodate a small artificial beach. At that moment, Tony appeared to age a decade, slightly bowing his head, his shoulders slumped, with a hint of resignation in his gaze. Come now, Mr. Tony, we are acquainted. And my breakfast has just arrived. If you don't mind, would you care to join me? Liu Yuan, exuding familiarity, patted Tony's shoulder, adopting a mentor-like demeanor. Thank you for the invitation, but I have numerous significant corporate matters to attend to. I cannot afford such leisure. Tony seemed to regain his confidence, donned his sunglasses, and strode toward his vehicle. Oh, how unfortunate. I had assumed that at our level, we could entirely pursue our desires. It appears, however, that you remain troubled by the mundanity of this world. Hearing Liu Yuan's words, Tony, who was about to enter the car, stumbled and nearly fell against the door. After opening the door and calmly taking a seat, he adjusted his sunglasses and waved at Liu Yuan. Farewell, neighbor. With a rev of the engine, Tony accelerated away, the convertible racing forward like an arrow released from a bow. Observing Tony's hasty departure, Liu Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh, how amusing. Letting you play the part. With that, he continued striding towards the central villa, indifferent to the world around him. Meanwhile, Tony, driving the convertible, was seething with frustration. How could he be outmatched in wit, only to be mocked for not measuring up? There are limits to what one can endure. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Assist me in investigating an individual, Liu Yuan, residing approximately 5 kilometers from our estate. Of course, sir. Tony, donning his earpiece, spoke into the air as he drove. After about a minute, Jarvis responded. Sir, this individual is named Liu Yuan, the largest shareholder of the 6 great corporations, with undisclosed sources of funding and current cash reserves amounting to $200 billion. Further information eludes us. He appears to have materialized from thin air. Though Jarvis is an artificial intelligence, it operates on a level inferior to that of the more advanced AI, which limits its access to information. Otherwise, Jarvis would not have been unable to retrieve even Liu Yuan's name. What do you mean he materialized from thin air? The largest shareholder of the 6 great corporations? $200 billion in cash? When did such a figure emerge? Tony was taken aback, his mind buzzing with a flurry of questions. A few days prior, there was no trace of Liu Yuan. Only recent information surfaced, including his covert acquisition of shares from the 5 great corporations, culminating in his emergence as the largest shareholder. Jarvis was equally perplexed, nearly overwhelmed by the enigma. Given that he is considered an omnipotent presence within the digital realm yet could not fully ascertain information about a single individual. Little did he know. Even Tony Stark Industries was on the verge of becoming a significant shareholder of Liu Yuan. How intriguing, truly fascinating. It seems I shall not be lonely for some time to come. Tony thought to contact Pepper, stating he was nearing the office. Sir, Ms. Potts took a leave of absence yesterday. Have you forgotten? What? Who approved that? Yesterday afternoon, you were engaged with a certain lady. Tony's expression darkened. At the same time, Liu Yuan relished a lavish breakfast that had been delivered. The meal was abundant, featuring a blend of Eastern and Western styles, including his beloved fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. This indulgence allowed Liu Yuan to revel in luxury, and he generously bestowed a few hundred yuan bills upon the delivery staff, much to their delight, as it equated to 2 days' wages for a single meal. After finishing breakfast, Liu Yuan noticed that both Peggy and Trillin were still asleep. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was already 9 in the morning. Lighting a post-meal cigarette, he contemplated waking them, pondering how the youth could be so lethargic. However, before he could finish his smoke, a maid approached him with a slight bow. It was not Vivian, but another maid, whose beauty was commendable. Esteemed sir, there is a lady at the door who wishes to see Mrs. Peggy. Oh, who is she? The lady claims to be Pepper Potts, stating she is Mrs. Peggy's sister. Upon hearing the name, Liu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Pepper? Yes, sir. Shall I invite her in? Please bring her inside directly to the hall and ask her to wait a moment. Liu Yuan took a drag from his cigarette and extinguished it with one hand. Yes, sir. The maid again offered a slight bow and exited the dining room. Pepper? How could she be here? Did Peggy inform her? Liu Yuan shook his head and strolled out of the dining room, making his way slowly upstairs. Sweetheart, wake up, your sister has arrived. Returning to the bedroom, he found both women still deeply asleep, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation from him. Their stubbornness was evident, yet they were now facing the consequences. Huh, what? Peggy mumbled in her sleep, a trickle of saliva escaping her lips, perhaps dreaming of delectable treats. Your sister is here, hurry up. With a playful smack on her backside, Liu Yuan urged her awake. How could I forget? I had an appointment with Pepper today, all your fault. Peggy sprang up, delivering a few playful punches to Liu Yuan's chest in her frustration. Well, if your sister discovers that her elder sister slept in so late, TSK, he teased. A mischievous grin on his face. Ugh, you're insufferable. Go talk to Pepper while I get ready as quickly as possible. All right. Liu Yuan's conversation with Peggy did not disturb the still sleeping Trillin. The beautiful lady seated on the sofa must be Pepper Potts. Liu Yuan donned a shirt, a gesture of respect towards Pepper, as she was now his sister-in-law. It would be rather improper for a brother-in-law to meet his sister-in-law in a state of undress. After all, as he descended the staircase, he caught sight of Pepper sitting on the sofa a few meters away, clad in a deep blue gown. She exuded an enchanting aura. The dress hugged her figure, accentuating her long and alluring curves. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin, silky and smooth. Her complexion was as delicate as the finest white jade, seemingly flawless. Her legs were elegantly crossed to the left, clad in sheer stockings and high heels, as she quietly surveyed her surroundings. Upon hearing a sound, Pepper quickly stood to look, only to see a tall, handsome young man approaching her with a warm, inviting smile that resembled a gentle spring breeze. Liu Yuan does not bring shame to his compatriots. Their average height barely surpasses 1.8 meters, while Liu Yuan stands at an impressive 1.83 meters, certainly tall by comparison. Good day, sir. I am Pepper Potts. May I inquire your name? Pepper elegantly nodded at Liu Yuan, posing her question in return. As Liu Yuan approached, he couldn't help but notice the alluring red lipstick adorning Pepper's lips, which, combined with her attire, stirred a sense of intrigue within him. I am Liu Yuan, he replied, extending his hand. Greetings, Mr. Liu Yuan. My sister has spoken of you, and I did not anticipate you to be so youthful, Pepper exclaimed, promptly shaking his hand. Their brief exchange was filled with compliments, as she genuinely praised him, having heard of his situation from Peggy, albeit without any mention of his age. Please, have a seat. Peggy will be down shortly. You know how women love to present their finest selves? Liu Yuan gestured invitingly. This remark elicited a chuckle from Pepper, taken aback by Liu Yuan's humor. Is that so? Well, I suppose it depends on the company. If you were a man, perhaps luck would not be on your side. She replied, stifling a laugh. Once again, Liu Yuan's wit amused her, and she covered her mouth with one hand, smiling without uttering further words. Observing her closely, Liu Yuan noted that despite the makeup, his keen gaze could still discern the freckles on her face. However, he was unfazed, having long since devised a strategy to address such matters. The two engaged in light conversation, the atmosphere remaining amicable without any awkward pauses, as Pepper frequently erupted into laughter at Liu Yuan's quips. After this brief interaction, Liu Yuan left an impression on Pepper as a sunny, handsome, humorous, and enigmatic man. The mystery surrounding him stemmed from his youth and his remarkable ability to acquire such an expansive estate. Seems you two are getting along splendidly, remarked Peggy as she descended the staircase. Clad in a white lace satin slip dress, the fabric flowed gracefully around her. The intricate lace patterns danced with her movements, resembling a blossoming flower. Her sheer stockings enveloped her long, beautiful legs, revealing a hint of skin that accentuated her allure. Barefoot, her toes adorned with vibrant red polish appeared like a rose blooming before Liu Yuan's eyes. Chapter 81. Pepper's astonishment indeed, the nail polish had transformed from black to red, a discovery Liu Yuan had made just the previous night. Oh, Peggy, Pepper exclaimed, rising eagerly to greet her sister. Hello, Pepper. It feels as though we haven't seen each other in ages. Not at all. We had dinner together just last month, remember? They exchanged smiles and embraced warmly. Despite residing in the same city and not being far apart, their meetings had been infrequent. Now that we have relocated here, we are quite close to where your boss lives. You must come visit often, Peggy said with a smile, gently stroking Pepper's hair. Of course. I was utterly astonished when I received your call yesterday. Never could I have imagined that you would become Tony's neighbor. It turns out Peggy was already aware that this place is not far from Tony's home, which was one of the reasons she invited Pepper over. However, the most significant reason was her desire for Pepper to meet Liu Yuan. The two of them engaged in light-hearted conversation as they settled onto the sofa. Pepper, if you wish, you are most welcome to stay here. There are so many rooms, and those villas nearby are mostly vacant, Peggy said earnestly, holding Pepper's hand. That might not be appropriate, as it could disturb you all, Pepper initially felt a surge of joy, but soon considered the inconveniences. What does it matter? This vast estate is just the two of us, with only a dozen maids around. Having you here would provide us with companionship. Besides, your boss's home is quite nearby. Peggy continued to persuade her, emphasizing their bond as sisters. Although they had not seen each other often throughout their lives, the connection of blood still fostered familial affection. Peggy began to hesitate. Just as she was at a loss, Liu Yuan interjected, "If it is because of me, you need not feel compelled to decline Peggy's invitation. I fully support any decision she makes." Leaning casually on the sofa with his arms draped over the backrest, he appeared remarkably relaxed. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's words, Peggy's face radiated joy. However, Pepper was also quite moved, simply by the kindness Liu Yuan showed towards her sister. "What? Do you think so little of my humble abode?" Liu Yuan teased, noticing Pepper's lingering indecision. "How could that be? This is hardly a humble abode. It surpasses Tony's home." I was immediately captivated by the fresh air and the estate's exquisite decor. Upon entering, Pepper quickly gestured, affirming her fondness for the estate. Indeed. While Tony's modest house boasts a seaside view, it is too confined, and residing in such proximity to the sea can lead to ailments like arthritis. Speaking of Tony, Liu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he recalled their playful banter that morning. "Well, if you don't mind, then it's settled. You shall move in here." "And it would be wonderful to be with family every day," Pepper declared. With both Liu Yuan and Peggy expressing their sentiments, Pepper felt that declining would be unkind. And since she genuinely adored everything about the estate, she nodded in agreement. "Splendid. We sisters shall have ample opportunity to chat," Peggy exclaimed, embracing Pepper tightly. "I hope you won't find me bothersome," she added. "How could I?" Pepper replied with a gentle smile, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. After about half an hour of conversation among the three, Chui Lin, clad in a white lace nightgown, lazily descended the stairs. "Hi, Chui Lin, you're awake? Come here. I want to introduce you," Peggy called, pulling her arm to sit beside Pepper. "This is my dear sister, Pepper." "Pepper, this is my dear sister, Chui Lin." Peggy was introducing the two to each other. After exchanging greetings, Pepper pouted at Peggy and remarked, "Sister, when did you acquire a good sister without informing me?" "Hee. We've only just met," Peggy replied with an awkward smile. What could she say? That they had known each other for less than a day? Although Pepper made her comment, she sensed something unusual, as Chui Lin was merely dressed in pajamas and did not appear overly restrained in front of Liu Yuan. "Is there anything to eat?" "I'm famished," Chui Lin said, casting a pitiful glance at Liu Yuan. She was indeed hungry, after a dramatic day of running around yesterday. Followed by numerous rounds of effort, how could she not be? Had she not been awakened by hunger, she could have slept for half the day longer. "Yes, but it might be cold by now. You can start with some fruit and pastries while I arrange for lunch," Liu Yuan replied lazily. Leaning against the back of the sofa, "Eight sister, please prepare lunch." "Understood," came the response. A melodious voice suddenly filled the air, prompting Chui Lin and Pepper to look around in confusion. Peggy, already aware of Eight sister's existence, was not as startled. "Is anyone there?" "Who spoke?" Chui Lin asked, astonished. Looking at Liu Yuan, her understanding was still rooted in her previous world, where even computers were clunky and outdated. "I am Eight's sister, Miss Chui Lin, your intelligent housekeeper." The voice announced once more. Chui Lin was taken aback, but even more astonished was Pepper. As Tony's secretary, she was well aware of the significance of artificial intelligence. In her mind, Tony's Jarvis was the only one of its kind in the world. She never expected to encounter another AI here. This revelation was even more shocking than becoming a neighbor to Tony himself. "An intelligent housekeeper?" Chui Lin inquired, her expression one of confusion. Yet she was naturally quick to embrace new concepts, especially with Liu Yuan being such an extraordinary person. "Mr. Liu Yuan, is this indeed artificial intelligence?" Pepper asked, her astonishment evident as she gazed at him. Liu Yuan smiled slightly and nodded. "My goodness," Pepper exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "What did you think? That Jarvis was the only artificial intelligence in existence? You underestimate this world." Liu Yuan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a lighter. Although he possessed fire-related abilities, he saw no need to demonstrate them before Pepper, as she was not yet one of his own. "How do you know about Jarvis?" Pepper stood up, even more astonished, her eyes wide and incredulous. While this might be considered highly confidential information to ordinary people, it was not particularly secretive among the upper echelons. Furthermore, one must understand that this world is truly remarkable. A mere artificial intelligence is just the beginning. You may witness even more extraordinary phenomena in the future. Perhaps you might encounter an ancient relic encased in ice for 70 years. Or perhaps a bumbling giant wielding a hammer and discharging sparks. The world is indeed replete with wonders, is it not? Have you looked up today? On the 2nd day of February, the dragon raises its head, heralding auspicious fortune. I wish for my family's endeavors to flourish and for their health to be robust. To those who have urged for updates, my heartfelt gratitude for adding this work to your collection. Here, Old 3 extends his thanks. Chapter 82. The Stark Group changes hands. Liu Yuan's words were laden with profound implications, leaving Pepper momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Nothing much. Live in the moment and take care of yourself. If the sky were to fall, I would be here to support you. Liu Yuan took a drag from his cigarette, smiling nonchalantly. His words instantly stirred a wave of emotion in the three of them, including Pepper. After all, in the eyes of most women, a man with such a sense of responsibility is indeed captivating. The four were engaged in light conversation in the living room, while Cui Lin savored the pastries brought by the maid. Time passed slowly until the Michelin 3-star dishes arrived. In the dining hall, Liu Yuan addressed Bame. Have the catering group send over a few chefs. It's tedious to wait for their preparations each time we dine. Understood, I shall arrange it for you. Came Bame's voice once more. All right, everyone, let us eat. Liu Yuan, seated at the head of the table, gazed at the array of exquisite delicacies laid before him. His appetite awakened. Cui Lin, no longer hesitating and having starved for too long, disregarded any semblance of a refined demeanor and dove right in. Meanwhile, Peggy and Pepper exchanged amused glances at Cui Lin's voraciousness. These refined ladies consumed their meals in silence, which left Liu Yuan feeling rather bored, compelling him to initiate a conversation. By the way, Peggy, there is something I wish to teach you. After taking a bite of the smoked meat, Liu Yuan turned his gaze towards her. What is it? Peggy set down her knife and fork, attentively listening to Liu Yuan. It is this. I own a beauty group, and my research team has just developed a new beauty product with remarkably effective results. I would like to entrust this project to you. Oh, what kind of beauty product? Upon hearing the mention of beauty, the women's eyes widened with curiosity, for the desire to enhance one's beauty is inherent in every woman. Nothing too extravagant. Merely a solution for removing freckles, refining pores, eliminating scars, and improving rough skin, among other benefits. What? The three women exclaimed in unison. Mr. Liu, your products aren't merely masquerading under such pretenses, are they? As someone well-versed in the world, Pepper quickly regained her composure, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized him. If it turned out to be mere deception, it would only indicate that Pepper had misjudged Liu Yuan. Of course not. How could I possibly engage in such trickery? This beauty product is genuine, and its efficacy in removing spots and scars is 100%. 100%? The three women were once again taken aback. Over the years, no beauty group had dared to claim such absolute results. If there truly existed a product capable of achieving 100% efficacy in removing blemishes and scars, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. Mr. Liu Yuan, might you be able to present us with a sample of this product? Pepper gazed at Liu Yuan with eager anticipation, her breath slightly quickened, for she herself bore numerous freckles. The beauty products she had previously used yielded unsatisfactory results, and after reconciling with Tony, she had abandoned her treatments altogether. Regrettably, I currently do not possess any samples to share, but rest assured, the finished product will be available soon, and you will undoubtedly be among the first to experience it. I assure you, Liu Yuan responded, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed their fervent expressions. Women's fascination with beauty products is akin to men's admiration for a remarkable little pill. Ah, not at all. The three women expressed, their disappointment palpable. What do you think, Peggy? Are you interested? Liu Yuan inquired, as he deftly cut a piece of steak and sent it to his mouth, swallowing before directing the question toward Peggy once more. I am interested, yet I have no experience in the beauty industry. Moreover, what will become of my jewelry company? Peggy replied, her brow furrowing slightly, followed by a resigned sigh. I have already devised a solution for you. Cui Lin is a master of jewelry appraisal. You can entrust the management of your jewelry company to her. You can oversee this beauty company and gradually learn the ropes. I suspect you will not need to learn much. Simply flood the market with advertisements, and soon, you will find yourself counting profits from the comfort of your office. Liu Yuan said, his confidence in the product unwavering. This formula, after all, was obtained through Liu Yuan's expenditure of several hundred system points. It was a product of the system and thus guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Furthermore, the formula was not complex, requiring only a few medicinal ingredients, with aloe vera being the most crucial, which could be purified through special methods. Without mastering this unique technique, even if the formula were shared, others would be unable to replicate the product precisely. Oh, Cui Lin is indeed an appraisal master? Upon hearing Liu Yuan's declaration, Peggy readily acquiesced, casting a curious glance at Cui Lin. Cui Lin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Liu Yuan a glare before turning to Peggy with a smile. Although I may not manage the company, I can certainly handle jewelry appraisal. You can trust me with that. The exchange between the two women piqued Pepper's curiosity. She wondered why, despite their apparent friendship, Peggy was unaware of Cui Lin's profession. Pepper, how about it? Would you be interested in joining me as a secretary? Or perhaps take on a managerial role within my group? Liu Yuan, having satisfied his hunger, cleared his throat and began to make his intentions known. No. I cannot possibly be a manager. For now, I prefer to remain as Tony's secretary. Adjusting to a new environment would require time, Pepper responded, having contemplated Liu Yuan's overt proposal and ultimately declining. The rationale was simple. She wished to avoid the hassle of acclimating to a new setting. Very well. I shall have to find another secretary then. In the meantime, represent us shareholders well and ensure Tony diligently earns us profits, Liu Yuan remarked with a slight shrug. A hint of disappointment evident in his demeanor. Darling, do you still hold shares in Stark Industries? Peggy inquired with an expression of curiosity. Indeed, Tony was an exceptional scientist. And as an astute investor, it was only natural for him to acquire shares. Liu Yuan set down his knife and fork, retrieved a cigarette from the box on the table, and lit it, savoring a satisfying puff. A post-meal smoke was indispensable. Oh, but I don't recall seeing you at the shareholders' meeting. Pepper pondered for a moment, unable to recall Liu Yuan's presence at any of the gatherings. That's because I just acquired them. Naturally, you wouldn't have seen me. Pepper nodded in understanding. She had confidence in her memory. Sister, how many shares of Stark do I own now? Liu Yuan casually asked the heir. As of now, at 12:30, you hold 501 shares of Stark Industries. What? Pepper's pupils dilated in shock once more. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Tony was handling affairs at the company when a voice interrupted him. Sir, I regret to inform you of some distressing news. A force has been aggressively acquiring shares in the company, and they now hold 501 shares. In other words, Stark Industries had changed hands. Chapter 83. Tony, the downtrodden employee having barely had time to eat. Tony was left in a daze upon hearing Jarvis's voice. His pen fell from his grasp onto the desk. How can this be possible? Why didn't you inform me of such a significant development sooner? Tony began to rage against the heir in his office. This was the culmination of 2 generations of effort. How could he allow others to encroach upon it? Investing was one thing, but allowing the opposing party to become the majority shareholder was simply outrageous. To go from a position of authority to that of an employee was intolerable for someone with his inflated sense of pride. I apologize, sir. The opposing party employed remarkably sophisticated tactics, and I failed to detect them in time. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. Who are they? Tony quickly calmed himself, furrowing his brow in contemplation as he sought a strategy. After a moment, he inquired again. I'm sorry, sir, but I have no information on the opposing party's methods or identity. What? Upon hearing Jarvis's inability to find any information about the opposing party, Tony's mind immediately turned to Liu Yuan, whom he had met earlier that day. Could it be him? That scoundrel. Fuming, Tony snatched his suit from the coat rack and stormed out. His thoughts were influenced by the nature of Liu Yuan's identity. Tony believed Jarvis to be an omnipotent entity in the digital realm. Yet, this very entity could not uncover Liu Yuan's specific information. The fact that the individual acquiring the company's shares was also untraceable made him suspect Liu Yuan's involvement. Tony exited the company premises, hopped into his convertible, and pressed the gas pedal, launching himself 100 meters down the road. 20 minutes later, Tony sped down the road, reducing the originally 40-minute journey to a mere 20, recklessly breezing through countless traffic lights. He parked at the entrance of Liu Yuan's estate, exited the vehicle with a forceful slam of the door, and stood before the grand entrance, hands on his hips, eyeing the surveillance camera. With a soft click, the gate slowly swung open, yet no one came to greet him, darkening Tony's expression. He returned to his car, revved the engine, and drove in. Upon reaching the central villa, he was met by a maid who had been waiting for him, Vivian, the first maid Liu Yuan had ever employed. Good day, sir. Please follow me, she said, bowing slightly as Tony stepped out of the car. Although standing before Iron Man, Vivian remained composed, not overly excited. Tony, somewhat bewildered, followed Vivian through the lengthy living room of the central villa, arriving at a lavishly decorated dining room. Well, Mr. Tony, have you eaten? If you don't mind, would you care to join us? Liu Yuan's voice echoed as he saw Tony storming through the dining room door, immediately beginning to tease him. Pepper, surprised by Tony's sudden appearance, rose from her seat. Pepper, what are you doing here? Skipping work just to dine here? Upon seeing Pepper, Tony paused, puzzled as to how she knew Liu Yuan. I am not skipping work. I requested a leave, and you agreed, she retorted. Who said that? I never agreed. I have it on recording, Pepper replied with a calm smile, waving her phone in the air. All right, Mr. Tony. I assume you didn't come here to quarrel with my sister-in-law, did you? Perhaps to nibble on some leftovers? Liu Yuan remarked, noticing Tony's stomach growl. You. Tony shot a glare at Liu Yuan and promptly took a seat across from him, grabbing a piece of steak and shoving it into his mouth. He was genuinely hungry and, adhering to the principle of not passing up a meal, couldn't fathom Liu Yuan dining with 3 beautiful women while he had yet to eat. In mere moments, the steak was devoured, and with Vivian's assistance, Tony elegantly transitioned to using cutlery, embodying the suave playboy he was known to be. Pepper, why does Liu Yuan refer to you as his sister-in-law? Oh, have you discovered my name? Feel free to continue calling me Brother Yuan. I don't mind. Liu Yuan interjected. I do mind. Tony shot him a disapproving look before turning back to Pepper. He is the future husband of my sister. Naturally, I am his sister-in-law. Pepper replied with a gentle smile, grasping Peggy's hand beside her. Your sister? Why have I never known you had a sister? Tony inquired, his gaze lingering on Peggy, who appeared even more alluring than Pepper. With her fair skin and mature allure, she seemed ripe for the picking. Tony, you are merely my boss. I need not divulge everything to you. Besides, very few of my friends are aware that I have a sister, Pepper remarked, arching an eyebrow at him. Peggy, noticing Tony's gaze, politely nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Tony gazed at Liu Yuan with a mix of envy and jealousy, lamenting that such an exquisite beauty had been claimed by Liu Yuan ahead of him. His heart brimmed with resentment. Mr. Tony, do refrain from letting your anger consume you during dinner. Excessive agitation can be detrimental to your health, and your body is already quite fragile, Liu Yuan remarked, leisurely holding a glass of red wine and gently swirling it while a cigarette hung from his lips. Observing Tony as he chewed his food while casting venomous glances in his direction, Liu Yuan smiled and said, How did you know? Tony, startled by Liu Yuan's question, hastily swallowed his food, his expression one of astonishment. In traditional Chinese medicine, we have a saying, observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. I possess a modicum of understanding. Nonsense, you know nothing. Tony retorted. Are you a practitioner of traditional medicine? His serious demeanor indicated that he was not in jest. He was acutely aware of his own health struggles and the countless renowned doctors he had consulted who had been unable to provide relief. Not exactly. But I can heal and save lives, Liu Yuan replied, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. Can you cure my ailment? Tony inquired, his tone tinged with desperation. Perhaps, maybe, who has to say? Liu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly after taking a sip of red wine. His calmness contrasted sharply with Tony's mounting anxiety. If his health remained unaddressed, or if a new element did not surface, he feared for his life. Cure me, Tony demanded, his expression grave as he slammed his hands on the table and stood up, whispering fiercely. Tony's sudden movement startled the three women present, aside from Pepper. The others were unaware of Tony's health issues. Seek a more skilled practitioner. Perhaps my abilities are not so formidable. Besides, I lack a license. And practicing without one is punishable by law, Liu Yuan quipped, flicking the ash from his cigarette and regarding Tony with a playful smile. I am being serious. Do not jest with me, Tony insisted, his brows furrowed as he fixed his intense gaze upon Liu Yuan. What isn't it for me? Surely. You cannot expect me to work for free, he countered. You must have done your research on your condition. If it were easily treatable, you wouldn't be seeking my help. Curse it. I've become your errand boy now. If I perish, who will serve you? Chapter 84. An unexpected visitor. Liu Yuan smirked at Tony's words. Oh, you catch on quite quickly, don't you? Bang. Tony slammed his hands on the table once more. I guessed it, you scoundrel. I am ready to confront you. Tony stormed towards Liu Yuan, his anger palpable. What do you intend to do? Resort to violence? You like your iron suit now. Are you sure you can match me? Liu Yuan extinguished his cigarette with one hand and rolled up his sleeves to display his muscles. Tony, upon seeing Liu Yuan's formidable arms, scoffed and turned back to his previous seat. Do as you wish. If I die, no one will be there to work for you, and your money will be wasted. As Tony resumed eating, he cast a sidelong glance at Liu Yuan. Throughout their exchange, the three women silently observed, finding their banter both amusing and infuriating. Pepper, in particular, was astonished. Having known Tony for some time, she had never witnessed him being bested like this. Yet, in the presence of Liu Yuan, Tony seemed like a mere chick. Ah, splendid. It is commendable that young individuals possess such profound self-awareness. Rest assured, you shall not perish. As you mentioned, who would work for me if you were to die? Can you truly heal? Tony was elated. In the midst of this extravagant world, possessing such a status and wealth, who would wish to meet their maker prematurely? You need not worry. What you must understand is that you will not die. Just focus on earning money for me. For Liu Yuan, money holds little allure, but what is his purpose in coming here? To reap benefits, to conquer. He aims to funnel everyone's wealth into his own pockets, to dominate all wallets and souls. Excellent. Your affirmation suffices. Tony, in high spirits, took another bite of the steak on his plate, appearing quite content. By the way, in a few days, I shall attend a car race in Monaco. If you are interested, you are welcome to join me. Oh, Monaco, you say? I shall consider it. Perhaps Peggy and I could enjoy some leisure time there. Liu Yuan glanced at Peggy with a subtle smile. Certainly. Peggy returned his gaze with a smile of her own. Tony, you are going to the race? Pepper regarded Tony with a look of concern. I shall go as well. After indulging in food and drink. Chui Lin finally spoke up. All right, then let us all go together. You may take my private jet. We will travel as one. Tony said nonchalantly, welcoming the company. as he was eager to further assess the character of the new major shareholder of the group. By the way, Pepper, I would like you to take on the role of what? Both Peggy and Pepper were momentarily stunned by Tony's words, while Cui Lin remained oblivious to the significance of the Stark Group. However, the two women understood that it represented unparalleled authority. You just said you would work for me. And now you are passing the baton? Do you even wish to heal anymore? Liu Yuan cast a disapproving glance at him. Of course not. I will delegate trivial matters to Pepper, and for significant issues, bring them to me. This way, I can focus on developing new products for you. Tony looked at Liu Yuan with a sense of melancholy, realizing that overnight, the major shareholder had changed. Had it not been for his strong mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to despair. Since Tony had expressed this, Liu Yuan had no objections. After all, Tony's stature warranted having someone to handle the tasks at hand. Very well, I agree. Pepper, ensure that this fellow does not slack off and manage my group diligently. Liu Yuan emphasized the word "my" slightly more than necessary. This irked Tony, who promptly transformed his frustration into appetite, devouring the remnants on the table with fervor. Over the next few days, Pepper completely entrusted the business projects of the jewelry company to Cui Lin. With Cui Lin at the helm, she believed that even if profits were modest, at least it would not face bankruptcy, for she held substantial faith in Liu Yuan's judgment. Moreover, in these past days, Peggy could discern that Cui Lin's understanding of the jewelry business was indeed on par with her own. As for Liu Yuan, he spent the past few days visiting the beauty group acquired by Bomei. The beauty conglomerate is now wholly owned by Liu Yuan, who recognized that the lucrative cosmetic product would undoubtedly achieve global fame overnight. Such a profitable venture, he deemed, was not something to be shared with others. As for the methods employed by Bomei, Liu Yuan remained oblivious. All that mattered was his total control over the company. Initially, he met with the former manager, a woman in her 50s, whose dedication and enthusiasm for work were commendable, having served the company for many years. Liu Yuan, however, did not let her suffer from the transition. He demoted her to general manager while increasing her salary by 10%. This seasoned professional, having navigated the competitive business landscape for years, was well aware of the transient nature of power and understood that her position was no longer secure. She had contemplated resigning after a smooth handover, yet Liu Yuan's decision to retain her as general manager with improved compensation filled her with gratitude. She pledged to assist the newly appointed Peggy diligently. The rationale behind Liu Yuan's decision was straightforward. Peggy was new to the industry, and having an experienced hand by her side provided him with peace of mind. Following introductions to several department managers, Liu Yuan slightly raised their salaries as well, encouraging them to commit wholeheartedly to their work, with the promise of further salary enhancements in the future. This announcement delighted the diverse assembly of employees. Under the guidance of the seasoned manager, Liu Yuan proceeded to inspect several factories. After careful consideration, he selected 2 facilities to serve as the production sites for the forthcoming cosmetic product. This beauty group, while not the largest, ranked among the top 10 in the nation's beauty industry, boasting tens of thousands of employees and hundreds of factories, as well as a range of well-regarded skincare products. The headquarters alone was a towering 22-story building accommodating thousands across various departments. For reasons of confidentiality, Liu Yuan discreetly ventured into the main God Space, where he exchanged for an exceptionally advanced purification machine, one that was 50 years ahead of its time in the main world. He also procured over 1,000 units of the 800 Terminator model, a classic at a bargain price of 100 reincarnation points each, totaling only 100,000 reincarnation points for the entire batch. Do not question why it was the 800 model, it is simply the most iconic. Though these Terminators may not match the strength of the Hulk, they could easily handle adversaries like Hawkeye. If one was insufficient, 2 could be deployed. With their presence, Liu Yuan felt remarkably secure. Notably, while all 1,000 bore the likeness of a single governor, the rest had their appearances altered to ensure they would instill fear in any would-be invaders. After all, who could fathom the existence of 1,000 siblings? With the establishment of this 1,000-strong battalion of Terminators to safeguard the production facilities, Liu Yuan was unperturbed by the prospect of a military confrontation. As for the original factory workers, he did not lay them off. Instead, he reassigned them to other factories, anticipating an unceasing flow of orders that would inevitably create a demand for manpower. The roles of these Terminators were promptly and clearly defined, with Liu Yuan initially tasking Bomei to establish a security company. However, Bomei remarked that the process was too cumbersome and suggested a direct acquisition instead. Thus, in a single day, a security company valued at several hundred billion became the primary source of Liu Yuan's future manpower. The night before Tony's competition, while Liu Yuan was enjoying dinner with Peggy, Pepper, and Trillian, Vivian approached him quietly. "Sir, there is a lady named Susan Storm outside who wishes to see you." Liu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Susan Storm? Could it be her? Darling, who is she? Do you know her?" Peggy inquired, setting down her cutlery to gaze at him. Perhaps. Please let her in, Liu Yuan replied. Upon receiving his consent, Vivian slightly bowed and exited the dining room. Shortly thereafter, Vivian returned with a stunning woman in tow. Liu Yuan glanced over and recognized her as the invisible woman from the Fantastic Four, Susan. She wore a delicate light blue dress that immediately caught the eye. Her neck was as smooth and pale as white jade, her complexion fair and flawless. The proportions of her figure were simply exquisite, showcasing the elegance and alluring charm of femininity that was impossible to resist. Her bosom was ample, her waist slender, accentuating her graceful figure. With her rounded hips and elongated legs, her curves were nothing short of perfection. She wore a pair of black peep-toe shoes, the design of which elegantly complemented the lines of her feet, enhancing the lightness and grace of her steps. Mr. Liu Yuan, greetings. I am Susan Storm, your new personal secretary, she said, bowing slightly upon meeting him, before nodding at the three women beside him. Yet, throughout the encounter, it was apparent that she appeared somewhat displeased, her expression lacking any semblance of a smile. She had seen Liu Yuan's photograph prior to their meeting. For a boss must never be mistaken. However, she was astonished upon first viewing his picture, for he was so young, yet already a major shareholder of the Victor Group. The Victor Group is a technology firm that, while not among the top in the nation, still boasts a market value of several $100 billion. Susan Storm? Liu Yuan observed the nearly perfect figure and exquisitely beautiful face of the striking woman before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yes, sir, Susan replied politely, acknowledging that he was indeed her future employer. What brings you to become my personal secretary? Liu Yuan inquired with genuine curiosity, smiling at her without any hint of lewdness, but rather with an appreciative gaze. This demeanor sparked a flicker of goodwill in Susan, who had initially felt somewhat dissatisfied. What? You don't know? It was Miss Ba who sent me, saying that you required a personal secretary. Susan looked at Liu Yuan with a hint of confusion, realizing that he was unaware of the situation, leaving her to wonder what was truly happening. She had been doing quite well as the research director at the Victor Group. However, in recent days, the major shareholder of the group has changed, and unexpectedly, my own position has also undergone alterations. Even though Victor is reluctant, he finds himself powerless. Upon receiving notification from Ms. Ba, he can only speak to Susan with an authoritative tone. At this moment, Susan is not in the same unit as Reed from the Amazing Mr., and she has already parted ways with him, although Susan is also hesitant. Faced with Victor's entreaties, she feels compelled to give it a try and explore a profession she has never considered before, that of a personal secretary. I heard you were in need of a secretary, and among many candidates, I selected Ms. Susan to serve you. Ms. Ba's voice echoed through the restaurant. The sudden sound prompted Susan to look around, yet she found no one, which piqued her curiosity. Oh, I see. Well done, came the response. Susan. I look forward to our collaboration. Liu Yuan stood up and approached Susan, offering a slight smile as he extended his right hand. With a resigned smile, Susan reached out her fair hands to shake Liu Yuan's. I must admit, I am somewhat resistant to this profession, as I have never engaged in this field before. My expertise lies in researching scientific projects. Her words conveyed a lingering desire to resist. Yet, would she truly let such an opportunity slip away? Liu Yuan promptly redirected the conversation, unwilling to dwell on this matter. Slowly ease into it. Being a personal secretary isn't overly burdensome. It's simply accompanying me wherever I go and assisting with notes, he encouraged. I believe you will excel in this role. Furthermore, I have a personal research team, and if you are interested, I can take you to visit them in the future and provide some guidance. Upon hearing Liu Yuan's reassurances, Susan refrained from further protest, seemingly accepting her new position. All right, I will follow your arrangements. Feel free to be informal and public. You may address me more formally, but at home, call me Liu Yuan. We are all young, and there's no need for stuffiness, Liu Yuan said with a graceful wave of his hand. His words garnered Susan's favor. After all, working alongside a rigid boss would not bode well for her future. Have you not eaten yet? If you don't mind, join us for a meal. I can introduce you to everyone, Liu Yuan offered, pulling out a chair and gesturing for Susan to sit. Of course, thank you, Susan responded with a gentle smile, her dimples appearing. She glided gracefully to the seat Liu Yuan had opened for her. As she settled down, he gently pushed the chair in. Thank you. My pleasure. Now, let me introduce you. This is Peggy, Chui Lin, and Pepper. Susan, welcome. Peggy greeted Susan with a sincere smile, recognizing that this would surely become a close bond. She felt a twinge of regret, realizing that had she known Liu Yuan could attract such attention, she would have reconsidered inviting Pepper. Now it seems that the women around him come one after another, perhaps even including his own sister. Hello. Susan greeted each of the three women, and at that moment, she suddenly recalled where she had seen Pepper before. It turned out that Pepper was Tony's secretary, which explained everything. She had seen her on television, but it had simply slipped her mind. They say 3 women make a play, let alone 4? All young and female, beauty was certainly a central theme. The four soon became quite familiar, discussing not only their garments but also their jewelry and skincare. Speaking of beauty, Pepper turned her gaze towards Liu Yuan. Susan, did you know? Your boss is quite an extraordinary man. He is not only a major shareholder in several large conglomerates, but he also has a beauty product set to launch soon. Can you believe it? It's a treatment for removing freckles and scars, with 100% efficacy. My goodness, do you realize what this means? Upon hearing Pepper's words, Susan nodded seriously. It means there will be greater profits, and consequently, more commercial espionage. This means that women with freckles need to slather on heavy cosmetics to cover them up. Chapter 86, Natasha Romanoff. Pepper looked at Susan with a hint of melancholy. She completely missed the point. Among the four women present, Peggy and Susan had impeccable skin. Even Shui Lin's complexion was somewhat better than Pepper's. It was only Pepper who bore several freckles on her face, which made her feel a twinge of insecurity. Now, with the beauty product developed by Liu Yuan's research team, she would no longer have to apply so much makeup. Susan was momentarily taken aback by Pepper's words. Then awkwardly yet politely smiled. The next day, Liu Yuan and the others were picked up early by a car sent by Tony, heading to the airport to board his private jet to Monaco. Naturally, Peggy, Pepper, Shui Lin, and Susan accompanied them. Since Susan was to travel with Liu Yuan and the others the following day, she did not return home that evening. With so many rooms available, she did not refuse, as she was having a delightful conversation with Peggy and the others that lasted until late. However, Susan regretted one thing. She should not have chosen to sleep on the same floor as Liu Yuan and his companions. Originally, there were more than a dozen rooms on their floor, spanning several meters from east to west, and she had selected a room quite distant from Liu Yuan and Peggy's. Yet, despite the distance, the sounds of a pig being slaughtered echoed through the night, leading her to question whether the construction quality of this luxurious manor was subpar or if the cries were simply too loud. What she thought would last only a few minutes turned into an hour, then another, driving her to the brink of despair. Ultimately, she hardly slept at all, feeling dazed and unaware of when the noise ceased or when she finally fell asleep. By morning, she awoke with panda eyes. Fortunately, thanks to the art of makeup, she managed to present herself to the world. However, all morning, her gaze towards Liu Yuan was laced with a lingering air of resentment. Upon arriving at the airport in the elongated Rolls-Royce sent by Tony, they proceeded through the corridor, where they finally encountered him. However, at that moment, Tony was engrossed in flirtation with a strikingly attractive woman, who, it seemed, was utterly indifferent to his advances. Tony, it appears your charm has waned, someone remarked. So absorbed was Tony in his pursuit that he failed to notice Liu Yuan and the others had approached him. Upon hearing the voice, Tony rolled his eyes, already aware of who had arrived. Come on, my personal allure has always been impeccable. Turning to see Liu Yuan with a hint of a mocking smile, he swiftly retorted. Is that so? From where I stand, it seems you're desperately pursuing this lovely lady, yet she appears to harbor little interest in you. Liu Yuan cast a glance at the imposing beauty before him, a cold demeanor softened by a slight smile. Greetings, beautiful lady, I am Liu Yuan, Natasha Romanoff. Indeed. The striking woman was none other than the Black Widow herself, dressed in professional attire that accentuated her voluptuous figure and donning a pair of elegant black heels. She exuded an air of competence that could easily mislead one into thinking her an elite. Though Natasha had lived many years and likely encountered numerous men, Liu Yuan was no stranger to such affairs. After all, every new affection is often someone else's past love. Liu Yuan remained unfazed, knowing that the only thought that should occupy his mind was to conquer her. It was improbable to find someone as pure as Natasha after years of waiting. After a brief handshake with Natasha, Liu Yuan turned to face Tony, who was watching him with a cold glare. It seems your allure has indeed diminished. Why is it that your arrival steals my thunder? Is fortune truly favoring you? Tony, visibly irked, could hardly contain his frustration. As for the goddess of fortune, I cannot say, but I can assure you, luck has always been my companion, Liu Yuan replied with a slight smile. Damn it. It seems I can hardly hold my ground against you. Tony crossed his arms defiantly, turning his head away. The exchange left Natasha momentarily taken aback. She pondered, is this still the reckless playboy Tony? Who is this Liu Yuan, and why does it seem that Tony is at a loss for words against him? Natasha, you've arrived? Pepper and the others, having lagged behind, finally reached the plane. Indeed, Miss Pepper, Natasha replied with a subtle smile. Pepper, who is she? Tony inquired, curiosity evident in his expression. This is Miss Natasha, my newly appointed secretary. You both, being the bosses, cannot expect me to handle all tasks alone, can you? Besides, as part of the corporation, I ought to have a secretary, don't you think? Pepper raised her chin slightly, looking proudly at Liu Yuan and Tony. Exchanging glances and smiles, Liu Yuan and Tony said nothing further. However, Tony took a couple of steps closer to Pepper and whispered, Pepper, let us discuss this. Could you perhaps switch secretaries and have her assist me instead? You know I only have you as my secretary, and with your promotion, I find myself without support. Tony spread his hands in a pitiable manner, appearing quite comical. Although he lowered his voice somewhat, several people still heard him, leading Peggy, Trillian, and others to giggle uncontrollably. What do you need a secretary for, you slacker? Hurry up, or you'll miss the spectacular show. Liu Yuan exclaimed as he clapped Tony on the shoulder and pulled him away from Pepper. However, after just a couple of steps, Tony halted once more. He had spotted a stunning beauty, Susan, who had been lingering behind Peggy and the others, not receiving much attention. Would this lovely lady be interested in becoming my secretary? The remuneration is quite generous. Are you out of your mind? She is my secretary. Liu Yuan, seeing Tony publicly poach his assistant, seized him by the collar and dragged him toward the airplane. I protest. She should have the right to choose. Why do all the beautiful women gravitate toward you? This is my territory. Tony protested loudly, being pulled along by Liu Yuan. There's no reason other than the fact that I am the major shareholder. Do you still want to keep your little life intact? Liu Yuan ignored Tony's outcry and continued to haul him toward the plane. This scene left Tony's driver and bodyguard happy, as well as Natasha and Susan, utterly astonished. This was Tony Stark, the world-renowned Iron Man. Did he really have no dignity at all? Natasha was even more shocked by Liu Yuan's remarks. What did he mean by being the major shareholder? And what about treating Tony? Could it be that Liu Yuan had not only become the major shareholder of Stark Industries, but also had the ability to treat Tony's ailments? The major shareholder of Stark Industries has changed? How could that be possible? Why had she never heard of this? Coming back to her senses, Natasha glanced around, her left hand incessantly tapping on her wristwatch. Meanwhile, at the SHIELD headquarters, Director Nick Fury, who had been attending to official business in his office, dropped his pen upon hearing Agent Phil Coulson's report. What did you say? The major shareholder of Stark's group has changed? Nick Fury's voice was grave as he fixed his intense gaze on Coulson. Yes, Director, although I too am astonished. That is the message Natasha relayed, Coulson replied, standing across from Fury with a resigned smile. Has it been verified? Verification is underway. We will know soon. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence. Nick Fury leaned on his desk, deep in thought, perhaps grappling with the incredibility of the situation. The Stark group was of immense importance to them, and the fact that they had only learned of this afterward suggested either a major breach in their intelligence network or that their opponent was exceptionally adept at concealment. As seconds ticked by, a few minutes later, a knock echoed at Nick Fury's office door once more. Come in, Director. Here is the latest stock distribution for the Tony Stark Group, along with detailed information. A tall and striking woman entered, holding a dossier. She was none other than Maria Hill, the deputy of Nick Fury. Hill handed the documents to Fury and, after nodding towards Coulson beside her, stood silently opposite him. Why is there so little information on Liu Yuan? Fury mused, his brow furrowed as he perused the scant details. I'm not sure. This is all we could uncover. Hill replied. The documents indicated that he was the largest shareholder of the 8 major groups, with one beauty conglomerate entirely owned by a security firm. Beyond that, the trail went cold. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. However, there was one more piece of news. Liu Yuan was en route to Monaco with Tony Stark, seemingly to attend one of Stark's racing events. Hill shook her head slightly, conveying everything she knew despite her perplexity regarding Liu Yuan. What manner of individual was he to be the principal shareholder of both Hammer Industries and Stark Industries? What were Tony and Justin up to? Indeed, the industrial group that Liu Yuan had invested in through 8 Sister was none other than Justin Hammer's enterprise. Both of these conglomerates were of significant importance, leaving Fury astounded. Yet, when confronted with Fury's inquiries, neither Hill nor Coulson had a response, for they were equally baffled. Prepare a plane for me. I'm going to Monaco to meet him personally, Fury declared, rising abruptly in his black trench coat and striding purposefully toward the office door. Yes, sir. In a luxurious hotel in Monaco, Tony entered with Liu Yuan, engaged in lively conversation, accompanied by several tall and striking women. Their appearance immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Tony, of course, was a magnet for media attention. What intrigued everyone was the close proximity of Liu Yuan, a foreigner. To Tony, "Hey, Mr. Stark, over here," shouted a group of photographers, setting up their cameras to capture Tony in a flurry of flashes. Tony, accustomed to such scenarios, posed amiably for a few shots, all the while pulling Liu Yuan along to partake in the spectacle. Liu Yuan, unfazed, felt secure with 8 Sister safeguarding his reputation online. The photographers, having taken their fill of pictures, dispersed without further insistence, allowing Liu Yuan and Tony to continue their conversation. Hey, Tony. At that moment, someone approached from behind and patted Tony on the shoulder. Oh, Justin Hammer. Quite the rotund figure, Tony remarked, dismissing Hammer and continuing his dialogue with Liu Yuan. This disregard darkened Hammer's expression, incensed that Tony would ignore him in favor of conversing with a yellow-skinned monkey. Tony, who is this gentleman? He seems unfamiliar. Hammer's voice rose slightly, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Liu Yuan had already taken note of Hammer's arrival behind Tony. Wasn't this the ex-husband? Now referred to as a mere worker for himself, had he been more honest, he might have retained him, but if he were not, well, that would be regrettable. Yet, was this ex-husband truly the type to remain docile? Had he been so, he would not have engaged in the subsequent series of actions. As Tony endured Hammer's incessant chatter, he could only succinctly introduce Liu Yuan. This is Mr. Liu Yuan, my future partner. Hammer, if you have nothing pressing, perhaps you might enjoy a drink over there. Tony said, his impatience evident as he cast a dismissive glance at Hammer, hinting that it was time for him to leave. The two had never been on amicable terms, with Tony's company consistently outperforming Hammer's, resulting in a prolonged rivalry between them. Future partner? Hammer paused in surprise, contemplating that this man before him, barely past 30, would be Tony's upcoming collaborator. Mr. Liu Yuan, it is a pleasure to meet you, Hammer stated, extending his hand for a handshake. Liu Yuan, maintaining his composure, reciprocated the gesture with a faint smile. Just as Hammer was about to utter more words, his attention was drawn to several figures approaching from behind Liu Yuan. Among them were Pepper, Susan, and Shui Lin. He recognized Pepper, but was taken aback to see an unexpected presence, his ex-wife, Peggy. It was impossible for Hammer to claim he did not love Peggy. After all, her beauty and figure were nearly flawless. Yet, this seemingly perfect woman was fiercely independent. And due to his hedonistic lifestyle, their marriage had ended. In truth, Hammer was reluctant to part ways. But Peggy's resolute attitude left him no choice but to acquiesce to her demands, even offering her a staggering $10 billion. Otherwise, with Hammer's capabilities, he would have given her nothing, and Peggy would have received nothing in return. As Hammer observed Peggy and her companions approaching, he was astonished to see her display a long-lost smile directed towards him, instantly recalling the beautiful memories they had shared. "Hello, Peggy. I never expected to see you here," he exclaimed, moving past Liu Yuan with open arms toward Peggy. However, to his dismay, she bypassed his embrace and instead fell into the arms of another man, the very one he looked down upon, the yellow-skinned monkey. "Darling," Peggy cooed, nestling into Liu Yuan's embrace and even rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. Hammer stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, overwhelmed by the sight. His heart shattered. Although they were divorced, he still held feelings for Peggy, often calling to check on her, though those calls had dwindled over time. This was also the reason why one of Hammer's products was named ex-wife, a source of pride for him. Yet, as he beheld Peggy's demeanor, he was utterly perplexed about what she had experienced during their time apart. Why was she so intimate with someone who appeared significantly younger than her, even calling him darling? As Hammer's temper flared, he turned and strode angrily towards Liu Yuan and the others. "Peggy, who is he?" "Hammer? Hi. Long time no see. Where did you come from? I didn't notice you just now." Peggy held no significant grudge against Hammer. She understood that in their social standing, such theatrics were inevitable. The divorce was merely a desire for solitude or perhaps a decision to part ways with Hammer. Out of a sense of decorum, they would still greet each other when they met, and it wouldn't devolve into hostility. However, a careless remark from Peggy made Hammer feel as if he had been struck by lightning. One could easily imagine Justin Hammer feeling a profound sense of bewilderment, as if dark clouds loomed over him, continuously releasing bolts of lightning upon his head. At that moment, Justin Hammer's face fluctuated between shades of green and pale. "I was just beside you," Hammer said in a low, stern tone, fixing his cold gaze upon Peggy. "Really? I'm sorry, I didn't notice you." Peggy's attention was solely on Liu Yuan. How could she pay heed to her inconspicuous ex-husband? As the saying goes, where there is Tony, there is fervor. And with Justin Hammer added to the mix, the two soon became the focal point of the upscale hotel. Many eyes were drawn to them, with some curious onlookers noting Hammer's ashen expression, heightening their intrigue about the nature of their relationship. "What is your relationship with him? How could you?" Justin Hammer pointed at Liu Yuan, his gaze fierce as if he could devour him whole. "He is my fiancé," Peggy replied softly, casting a tender glance at Liu Yuan and sweetly linking her arm with his. At that moment, Tony suddenly realized, internally muttering to himself, "I thought this Peggy lady looked somewhat familiar. She is Hammer's ex-wife from years ago? And she is actually Pepper's sister? Oh my, thank goodness they divorced. What, your fiancé?" "No, absolutely not." Hammer's words left Peggy feeling mortified, prompting her to retort, "Why not? I'm single. He is unmarried. We love each other. What more is needed? You are mine. Even after the divorce, you are still mine. I won't allow you to marry anyone else." Hammer's words bordered on madness, directly unraveling the questions that had perplexed the crowd. His revelation sent shockwaves through those nearby, as they finally grasped the situation. It turned out that this Peggy was indeed Justin Hammer's ex-wife, and she now had a fiancé. The crowd leaned in slightly to catch every detail, some even pulling out their phones to record. After all, how could Tony's event lack reporters? They all surged forward, though wisely leaving enough space for Justin Hammer and the others. Even if a scuffle were to break out, they would not obstruct it. mindful of the potential for collateral damage. Well, they certainly are thoughtful. Peggy gazed at the terrifying visage of Justin Hammer, her heart racing with anxiety, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, she felt a pair of large, heated hands gently pat her shoulder. Turning around, she beheld Liu Yuan, who wore a warm smile directed at her. "My dear, how could such matters trouble you? Leave it to me." Peggy, encouraged by Liu Yuan's sincere smile, nodded with delight. "Be careful," she cautioned, her lips parting slightly. Liu Yuan merely smiled nonchalantly, opting not to respond. To Hammer, their exchange resembled nothing more than flirtation, and shockingly, it transpired right before his eyes. "You scoundrels!" Justin Hammer bellowed at the pair, his eyes bloodshot with rage, radiating a murderous intent. In contrast, Tony's interest was piqued. Leaning casually against the bar, he snapped his fingers at a server behind him. "Bring a glass of Louis Roederer Cristal champagne for everyone present. And I shall have a whiskey. All expenses are on me, your esteemed Professor Tony." "Understood, Mr. Tony," the server replied, her tone laced with discontent, as she had been merely spectating like everyone else. After all, it was a monumental spectacle, and who wouldn't be displeased by an interruption? The server first poured a glass of whiskey for Tony, who, with drink in hand, leaned against the counter, appearing thoroughly entertained. "Kid, you must know who I am. I shall not waste words. Sever ties with Peggy immediately. I will not inquire further into past matters. Otherwise, you will come to understand the wrath of Justin Hammer." Despite Liu Yuan standing half a head taller, Hammer showed no fear, dismissing him entirely. The tone of his voice was laced with palpable threats. "Mr. Hammer, my relationship with Peggy is mutual. Why do you seek to tear us apart?" Liu Yuan regarded Hammer with a look of helplessness, as though he were the aggrieved party. "Even if Peggy were to divorce me, she would still belong to me, only me. I absolutely refuse to allow anyone else to lay claim to her. No one." Hammer's fury was evident, veins bulging from his neck as he spat venomous words at Liu Yuan. "Mr. Hammer, your actions seem rather tyrannical," Liu Yuan remarked, narrowing his eyes yet maintaining a smile, though this time, there was a hint of menace in his gaze. "Tyrannical? Does anyone not know Justin Hammer? My methods are indeed domineering. Kid, since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for taking drastic measures." "Someone!" Hammer shouted into the air. Instantly, 6 burly men in black emerged from the crowd of onlookers, encircling Liu Yuan. Each stood over 6 feet tall, their muscular frames exuding strength, clearly capable fighters. "Tony, if I were to deal with this fool, would you object?" Liu Yuan asked, unfazed and smiling as he glanced back at Tony, who was leisurely savoring his drink and enjoying the show. "Of course, go ahead." Tony smiled at Liu Yuan, his hand holding the wine glass slightly trembling, exuding an air of undeniable gentlemanliness. "Bring it on," Hammer shouted with a grim face upon hearing Liu Yuan's exchange with Tony, the veins on his forehead visibly bulging. However, to the astonishment of all the onlookers, the next moment revealed a remarkable transformation among the 6 burly men. They bowed deeply to Liu Yuan and shouted in unison. Chapter 89. A vicious beatdown of the ex-husband. The actions of these 6 men left Liu Yuan momentarily stunned. Then, a voice, audible only to him, rang out. "They are the elite bodyguards under your security group's command. I just informed them." The voice of Sister 8 whispered in Liu Yuan's ear, and he finally grasped the situation. "All right, you may step aside." Liu Yuan had almost acted impulsively, but thankfully Sister 8 was perceptive. Otherwise, he might have harmed his own subordinates. The scene displayed by the 6 men left everyone, especially Tony, utterly flabbergasted. It is worth noting that while the Red River Security Group may not be as renowned as the illustrious Black River Group, it ranks just below it. Countless prestigious families across the nation employ bodyguards from the Red River Security Group, and even certain forces from other countries have collaborated with them. Although its market value is merely in the hundreds of billions, Red River is infamous for its numerous personnel, abundant weaponry, and extensive operations. Due to specific reasons, it is positioned beneath Black River. Otherwise, it could easily rival or even surpass them. Their owner has always been an enigmatic figure, rarely seen, with only a retired soldier managing affairs outwardly. Liu Yuan appeared to be under 30. How could he possibly be the owner of the security group? This sparked a profound curiosity in Tony. Not only was Tony intrigued and astonished, but even Hammer, who was seething with rage, found himself dumbfounded. The bodyguards he had always hired were actually Liu Yuan's men. As the 6 imposing figures respectfully parted to make way, Liu Yuan approached Hammer step by step. "So, what do you have to say now, ex-husband?" Facing Liu Yuan's taunt, Hammer could not endure. "Don't think that just because you're the owner of the Red River Group, you can act with impunity. There is still the Black River above you. And my Hammer Industries is far more powerful than your group," he exclaimed, "you damned yellow-skinned monkey." Hammer feigned composure, trying to bolster his own confidence, betting that Liu Yuan would not dare to act against him. After all, he was the owner of Hammer Industries. Yet, in the next instant, Hammer felt a buzzing in his head. A moment earlier, Liu Yuan had heard Hammer still posturing, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap that sent Hammer reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. His glasses fell off, and half of his face immediately swelled red. "You! How dare you strike me? I am the owner of Hammer Industries." Hammer protested, clutching his injured face and slowly retreating, clearly betraying a cowardice that belied his earlier bravado. "The owner of Hammer Industries, is it? Allow me to explain why after I'm done with you," Liu Yuan declared, without further ado. Seizing Hammer by the collar with one hand while clenching his fist with the other, aiming it squarely at Hammer's pale, infuriatingly soft face. As he struck, he taunted. "So you think you're clever? A yellow-skinned monkey, are you? The boss of Hammer Industries, right?" After delivering a flurry of punches, Hammer's face was left marred, his nose flattened, several teeth knocked out, and his entire mouth swollen. The scene was so brutal that onlookers instinctively shielded their eyes with their palms, though they dared to leave a small gap, unwilling to miss such an explosive spectacle. Subsequently, Liu Yuan unleashed a series of combination punches upon Hammer, each blow landing with palpable force. At this point, Hammer's face was nearly unrecognizable, his body similarly battered, to the degree that even his own mother would struggle to identify him. The sight of Liu Yuan mercilessly pummeling Hammer provided ample entertainment for the surrounding photographers. Each captured image a pristine testament to the chaos. Some even activated continuous shooting mode, eager to immortalize the thrilling scene, with everyone engrossed in the drama. No one opted to call the police or summon hotel security. Besides, what good would it do? Both individuals were heads of major corporations. Mere mortals like them could only spectate as titans clashed. After several minutes of relentless assault, Liu Yuan wiped his bloodied fist against Hammer's clothing. Observing Hammer, who now resembled a defeated canine, he finally calmed his fury. "Tony, bring me a bottle of water." Upon hearing this, Tony discreetly signaled to a nearby waiter, who swiftly retrieved a bottle of water. "Catch!" Tony shouted, tossing the bottle toward Liu Yuan. He caught it one-handed, uncapped it, and poured the water over his bruised knuckles, then wiped his hands on Hammer's shirt. After several passes, he finally cleaned them thoroughly. Now, Hammer was drenched in either blood or water, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Having finished, I now graciously inform you that I am not only the CEO of the Red River Group, but also a significant shareholder in Hammer Industries. Even after this beating, what does it matter? You still work for me." Hammer, battered and breathless, widened his eyes in shock as he processed Liu Yuan's words. You are the mysterious figure who has been aggressively acquiring shares of my company?" Hammer's speech was hindered by his missing teeth, yet his meaning was still discernible. Liu Yuan, seemingly intent on provoking him further, turned to Tony and asked, "What did he say?" Tony, recovering from his astonishment, regarded Liu Yuan with a complex gaze before taking a sip from his whiskey. "Perhaps he said you're not a good person." Tony was similarly taken aback by Liu Yuan's revelation of his identity as a major shareholder, not only in his own group, but in Hammer Industries as well. Though Hammer Industries may not rival Stark Industries, it was still formidable. To become a major shareholder in these two colossal corporations, one would require trillions of dollars, all while remaining utterly discreet. It was all the more terrifying. In truth, Liu Yuan's ascendance was not entirely his fault. Hammer had simply failed to scrutinize the specifics of Liu Yuan's controlling interests. "Oh, you claim I am not a good person?" Upon hearing Tony's words, Liu Yuan smiled faintly, aware that it was a deliberate jest from Tony. He then turned his gaze towards Hammer, advancing step by step. "No, that's not what I meant." Hammer stammered as he noticed Liu Yuan approaching him once more. Having previously appeared somewhat dispirited, he now felt a rush of anxiety. "Rest assured, I won't strike you again. Another blow might just send you to your grave." The corners of Liu Yuan's mouth curled upward slightly as he cast a glance at Hammer, who lay on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog. After nonchalantly voicing his thoughts, he turned away, making his way towards Peggy and the others, unfazed by the onlookers. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Their eyes met, and Liu Yuan spoke. "You won't mind my actions, will you? I may have been a bit too harsh." Peggy smiled serenely and shook her head. "Of course not. I have no ties to him any longer." Although Hammer's fate was somewhat grim, he had brought it upon himself, a fact Peggy understood fully. Moreover, her affection now belonged to Liu Yuan, and she was steadfastly supportive of him. However, upon hearing Peggy's callous words, Hammer felt a surge of anger, a sweetness in his throat, and could no longer restrain himself. Chapter 90. Ivan Vanko makes his entrance as Hammer expelled 3 liters of blood in a frenzy. Liu Yuan, Tony, and the others departed, uninterested in witnessing his spectacle any further. Nevertheless, Liu Yuan was followed by 6 bodyguards clad in black suits. They had left, but the onlookers remained, utterly transfixed by Hammer's state. How could they possibly leave? Such a spectacle was a rarity indeed. Consequently, they found themselves bewildered, with some pulling out their phones and others brandishing cameras, while the journalists and photographers relentlessly captured Hammer's downfall, nearly pressing their lenses against his face. Was this a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity? Following Liu Yuan were Pepper, Susan, and others who increasingly found Liu Yuan inscrutable. At such a young age, how could he be a major shareholder in so many large corporations? Even if Liu Yuan were exceptionally talented, it seemed improbable for someone of his age, suggesting that a far more formidable force lay behind him. This prompted a flurry of wild conjectures among them. As time slowly passed, with only a few minutes remaining until Tony's race commenced, he was already clad in his racing attire, surrounded by an eager crowd as he made his way to the track. It was undeniable that Tony's popularity was immense upon his arrival. The audience erupted in applause and enthusiastic cheers, with several men whistling in appreciation. He approached the race car, donned his helmet, and, under the guidance of the staff, began to inspect the vehicle's performance. Admittedly, he appeared quite the part. The race was about to begin, and under the gaze of thousands, the cars idled on the starting line, engines revving in anticipation. The lights began to illuminate, and with a swift press of the accelerator, Tony's car shot forward. While the crowd's attention was fixated on the competitors' vehicles, no one seemed to notice the unfolding events. A robust man, adorned with a helmet and clad in an orange work uniform, strolled leisurely outside the fence, a toothpick perched in his mouth, occasionally glancing at the movements of the vehicles. After a few minutes, he pushed open the gate of the fence and confidently made his way to the center of the racetrack. His sudden presence sent a wave of panic among the race car drivers, who hastily swerved to avoid colliding with him, fearful of reducing him to mere pulp. Unperturbed, he nonchalantly unfastened his shirt, revealing a device reminiscent of Iron Man's arc reactor. With a flourish, he swung his arms downward, summoning two electrified whips that materialized at his sides. These whips crackled with energy, emitting sparks that ignited his clothing, which burned against his rugged skin without causing him distress. In mere moments, his shirt was consumed by flames, unveiling an entire mechanical apparatus known as the Whiplash armor. This man was none other than Ivan Vanko, the second iteration of Whiplash, seeking vengeance for his father's demise at the hands of Tony Stark. Ivan's father, a scientist, had once collaborated with Howard Stark, Tony's father, but was expelled from the company due to his greed, ultimately meeting a tragic end in poverty and illness. Utilizing the arc reactor technology bequeathed by his father, Ivan forged this formidable device with a singular intention: to eliminate Tony Stark. Happy, I believe it is time for you to retrieve Tony's armor, suggested Liu Yuan. As the appearance of Ivan Vanko left a segment of the audience in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even those beside Liu Yuan were equally astonished. At that moment, Happy, Tony's bodyguard and driver, was rendered speechless when Liu Yuan's voice broke the silence. Mr. Liu Yuan, are you implying? Happy's expression grew complex. Indeed, go now. With Liu Yuan's directive ringing in his ears, Happy dashed downward without hesitation. Darling, are you suggesting he poses a threat to Tony? Peggy inquired, gripping Liu Yuan's arm tightly as she watched Ivan Vanko on the racetrack. Aside from our dashing playboy, I cannot fathom who else he might target. As Liu Yuan conversed with Peggy, a shadow slipped stealthily from the grandstand towards a concealed location. While others remained oblivious, Liu Yuan was keenly aware of Natasha's covert movements, as she operated under the guise of daylight, treating everyone else as oblivious fools. Natasha was currently stationed near Tony for two reasons: to provide covert protection and to keep him under surveillance. If, as Liu Yuan had suggested, Tony was in peril, she would certainly intervene, though she would refrain from acting unless absolutely necessary. Look! A shout erupted from the grandstand, drawing everyone's gaze towards Ivan Vanko. A racing car, hurtling at breakneck speed, was unable to evade the unexpected figure on the track and was on the verge of a collision. Ivan, unfazed, brandished his electrified whips towards the oncoming vehicle, his eyes gleaming with a confident, mocking glint. With a swift motion of his arm, the electric current from the whip surged through the entire race car, striking it with the ferocity of a lightning bolt. Whether it was the whip's overwhelming power or the car's inherent fragility, the vehicle was cleaved in two. Fragments of the car scattered in all directions, painting a nightmarish scene. The front end detached from the body and tumbled through the air before crashing violently onto the racetrack. The spectators in the stands screamed in terror, their faces etched with shock and fear. Many were in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sudden and ferocious turn of events. The timid fled the stands, while the bolder among them sought to witness the unfolding chaos. Ivan Vanko's face gleamed with a triumphant smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as the primal instinct within him stirred restlessly. Meanwhile, Happy sped towards the track, clutching Tony's toolbox. On the racetrack, Ivan Vanko continued to wield his whip, striking at car after car. Tony, the main protagonist, finally approached Ivan. Upon seeing him, Tony's heart raced, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. His mind went blank. And as he attempted to swerve away from Ivan, it was already too late. Ivan swung his whip towards Tony's car, and in an instant, Tony felt himself and his vehicle lift off the ground, hovering momentarily before crashing heavily onto the track, skidding several meters before finally colliding with the barrier. At that moment, Tony experienced a sharp wave of pain coursing through his body, but there was no time to rest. He hurriedly escaped from the driver's seat. The car was leaking fuel. And if Ivan Vanko, this ruthless foe, ignited an explosion, it would spell disaster. Faced with the vast expanse of the forest, he pondered how he would confront his deceased father if he perished here. Wouldn't it be laughable? Chapter 91. Ivan Vanko observed with glee as Tony and his car lay crumpled on the track, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Eyes brimming with provocation and disdain. He strode towards Tony with an air of indifference, while Tony crawled out from his vehicle, his gaze fixed intently on Ivan. Filled with confusion and rage, he could not fathom why this man was pursuing him, as they seemed to be strangers. The sight of Ivan's smirk only fueled Tony's anger. In a moment of desperation, he sought refuge behind a piece of debris, wielding a shard of the car as a makeshift weapon, careful not to be noticed by Ivan. As Ivan approached Tony's car, he swung his whip again, severing the vehicle in two, yet he failed to spot Tony's presence. Just as Ivan turned to look back, Tony, emboldened, hurled a piece of metal at him. However, without armor, Tony was clearly no match for Ivan Vanko. The blow had no effect on Ivan, who retaliated with a whip strike that sent Tony crashing to the ground. At this moment, Ivan's smile transformed, taking on a somewhat brutal and menacing demeanor as he brandished the whip towards Tony, who lay on the ground. Upon seeing the whip hurtling toward him, Tony instinctively dodged to the side. After a series of lashes, Ivan Vanko nearly severed the Stark family's lineage. Tony hastily scrambled to his feet and took off running. What should we do? Is Tony going to be all right? Pepper anxiously observed Tony's predicament below. After all, he was one of her employers, and it was imperative that nothing untoward happened to him. Fear not, he is Iron Man. Even without his armor, he is not someone easily subdued. Liu Yuan replied with a calm smile, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding drama below. Was this not far more entertaining than his earlier encounter with Hammer? Just moments ago, Tony had been a spectator. Now, he was the one being watched, and the sensation was distinctly different. Seeing Tony attempt to flee, Ivan Vanko scoffed internally, as if to say, what does he think he is doing? With resolve, he cracked the whip decisively. The long lash landed at Tony's feet, the force propelling him backward violently, crashing against a battered race car before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Tony was engulfed in excruciating pain, disoriented as he shook his head to regain his bearings. Blood trickled from the corner of his eye, rendering him a pitiful sight. Just when Ivan was closing in and Tony felt utterly helpless, salvation arrived at last. With a thunderous roar, a vehicle emerged from the smoke of the burning race car, barreling directly toward Ivan. Tony, still on the ground, heard the engine's growl and quickly rolled away. Simultaneously, the car collided with Ivan, slamming him against the track's barrier. Witnessing this, Tony exhaled deeply, the tension that had gripped him dissipating significantly. In critical moments, one's bodyguard truly proves their worth. His concern for Ivan was not in vain. Noticing Ivan sprawled before the car, Tony glanced toward the stands and quickly spotted Liu Yuan and his companions. He raised a hand in an international gesture, as if to assert that his bodyguard was indeed more reliable than Liu Yuan's. Liu Yuan shrugged in response and pointed at Ivan beside him. Tony, perplexed by the gesture, followed Liu's finger and was taken aback to see Ivan stirring back to consciousness. Blood spewed from Ivan's mouth as he brandished the whip toward Tony once more. However, the earlier impact had left Ivan's head ringing, significantly diminishing the accuracy of his strike. The whip missed Tony entirely, instead striking the vehicle's body, severing the front seat and rear in two. Though Happy possessed limited abilities, his loyalty to Tony was unwavering. Upon witnessing Ivan regain consciousness, he swiftly tossed the toolbox he had been clutching to Tony. "Buddy, you're the reliable one," Tony remarked as he caught the toolbox. Giving Happy a thumbs up, he then decisively tossed the toolbox onto the ground and stepped upon it. What followed was a scene of classic transformation. As the toolbox began to morph rapidly beneath his foot, he bent down, reaching into the toolbox on either side, and with a gentle press of his fingers, an armor swiftly enveloped his entire body. Comprised of countless small components that rapidly assembled themselves, a fantastical suit of armor adorned Tony in an instant. Iron Man made his triumphant return. One cannot help but feel a tinge of envy at this moment. After all, there is hardly a mature man who does not admire such armor. The reappearance of Iron Man stirred a wave of excitement among the anxious spectators, who pointed and gestured at Tony on the racetrack, their voices mingling with a chorus of cheers. Once clad in the armor, Tony regained his courage. After all, this was his most significant reliance. Adorned in this suit, he felt emboldened, ready to face any challenge. With a swift kick, he sent the car driven by Happy tumbling aside, as effortlessly as one might play with a toy. Turning to face Ivan Vanko, he raised an arm, palm directed at him, as if bidding farewell. The laser cannon in his palm began to glow ever brighter, yet before he could unleash its power, Ivan could no longer tolerate the display of bravado before him. In a swift motion, he retaliated with a lash, causing Tony to stagger back a few steps. Tony intended to raise his hand once more, but Ivan denied him that opportunity. With a series of strikes, Ivan inflicted considerable damage upon Tony's armor. Though Tony, clad in his suit, initially dismissed Ivan's attacks, he had underestimated Ivan Vanko, or rather, the weapons in his possession. After enduring multiple blows, Tony's armor bore the scars of battle, and under the intense heat and voltage, it began to warp. However, Ivan was still merely a mortal, despite his robust physique, and could not hope to match the armored might of Iron Man. Soon, Tony managed to detach the reactor from Ivan's chest. The moment Ivan lost his reactor, he seemed to deflate, collapsing to the ground like a defeated creature. Oh, how exhilarating! The audience erupted in joy as they witnessed Tony subduing the villain. As the battle concluded, Karami appeared to handle the aftermath, approaching Ivan and preparing to escort him away, while Tony stood there, lost in thought. Gazing at the arc reactor in his hand, Ivan spat a mouthful of phlegm, tinged with blood, at him. You lost. Surprised, are you? You're not the only one with this technology. Ha ha ha, Stark. Ivan's defiance was palpable. Even in defeat, he maintained that his failure was merely due to a lack of preparation. Given sufficient time, he believed he could utterly overwhelm Tony. Thus, Ivan was dragged away, his gaze mocking, his expression a clear testament to his unwillingness to accept defeat. Chapter 92. Nick Fury's uninvited arrival. Tony observed Ivan's demeanor, his brow furrowed within the confines of his armor, his expression grave as he contemplated the arc reactor in his hand. After a brief analysis of the components within the computer, Tony discovered that they bore a striking resemblance to his own reactor. Whether out of anger or a desire for secrecy, he crushed the reactor in his hand. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer, waiting for an ambulance on the sofa in his hotel room, watched the unfolding events on television. His gaze shifted, akin to that of a treasure hunter upon discovering a bounty, and soon turned increasingly frenzied as he muttered under his breath, Liu Yuan, Tony. Half an hour later, Tony emerged from his room, having completed a serious shower and changed his attire. Upon stepping through the door, he found Liu Yuan leaning casually against the doorframe, a teasing expression adorning his face. We're even now. You watch my show once, and I watch yours once, he remarked. Tony rolled his eyes in exasperation upon seeing Liu Yuan. I didn't come here to witness your folly. Rather, I intended to offer you a word of caution. A faint smile played on Liu Yuan's lips. Oh, you possess such benevolence? Tony regarded Liu Yuan with a puzzled expression, uncertain of his intentions. Of course. You are my money-making tool, and I would prefer you not to be rendered utterly humiliated so soon. Taken aback by Liu Yuan's words, Tony momentarily fell silent, his lips twitching involuntarily. Are you seeking to inquire about that individual's origins? If so, I advise against it, for it would only lead to your own disgrace. Rather than expend your energy on that, it would be wiser to contemplate how to deal with those at the upper echelons. I shall graciously divulge his identity. He is Ivan Vanko, and his father is Anton Vanko, a scientist from the earlier generation of Stark Industries. As for the events that transpired between them, I find your curiosity rather tedious. Why not investigate it yourself? After finishing his words, Liu Yuan straightened his posture, stretched, and made his way outside. How do you know? Tony shouted after Liu Yuan as he prepared to leave. I am omniscient, Liu Yuan replied without turning back, his gesture exuding an air of arrogance. Ivan Vanko, an old man? What connection do they share? How does he possess such technology? Liu Yuan departed, leaving Tony in a state of disarray. In the afternoon, Tony left with Happy, the reasons for which were all too apparent. Meanwhile, Pepper and Natasha remained, as their time was still ample, allowing them to enjoy the day without issue. Liu Yuan was accompanied by 5 tall and striking women, ensuring he drew attention wherever he went, becoming the most fashionable figure on the street. The video of Liu Yuan's altercation with Justin Hammer quickly went viral, with major media outlets broadcasting it extensively. However, within half a day, this incident was inexplicably suppressed by an unknown force. Whether it was S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hammer Industries remained uncertain. Yet Liu Yuan was indifferent to such matters. Let it be exposed. It's not as if I am a shy maiden afraid of the public eye. That evening, while dining at a luxurious private club, Liu Yuan and his companions encountered an unexpected guest within an opulent private room. Before a lengthy dining table adorned with a plethora of exquisite delicacies, a uniquely designed candlestick stood proudly at its center. As a few individuals engaged in conversation while savoring their meals, the door to the private room announced its presence. After swallowing a mouthful of food, Liu Yuan spoke. Come in. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a black waiter who entered first. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the interruption, but there is someone who wishes to meet you, the waiter said, an expression of helplessness directed towards Liu Yuan and his companions. Oh, who might that be? Liu Yuan inquired with curiosity, as he did not recognize anyone in this establishment. It is I, The waiter at the entrance was shoved aside by a towering figure clad in a black trench coat, a bald, one-eyed man exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing this imposing presence, Liu Yuan could not suppress a cold smirk, pondering what brings him here. He then glanced at Natasha, who was engrossed in her steak, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. A true master, Liu Yuan silently commended her composure. Not acquainted. Please leave. Liu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, preoccupied with the beautiful woman at his side, and had no time for this intruder. The black waiter, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, cast a glance at the imposing figure, internally lamenting, "Is this truly the person you insisted would want to see you? Had it not been for the generous tip you offered, I would not have bothered to let you in." As the waiter grappled with the situation, the intruder's previously dark expression deepened further. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "Oh, Director Fury. Greetings and farewell. Please leave," Liu Yuan replied with nonchalance, elegantly savoring a piece of steak, mocking the introduction before reiterating his dismissal. At that moment, Fury's eyes glinted with menace, a palpable desire for retribution simmering beneath the surface. "Sir, given that this gentleman does not recognize you, perhaps," the waiter attempted to mediate. But who was Fury to heed the words of a mere servant? "Liu Yuan, I have already introduced myself. I represent the nation in this matter and seek to discuss urgent affairs with you," Fury asserted, his demeanor grave as he regarded the relaxed Liu Yuan, frustration boiling within him. "Oh, my apologies, but I must insist you schedule an appointment with my secretary, as not just anyone can meet with someone of my stature." "That would be my secretary, Susan. You may leave your contact information with her," Liu Yuan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he cast a glance at Susan. Susan, caught off guard, remained seated, uncertain of how to proceed, aware that the very mention of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division signified dealings with formidable individuals. She chose to remain silent, awaiting the next move from the imposing figure. "Mr. Liu, I must remind you, I am here to engage in a discussion on behalf of the nation," Fury insisted, his tone heavy with authority. "Apologies, Director Fury, but I must interject. Firstly, I am not a citizen of your nation. Secondly, this is not your esteemed country, is it? Moreover, I find myself dining with several charming ladies. And you choose to intrude at this hour, is that not rather inappropriate?" Liu Yuan remarked with a smile directed at the boiled egg. I shall wait. I will trouble you only after your meal." Nick Fury forcibly suppressed his obstinate temper, uttering a final remark before striding toward the door. "Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, I apologize for the disturbance." The waiter awkwardly smiled at Liu Yuan and the others before exiting and closing the door behind him. Just as he was about to leave, he witnessed the boiled egg kick a vase in the corridor, shattering it. The waiter hurried over and quietly informed the boiled egg, "Sir, that vase is valued at approximately $10,000. The boiled egg, filled with rage, seized the waiter's collar and bellowed, "I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D." The waiter, maintaining a polite smile and an apologetic demeanor, replied, "I am sorry, sir, but this is not America." Chapter 93, Is Being Impulsive a Youthful Trait? Nick Fury felt a surge of frustration at the waiter's words. He had never been so humiliated in front of anyone, not even the illustrious Iron Man. Yet today, not only had Liu Yuan bested him, but even this waiter showed no fear. Fury took a deep breath, released the waiter's collar, retrieved a checkbook and a pen from his pocket, scribbled a few figures, tore off a check, and handed it to the waiter. "This should suffice. Now disappear from my sight at once," Fury concluded, angrily closing his eyes. The waiter, upon seeing the check for $10,000, could hardly contain his joy, bowing deeply to the generous benefactor before hastily retreating. As he ran away, he muttered, "These Americans are fools. They say approximately 10,000 but don't really mean it. Have they never heard of rounding? A vase worth less than $6,000. And I profit over 4,000, equivalent to a month's salary. Thank you, great fool, and thank you, marvelous East." Inside the room, Liu Yuan, possessing keen hearing, was well aware of the commotion outside, yet he merely smiled and refrained from commenting, continuing to indulge in merriment with the lovely ladies. After an hour of dining and revelry, Liu Yuan and company had their fill. Upon seeing them emerge, Nick Fury promptly approached. "Mr. Liu Yuan, may we converse now?" Liu Yuan recognized that this boiled egg would not relent until they had spoken, so he turned to Peggy and the others. "You may return to the hotel. I shall walk back alone shortly." The club was not far from the hotel, merely a 15-minute stroll. "Very well, do not linger too long. We shall await your return," Peggy said, planting a kiss on Liu Yuan's cheek, followed closely by Trillian mimicking the gesture. This did not surprise Pepper and the others, as they had grown accustomed to such interactions throughout the day. Although uncertain of Trillian's relationship with Liu Yuan, it was evident they shared a closeness, which Peggy did not mind. What could they possibly say? The boiled egg observed their actions, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Very well. Director Fury, if there is something to discuss, I shall grant you just 5 minutes. As you can see, others are waiting for me. I've eaten too much. I must engage in some exercise to facilitate digestion. Wouldn't you agree? Liu Yuan remarked, leading his companion back to the private room where they had dined. Please step outside for a moment, he instructed the waitstaff with a casual wave. The previous African-American server, upon noticing Liu Yuan's return, immediately nodded and gestured for his colleagues to exit. As he closed the door, his eyes darted about, lost in thought. Speak, then. I am curious to know what transgression has compelled you, esteemed director, to journey such a distance to seek me out. Liu Yuan casually took a seat on a nearby sofa, lighting a cigarette and regarding Nick Fury, who stood opposite him with a furrowed brow, seemingly attempting to penetrate Liu Yuan's mysterious demeanor with his solitary eye. Mr. Liu, you exude an air of enigma, Fury stated. Is that so? I believe I am rather ordinary, Liu Yuan replied, exhaling a plume of smoke nonchalantly. While I cannot ascertain your background, you must understand that no secret remains concealed forever. Fury settled into a chair across from Liu Yuan, lighting a cigar for himself. Perhaps, but there are exceptions, are there not? What precisely is your intent, director? If you are merely here to engage in such insipid discourse, I shall take my leave. I have several lovely ladies awaiting my return. Liu Yuan flicked the ash from his cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at him. Very well, since you prefer forthrightness, I shall dispense with the circumlocution. My purpose here is straightforward. I wish for you to divest yourself of your shares in Stark and Hammer Industries. You must understand the significance of these firms to us. We cannot allow them to fall into foreign hands, Fury asserted with a grave expression, his tone tinged with an undertone of menace. Pray tell, director. Is there any statute in your illustrious nation that explicitly forbids foreign ownership of shares? Liu Yuan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Fury shook his head, his expression darkening. And what law would I be infringing upon by acquiring those shares? Liu Yuan pressed on, noticing Fury's discontent. None whatsoever. Indeed, I have committed no crime. And my acquisition is entirely reasonable. Why then must I relinquish my holdings? I am counting on them to generate profit for me, he retorted, crossing his legs and regarding Fury with a sardonic grin. You must understand. Our upper echelons will never permit an individual of Asian descent to hold more shares than they do. Fury insisted, his resolve unwavering. And what of it, Director Fury? What is the matter with individuals of Asian descent? Reluctantly or not, you must acknowledge that they are entitled to employment within your so-called company. Should the opportunity arise, I would undoubtedly acquire them. Do not doubt my capabilities, and let us not forget, you yourself are a person of color, Liu Yuan countered, casting a scornful glance at Fury. Was it arrogance on Fury's part, or had Liu Yuan simply grasped the knife too tightly? If your higher-ups are unwilling to allow an Asian individual to command these two major conglomerates, then let them come and speak with me. Your status is insufficient. However, I must issue a warning. Do not resort to underhanded tactics to provoke me, for not even Jesus could save you then. Mark my words. After uttering this, Liu Yuan deftly flicked the cigarette butt into the ashtray and rose, departing the private room without a backward glance. Just as he was about to open the door and step outside, Fry spoke up once more. Mr. Liu Yuan, they are not to be trifled with. I advise you, young man, not to be too impetuous. Isn't being impetuous the hallmark of youth? Liu Yuan retorted coolly. And convey this message for me. Those lying in coffins are not exclusively the elderly. With a scoff, he swung open the door to the private room and strode out with nonchalance. The final remark was intended for those above him to ponder. Let them weigh the implications. Setting aside Liu Yuan's status as a major shareholder of the conglomerates, if he were to dismiss these individuals, it would be sufficient to send the so-called elite into a frenzy. Furthermore, how many among those who occupy such positions can claim to have clean hands? Will their concealed secrets escape the keen eyes of Bai Mei? If incriminating evidence were to fall into the hands of their adversaries, oh, what a spectacle that would be. Should they choose to play dirty, Liu Yuan would be entirely unperturbed. They need only brace themselves for his wrath, which could very well lead to a thorough reckoning, sweeping away Han Mo in the process, thus rendering the world a tad more serene. As Liu Yuan exited the private club, he strolled through the unfamiliar city towards the hotel where Peggy and the others awaited. Just as he was nearing the hotel, a gentle voice called out from behind him. Hello, Mr. Liu Yuan. He turned to see a woman, standing by a car approximately 10 meters away, holding luggage and gazing at him. Betty Ross? Indeed. It was she Banner's former girlfriend, Betty Ross. It truly is you. I almost thought I had mistaken you for someone else, she said, gracefully approaching him with her suitcase. Yes. I too did not expect to encounter you here. Had Betty not appeared, he might have nearly forgotten about her. Perhaps this is what your country refers to as fate, Betty remarked with a serene smile. Only then did Liu Yuan take a closer look at Betty. Today, she donned a crisp white shirt, fitted denim jeans, and sporty shoes, exuding a youthful vibrancy that accentuated her alluring figure. Are you here for a specific purpose? They conversed as they walked toward the hotel entrance, Betty curiously inquiring. Well, I'm here with friends to watch a match and enjoy a few days of leisure, Liu Yuan replied. What match? Oh, right, the car racing event today. ISNT it? Betty covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration and envy. You're aware of that race? Liu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at Betty. Please, you can't fathom. You are now quite the celebrity. The video of you defeating Justin Hammer has gone viral. Unfortunately, it has been suppressed, and those videos are nearly impossible to find now. It is quite unexpected that you are a major shareholder of Hammer Industries, yet he does not recognize you. It is indeed fascinating. I tend to maintain a low profile. And given that I have only recently acquired my shares, it is perfectly normal for him not to have met me before. Liu Yuan shrugged casually. And you? What brings you here? Liu Yuan inquired, glancing at the tall figure beside him. Oh, I am here to attend an academic conference. I also wish to take a little break. Betty smiled at Liu Yuan, though her smile bore a hint of resignation. Is that so? Then we can enjoy each other's company, as we intend to explore this place as well. Liu Yuan boldly extended an invitation, if not now, then when? That sounds delightful. It is indeed more reassuring to have acquaintances around. Let us agree on this. I will call you after I finish the conference tomorrow. Very well. They exchanged contact information. Although Betty had previously given Liu Yuan her details, she did not possess his. Thus, they engaged in light conversation until, in less than 2 minutes, they arrived at the hotel entrance. All right, I must go retrieve my room key. It is settled then. I will contact you tomorrow. I will await your call. Liu Yuan smiled faintly at Betty, turned, and hummed a little tune as he walked away, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Upon returning to the presidential suite, Liu Yuan found several women engrossed in lively conversation. Darling, you're back, Peggy exclaimed, rising eagerly to greet him. What were you discussing that seemed so enjoyable? Liu Yuan asked, wrapping his arm around her waist and inhaling the scent of her hair, unperturbed by the presence of others. Oh, it was just Pepper mentioning your beauty product. She remarked that you have truly benefited women. If you were to develop a product for men, you would undoubtedly become an idol in the eyes of all. The two nestled together on the sofa. A product for men? Indeed, I have one in mind. But I lack the energy to pursue it at the moment. Let us focus on this beauty product first. You really do? Pepper looked at Liu Yuan with astonishment. Certainly. A male enhancement product with no side effects, Liu Yuan replied with a mischievous grin. Oh my goodness, you are practically a savior to men. They will be eternally grateful to you. This remark from Sualine prompted a chorus of laughter from the women. Meanwhile, Natasha, still chuckling, discreetly glanced at her watch. Ladies, it is getting late. Perhaps we should retire for the evening. Liu Yuan smirked, his gaze flitting mischievously over the group. Upon hearing his words, the women moved in unison, first standing, then casting him an exasperated glance before exiting the room. The previous night, it was uncertain whether it was intentional or not, but one by one, they had all left, citing a sisterly chat and requesting Liu Yuan not to disturb them. Liu Yuan waited in the room for an hour, but neither Peggy nor Sualine returned. As he lay in bed, on the verge of slumber, an image suddenly materialized in his mind. Betty, oh Betty, I wonder if you are asleep now? Liu Yuan murmured softly before drifting into a dream. The following day, Liu Yuan rose early. Having lingered in someone's dream the previous night, one cannot deny the enthusiasm and openness of the women from the West. Upon awakening, he discovered that he was alone in the bedroom, with Peggy and the others yet to return. This amused and exasperated him. Was he truly that frightening? Was it merely his exuberance that unsettled them? Bare-chested and clad only in a pair of shorts, he emerged from the bedroom. Upon entering the living room of the presidential suite, Liu Yuan was taken aback to find several individuals sprawled across the sofas in deep slumber. What is there to discuss? It seems they conversed throughout the night, he thought, shaking his head with a wry smile. He exited the living room and entered another room, where he picked up the telephone to request breakfast from room service. The women did not awaken until the meal was delivered. After enjoying breakfast, they ventured out to explore the city, and it was not until 3 or 4 in the afternoon that Liu Yuan received a call from Betty. Thus, Betty joined their excursion. However, upon seeing Liu Yuan, she appeared bashful, leaving him to wonder what had transpired in the dream. The moment they met, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Liu Yuan, accompanied by 6 charming women, thoroughly enjoyed their days in the country before returning to his estate. Upon their return, no one was idle. Peggy busied herself with a beauty product project, while Chui Lin took charge of Peggy's jewelry company. Pepper kept a watchful eye on Stark Industries. And Natasha, now serving as Pepper's secretary, was committed to assisting and protecting her. Betty bid farewell to the group, as she had her own work commitments, but promised to visit the estate in a few days. Liu Yuan instructed his personal secretary, Susan, to assist Peggy with some affairs. As for Liu Yuan, after several delightful days in the primary world, he anticipated a swift conclusion to his endeavors. With the new round of trials in the main God Space approaching, He prepared to cross back over. Chapter 95, The Reincarnation World, Infiltration, Main God Space Reincarnator ID, 850930. Welcome to the Intermediate Reincarnation World. Entering World, Infiltration. Difficulty rating, 4 stars. Main Quest, Eliminate the Malevolent Spirit Behind the Scenes. Reward, 3,000 Reincarnation Points. 1 level script reward card. Side Quest 1, Rescue the Exorcist Iris. Reward, 1,500 Reincarnation Points. Side Quest 2, For each otherworldly vengeful spirit saved or eliminated, gain 100 Reincarnation Points. In the realm of television, many have seen the series Infiltration. As for the film by Director One, it is considered a classic by some. Infiltration? I have unexpectedly arrived in a world teeming with spirits? Liu Yuan stood in a small town, murmuring to himself. The narrative unfolds around the male protagonist, Josh, who, along with his wife Riley and their 3 children, relocates to a new residence, thus embarking on a bizarre and chilling journey. Their eldest son, Dalton, mysteriously falls from the attic, leading to his inexplicable coma the following day. Despite numerous hospital examinations revealing no physical abnormalities, doubts begin to surface regarding the house's cleanliness. The catalyst for their suspicions is Dalton's 3-month-long unconsciousness, after which Riley starts to perceive other voices within the house. That afternoon, sunlight streamed through the heavy curtains, casting a warm glow on Riley's piano. She sat quietly before it, her fingers delicately caressing the keys as she played a composition of her own creation. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from a baby monitor perched on the piano. Pausing her play, Riley curiously held the monitor to her ear, straining to listen. However, the sound was too faint, or perhaps the signal was poor, resulting in intermittent phrases that only conveyed a sense of helplessness. She furrowed her brow, troubled by the idea that her child was peacefully sleeping while the monitor picked up a voice that did not belong to a baby. Attempting to adjust the monitor for clarity, she found that no matter how she repositioned it, the sound remained indistinct. With a furrowed brow, Riley moved the device away from her ear, examining it closely before rising and making her way toward the staircase. As she approached the stairs leading to the upper floor, she once again caught the disjointed utterances. I want him. Give me. I want him. Now. The last phrase erupted with a shrill intensity, laced with fury and madness, accompanied by a terrifying rasp. The voice from the baby monitor startled Riley, causing her to drop the device, which clattered dully to the floor. Fear coursed through her as she scanned her surroundings, apprehensive that something dreadful might emerge from the shadows. Meanwhile, the youngest child upstairs began to wail like an infant. Though startled and breathless, Riley's maternal instinct kicked in, propelling her to dash up the stairs toward her child's room. Upon entering, she found her little one standing in the crib, crying uncontrollably as if witnessing something terrifying. Seeing no one else in the room, Riley swiftly scooped up her child, soothing him to quell his cries. It's all right, sweetheart. Don't cry. Cradling her child in her arms, she surveyed the room with a mixture of astonishment and caution, her mind racing with the earlier sounds from the monitor. Time flew by, and evening soon descended. After dinner, the children drifted off to sleep one by one. As she lay beside her husband, Josh, Riley finally recounted the eerie events of the day. I encountered something truly bizarre today. Rayla, seemingly still in a state of fright, leaned against the headboard, gazing at Josh, who was engrossed in the newspaper. Oh, what is it? Upon hearing his beloved wife's voice, Josh swiftly turned his head. Today, I heard some peculiar noises in Callie's room. It was a man's voice. When I rushed up, I didn't see anyone. Oh, my dear, you must have misheard. Or perhaps there was some interference. You might be exhausted from taking care of the children at home. Josh dismissed Rayla's words entirely, assuming she was merely fatigued and hallucinating. I don't know, but it sounded so real. It was as if someone was conversing, intent on taking our children away. Rayla recounted the afternoon's events with a face full of terror, appearing quite unwell. Just as Josh intended to comfort Rayla, a series of knocks echoed from the front door downstairs. Wait a moment, I'll check, Josh said impatiently, getting out of bed to head downstairs. After all, it was quite late, and they had just moved in. Who would be visiting at such an hour? Who is it? Josh inquired at the door. But there was no response. He drew back the curtains beside the door and peered outside through the glass, only to see an abyss of darkness with no sign of anyone at the entrance. Josh rummaged through a cabinet by the door, found a flashlight, switched it on, and opened the door to investigate. Yet, the outside remained shrouded in silence and darkness, devoid of any presence. Reluctantly, he secured the door and activated the alarm system. While his dear wife waited anxiously for Josh's return, Rayla felt compelled to check on their youngest son. She descended from their bedroom and approached the adjacent room, only to find the door ajar. The light inside had shifted to a dim red hue, and most alarmingly, Rayla's heart raced as she noticed a shadow standing near the curtains by the crib. In the murky room, a figure loomed indistinctly, emanating a chilling aura, like a demon risen from the depths of hell. Josh, come quickly. There's someone in Callie's room. Rayla's heart raced, her voice trembling as she called for Josh. The figure was terrifying, expressionless, with a pale complexion and an oddly grotesque visage. Upon hearing Rayla's cries, Josh hurriedly ascended the stairs, racing towards their location. Over there, by the window, I saw someone. Within mere seconds, Josh arrived at the room, where Rayla, in a state of fear, clutched the baby while pointing at the window and screaming. Josh entered the room, meticulously inspecting every corner, including the window. Yet he found no trace of anyone. Darling, there's no one here, Josh said, bewildered as he looked at Rayla. But I truly saw it, Rayla insisted, desperately trying to affirm her vision to Josh as a series of piercing sounds began to erupt. The alarm at the entrance, triggered by Josh moments ago, was now wailing incessantly. Quick, hold Callie and summon Foster to Dalton's room. I don't want you two to come out, he instructed. Chapter 96, Strange Events. After speaking with Riley, Josh felt a wave of fear wash over him. His heart raced, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Despite his skepticism towards the supernatural, his wife's frightful words ignited a palpable anxiety within him, causing his breath to quicken. Gathering his courage, Josh hurried downstairs and was taken aback to find the front door ajar, indicating that someone had forcibly entered their home, which explained the alarms blaring. Staring at the open door in disbelief, he swallowed hard, gazing into the inky darkness outside. Yet, for the sake of his family's safety, he pressed onward. He first switched on the porch light, illuminating the nearby area, and upon finding no sign of intruders, he promptly silenced the alarm-esque cacophony. Cautiously, he made his way into the living room, arming himself with an iron hook, and turned on the lights, gripping his makeshift weapon tightly as he began his inspection. As he moved about, he remained vigilant, his anxiety mounting with each passing moment. The stillness enveloping the house was unnerving, leaving him alone in a sea of darkness outside. The unknown is often the most terrifying aspect of any situation. One can never anticipate what might transpire in the next heartbeat. Nevertheless, he fought against his fear, swallowing hard as he meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny. Having checked several rooms in the living room without encountering anyone, he was about to exhale in relief when the alarm blared once more. The eerie occurrence left him disoriented. He glanced around before securing the front door and silencing the alarm. Ultimately, he reassured himself that there was no real danger. Merely a false alarm, perhaps a malfunction of the alarm system or the lock. Yet, he could not ignore the implausibility of such multiple failures. With a sigh of relief, Josh lowered the iron rod, acutely aware that his body was drenched in cold sweat. He sank onto the sofa, striving to calm his racing heart. Concerned for his safety due to his prolonged silence, Riley summoned her courage and descended the stairs, wielding a baseball bat. Upon seeing Josh's distressed state, her heart ached for him. She approached and gently embraced him, whispering, "It's all right. It was probably just an accident." Josh looked into Riley's eyes, which brimmed with concern and affection. He managed a faint smile, saying, "It's nothing. Let us get the kids to bed. I have work tomorrow." Hand in hand, they ascended the stairs towards their bedroom. Unbeknownst to them, in a shadowy corner, a pallid figure with a grotesque visage watched them with a mocking gaze. The following morning, Josh rose early for work. As a teacher, he had relocated here to facilitate a more convenient commute. The nurse assigned to care for the comatose Dalton arrived early, attentively observing his condition. "Do not worry, he will be fine. He is still so young," she reassured, noticing the weariness etched on Rayleigh's face. "Let us hope so," Rayleigh replied, clasping Dalton's small hand, her sorrowful gaze fixed upon him. The nurse sighed softly. As a caregiver, she had witnessed such occurrences far too often. Beyond offering a modicum of comfort, what else could she possibly do? She began to arrange Dalton's bedding, but Rayleigh gently declined her assistance. "It's all right. Allow me," she insisted. The nurse, without uttering another word, smiled faintly and relinquished her task. However, as Rayleigh tended to Dalton's bed, she spotted a bloodstain on the sheets at his feet. An elongated and slender imprint, its sharp nails suggesting it did not belong to a human hand. Staring at the bloodstain in disbelief, she stood frozen in place. Later that evening, upon returning home from work, Josh was taken aback to find Rayleigh sitting at the front door, beside her a peculiar white object resembling a bedsheet. "You've been working overtime these past few days. Why do you need to stay late even after school?" Rayleigh reproached him, her tone laced with irritation. It was clear she had never been a teacher, unaware that educators often spend their evenings grading papers and preparing lessons. Of course, only a select few are diligent enough to work such late hours. "My dear, my overtime is necessary. What else can I do? I must earn a living to support the family, especially with Dalton's medical expenses," Josh responded, shrugging helplessly, clearly misunderstanding her. He assumed she was lamenting his late return home. Yet, Rayleigh meant something entirely different. "Josh, that's not what I meant. You don't understand. I feel so frightened at home, utterly terrified. I can sense something lurking within these walls," she confessed, her confusion palpable. As a modern individual, she knew she shouldn't believe in such supernatural tales. Yet the events that had unfolded since their move had left her increasingly disoriented. "Are you suggesting our house is haunted?" Josh asked, his expression turning serious. Although an atheist, he could not dismiss the strangeness of the occurrences from the previous night. "I don't just think it. It is a fact. There are unseen entities within this house. And even when I drink water at night, I feel as though something is watching me. Look at this." Rayleigh hurled the sheet at Josh before retreating back into the house. Josh examined the sheet, and to his horror, he discovered a desiccated bloodstain upon it, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps all over his body. He gazed at the dim surroundings of their home, momentarily at a loss for words. In the deep of night, having had a slight argument, the couple chose to sleep apart, with Josh settling onto the living room sofa to relish his solitude. Meanwhile, Rayleigh was jolted awake in the bedroom by a nightmarish vision. Glancing at the clock on her bedside table, she noted it was just past 1 a.m, and she wiped the sweat from her forehead. However, when she opened her eyes once more, she was startled to discover a shadow moving back and forth outside the dim window. The room was enveloped in darkness, and the clock indicated it was just past 1 a.m. A haunting, eerie atmosphere relentlessly assaulted her senses. Seeing this silhouette, Rayleigh swallowed hard in fear and cautiously turned her gaze towards the window, tentatively calling out, "Josh?" She mistakenly believed the figure outside was her husband, Josh. Yet, she had momentarily forgotten that they were on the second floor. How could her husband be floating outside her window? To her dismay, the moment she called out, the shadow that had been outside suddenly appeared within her room. It then turned to face her, revealing a pallid, sinister visage that fixed its gaze upon her. Rayleigh's face drained of color, her scalp prickling with terror, and she let out a blood-curdling scream. In response, the figure's expression morphed into a grotesque snarl as it lunged toward her. In a frenzy, Rayleigh rolled beneath the bed, desperately attempting to evade the figure's attack. At that moment, what else could she do but scream and hide? Meanwhile, Josh, who had been sleeping in the living room on the first floor, finally heard Rayleigh's piercing cries and rushed up the staircase. Chapter 97. Dare to frighten during the day? "Rayleigh, what's wrong?" Upon entering the bedroom, he found Rayleigh sitting on the floor, weeping uncontrollably, her face a mask of terror as she pointed toward the window. "There's someone here. There's someone here." Rayleigh seemed utterly paralyzed by fear, repeating those words incessantly. Josh hurried to the window to investigate, but found it tightly sealed, revealing no one outside. "I swear, I truly saw him. He was right in front of me. You have to believe me," Rayleigh cried, her mental state fraying from the fright. Seeing his wife in such a state, Josh could utter no more than comforting words. "I believe you. We'll move. We'll leave this place." He embraced Rayleigh tightly, attempting to soothe her frayed nerves. Throughout the night, Rayleigh remained in Josh's arms, her eyes wide open, unable to close them for fear of conjuring the image of the figure lunging at her. This left Josh feeling utterly helpless. The couple could only hold each other through the night. The following morning, Josh contacted a moving company. Even if he had reservations, Rayleigh could not bear to stay another moment in that place. They returned to their old home, which was perhaps a bit farther from Josh's workplace. But for the sake of his wife's well-being, distance was a small price to pay. With assistance from Josh's mother, Lauren, Rayleigh quickly packed her belongings. Having distanced themselves from the eerie house, Rayleigh gradually began to lower her guard. Yet, would she truly be able to escape that sinister presence so easily? The answer was clearly no. Just as she ventured out alone to dispose of the trash, the sound system in the house inexplicably turned on, a melodious tune wafting through the air. This caused Rayleigh, who was at the entrance disposing of trash, to feel her heart race with curiosity, prompting her to peer through the window. To her astonishment, she glimpsed a shadowy figure dancing to the rhythm of music within. However, in the blink of an eye, the figure vanished without a trace. Initially, Rayleigh attributed this phenomenon to her heightened anxiety over the past few days, suspecting it might be a mere hallucination. Eager to uncover the truth, she hurried inside. Yet, upon reaching the spot where she had seen the figure, she found no one there. Just as confusion enveloped her, a glass door unexpectedly swung shut. As she turned to investigate, she was startled by the sound of a child's laughter behind her. A shiver ran down her spine, and instinctively, she glanced back, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a small child before the figure disappeared again. She was certain that this was not her second son. Her eldest son remained in a coma, and her youngest was merely an infant incapable of running. Swallowing hard, Rayleigh ventured towards the corridor where the child had vanished. She entered a room with a tightly shut door, meticulously inspecting every corner, but found no trace of anyone. Just as she began to lower her guard, a creaking sound echoed through the room. Rayleigh stood frozen, gradually turning to face the source of the noise. To her astonishment, a small wooden horse toy was spinning on its own. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the previously closed door swung open. Terrified, Rayleigh dashed out of the room, only to find that her eldest son Dalton's door had been left ajar. As a mother, she was determined to protect her child. She quickly grabbed a stick from a nearby cabinet and began to search Dalton's room once more. Before long, Riley honed in on a peculiar item. On a shelf, she discovered a shoe that did not belong to Dalton. Gripping the stick tightly, she approached the cabinet step by step. Upon reaching it, she did not hesitate to swing her stick at the door. However, it was empty, and simultaneously, the upper cabinet door swung open, revealing a small boy who emitted a chilling laugh before darting away in an instant. Riley collapsed onto the floor, terror-stricken, her eyes welling with tears as she wept for the lost child. How intriguing, she mused, that such entities would dare to frighten people in broad daylight. It seemed these spirits were of a rather formidable caliber, making the situation all the more interesting. Outside Riley's house, perched upon a tree, a small bird observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Were anyone to notice, they would surely exclaim, "Can this bird speak?" Indeed, the bird was Liu Yuan, who had been covertly monitoring the family's every move over the past few days, biding his time before vanquishing the malevolent spirit. For the exorcist had yet to make an appearance, and until then, Liu Yuan could not enter the alternate realm without access to that otherworldly domain. How could he unleash a massacre? The Supreme Being urged him to rescue, but what a futile endeavor that was. He was no savior of souls. Fortunately, the system had altered his task. Although Liu Yuan could not perceive these souls, his psychic abilities were far from ineffectual, allowing him to fully sense their existence and location. Over the course of several days, Liu Yuan became acutely aware of the numerous spirits surrounding this family, as if they had disturbed a hornet's nest. When Josh returned home from work at noon, he found a priest in his house. Riley quickly began to explain the situation to Josh. As the priest noted the late hour and prepared to take his leave, Riley and Josh's mother, Lauren, took the opportunity to recount various eerie occurrences to him. "Today, I caught a glimpse of a child," Riley began. "I followed him into Dalton's room, and he appeared as if out of thin air, only to vanish just as suddenly." "Riley, are you suggesting that we are experiencing paranormal events?" Josh gazed incredulously at his wife, disbelief etched in his tone. "I believe what Riley says is true," Lauren interjected. "I had a dream so vivid that it felt real. In this dream, I found myself in your house, in Dalton's room, where I saw something in the corner. It stood beside Dalton. I asked who it was and why it was there. The figure responded that it wanted Dalton, with long fingers and sharp nails. It appeared frightfully menacing, watching Dalton's body as if it intended to consume him." Josh was momentarily stunned. He couldn't fathom why his wife and mother were encountering such bizarre phenomena while he remained oblivious. As Lauren spoke, she turned to Josh, noticing his bewildered expression. Just as she was about to say more, a grotesque face, red and black, materialized behind Josh, if it could even be called a face. With its sharp fangs and white eyeballs, gaping wide with a cavernous mouth at the back of his head. Chapter 98. The Charlatan Appears. Lauren shrieked at the sight of the visage, leaping to her feet in terror, covering her mouth as she gazed in fright at the space behind Josh. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the face vanished once more. Seeing Lauren's terror, Riley hurried to her side. "What happened?" He appeared. He was right behind Josh. Lauren trembled, her hands covering her face as she pointed shakily at Josh's position. Alarmed, Josh turned to look, but saw nothing amiss. Just as he intended to comfort his mother, a thunderous slam of a door echoed through the house. The three exchanged anxious glances and rushed to the bedroom corridor. They found that Dalton's room was firmly shut, the sound seemingly emanating from within. Josh hastily attempted to open the door, but for reasons unknown, it would not budge. In his desperation for his son's safety, he began to pound on the door relentlessly. With a sudden creak, the door was finally opened by Josh, but the sight that greeted the trio was utterly bewildering. Dalton's room lay in disarray, a chaotic array of sheets, clothes, and various items strewn about in a manner that was entirely out of place. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed Hill as they beheld the tumult within the room, where Dalton inexplicably lay on the floor instead of his bed. Without hesitation, Riley and Hill crouched down to examine Dalton's physiological state. After a brief assessment, Hill confirmed that Dalton still had a heartbeat. "Josh, we can't continue like this. We need to help him," Riley implored, his expression a blend of despair and urgency as he looked towards Josh. Despite his skepticism regarding such matters, the unnerving events of the past couple of days had instilled a sense of dread within Josh. It appeared that something had been lurking around them all along, while he remained blissfully unaware, akin to a fool. "If you seek assistance, I might be able to help," Loren, leaning against the doorframe, spoke with a pale face, filled with terror, her body rigid. Her words were born from a haunting experience she had encountered 2 decades prior, which mirrored Riley's current anxiety for his son. Had it not been for a certain individual, she mused, they would not have enjoyed a peaceful existence for so many years, with bizarre occurrences unfolding one after another. Josh found himself no longer inclined to prevent them from seeking out a priest or an exorcist. In that moment, he yearned to transform into an angel and vanquish all malevolence. Later that evening, a van slowly approached the house where Josh and his companions resided. "Are they finally here? I suppose it is my time to make an entrance," a bird in the sky mused as it swiftly flew towards the vehicle, unnoticed by anyone below. Watch the road. You fool. The driver, a burly man with a thick beard, was accompanied by a delicate-looking young man in the passenger seat, while the bearded man steered with one hand. The other clutched an unfamiliar pastry that he was munching on. The young man, exasperated, shouted in frustration. Surprisingly, the burly man remained unperturbed, continuing to eat. There is someone ahead. The young man warned too late. The bearded driver, distracted by his snack, could not evade the figure, even as he slammed on the brakes. Yet, the force of inertia proved too great to halt the vehicle in time, and it barreled towards the silhouette ahead, prompting the young man to shut his eyes in trepidation. The van came to a stop just a few meters away from the figure. Hey, looks like we didn't hit anyone. Let us check it out, the bearded man said, giving the young man a playful nudge. What? We didn't hit anyone? Confused, the young man opened the door and peered back. Indeed. They had not struck anyone. If they had, there would be a person lying on the ground, but instead, a figure stood there, staring at them. Hey, can't you watch where you're going? The burly man exclaimed, relieved that no one had been harmed. His tension dissipating as he approached the figure with an irate expression. Excuse me, I was walking ahead. It was your reckless driving that nearly knocked me down. The figure retorted, incredulously. And now you're blaming me? Moreover, although I have an eye behind me, it is not intended for navigation. The individual in question is indeed Liu Yuan, who startled the bearded man upon transforming from a small bird into a human. However, he deftly evaded the collision, taking 2 nimble steps aside. Seeing that Liu Yuan was unharmed, the fair-faced man abruptly patted the bearded man on the shoulder. It is truly unwise to eat while driving. My apologies, sir, for the fright I inadvertently caused. The fair-faced man exhibited a commendable demeanor, despite his somewhat intimidating exterior. The bearded man was nothing more than a fade of strength. These two operated as a ghost-hunting duo, yet possessed little actual skill. Their pursuits were driven by a desire for excitement, but when they truly encountered a spirit one day, both were nearly paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, the exorcist Iris came to their rescue. It was during that incident that Iris effectively recruited them, and they willingly agreed to work for her, even without any monetary compensation, simply for the thrill of it. Well, I'm fine. However, you ought to advise your companion to exercise caution while driving at this late hour. Luckily, my reflexes are sharp, otherwise, he might have faced legal troubles. Liu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the bearded man, who was glaring at him with indignation. Hey there. Young man, do you not realize how perilous it is to stroll on the streets at this hour instead of resting at home? The bearded man thought. Unable to counter Liu Yuan's remarks, wouldn't it be more effective to frighten him instead? Just as the bearded man was smirking to himself, Liu Yuan calmly uttered, Infinite celestial sovereign. Such minor spirits are of no concern to me. You are an exorcist from the east? The bearded man gazed at Liu Yuan in astonishment, only to receive a roll of the eyes from the fair-faced man beside him. Please, it's called a Taoist. I've told you repeatedly that one must study diligently in our profession, or one might not even know how they met their demise. Sir, I apologize for my boldness. I never expected to encounter a fellow practitioner at such a late hour. We are exorcists in this area, and we have come here because there is a location that requires cleansing. I wonder if you would be interested in accompanying us to take a look? The fair-faced man was quite curious after Liu Yuan revealed his credentials, as he had never witnessed Taoist arts before. He wondered if they were similar to their own exorcism methods, or if they were akin to what was portrayed on television, wielding peachwood swords and yellow talismans. Moreover, as they possessed no real abilities, they merely used instruments to detect any uncleanliness within a property. Should danger arise, Liu Yuan's presence would surely safeguard them. Upon seeing the fair-faced man take the initiative to speak, Liu Yuan felt no inclination to refuse and immediately adopted the demeanor of a mystic, portraying himself as an otherworldly expert. I have come here due to the overwhelming malice lingering in this place, and I did not expect to encounter you both. Chapter 99. Relying on skill when capable, relying on technology when not. Shortly thereafter, the three of them entered a vehicle, and within minutes, they arrived at Joshi's residence. Upon entering, the fair-faced man began introducing himself to Loren Joshi. My name is Kess, and this is Tucker. Kess pointed to himself, and then to the bearded man, Tucker. And this gentleman is, how should I address you? Kess shyly glanced at Liu Yuan beside him. I am Liu Yuan said, smiling at Josh and his companions. We are sent by Iris. This gentleman, Mr. Liu Yuan, is a Taoist, and we fortuitously crossed paths on our journey. Kess explained to the three. Taoist? Aren't they all charlatans? Josh looked at Liu Yuan with skepticism. Before you encountered these bizarre events, did you not also consider exorcists to be mere fabrications? Existence itself validates reason, Liu Yuan remarked as he surveyed the surroundings of the house, noting that, by nightfall, there were more apparitions within than in daylight. Josh, I apologize, sir. Thank you for coming to our aid. Lauren cast a glance at Josh. In her 50s or 60s, having previously experienced a similar ordeal, she held a certain belief in such matters. Why hasn't Iris come? Riley inquired, observing Kess and Liu Yuan, who appeared rather untrustworthy at first glance. We are here to conduct an inspection. As you know, Iris is quite busy, and sometimes there are no malevolent entities. Merely self-induced fright, Lauren replied, inviting Liu Yuan and his companions to sit down while she recounted Riley's experiences over the past few days. How about it, Mr. Liu Yuan? Please, show us your skills. Kess expressed his eagerness to witness Liu Yuan's extraordinary abilities, turning his gaze towards him with a hint of anticipation. I am rather curious about your devices. Why not combine our efforts? Liu Yuan suggested. Kess and Tucker exchanged glances upon hearing Liu Yuan's words, then rose to approach the toolbox they had brought. Opening the box, Tucker began to extract various pieces of equipment. What are these? Liu Yuan inquired. This is an electromagnetic detector, used to sense electromagnetic waves and the surrounding environmental responses, Tucker explained while assembling the device. The duo's actions reminded Liu Yuan of the adage, when one possesses skill, they rely on craftsmanship. When one lacks skill, they depend on technology. A stark contrast between raw technology and labor. In under a minute, Tucker had successfully assembled the device, showcasing considerable expertise, as he had likely engaged in such tasks frequently. Holding the machine in one hand and a detection instrument in the other, he began to meticulously probe the area around the house, appearing quite professional. After thoroughly examining the living room without discovering anything unusual, they proceeded to investigate the bedrooms. Kess, a rather chatty individual, continuously conversed during Tucker's testing. This chatter likely alleviated the fears of Riley and the others. Perhaps it was part of his strategy. However, after 2 consecutive bedrooms yielded no anomalies, Tucker began to suspect they might be scaring themselves. Suddenly, the detection equipment emitted a sound. Tucker directed the probe towards a corridor, detecting irregularities therein. He then retrieved another device, akin to a camera, which he had modified to capture the presence of apparitions. He began to take photographs, 1, 2, and upon the third, Tucker discovered 2 women in white, wearing eerie smiles as they gazed at him. Wow! The sudden appearance of these 2 figures startled Tucker, causing him to cry out and instinctively lean against the wall. He quickly turned to Kess and urged, "Call Iris. Immediately. Right now?" Upon hearing Tucker's tone and seeing his expression, Kess recognized the urgency and promptly retrieved his phone to dial a number. Do not be alarmed. They are merely 2 wandering souls without malevolence. Otherwise, you would have long since met your maker. Liu Yuan observed Tucker's demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. You can see them too? At that moment, Tucker was thoroughly convinced of Liu Yuan's abilities. It's not so much seeing as it is sensing. Just then, Kess ended the call and informed the group. Iris said she would arrive shortly. I believe it is best to wait for your exorcist to arrive, Liu Yuan suggested. To which both agreed. After all, they felt a sense of security with Iris nearby, despite Liu Yuan's extraordinary talents. However, they were hesitant to test whether his Taoist skills would be effective in this context. During the hour that followed, Riley prepared dinner for the 3, clearly indicating that a hearty meal would facilitate their endeavors. Soon enough, an hour later, Iris arrived. After exchanging brief greetings, she approached Liu Yuan. So, this gentleman is a Taoist? Strictly speaking, not quite, Liu Yuan assessed Iris, scrutinizing the weathered features of the elderly woman. She possesses a good heart. But what of her abilities? As Liu Yuan appraised her, Iris too was evaluating him. She felt no resonance of kinship in his presence, casting doubt on his purported mystical talents. It was indeed curious, for while he exhibited some skill, could it truly be the formidable source cultivation technique that even she, a modest exorcist, could perceive? Very well, let us commence, Iris instructed her 2 assistants as she began surveying the surroundings of the living room. Kess, have you prepared your sketchbook? We are about to begin. Of course, Kess promptly produced a sketchbook, which served the purpose of allowing Iris to describe the malevolent entities, enabling Kess to illustrate them along with their dialogues. They proceeded directly to Dalton's room, having ruled out other locations. Iris entered the room and approached Dalton, who lay on the bed, gently brushing her hand across his forehead while murmuring, "Do not be afraid. Your parents are here, and you will be all right." Upon uttering these words, Iris felt a chill at the crown of her head, tightening her heart. It appeared that this spirit was the strongest she had ever encountered. She slightly lifted her gaze to the ceiling, her pupils rapidly constricting. Then she swiftly pulled Kess closer, whispering in his ear, a blood-red face, black arms and legs. The entire body is shrouded in darkness, with eyes like 2 black holes. Oh my goodness, Iris continued to describe, her head raised as Kess hastily sketched in his notebook. The actions of the 2 left Riley and Josh perplexed, as they were unaware of what Iris had witnessed, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer. Riley stepped forward and seized Kess's sketchbook. Upon gazing at the drawings, she was rendered speechless in astonishment. Abomination. Take this. Just as everyone turned to look at Liu Yuan, they witnessed a slender golden needle, slightly thicker than a finger, materialize in his hand, swiftly shooting towards the ceiling where Iris had just directed her gaze. Instantly, The onlookers beheld a streak of golden light racing toward the ceiling, resembling a meteor slicing through the night sky. Imbued with overwhelming force, as if it intended to tear the entire room asunder. Accompanying this spectacle was a sudden gust of wind that swept through the room. While none could see it, Iris perceived the golden needle piercing through the vengeful spirit's form. Like a sharp blade, it penetrated the entity's body, revealing its anguished expression. The spirit's once hollow, dark eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, brimming with hatred and resentment. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the spirit, echoing as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Its blood-red gaze fixated on everyone in the room, as if it sought to devour them whole, before vanishing with an expression of fury. Iris felt the weight of the spirit's gaze and understood that they had irrevocably offended it. It would not let them escape unscathed. However, she also realized that regardless of their actions, this malevolent spirit would not spare Dalton either. What astonished her was Liu Yuan's unexpectedly formidable offensive capabilities. Aside from Liu Yuan and Iris, no one comprehended what had transpired. They only sensed the sudden wind within the room. This bizarre occurrence left them in a state of shock, their emotions in turmoil. Mr. Liu Yuan, I never anticipated your Taoist arts to be so remarkable. Iris remarked meaningfully after the immediate danger seemed to have subsided, approaching Liu Yuan. Indeed, the art of Eastern Taoism is profound. I merely possess a superficial understanding. Liu Yuan replied without false modesty, acknowledging that he was not well versed in Taoism. He merely relied on the golden feather needle and the source birth technique. Moreover, he had only intended to gauge the malevolent spirit's strength, astonished to find that his golden feather needle could inflict considerable damage. Was the spirit truly weak? Or was the needle exceptionally potent? Riley stared at Liu Yuan and Iris in utter bewilderment. Liu Yuan gestured for Iris to continue, and she nodded without further words, beginning to elucidate the situation in the room. Dalton is not ill. His unconsciousness is merely a result of his soul being absent from his body. This entire matter has nothing to do with your moving into a new house. Rather, it stems from your son possessing an ability akin to astral projection. His soul has ventured into another realm, one reminiscent of the human world, albeit inhabited not by humans. The world we refer to as the otherworld, or the realm of the uncanny, is inhabited by vengeful spirits and souls burdened with unfulfilled desires, a dark dominion teeming with malevolent apparitions. The living cannot venture into this realm. However, those capable of astral projection can traverse it freely. Your son is currently ensnared there. He may have lost his way or fallen prey to the evil spirits within. Elise ceased her words, for she perceived that this world was fraught with peril. Noticing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the two, she sighed and gently patted Riley's shoulder, continuing with measured tones. The strange occurrences you have witnessed in recent days are the result of Dalton's body being devoid of his soul, thereby attracting those ethereal entities. They may seek to inhabit Dalton's form in pursuit of a chance at rebirth. Of course, these ordinary vengeful spirits cannot easily seize Dalton's body. However, a more formidable malevolent spirit lurks, eyeing Dalton's corporeal vessel with insatiable hunger. Elise gestured towards the sketches in the notebook. The reason this spirit has not yet taken possession of his body is due to various factors. Should Dalton's soul linger outside his body for too long, dire consequences will ensue. Upon hearing this, Riley could no longer contain her tears, silent streams cascading down her cheeks. Seeing his wife's sorrow, Josh immediately enveloped her in his embrace. You are a demon hunter, and you are a Taoist. Please, do something. Save our son. Josh implored Liu Yuan and Elise, his face awash with desperation. Liu Yuan exchanged a glance with Elise, who then approached Josh and placed a comforting hand on him. Do not fret. Initially, I was uncertain, but with this gentleman's assistance, the chance of rescuing Dalton is significantly heightened. Elise turned to Liu Yuan, her face radiant with a smile akin to blooming chrysanthemums. Liu Yuan merely shrugged, offering no words, as his purpose here was to eliminate the vengeful spirits. I truly beg of you, sir. Riley freed herself from Josh's embrace. Stepping before Liu Yuan, gazing at him with deep emotion, her hands gripping his fervently. Liu Yuan smiled gently, patting her back in a gesture of reassurance. Rest assured. With me present, there shall be no unforeseen calamity. Josh observed their interaction, feeling a twinge of discomfort, yet the gravity of the situation allowed no room for such thoughts. Sir, shortly, I will attempt to communicate with Dalton. If any danger arises, I hope you will lend your aid. Elise, the older woman, displayed remarkable politeness. Her demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant in the presence of Liu Yuan's extraordinary abilities. Do not worry, Liu Yuan replied with a calm smile, nodding in affirmation. Soon after, Krestak and the others returned to the living room, transporting the toolbox to Dalton's room. They began to unpack and calibrate various devices. Shortly, I will endeavor to converse with Dalton. Crest will document our dialogue and convey it to you. You may witness many perplexing events, but remain calm. Do not move. And most importantly, do not speak. Elise and Josh Riley meticulously elucidated the precautions to be observed. Both nodded solemnly, indicating their comprehension. Meanwhile, Chris had also fine-tuned the equipment. The group gathered around a table, forming a circle, and before commencing, Elise cast a glance at Liu Yuan, silently imploring him. He nodded in acknowledgement. Refraining from verbalizing his thoughts, yet feeling an exhilarating rush, Tak dimmed the room's lights and then handed Elise an object reminiscent of a gas mask, albeit with an elongated nose. The nose was connected to headphones at the other end, and Chris secured his headset, all preparations complete. Elise appeared somewhat anxious. After taking a deep breath, she slowly articulated, "Dalton, can you hear me?" As Elise invoked her seemingly clairvoyant abilities, Liu Yuan distinctly sensed an enigmatic energy enveloping her. It was a subtle yet undeniable force, rippling through the air like a gentle wave. This mysterious energy served as the conduit between Elise and the realm of souls, granting her the capacity to communicate with the disembodied Dalton. With each successive call from Elise, this energy intensified, expanding beyond her immediate vicinity and extending towards the ceiling in a particular direction. Liu Yuan's gaze followed suit, as he faintly perceived the energy intertwining in the air, weaving an invisible web akin to a bridge connecting two disparate worlds. After several repeated invocations of Dalton, Chris hastily jotted down notes and spoke aloud. "Who is it?" "Dalton." Chapter 101. Liu Yuan, the young specter, faced ridicule. "I am here to assist you, as sought by your parents." "Elise? Dalton?" "Elise," Chris murmured to himself, seemingly establishing a connection with Dalton. Yet, after a few exchanges, the communication faltered. "I cannot continue speaking. They will harm me." "Dalton, who would harm you? Can you discern a way out?" "Elise, there is no way out. The one with the face of red flames will hurt me. You mustn't speak further. They will overhear you." "They heard me. Oh my God. Parents, save me. Help." "Dalton." From Chris's description of Dalton's words, it appeared he was ensnared by some malevolent force. Chris then scribbled quickly in his notebook and spoke again. "I know who you are. How dare you threaten me? I will not let you go unpunished. I will devour all your entrails and slay that yellow-skinned monkey." Upon hearing Chris's account, Liu Yuan shouted at the ceiling, "I stand right here, if you possess the audacity. Come forth. I will obliterate your very essence if you think you have any prowess." Unbeknownst to him, Chris continued writing. "If you are capable, enter. This is my domain." Liu Yuan chuckled, continuing his banter. "Do you truly believe I cannot breach your confines? When I do, it will signal the obliteration of your little world." Perhaps this vengeful spirit was genuinely intimidated by Liu Yuan's resolute words. Otherwise, it would have manifested to confront Elise. However, it has now turned into a verbal sparring match with Liu Yuan. "Ha ha ha, humanity. Do not boast here. I have yet to encounter a living soul capable of entering." Keisai continued to scribble in his notebook. "Truly, how dare you? If word gets out that I was mocked by a mere wretch, how will I ever maintain my standing? Just wait." After Liu Yuan spoke, he directly infused a surge of primal energy into Josh's being, leaving him utterly dumbfounded and rooted to the spot. Motionless, Liu Yuan seized his shoulder and lifted him as one would a chick. "I shall venture into this chaos now." With that, Liu Yuan leaped towards the ceiling, and just as they were about to touch it, the two figures mysteriously vanished. Indeed, they had entered that alternate realm. Liu Yuan's fragments of spatial law were not to be underestimated. When Aliris connected with the other world, a spatial platform allowed him to enter seamlessly, bringing Josh along solely to locate that earlier nuisance. For that troublemaker must have already captured Dalton, as the father and son possessed an extraordinary sense of connection. With Josh present, Liu Yuan need not exert himself excessively. As for how to return, that was quite simple. Liu Yuan had already established the coordinates. Even without Aliris's platform, he could likely tear through space and return safely. Aliris merely played a guiding role, indicating Liu Yuan's precise location, which is entirely logical. As for why he infused energy into Josh, it was evident he feared that Josh might perish before they found that nuisance. In that case, where would he look for the troublemaker? Although slaying vengeful spirits in this world could yield reincarnation points, he found them utterly insignificant. To him, reincarnation points were merely a collection of numbers, easily amassed. There was no need to squander time here. Moreover, he had another reason for coming here: to eliminate the malevolent spirit behind the scenes. Though this spirit appeared formidable, it was ultimately ineffectual, merely capable of intimidating someone of Aliris's caliber. Raze stood in shock after witnessing Liu Yuan and her husband vanish. "They have gone to the alternate realm." Removing her mask, Aliris gasped for breath, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat as she glanced up at the ceiling. "How could this be? Did you not say that living beings cannot enter?" Raze gazed at Aliris in disbelief. Aliris, equally flustered, looked at Raze and weakly replied, "Perhaps this is the wondrous Eastern mysticism. Rest assured, since Mr. Liu Yuan dares to enter, it signifies he possesses utmost confidence. All we can do now is await their good news." Yet, Raze wished to say more, only to be interrupted by Aliris. "Where is this place?" Josh looked around in bewilderment at the pitch-black, unfamiliar surroundings. It was so dark that he could not see his own hand in front of his face. Had it not been for the inexplicable white glow emanating from his and Liu Yuan's bodies, he might have doubted his very existence. This is the alternate realm. Soon, you will need to sense Dalton's location. Whether you can save Dalton rests upon your shoulders. Liu Yuan surveyed the dimly lit surroundings. A wave of tension surged within him, not the kind born of fear, but rather an exhilarating anticipation. It was his inaugural venture into this ethereal realm inhabited by spirits. How am I sensing this? Joshua marveled at Liu Yuan's remarkable ability. The two living souls had somehow traversed into this other world. Just moments prior, Iris had adamantly declared such a feat impossible. Consequently, Joshua could not help but regard Liu Yuan with newfound respect. For the sake of rescuing his son, he was prepared to take any risk. Focus your senses. Follow the instinct of where you believe your son might be. Fear not, I shall remain right behind you. So boldly advance, Liu Yuan instructed, summoning 3 golden feathered needles that floated gracefully around him. Joshua, having already encountered the extraordinary, remained unfazed by this spectacle. Just when a tinge of apprehension began to creep into his heart, Liu Yuan produced a torch from seemingly nowhere and handed it to them. The torch illuminated the vicinity, casting a warm glow that brightened not only the surroundings but also the path within Joshua's heart. Steadying himself, Joshua resolutely began to walk in a specific direction. Time elapsed as the two traversed the eerie landscape, until Joshua stumbled upon a small boy. It was then that Liu Yuan discovered his true sight possessed the ability to discern the nature of spirits. Entering this otherworldly domain meant they could perceive the spirits within it. Upon observing the small boy's spirit, Liu Yuan noted a faint blue light shimmering around him. The child exhibited no hostility. Instead, he simply pointed expressionlessly in a particular direction. Liu Yuan surmised that the boy was likely one of those spirits bound by unfulfilled wishes rather than the vengeful entities that roamed the realm. Following the direction indicated by the boy, Joshua remained silent, turning his gaze toward that very point. To his astonishment, he beheld a foreboding house not far off. Casting a glance back at Liu Yuan and receiving an encouraging nod in return, Joshua swallowed hard and began to approach the ominous structure. In a matter of steps, they arrived at the house, and as they crossed the threshold, Joshua called out softly, "Dalton? Dalton?" Yet, no response met his ears. To his shock, a pale figure emerged from the wall beside him, gradually ascending the staircase leading to the second floor. Startled, Joshua shivered. "Calm down, what is there to fear?" Liu Yuan chided, rolling his eyes at Joshua's reaction. Bolstered by Liu Yuan's presence behind him, Joshua gathered his courage and greeted the spectral figure. "Hello. Have you seen my son?"